Good morning, everybody. Good evening, everybody. Hello there, everybody. Welcome, Lidicor. How you doing? Long time no see.
It's been a while, Ozzy, that's for sure, but we are here for the final day of Road to Wololo, and it's going to be a big one, Ozzy. I'm so hyped to be here.
Yes, I'm incredibly pumped as well. It's been a long time since both you and I have been on the mic, and, well, what greater way to get us back than have us both back here. Yeah, super exciting, super pumped. Big games today. This is it, the final day. So, yeah, very, very keen to see. Good to see chat as well. Chat, how you doing? They're a bit quiet today. They're a little bit quiet.
Everybody is still waking up.
Yes, they are. But yeah, it's feeling good. It's looking good. The state of Age of Empires 4 at the moment is pretty darn good. Obviously, things are going well. Road to Red Bull. I mean, it's not long. We've only got a couple of weeks to go, roughly ish, something like that. I'm waiting for Cal to whisper in my ear the exact amount of days that it is, Lidicor, but it's going to come up with April 1st. He said. There you go.
But there's only one spot left, Ozzy, and that's the big thing for today, of course. Puppy Paw, Lucifron, Beast, and Anathand, only one of those 4 players will make it to London. We already have 3 players that have qualified, and unfortunately for 3 of these remaining players, there's going to be no spot for them in London.
Yeah, it's incredibly tough because there's obviously a huge amount of talent there. There's definitely some fan favorites there as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how it goes down. But if you had to put your money anywhere, Lidicor, who are you putting your money on? And why is it Anathand?
Boy, I'll be honest with you. If I had to put my money anywhere, I would just keep it in my pocket because I have no idea what to expect today. Beastie obviously is the biggest name who's still missing from London. But then again, he's up against Anathand, who had a really, really good 2025, and he's definitely one of the top contenders nowadays. I have no idea which of these 2 will prevail in that one. And on the other side, you have Puppy Paw and Lucifron, 2 very dangerous players as well. I just feel like we have 2 equally matched semifinals right here. 9 and 12 is the head-to-head between Puppy Paw and Lucifron, as we have a preview of our first set for today.
Yes, so obviously, yeah, there's some massive names that are missing. Puppy Paw as well as Beastie. Puppy Paw in particular has been performing incredibly well lately. He's won quite a few tournaments, so he's definitely going to be one to watch. But we'll see whether or not he'll be able to take out the Spaniard today. Of course, Lucifron is definitely no slouch when it comes to, I guess, his historic performances as well. But already we can start to see we've got some of the civilization picks coming through as well as the maps. Lidicor. Run us through. What have we got here? We got some good. We got some classic maps in here. Honestly, Hill and Dale, King of the Hill. These are great.
Yeah, all of these are very, very traditional competitive maps. Maybe except for Front Range, that's kind of the new kid on the block. But everything else has been there from the very beginning. King of the Hill and Dale, and of course Dry Arabia as well, have been in the game since release. And Frisian Marshes, it has been a new addition. It was one of the first custom map gens that we had when the map gen tools came into the game. And it has become a really popular tournament map there. And as you can see, for each of the games, the players will be picking 2 civilizations, and the opponent will take away one of those 2. So with that being said, we're going to have a Delhi versus Jeanne d'Arc matchup for game number 1.
Yes, so it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to see, hopefully, a game on Hill and Dale. You know, Hill and Dale takes me way back, Lidicor. I remember casting many a classic games on Hill and Dale, and it just fell out of favor. You know, that was back in the good days of Hill and Dale spawning with an 8k gold in your base. You could stonewall up the edges and just have a really good time inside. It wasn't very competitive, but it was very fun. But yeah, the game today is going to be full of food, that is for sure. When it comes to Frisian Marsh, is obviously a map that has got a lot of food on the map. So something to be looking out for here. Of course, the Delhi Sultanate, a civilization that does very well with lots of early food that it can control. So we'll be keeping an eye out on exactly how they go. Unfortunately, no Tughlaq dynasty today. So they're getting sniped out, unfortunately.
Well, we might see that in one of the remaining games because it's still going to be available for Lucifron to use, just not for game number 1. And while we're still waiting for game number 1 to begin, I think this is a good time to look at the draft. And one of the things I'm noticing, Ozzy, is that Lucifron allowed Puppy Paw to have Malians. He did not ban Malians, and because Malians were banned from him, Lucifron wasn't eligible to pick Malians, but Malians were left in the pool, allowing Puppy Paw to come away with that, one of the more powerful civilizations in this version of the game. and one of the most frequently banned civilizations throughout the tournament.
Yeah, it's a civilization that's got a huge amount of power, so leaving it in there is quite interesting. We can also see some differences in the pick, so obviously Lucifron going quite early, looking to try and pick up that Chinese. So I'm excited to see that. You know, I'm a big fan when it comes to the Chinese, so hopefully we get to see them out today as well. Yeah, for this first match, Jeanne d'Arc versus Delhi Sultanate. I think realistically, you're looking at two civilizations that are both quite aggressive in the feudal age. They do want to get out. They do want to get that map control. Which civilization do you think a map like this favors, Lidical?
Ooh, this is a tricky one. I feel like, in general, Delhi has a decent matchup against Jeanne d'Arc, but this map, Frisian Marsh, is super, super open. Really a map where high-tempo gameplay can really be something that you can leverage to get extra food from the pawns and just gain momentum. And I feel like Jeanne d'Arc's early feudal aggression ability to aggress is such a powerhouse to just leverage that continuous map control game. I would lean towards Jeanne d'Arc here, but then again, as I said, Delhi does have a decent matchup against Jeanne d'Arc, so this could easily be a coin flip. And it could also be a game that goes very, very long. Frisian Marshes tends to be a map which could easily go into Imperial. Let's see if that's going to be the case as we head into game number 1.
Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1. We've made it all the way here. We've got two of the best players in the world. And unfortunately, only one place. 4 of the best players in the world, Lidicore, and only one place for them to fight amongst. This is the first of the battles that we'll be watching tonight. 2 big names spawning in the west corner of the map in the color red, playing as the Delhi Sultanate. It's Puppy Paw.
I keep forgetting that you asked me to do the other introduction, but down south we do have Lucifron playing as the color yellow as Jeanne d'Arc. And again, as a reminder, this is the semifinals, the first game of the semifinals for Road to Wololo Londinium. The final qualifiers, one of these 2 players will certainly not make it to London. And right off the get-go, we're going to have to take a look at how the sheep distribution looks like on this map. This map is notorious for having so many sheep at the beginning, and it's a huge boost to your early economy. Nice little touch here on the bottom right of your screen. We have the ability to showcase the trajectories of the scouts. So the lines that you see on that little minimap is the path that the scouts have been taking. So far, they've been going separate ways. So no conflicting sheep gather spots between the 2 players just yet.
And just a single lonely sheep in that north corner of the map that remains, unfortunately. I do like all these little additions that you guys over at EGC TV have got. It's been a while since I've casted over here, but I tell you what, it feels very comfy. And yeah, I love the way that you can see the little outline of the scout as they go through. Such a great little change, and hopefully a sign of things to come. But anyway, we've got some transitions that are coming through shortly. When it comes to landmarks, which way do you think we're going to be going for Puppy Paw? I mean, that's kind of obvious. It's probably going to be done with the Faith, almost certainly. And then we'll go to Lucifron then. Is there the potential? I was going to say, is there the potential for trade on a map like this? But I don't know, Lidicore. I'll let you answer that question. What do you think?
Technically, yes. In fact, we've seen quite a few games in the past. Again, this is a long-standing tournament map. We've seen quite a few games in the past which opened with heavy trade because the return of investment can be huge on that. But that tends to be the case when your opponent plays a very defensive gameplay. It could be a good response to a 2TC or, dare I say, 3TC build on the other side. Given that Delhi doesn't usually do that, I don't think that's the appropriate response. And if you think about it, if Puppy Paw opens with a couple of Ghazi Raiders, he can easily cause a lot of damage before the trade could get rolling. So I feel like it would be a dangerous move for Lucifron to make. Not impossible, but looks like he opts for the School of Cavalry, as most of us would expect.
Indeed, we do see it coming through now. So just the one pond that's been taken at this stage for Puppy Paw, which is pretty standard, the 3 fishing boats, the one pond. You want to go for a combination. I remember back in the good old days, whenever you'd have the opportunity to go for a fishing start like this, you'd see 2 or potentially even 3 docks put down. But the reality is it just delays you way too much on that age up. But we now see, so it's about an 80-second timing. So it's going to be somewhere in around the 5-minute region that we've got the age up coming through for Lucifron. Puppy Paw, of course, still yet to actually click up. But I'm sure he'll be up relative. Actually, excuse me. I'm sure he'll be up relatively quickly. All right, we've got another villager moving towards the north here as well. So Puppy Paw potentially eyeing out a second dock. Villagers doing a little bit of long distance mining. Hold on a minute. Is it just me, or has he got his pickaxe out, or is that a fishing pole out? It's hard to see from here.
It looks like a fishing pole to me. He's just coming out here for the little shore fishing. One thing that needs to be mentioned here, Ozzy, is back in the early days when this map was out in the tournament map pool, the pawns tended to spawn a little closer to the players. In this version, they generally tend to be a little further away, so it takes slightly more time to walk out, and it takes just a bit of a larger investment to really get out to the pawns and start leveraging the shorefish.
Yeah, it's definitely a smarter move from the map makers. Gives a little bit more chance for counterplay as well by not making it completely 100% obvious that you need to go for that fishing boat in the early stages of the game. But the age up about to come through on that south side of the map. We hear the School of Cavalry now coming up. Jeanne d'Arc moving out, and we've got the woman at arms, the sword woman.
Yeah, the classic melee version, something that you tend to see most of the time. It's going to be really good to deal with those spearmen that will inevitably come out from Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw is going to be a little delayed going into Feudal here. I love the little harassment with the scout here, by the way. Obviously, scouts don't do a lot of damage, but when the villager is out in the middle of nowhere and he just needs to finish that dock, you can easily take this villager down to a very low HP and then perhaps finish it off later with a scout or horseman or something.
100%. It's one of those little battles that hopefully if you're able to do enough damage, or, you know, there's always the potential that you can find something later with a follow-up raid. We do now start to see the dock coming up, as well as the age up now for Puppy Paw. With the Dome of the Faith put down, the barracks getting thrown down as well. And all upgrades on the way. We're going to be keeping an eye out on the left side of the screen, and we can see all those upgrades coming through now. I tell you what, I've seen plenty of Puppy Paw Deli games, and one of the things that I often have difficulty forgiving is the fact that he will sometimes forget those upgrades. So it's great to see that he is on the ball today with those upgrades.
As expected, Jeanne d'Arc coming in for a little push on the gold mine, and this could be an interesting spot, Ozzy. Both of the gold mines are to the front here for Puppy. Same is the case on the other side. The berries are on the front as well for Puppy Paw, so there is a lot of damage potential here, or at least harassment potential for Lucifron, but for now he's just trying to chase down that one spearman that's heading north. Interesting to see that the spearman is heading towards the market, though. One would wonder if this is just an intent to try and scout a potential trade. Or it's heading towards a villager. It's one of those two.
I think it's probably just the fact that he's leading away Jeanne d'Arc here, and this is just buying him so much space, so much time. You know, you've got this hero unit that is obviously very good at dealing with a lot, yeah, at this stage, it's basically just been forced off to the sidelines for the moment. But yeah, we continue to see these villagers searching around in the ponds and just dropping docks continually. So both players continuing to expand over towards this north side of the map. Knight down towards the center as well. And Jeanne d'Arc still looking for those big swings. Ghazi Raiders out as well, so should be able to finally chase her down, but there's plenty. Oh, have a look at all these units, Lytical.
And this is a good move here from Puppy Paw. As you mentioned, it might have been the case of him trying to drag Jeanne d'Arc away from his base. But that just meant that Jeanne was kind of caught in the middle of nowhere, and that's a lot of damage done on Jeanne. Quite a few spearmen coming in as well. Have to be careful with the knights, but so far, Lucifron doing a good job pulling Jeanne back, and with the heal, she is still standing.
Yeah, but that pathing not looking the best right there. Lucifron trying to keep her alive, but unfortunately almost certainly going to be going down as the Ghazis get that last hit. And now the spears. Early tempo in favor for Puppy Paw, that is for sure. Have a look at that military advantage at the top of your screen. 20 military units against 3. Lucifron having a bit of a tough opening in this game. What is his plan as we head into the mid-game?
And this is what we talked about, Ozzy, in the pre-game. Delhi tends to have a really good matchup against French and Jeanne d'Arc in general, because the Ghazi Raiders, obviously a unit that gets bonus damage against heavy cavalry. That's a great little extra when it comes to fighting knights. And now we also have another aspect of the Delhi here for Puppy Paw. He can pull all of those units back and heal them up real quick, and just increases unit retention so much.
Yeah, it's a great point, having access to those scholars in the in the feudal age, because that's the age that we're in right now. Just definitely gives him a huge amount of flexibility here. So the question is, where does he go from here? Does he look to double down and make even more units and really try and retain power through the feudal age. There's obviously quite a few sacred sites on the map, so that could be a potential option for him. He could look to go castle after taking those sacred sites, so we'll keep an eye out on it. But at this stage, he's done a great job in securing a lot of the ponds. So we see him with 4 ponds at the moment on the mini-map. But by the same token, Lucifron's also secured quite a few.
Beautiful moves here by Lucifron, by the way, hiding the villager away from the horseman in the stealth forest. The horseman did not have a scout accompanying them, so they didn't see the villager up until now. Poppypaw, well, technically he saw it, but I'm not sure if he was looking at this part of his screen. Still, the villager is alive and kicking, and just to answer your question, the most obvious thing to do for Poppypaw here is probably to try and push those docks. I don't think he wants to dive the enemy base, but with so many docks being out on the map, those become natural targets for him.
Yeah, great point. But now it looks like that dock may potentially be going down as those Ghazi Raiders continue the search. They know that villager is around, but look at the control from Lucifron. So wonderfully done. The consequence of no scout, and immediately that villager just comes straight back. He's spotted it, though, once again. And now the villager heads to the north. Put that Benny Hill music on, Liticor. Oh, gosh, look at it go.
Poppy is sending like 6 more horsemen on across the map. You can see the little red dots coming in. Like, he's having none of this. He wants that dock gone before it's even up.
Yeah, it is. It's a frustrating game to play. You're up against one of the world's best here, Lucifron, just demonstrating. I mean, he's always been famous for his micro and just attention to detail. But unfortunately, in the end, that poor villager will be going down. I wonder, was this the same villager that was caught out by that scout earlier?
I think so, yes. This guy's been running around like a madman. There is not even a second villager for Lucifron out here. That villager is solely responsible for every single dock that was built.
A lot of docks, but now, speaking of a lot, there's a lot of spears over on this west side of the map. A lot of spear v spear, as Jeanne of Arc is still in the mix. She's going to be looking for some big swings here, as the archers also tee off on all of these spears. The knights towards the top side going to have to fall back as the spear number continues to climb. It's hard to make a dent in it when there's this many of them, but fortunately, the archers, together with the spears, are able to hold off the Delhi Sultanate army. And now we've got Lucifron looking to really put the pedal to the metal when it comes to aggression in this early game.
The Ghazi Raiders are missing from this fight for Poppypaw. They're coming in from the right side, looking to intercept reinforcements for the time being. And you gotta credit Lucifron for the micro here. He's done a really good job shielding the knights with the spearmen. Most of Poppy's spearmen were actually fighting against the spears and not the knights. So far, Lucifron has done a really good job retaining those few knights he still has.
Yeah, that was definitely something I picked up as well. The fact that the spears were just, you know, it's never fun to fight against enemy spears when the enemy's also got archers behind. It's just a fight that's never really going to go well for you. So the fact that the Ghazi Raiders, they weren't necessarily out of position, but they weren't in the fight. Beautiful surround here as well coming through. Trying to sneak another villager out here, not able to find it today. He's going to have to head on back in. Plenty of units still here, though, for Lucifron. Looks like we may potentially have an age up on the way as well. Poppypaw with 1,000 food in the bank. Could also just be Miss Macro. The fact that he's got no villagers on gold. It's going to be a couple of minutes before he's got gold enough to age up, especially considering he's at 0 a minute right now.
I was going to say that, Ozzy. I don't think it's a Miss Micro or a Miss Macro, because he doesn't have a lot on wood. If he wanted to balance this, he could easily send a bunch of villagers on wood, as I'm saying that he's doing that right now. I have a feeling he tried to age because he had a decent momentum going for him. But with the gold mines being on front, he's just being denied of that right now. And that puts him in a very precarious spot because, again, you're just kind of stuck in between 2 positions. You cannot age up, but you do not have the production or the wood to really just double down on the production. Do keep in mind, though, the army count is huge right now for Poppypaw. It's twice the size of Lucifron's. But then again, Lucifron does have the knights, and also Poppypaw's numbers are somewhat inflated by the scholars. Still, if he manages to hold this position here and just clean up the forces from in front of his base, he should be able to age up fairly quickly.
Yeah, definitely. But now down towards that west corner, we see the spears trying to make their way towards that army. They will be able to collapse against the wood line. Joan of Arc gets off a pretty big swing right there, but she's going to get focused down by the archer numbers. Sniped out as Poppypaw now begins to turn the tide. And have a look at this military mass. You know, we were talking about the power of Lucifron's army just minutes ago, and now all of a sudden Poppypaw decides, hey, we're going to commit absolutely everything to the front door. And he is looking to barge through here very quickly. Have a look at the archer number that he's sitting on as well, Lidakor. He's up to 15 archers, which is a massive amount. I don't know where these archers came from. They must have got shipped in from the home city or something.
That's exactly the new addition to Puppy Paw's army that's making this happen. In the previous fight near the gold mines, he did not have archers, so he did not have an easy way to clean up Lucifron's spearmen and just let his own spears chase down the knights. Now he does have a decent amount of archers, but he still needs to be careful. He's got a very archer-heavy composition, and he's still facing a lot of knights.
Yes, yeah, there's quite a few knights out, and you've always got to be careful with those knights. Of course, knight superiority, a very real potential problem here for the Delhi Sultanate. Something to be aware of, but continues to control quite well. The spearman number looking decent for Puppy Paw at this stage of the game, 25 spears. And now a potential break as 14 villagers move out over to gold for Puppy Paw. This could be it, where he looks for that castle age timing.
Notice that he did not do that immediately. He could have done this a minute ago, but he was chasing that enemy army. I think he wanted to gauge whether he can actually squeeze in that age up. And now he decided that he can. He needs to rush up the towers, though, because there is a push coming in here from Lucifron. And when Lucifron sees all of these villagers on gold, he knows what's going on. He knows that Puppy Paw wants to age.
Exactly. You're 100% on the money here, and he's doing everything he can to try and stop it, but he's potentially taking a bad fight right here. He knows how important it is to deny that age up, but at the cost of your army. It's a big ask, and now a single Ghazi Raider chasing down the remnants of this infantry. Have a look how many archers are here as Joan of Arc once again goes down. The archer number looking incredibly powerful here for Puppy Paw. Just going completely infantry at this stage of the game now. Spears together with those archers. The spears more than capable of holding off the rest of those knights. The knight number is still looking quite healthy for Lucifron, so don't count him out just yet. Those knights are, of course, incredibly powerful.
Yeah, this is the big thing here for Lucifron. He managed to keep the knights alive, even though they're very heavily battered. A lot of them are barely alive, but they are still around. He did lose a lot of archers, though, and on the other side, Puppy Paw does have 24 spearmen, 33 archers, and now, as he's aging up in the House of Learning, once he gets the Castle Age, he can pivot to crossbows to deal with these knights. Lucifron knows that his opponent is aging, but he cannot really do anything about it right now.
Yeah, I think the best thing he can do is exactly what he's doing. Continue pivoting at the front. Try and deny as many resources as you can. Look to see if you can take a fight that's favorable before that age up comes through. And the moment the age up comes through, probably a good idea to back on out of there, because there's going to be units very quickly coming out from the Delhi Sultanate. But he's going to look to try and push forward with these knights, just constantly taking damage on them. Joan of Arc now has leveled on up, so she's going to be a little bit more potent. The age up comes through. We've got probably about 20 seconds before those crossbows start to hit the field, and they're immediately in queue. Joan of Arc goes for a big swing. Has some decent damage. She's still got plenty of health on her, and now all of a sudden, Lucifron 7 starting to look a little bit scary inside this Delhi Sultanate base. A couple lances in the queue for Puppy Paw as well. More spears coming out, and the archer number still healthy enough to be able to one-shot these spearmen on the back line. He's sitting on 17 spears at the moment, which should be a decent amount, but Joan of Arc getting another big swing in on that top line. Lidakor, is it all going down right now? Lucifron is absolutely putting the pedal to the metal here.
He has to. He needs to do this before the upgrades come in, and the timing is just perfect. These are still feudal age units for Puppy Paw, 0 upgrades on them. This fight is just as if it happened in feudal, and most of the spearmen are now gone from Puppy Paw's army. He only has 2 spearmen alive. The archers will barely make any damage on those knights. More knights are coming in, and Puppy Paw, he's got half of his eco idled out. This is just such a good push here for Lucifron. I don't know if it's going to end the game, but boy, oh boy, is Lucifron back in this.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it could right now. This is classic knight superiority, where there's just nothing that the enemy can do when the knights reach that key momentum, and we see the army value lead. Now all of a sudden more than almost 3,000 resources ahead for Lucifron. So he is doing incredibly well. Ghazi Raid is going to reunite inside the base. Spearmen also being brought forward here. And we can see Joan of Arc still somehow staying alive through all of this. Down to about 30% health. Getting picked off by those Ghazis.
This is big though. Jeanne is gone, and look at the HP of those knights. The knights are also slower than the Ghazi Raiders. These guys are not getting out of here alive. And Ozzy, this is why I said I'm not sure if this ends the game though. Because sure enough, you idled Puppy Paw's economy, but when it's all said and done, you have 3 eco kills for Lucifron at the price of so many knights. I still think he's managed to kind of even things out here, but he also lost a lot of units trying to make this happen.
Yeah, you're not wrong at all. It's a bit of a tough spot for him to be in now because his opponent's reached Castle Age. He's lost a lot of his knights and his flexibility. So where does he go from here? Does he look to potentially raid? I suspect he's probably going to try and get up to the Castle Age himself. He knows that it's not going to be possible to do it ASAP, so he wants to try and put out a little bit of pressure before he's able to get up there, but expect to see it probably within the next 2 minutes, though.
Jeanne is back, and she's healing those knights up. That is just such a crucial thing. And of course, you also have the passive healing of the knights coming in. The fact that these low HP knights are still alive is huge. Right now, Lucifron cannot really dive with these because they're just going to melt away instantly, as I'm saying that he is actually going to do that. But one thing is sure, if these knights are back up to full HP, Lucifron still can maintain momentum, and I think he's not thinking about Castle Age right now. It's just metal to the metal.
Yeah, he's got quite a big income coming through at the moment, but as you can see, he's spending all of it, so definitely pedal to the metal. It's been the theme of Lucifron's play in this game, and I guess, to be more fair, his career, realistically. Every single game, he's incredibly aggressive, and it is no different in this one, either on Frisian Marshes. But now, towards that top side, we've got Joan of Arc once again with a full health pool and ready to cause some damage. Puppy Paw going to try and hold on. Crossbow numbers looking a little bit better here. He's up to 8 crossbow. Vils migrate away from that north, fearful of a potential impact by those knights. Joan with the swing to win. Plenty of knights in on that back line, trying to work through all of these spears. It's hard to see. Have the spearmen got their upgrades just yet?
They don't.
Looks like they might. They're still feudal age spearmen, which just makes it even harder. And now look at the number. Lucifron almost double the military count of Puppy Paw inside the Delhi Sultanate base. This is a bad spot, Lidical.
This is a terrible spot for Puppy Paw now. You can actually see his villagers are running around desperately looking for a place to work. Now they get intercepted by the knights, and the bottleneck is just so bad here for Puppy Paw. This is exactly what Lucifron needed. He traded armies so far, but now he's killing Eco. And now he is just pushing Puppy Paw against the wall. Villagers have to migrate, and this might just be it, Ozzy. The eco damage is becoming unsustainable here for Puppy.
Yeah, this is exactly what you were talking about before. The fact Puppy Paw was able to get through it without eco damage meant he was okay. But once these vills start to go down as he garrisons inside the house, just Delhi Sultanate things right there. But it's starting to look a little bit scary. No military units out on the field at the moment. He's got 6 scholars. That's it. 6 scholars to his name. And, well, a whole lot of prayer, I think. And that's exactly what he needs here. Because he's going to need a miracle to win this game with an army this big inside of his base.
And that's one of the weaknesses of the Delhi that we are seeing here, Ozzy. They cannot rush technologies early game. And that is exactly why Puppy never had the veterancy on the spearmen. By the time the upgrade came in, all of his spearmen were just gone.
Yeah, it's one of those awkward things when it comes to fighting as the Delhi Sultanate, but we can see that Puppy Paw has managed to keep it alive. Look, there's still a couple Hail Marys that he can throw here, okay? I'm going to put it out there. Number one, if he can get a keep up, if he can get to village fortresses, things can get better for him, so I'm not going to count him out just yet, even though it doesn't look pretty. Village fortresses could definitely change things.
You have a good point, and he thought about the same thing. If you look at that stone mine to the north, he started mining stone a few minutes ago, and just when the knights arrive, he had to pull the villagers away. So Lucifron knows that Puppy wanted to rush a castle. It would have been great just for defensive purposes, if nothing else. But right now, the problem is that he does not have access to that stone mine. And I think if you're Lucifron, you're keeping an eye out on that stone pile just to make sure that the castle never goes up.
Well, unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing any village fortresses today because Puppy Paw taps out Lucifron 7, becoming the victor with Lucifron 7 1 and Puppy Paw 0. A tough game right there. That is one, I don't know about you, Lidical, but from the perspective of Puppy Paw, that would have been so difficult to play. Just the constant pressure for those last 7, 8, 9 minutes. It's stress-inducing for sure. We can see in the end some pretty key differences there, especially when it came to the military value lead.
Yeah, it's just going to be like that when you play someone like Lucifron. You know it's going to be like that. Games will be quick. It's going to be a lot of aggression. A very tempo-dictating opponent that you're looking at. And Puppy Paw had a good start to the game. I just feel like once he aged up to Castle Age, he encountered this weakness from Delhi where you couldn't rush your technologies. And Lucifron knew fully well that it's now or never, decided to dive. And the first engagements did not yield eco kills. It was that real final push where he started picking off villagers that really sealed the deal.
Yeah, that was a incredibly difficult spot to come back from. But as we can see right now, we've got some highlights from the previous game. Get to see Jeanne in the early stages. Really cool. I love how EGC is doing all this. It comes as a shock to me. I'll say that right now. But we've got our upcoming game is going to be on Hill and Dale, so I'm going to be looking forward to that one. Cool.
Hill and Dale, and we're going to have the Ottomans in the hands of Lucifron. Very aggro civilization, and one of the highest win rate civs in the entire tournament, often gets banned for that reason. On the other side, Rus, not something that you see an awful lot in competitive AoE4 nowadays.
Yes, but definitely I suspect we might be seeing some very nice high trade houses, of course, when it comes to Hill and Dale, notorious for its wood lines. Obviously, this Hill and Dale's a little bit better than the average or standard Hill and Dale, but still, there is the potential that we could get something crazy. And yeah, we've seen some pretty good high trade houses, so much so that they can carry games with the amount of gold that they produce. So we'll definitely be looking forward to that. But yeah, in the end, a really well-controlled army from Lucifron 7, just great control throughout the game. And yeah, interesting to see the meta on Frisia Marshes and how it's evolved, because things are definitely different on this map. The fact that both players just constantly expanding throughout the game, not really paying a huge amount of attention to the docks that we got to see. You know, like those docks were out there, and you could tell that early on Puppy Paw wanted to put pressure onto those docks. However, Lucifron obviously wasn't allowing it, and Lucifron was just going straight for the throat every single point.
It's always nice to see the evolution of these maps when you consider how long they've been in the game. I do remember the days when everybody was just doodling up with walls and 2 TCs on Frisian Marshes. There were times like that. It's very nice to see that as the game evolves and as you add new civilizations, the dynamics of specific maps just totally shift. Even just a single new civilization being added could totally shake up the meta for a given map.
Yeah, and that's exactly how it goes. And it's funny how such small little things like that can happen. As you mentioned, just a single civ coming through could be enough to change the meta for an entire map. So, yeah. All right, well, we've got about 3 minutes until the next game. The Ottomans, the Rus. If you had to put your money anywhere, Political, I know I asked you earlier, and you said, well, look, in this economy, we're all keeping our money in our pockets here, but who you betting on?
Oh, you really want to make me go broke, don't you?
I do. Let me see it.
This is a tricky one. If I had to consider this matchup, I would say until mid-late Castle Age, I like the Ottomans more. If this game goes into mid-late Imperial, especially given the history of these players, Lucifron being, you know, that kind of player that prefers to just play quick games, be very aggro, and finish games quickly, I just feel like once you get to mid-late Imperial, I can see this swinging back to the Rus. But a lot is going to come down to how the timing looks like for the military schools. Ottomans are notorious for just gaining passive strength as time goes on with the military schools. It's kind of funny because, in a way, I think it's Puppy who needs to be the aggressor in this game to counter that threat.
All right, well, we'll see how it goes. We've got about 2 minutes until it happens. And, of course, on Hill and Dale, a map that is, I guess, a little bit more prone to defensive play. You can obviously still be aggressive on it, but a civilization like the Rus is going to excel here, especially with its ability to wall. Those fortified palisade walls, cheaper, faster, prettier, sturdier, all those good words to describe them. And on a map like this, you're going to want to be using them. So whether or not we potentially see Puppy Paw wall up like crazy could be an option as well. But yeah, so far, Lucifron starts off with a 1-0. It's going to be a long climb for Puppy Paw to get back into it. But, I mean, he's got some good civs on his side. So, you know, he's still got the Malians in the back pocket as well that he can save for a rainy day. Where does he pull those out? Probably on Dry Arabia, maybe? Front range, potentially?
I was going to say King of the Hill. I could see that being an interesting option there, but yeah, elsewhere, he still has Mongols, he still has French available, and he's got Japanese too. That was his alternate pick for this map. Again, each player picks 2 civilizations, and the opponent cannot deny one of those 2, leaving you with the other one to play. So, Puppy Paw certainly contemplated using the Japanese over here, and just to get back to the whole conversation of the draft format, that is an interesting consideration when you look at the civilization picks for maps. It's not like, hey, I want to play this civilization. I know what you're going to do. I'll try to counterpick that. It's more like, I have 2 picks, you have 2 picks. but it's not so obvious that I can just simply counterpick your choice.
Yes, it's quite interesting, isn't it? The way that the dynamic works, and I think that there's a lot of mind games that come in with that as well. But yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? How, I mean, I'll be honest with you, Lidical, when it comes to my skill for Age of Empires 4, it's definitely dropped off quite a bit recently. So when it comes to more matchup specific stuff, I'm probably not the best suited to comment on it. But I'm going to trust these guys know what they're doing. And they're confident with their civilization picks. Let's just go with that.
Indeed, we head into game number 2 here. It is Hill and Dale, the old school classic, Lucifron versus Puppy Paw, the Rus versus the Ottomans.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2. This is our semi-finals. Lucifron 7, Puppy Paw, 2 of the best players in the world on a map that is quite often a little bit defensive. Anyway, sporting in on the southwest side of the map in the color yellow, playing as the Ottomans today, it's Lucifron 7. Oh, excuse me. I've got my colors all mixed up. Hold on, what's going on here? Cow. Am I crazy? Am I going crazy? I feel like, hold on. Let's click on a TC. I gotta verify some names here. I think I might be going great. Okay, this is Puppy Paw. All right. We'll go with Puppy Paw. Wait, why is he yellow? Oh my god, Lidikoff. I'm.
Yes.
Oh god.
Puppy Paw on the right side
Classic
in red, Lucifron with the color yellow on the left side, and we're just gonna settle at that.
This is classic Age of Empires 4, where you've got friendly colors. What's it called? Friend and foe colors, basically, where it forces the colors to be. Normally, it's blue and red, but you can customize it. Well, yes. Unfortunately, when we change perspective, it also changes the colors of the players. Anyway, let's get into it because we've got ourselves a fun matchup today. Well, there's going to be fun for Lucifron, I suspect. He's on the Ottomans today, up against Puppy Paw with the Rus. Puppy Paw going to be opening up with a deer start here, and I suspect in the base of Lucifron, he's probably going to be doing the same thing. It's always so lovely on a map like this when you get the deer inside your base. Just allows you to really accelerate that early game. And it just translates to a whole bunch of safe extra food. You can leave the sheep underneath the TC, so it gives you a lot more longevity. And it's one of those things that really kind of helps discourage that aggressive play. So how early are we going to be seeing Castle Ages here, Lidical? What do you reckon? Do you reckon we'll be seeing sub 10 minutes?
We could, but a lot is going to come down to the spearmen coming out, and this is something I wanted to touch on. There is a military school for Lucifron. It's the less aggressive version of the Ottoman Dark Age Spearman Rush. Sometimes you see players opening racks and going spears. That's more expensive, but it also allows you to get the spearman out a little quicker. Military School obviously gives you the freebie spearman, but it still kind of opens up this opportunity to harass a little. And just to your point that you said in the pregame about potential walls from Puppy Paw, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult to do that. Really, it's going to come down to the aggression of Lucifron that determines how quickly we could have Castle Age here, especially for Puppy Paw.
All right, well, both age ups are coming through. We've got the Kremlin coming up with a single villager as well. So we are witnessing something that, well, I guess it's something that you see quite often with, say, like the Japanese civilization. They love to put the one villager on the age up as they go for it. But a little bit of a struggle here early on as Lucifron is just getting down and dirty with these villagers.
That spearman does a misleadingly high amount of damage, by the way. It doesn't seem like it's much, especially when it's distributed across villagers, but some of those villas are now pretty beaten up. They had to leave the gold mine here. And eventually, when the fights become more intense, those villagers could easily become casualties of other units. Quite a lot of harassment potential over here for Lucifron. He's actually housed for the moment. I don't know if he noticed that. Hopefully he's not going to lose villagers as a consequence. Uh-oh, this is a problem.
He's rushing up a house. He's got 3 vills on it, so it's going to be pretty quick, but still, that's quite a bit of idle time here. You're going to see his idle TC, or his, the eco-efficiency is going to start to fall off in that bottom left-hand corner. Actually, let's double-check and have a look and see. That number should. I mean, I don't technically the TC's idle.
Yes, technically it's producing the unit, it just cannot pop it out, so I don't think it counts towards the stat, but just looking at the top of the screen, 19 villagers against 18. I think there is like at least almost a full villager's worth of differential, although now Poppy is housed. Poppy,
And now
same problem.
Now
Okay,
he's wrapping up.
there is the differential.
It's a high stakes game, and you got to remember that it's hard to keep your cool here unless you're Marine Lord and you've done this a million times. It's going to be hard to keep you cool, but Age-Up's now starting to come through. We see the Salt and Honey Trade Network. Am I correct in seeing the Salt and Honey Trade Network? I thought I saw that coming out from Lucifron. I might be crazy, but it looks like that mining camp is going to be repaired. The Spears managed to get the torch. Unfortunately, he's not playing as the Mongols, so nothing really comes of it other than just having to force the enemy to expend a little bit of wood here. Now the village is going to migrate out after completing the Kremlin. A lot of villagers on gold here, so it looks like it's going to be a direct-to-castle game here for Puppy Paw. Plenty of gold in the, or rather food in the bank as well. Have a look at that. Almost 1,300 food.
Yeah, if you look at the gold mine, though, there is certainly value in that spearman push. If that wasn't happening, Puppy Paw would already be going up to Castle Age. With the gold income he has, I think Lucifron managed to delay the Castle Age timing by a solid minute-ish. That's going to help a little.
I would agree.
And also, when it comes to torching down that mining camp, Puppy Paw had to spend the villager time on repairing this. So, quite some idle time forced, which is pretty good for spearmen that you did not pay a price for. You just paid for the military school. And it looks like Lucifron is trying to just catch up in that Castle Age timing. His eco was not harassed, but he's still going to be at least a minute behind Puppy Paw.
Yeah, we do actually see traders moving out all the way to the north as well. If we take a look at that north trade post, it's actually a whole bunch of traders that are there right now having a good time, doing a little bit of a shop. How much gold are we talking here? 0 for the moment. Don't worry, I'm sure they've clicked on the trade post. They've got their gold. High Trade House going to be coming up as well here for Puppy Paw. I want to see the number, but it looks like the positioning on it's going to be pretty subpar, to be honest. Maybe it was better to save this High Trade House for King of the Hill, maybe, potentially.
Yeah, this is what I'm thinking about. In between the two forts, it might have been a better option. I don't know.
For sure.
It's always a little riskier because if you build it in the middle of nowhere, you could be harassed, especially with Sipahi coming in for Lucifron. Plus, do keep in mind that Puppy Paw does not have a full vision on what Lucifron is doing in Feudal. So if he's nervous about potentially getting denied his age up, it makes sense to be a little bit more conservative. But given how the game is, he could have gotten away with a slightly more optimal placement.
Agreed, 100%. And I think you've nailed it exactly how it is. He could have gotten away with it, but obviously with the situation, he knew, hey, look, there's spears out on the map. We're not going to play with fire. We've already had a little bit of a play with fire in this game, and we did get burned. And look, we want to keep our hands at least functional today. So Age-Up's starting to come through for both of these players. MIA on the way for Lucifron 7, the Mehmed Imperial Armory, and the High Trade House, which we've never called the HTH, for Puppy Paw on the Roos. Age-Up's coming through at almost identical timings here before the 8-minute mark, as we suspected. And now, with the High Trade House up, see the militia being called. He's going to be looking to put some pressure out on these early relics. Of course, the Ottomans, notorious for taking them away, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like he's going to have the time here. This is a very quick relic snag.
Yeah, Lucifron's Castle Age timing is sick here. I expected him to be a little slower than Puppy Paw, but apparently I was wrong, because not only is he reaching Castle Age at about the same time, he already had 2 scholars out on the field to start picking up those relics, and right now the relic race looks like a 0-2. Militia will be here to harass this Imam a little, but even if you kill this Imam, the relic is going to be so close to the base of Lucifron here. You might pop a Wololo here just to try to buy some time.
Yeah, Horse Archer as well, coming in off the back, going to do enough damage. Unfortunately, the relic does go down, but as you mentioned, this is basically a safe relic. I think the biggest issue that you've got here is the fact that the Imam has been killed. Keep in mind with the Ottomans, they're typically getting their Imams through their Vizier system. They're not actually dropping down that mosque, or at least not early. So it means that if we take a look inside the base, I don't know whether or not he's picked, or if he's dropped down the monastery, but this will potentially delay him. So yeah, you can see the mosque only coming up now. So this is going to delay the subsequent collection of relics. So he's got 2 in the base now. The third one's quite safe. He's actually got another relic, 4 relics basically. 2 of them quite safe. That one down to the south. Have a look at this. This is very, very safe.
Yeah, notice that for the first relic, he did not even wait for the mosque to go up. He just dropped it inside his base and went for the subsequent ones. He just wants to make sure his opponent cannot get them. Because especially with the warrior monks of the Rus, they can quickly go out and snag those relics, and that is what Puppy Paw is going to have to leverage. He needs to steal at least one of those relics down south, either the one on the far south or the one to the far east. One of those two has to fall into Puppy Paw's hands. If Lucifron sits on 4 relics on a map like this, that's going to be very troublesome for Puppy.
Well, Puppy Paw's picked up the first one, now bringing it back to base. This does get scouted out by Lucifron, so he knows where the attention is going to be. We now start to see some defensive walls coming up towards the north. Horse Archer numbers continue to look pretty decent, so I think at the very least he should be able to pick up 2 relics here. The third relic for Lucifron 7 has been collected now over on that west corner. It's coming through. These are the key fights in the early Castle Age. Normally this is what the focus is going to be on. But remember, there's still that high trade house back towards the base of Puppy Paw. So my question is, what numbers are we talking here? 118 gold? Not bad. 125 gold? It's not bad. It's not terrible. It's 1.5 relics. It could obviously be better, but it's still, it's free real estate.
It's better than I expected it would be, just based on the placement, and it's going to help a lot when it comes to offsetting the relic differential, which at this point it's going to be either a 3 versus 2 or potentially a 4 versus 1. It's really coming down to that final relic down south. And Lucifron knows that Puppy Paw is heading out to pick it up because he's seen the sacred site being captured, and it looks like Puppy Paw, against all odds, manages to secure the second relic for himself. That kind of brings the relic game into fairly equal balance.
Yeah, it definitely does. So, I mean, from here, where do we go? How does this game unfold from this stage? Because this map is a little bit more defensive than you typically see. Both players quite happy, just camping out in the base. We see a couple of Janissaries here as well for Lucifron. But, you know, you mentioned earlier the fact that you liked the chances in the game that this, or in the event that this game went to Imperial Age. And I was thinking, well, Imperial Age, that's pretty far off. But now all of a sudden it seems quite a bit closer. Obviously, there's still quite a way to go, but with the way things are unfolding here, there's no reason why we don't potentially see Imperial Ages coming through in the next 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, I feel like it's a who blinks first contest. You go into Imperial, that could easily result in your opponent just overrunning you with a Castle Age army. Now, people are building up their forces, and you could very quickly snowball a game if your opponent just commits a lot of resources into going up. So I think it's going to be kind of a wait-and-see approach from the players, slowly build things up. As you can see to the north, Puppy Paw is walling up. He actually walled away that market that Lucifron was using for the initial trade. And I truly wonder if we're going to see Puppy Paw committing to trade a little sooner than usual, because that's a very, very nicely placed market, and it's going to be nice and secure.
Yeah, it's quite safe back there. And I do like the fact that he's walled it out. Obviously, the traders are still present towards that northern position. Horse Archer's out on the map, and the number continues to climb here. He's up into the higher double digits now. He's 17. That's a lot of Janissaries. Has he used Janissary Company? Can we take a look at... Actually, no, he wouldn't have used Janissary Company. He's only sitting at 1 out of 3 military schools. Can't be. So, yeah, we can see at the moment the Vizier points. So we've gone... Has he only... Is that only... That's indicating just the 1 Vizier point at this stage, the Imams, to start off with.
Yeah, this is turning into a scary army here for Lucifron, by the way. He's got 13 Janissaries, quite a few Sipahi, 2 Mangonels as well. On the other side, it's mostly Spearmen and Horse Archers. The traders will get trapped or killed over here. One thing to keep in mind, just real quick, is that the Horse Archers will not be able to break their way through Lucifron's walls, so the amount of eco damage that Puppy Paw can do with these raids is currently very limited.
Yes, very much so. However, they do have a pretty decent matchup into these Janissaries. I'm curious to see exactly how powerful these Janissaries can be there. He's got what I love, this combination here. So the Sipahi together with the Janissary and the Mangonels. This is really like the to tie it all together. These Mangonels just make it so much more difficult for the enemy. And obviously coming out for free from the MIA makes all the difference. But now looking to deny this sacred site in the center. All 3 sacred sites have been held for quite some time here for Puppy Paw. So a lot of free gold was being generated. He's got a decent sized economy as well. Take a look at the amount of income that is being gathered here. 1.4k on the food, 700 a minute on the wood, and 700 a minute on the gold. So quite a lot more than what Lucifron is generating, that is for sure. All right, towards that south side, we see the Sacred Site being neutralized as well. Lucifron slowly cleaning up this map. He's added in the military schools as well, so he's looked to pick up that second Vizier point. He's added in that extra military campus, and that's allowed him to go up to 4 out of 4 on the military school count. Meanwhile, have a look at these units across the top. They are just pushing over towards this wooden fortress. Things not going to be going well for these villagers, I suspect, Lidicor.
Yeah, and this is something that Papipo has to fight, but he doesn't have a good stand and fight army. Horse archers are notoriously bad when it comes to just staying static and fighting back against this. And especially with the mangonels coming in, this might be tricky. Nice little pincer move from Papipo, though.
Yeah, this is absolutely beautiful. He's trying to come in off that cliffside, calls in the militia as well. There's plenty of them here. We'll get connections onto the mangonels, which is the key target in these fights. Horse archers getting chased through by the Sipahi. They're going to continue kiting, but the Janissary number is looking very scary here right now. Sitting on 19 Janissaries, the single mangonel still stays alive. And now all of a sudden, Papipo looks like he could be in trouble. As you mentioned, the horse archers, they're wonderful when you want to skirmish, when you need to kite. When you want to stand, when you want to fight, that's when it gets really troublesome.
And the Janissaries are just, in general, good against everything that Papipo has. The Spearmen are kind of bad against Janissaries. Walls need to be rushed up here real quick, but it's going to be too late, and this is turning into a disaster for Papipo. Looks like they might go up just in time, but the casualties are still piling up.
Yeah, he's lost quite a few villagers here. The wall does come up, so it's going to delay for the moment, but... Wow, it's going to be close. He allows him a little bit of presence up here on this eastern flank. I'm curious how much food was actually left on that board, because he was on the board for quite a while, maybe close to 2 minutes.
Wow.
Still 1,400 food on there, so that's definitely a painful loss.
A lot of idle time as well, a couple of villager casualties too, and I think most importantly, he lost his army. And now look at what Lucifron is doing. Forward Siege Workshop, double towers for the Sacred Site. He is capturing all Sacred Sites. I wonder if he's going to try to play a little bit more defensive and just force his opponent out with a Sacred Site win condition, or whether he's contemplating a dive. He is making a pivot into archers, though, which could be tricky because at the same time, Papipo is going into men-at-arms.
Yeah, I'm curious what his thoughts are here with this Siege Workshop. It is going to go down now, so... It could be that he's looking to add in potentially more mangonels, not to mention the fact he's already got 2 with a 3rd one coming out soon in the MIA. So surely he wouldn't be thinking of adding in, you know, a 4th or a 5th mangonel. So we'll keep an eye out exactly on what it is. It could be battering rams that he's thinking, or maybe even trebuchets, because you do have the Kremlin that you've got to deal with here, which it's not the hardest, but like springald emplacement can be very difficult to push into, especially on something like the Kremlin. But we can now see this army size is really starting to look scary. I love the way the composition is playing as well, and he's still using the Sipahi Janissary combo.
And he's also adding a couple of static defenses to mid-map, so he's got a very nice fallback point. This is not just an army in front of an enemy base. This is an army supported by some towers, so whenever Papipo wants to break out, he needs to fight into towers, into 3 mangonels, Janissaries, which are really, really good at holding these small choke points between the towers. It's going to be so difficult for Papipo to get out of his base.
Yeah, this is Lucifron really going for a death push right here, and this is definitely the culmination of everything together, because those outposts obviously going to have springald emplacements coming through shortly. He's got trebs in queue. Keep that in mind. The first treb is already out. The second treb is coming out now. And because of that, he's going to be easily able to snipe out these landmarks, and there's the potential he could threaten to actually win the game just through using these trebuchets and forcing a fight. And it's going to be a really bad fight because there's springald emplacements on those towers that are going to be coming through shortly. So Lucifron knows exactly what he's doing. This reminds me a lot of the same way we would see Mongol players playing back, gosh, when was it that we last casted Lidicor? 2022?
It was sometime in 2024, but it's been a while indeed. And I gotta agree with you. He is playing a very slow and methodical game. He is not trying to rush to finish the game, but instead just dictate a consistent, aggressive tempo. And now with multiple trebuchets coming in, Papipo is going to start losing production buildings. He's going to lose the Kremlin, which is his own single static defensive building that he can rely on. If there is anything that Lucifron could still do to make his game better right now, I feel is a little wall at the front of his base. His flanks are secured, and Papipo's horse archers cannot get through the walls. His front is still very open, though, so if Puppy Paw feels desperate, he could try to dive through the middle of the entrance and just try to hit the villagers, see if he can turn things around that way.
Yeah, I think that's one of the best ways that you could get back into a position like this. But now that the spring emplacements are coming up on the front, they're going to be able to hopefully deal with this threat of mangonels. Puppy Paw, of course, coming from the high ground, so it makes his job a little bit easier. Keep in mind, the Kremlin is incredibly important to keep up. Not only is it that final defensive building that he's got, but it's also got all of the tickets stacked inside it, ready to go for the militia. So Sipahi able to catch these cav archers over towards that top side, the horse archers. Now going to have to retreat away from the front line. Check back in on the south. Mangonels. It's up to 4 mangoes now. Vill's also being pulled to repair Lidicor. A lot of damage on this outpost. He's looking to fortify both of them. Whether or not it comes through in time, should be able to buy enough time here with the Sipahi, whether or not he makes the connection or not. Plenty of men at arms. He's going to try and commit with just about 4 Sipahi here.
The Mangonels got caught off guard here a little for Lucifron, but he was able to pull away. He's piling up a lot of resources. Makes me wonder if he wants to just drop the landmark right here, the Seagate Castle.
Yeah, that is something that we could potentially see right in the face of Puppy Paw. Of course, this is already incredibly difficult to deal with. The 2 Trebs are going to slow roll all of these buildings. It's going to force his opponent to just constantly drain wood. Plenty of Ills out here in the middle as well. Beautiful map control coming out from Lucifron. Just a really hard position for Puppy Paw here.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what Puppy Paw could do, but his position is just so... It feels like he is handcuffed. Now, there is an interesting caveat here, Ozzy. If the overlay is not lying to us... Okay, never mind. I'm confusing the numbers. For a moment, I thought he's got 18 of the warrior monks. But no, that's 18 spearmen. In that case...
18 warrior monks would be a lot. It does.
Yeah, I was going to say, if it's 18 warrior monks, that is an interesting setup. But no, it's just 1 warrior monk, a lot of men at arms. Now he's facing increasing amounts of crossbows, though, so I don't know how much he can actually push into this.
Yes. Yeah, I think in this position he's doing exactly what he needs to do. He's got his own trebuchets out to deal with the threat of those outposts. He's got plenty of mangonels, and there it is. 22 minutes into this game. Istanbul Observatory going down. Not quite in the face of Puppy Paw as this little battle towards the north unfolds. Towards the middle of the map, though, so it's still a decent spot, a powerful spot. He's going to be looking... What's he looking for an Imperial Age? What are the key things that he's looking for there?
It's an interesting placement in the first place. It's very much out in the open. Just tells you how confident Lucifron is about his position, and somehow, some way, Puppy Paw senses that something is going on. This is such an interesting thing to look at. Lucy starts building a landmark. There was no vision from Puppy Paw on that. But the moment that happens, he starts moving out of his base, as if he just sensed that there is something going on, perhaps because Lucifron pulled back. And now he knows that he needs to fight this before the upgrades come in.
Yeah, and those upgrades that are coming through, we've got Elite Sipahi on the way, as well as the Great Bombard. It is in queue, I'm assuming, at the MIA. So it is going to be, well, it's going to be a transformative Imperial Age. That is for sure for Lucifron. Quite a lot of units due to be upgraded here. He's up to 30 Sipahi, so this is going to be a huge amount of boosting that goes onto those units. Pike Barn's also going to be coming through as well for Lucifron, so looking to maximize that eco. But once again, these villagers over on the boar not having a good day, are they? They've been hit multiple times here as we see those bodies fade into the ground. Sipahi just having a field day.
This is an interesting setup here for Puppy Paw, by the way, and Lucifron knows that. On this map, you would think it's a very campy and turtley map because it's easy to wall, but you run out of resources within your base so quickly, especially food. So unless Puppy Paw makes a farm transition, he's going to be desperate to move out to that boar. He's actually moving out to the berries to the north as well. He needs to make something like that happen. And Lucifron knows that. He's trying to just deny all these resources. It's going to be a little bit more challenging now that those walls are up for Puppy Paw, though. He's certainly playing this trench warfare style.
Yeah, very much so. The unit number continues to build, though. We do see Janissary guns coming through, so he's really looking to maximize these upgrades as much as he can. But as you mentioned, this wall is slowly going down. Puppy Paw with a very nice wall on the front here to protect against those Sipahi. Look at them now as they charge forward. They've got their elite upgrades. You can always tell when they've got their elite upgrades there. They look quite distinguished as soon as their Imperial age. Macedon numbers looking very good for Puppy Paw as well. It feels like we're seconds away from watching these two collide. Let's go with collide, Litter.
If it's on Puppy Paw, he wants to avoid that from happening because he's looking to age up, and this could be a great timing for Lucifron. Just when Puppy Paw is thinking about aging, the dive comes in. The Man-at-Arms are very tanky though, and they provide a really good front line to all these backline Mangonels.
Yeah, the main thing I'm looking out for here are these Mangonels off the top rope. We can see the amount of damage that they're putting out here, taking out all the Springolds on the back, all of the Mangos for Lucifron as well, but the elite Sipahi able to tank through a lot of it, despite the strength of the Men-at-Arms, as you mentioned. For Puppy Paw, he's just getting absolutely rinsed, and now the Sipahi make the connection. But finally, the militia come through. I've been sitting here wondering, where are these damn militia? They're a little bit late for the call. Unfortunately, it's all said and done now at this stage.
Yeah, if these militia were in the initial fight, this would have been totally different. Nice Mangonel shots right here, but really the problem that you faced was that you didn't have a unit that does a lot of damage to Sipahi. The Men-at-Arms, they slowly chip away at the HP, and the Mangonels were targeting down the backline units, but still, with good splits, Lucifron was able to keep them alive. Second wind here for Puppy Paw, but again, the front line is just melting away way too quick.
Yeah, as we can see, the Sipahi just once again overwhelming. It's part of the reason why it's so damn good. Quick unit. It's also quite a bit tanky and just got plenty of ways. I mean, it's got that extra range, it's got that extra attack speed. It's just, it is just an incredibly powerful unit. But now, pushing forward the Janissaries together with the Sipahi and just a single Springald, looking to force back all of these Rus units. And Lucifron looking incredibly strong at this stage of the game. There's really not much here to help defend other than the Kremlin. That's pretty much it. Puppy Paw very much struggling to capitalize in this situation. Where does he go from here, other than the next game, Liticall?
I wish I had a different answer to you, Ozzy, but I don't think I do. It's a full age differential, and while people was thinking about aging, he had to double down on Castle Age because he's got no standing army. So now he is an age behind, and he knows that. He's going to tap out of this one, and Lucifron moves up 2-0.
Yes, Lucifron doing very well in that game, taking the victory here against Puppy Paw. So it was all going well until it wasn't, and then it was not going well very, very quickly. So we take a look at the military lead. Once again, you can see the difference that Lucifron is having. So Lucifron jumping up to a 2-0 lead already in this series. So things are definitely starting to heat up here. Puppy Paw's going to have to pull out big civilizations if he wants to contest in the next game.
Well, and if he doesn't contest in the next game, it's going to be all over for him, because this is going to be his last shot to qualify for Red Bull Wololo Londinium. It's now or never, and it's going to be an uphill battle. He's down 2 games. And I just have to say, Lucifron has been cooking in this specific round, which is somewhat surprising when you consider how the previous rounds went for him in the qualifier event. Just looking back, first week of the qualifiers, he lost in the round of 16s to Balthoon. Second week of the qualifiers, he loses to Anatan in the quarterfinals. Third week, he once again loses in the first round. He never even made it into the semifinals of the qualifier event. And now you're looking at a setup where he's up 2-0 and getting very, very close to playing the decider and having a chance of qualifying for London.
Yeah, and not to mention he's up against one of the favorites for the event, I would say. Puppy Paw, his recent form has been incredible, but of course, Lucifron just turning on the heat today, so doing a wonderful job so far here. You can see some great highlights from that last game. I tell you what, I think things may have been different in this game if there had been militia called right here in this big fight that's happening. You know, if there's militia to take the brunt of this attack, because that's really what it came down to. It just came down to attrition and the fact that the Sipahi were able to stay alive through a lot of this. And, I mean, the militia just would have done absolute work. So, yeah, disappointing that they weren't out on time. But I guess it's something to consider as we move forward into the next game, because obviously Puppy Paw will be doing his best to make sure a mistake like that does not happen again.
Yeah, I don't know if the militia would have been enough to win the battle for him, but I agree with you. It would have helped quite a bit. It was still an age differential between the two players, and it was a nice timing by Lucifron, though. That timing push just happened just when Puppy Paw was thinking about aging. But we have a big one here, and Poppy Paw, if he wants to have a chance in this series, he's going to have a civilization to play with. Malians, one of the most frequently banned civilizations of the entire tournament, and that is for a reason. And interestingly, he opted to go for Malians and Byzantines, and Lucifron sniped away Byzantines from him, opening the door to play Malians here.
Yes, an interesting choice, isn't it? Leaving the Malians on the table. I mean, Byzantines obviously still very, very strong potential in a game like this, on a map like this, Dry Arabia. Very open. So, yeah, Malians are definitely going to be a highlight here. I'm looking forward to seeing how they go, how aggressive they get out of the gates. But, of course, up against no slouch, the Ayyubids, another civilization that does incredibly well on these open maps. What kind of strategy will we potentially see out of Lucifron today? I suspect aggression. It's normally aggression from this guy.
Yes, as you would expect, he played 2 sub-30-minute games so far. And Ayyubids really have a great aggression potential. And just as a extra added flavor, Camel Lancers are a very powerful unit. One of the craziest units in the game, I feel. High mobility, good against most units, except for maybe Spearmen. And I think what makes them special is that they also have an anti-cavalry bonus. There are very few cavalry units which are anti-cav, high mobility, and also do generally well when it comes to raiding and when it comes to fighting archers. It's such a rare combination of traits for that unit. And when you consider that Lucifron is one of the best Knight Micro players in the game, Camel Lancers in his hands are just absolutely deadly.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be an interesting battle, that is for sure. Lucifron, I mean, he's just known for his micro. And the fact that he's going to be able to constantly abuse that charge, we'll be looking out for it. But about a minute to go into it, Lidicor. All right, I'm doing it again. Which way is it going? Is it going for the Malians? Is it going for the Ayyubids? Is there one civilization here that is a little bit more favored than the other, you suspect?
I like the Malians more. And the statistics kind of reinforce that point. There's a reason why Malians are so frequently banned. And I just feel like when it comes to the Malians, the classic Javelin Thrower plus Dunso combination is something that is incredibly difficult to deal with. It's one of the deadliest simple compositions, not an expensive composition to go for, and it just works so well against most civilizations. Plus, and I think this is a huge thing here, Malians have a lot of passive resource income, which makes economy raiding a lot more difficult. And when it comes to a player like Lucifron, his bread and butter is aggression, hitting the eco, and raiding that economy. Passive resource income offsets a lot of that advantage in Lucifron's hands. I like Malians here a lot more, Ozzy.
All right, well, let's see how it goes. Not long before we get started, Lidicor, heading into game number 3. This is do or die right now for Puppy Paw. He has to win this game. In fact, not only does he have to win this game, he's got to win the next 3 because Lidicor, it's a best of 5. This is a 2-0 so far for Lucifron. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Spawning in the south of the map, in the color red, at least for the moment in the color red. Playing as the Malians, it's Puppy Paw.
And to the north, we do have Lucifron up 2-0 against Puppy here. He's playing as the Ayyubids in yellow.
All right, it's going to be a good one. It's going to be fun. We've got Dry Arabia, an open map, a map famed for, I guess it's just general aggression. The fact you can be very aggressive on a map like this. A lot of people enjoy it. I in particular, love this map. I adore this map. And there's some great little things that we can now see on our mini-map to the bottom right-hand corner. Of course, it's going to be our focus. We can see all of the sheep and their beautiful Roblox-esque, Minecraft-esque appearance. Okay, I've just been told by Cal that it's Minecraft sheep. Excuse me, Cal. Sorry.
I feel personally offended that you don't recognize Minecraft sheep.
I want to make a comment here about not being like a what's this? What are they called? Like the brain rot generation or something like that? But look, I think Minecraft was out in like 2006. But anyway, we've got ourselves the House of Wisdom.
I played Minecraft 11 years ago, buddy. What are you talking about?
Was MSNTK even born then? I don't think he was. Anyway, we move on. We move forward without trying to avoid strays going to MSN DK. Sorry, MSN. He's a good gamer. He's a good gamer. Anyway, so yeah, this is really do or die for Puppy Paw. So we're going to be paying keen attention to exactly how he plays this game out. Of course, Lucifron now with the House of Wisdom down. Which way is he going to go for the age up, Litter?
Good question. Before I answer that, certainly not to just stall because I don't have an idea on how to answer that. I was just going to say how interesting it is that both the players decided to scout the edges of the map for the sheep, and no one dared to go to the middle and pick up any of those stacks. They're just now heading out for the middle sheep.
It's that classic Dry Arabia sheep distribution that we see there. But the age-ups are coming through right now. Logistics is going to be the way for Lucifron, so looking to pick up those early Dervish. Hopefully should be able to transition him into the Castle Age, and that'll all be the key thing for him today. Lucifron, he wants to get to that Castle Age. He needs to get to that Castle Age to really be able to create a dent in this Malian presence on the field. Mantiquari now going to get thrown down for Puppy Paw here as well.
All right, it's a logistics opening here for Lucy. He loves to call down his religious workers in Feudal Age. I've just noticed that. If you look back at the previous game as well, he pulled the Imam card. And just when he hit Castle Age, he was able to start yoinking relics. He kind of can do the same thing with the Ayyubids here.
Indeed he can. Unfortunately, it was the Delhi Sultanate in Puppy Paw's hands in Game 1, so we can't say he got the trifecta in. But who knows? Maybe there's the potential for a Holy Roman... There's not going to be any Holy Roman Empire today, don't worry. But yeah, anyway. All right, so not long to go until age-ups are coming through. I suspect we're probably going to see quite a bit of aggression out here from Puppy Paw, though it could be a little bit more cow-oriented. He has been known to enjoy cows. We see the woodline, the lumber camp being put down on the woodline at the moment. So far, off to a bit of a slow start. No one really pulling any... Well, no one throwing any punches that we didn't expect, Litter.
Yeah, I did not expect much of an aggression from this Dark Age, or dare I say even early Feudal. Which is kind of uncharacteristic of how Lucifron usually plays his games. This is certainly going to be a slightly slower game than what we've seen in the first two.
Alright, Scout moving out. Spots the Dervishes, immediately aware of exactly what is going on here. We see Wheelbarrow now in queue as well for Puppy Paw. Nothing on the side of Lucifron just yet, but villager distribution, he's got 12 vills on food, 2 villagers on gold. So hasn't done the full transition over to gold just yet.
I wonder what the Dervishes are up to here.
They're having a look. They've got the ability to heal, so I guess they can take damage. But they now... Is he potentially looking to maybe get this scout under the TC, get a little bit more information? He's really getting aggressive with them, though, isn't he?
It feels like it's just for vision here, or perhaps if there is anyone who's just trying to push away that scout. Now it's getting interesting, because now you have a Desert Raider on the way. And suddenly it becomes an interesting scenario. You see the response to the little harassment from the scout is just ARAX. You're going to have a range as well. But when you have the healers up there, it allows you to take these mini engagements and just always win them. In a 1v1, yes. When you have 2 healers healing you, there's no way that a single spearman is going to push you away.
And that's exactly it. It can be so annoying and frustrating to deal with because there's literally nothing that you can do about that single unit. Even if you make a second unit, you're still going to probably get out-healed. See the Donzo now beginning to move forward. Desert Raider here to assist and slowly begin working down these houses. It's gonna take some time, but they'll get there eventually. He's just got the one out for the moment. He's looking for a Castle Age behind it as well, and he'll find a good time today as well. Almost, is it sitting at about 66% of the way in both of these metrics. Now Desert Raider going to take some damage here. Switches out over to the melee. You can see just how much damage he's going to take from that Donzo. So he's going to look to try and continue kiting here as the heals come through. Now keep in mind we need to make sure that our Dervish are positioned for Castle Age. That's something that we need to be aware of. So we can't 100% commit to this little fight, but Donzo's able to repel it for the moment.
All that Lucy wanted is that single house. He took a little damage on the Desert Raider, and that's probably the math that he came up with for the Dervishes. If it wasn't for the Dervishes, the Desert Raider would have had to leave a little sooner before the house goes down. By having the healers out there, he was able to finish off that one house. But again, that's not the main show here. The main show is aging up the Castle Age, and he's going to have a really, really good timing over here. Malians tend to be slower going up the Castle Age simply because they have to build up that base for the passive resource income. So Lucifron is just going to say, okay, I'm going to rush Castle Age, and I already have the 2 dervishes, so I can start picking up relics immediately.
Do you see a bit of aggression coming out towards this gold vein? And naturally, Lucifron realizes he falls back. Age up is coming through at the moment. It is industry. It has changed since the Ayyubids were originally first released. Of course, as balance happens, it does evolve. So this has become the meta more recently. In the last couple of months, it's been something that we've seen as standard here. So a whole bunch of wood, some stone going to be thrown down as well. So you can expect to see a town center and plenty of production, but manages to keep the Desert Raider alive for the moment. Beautiful heals coming through. 57 seconds to go to get those dervish into position for the relic snipes.
Such a nice little micro game, and I feel like what you're seeing on your screen right now is literally how Lucifron loves to play this game. Teeny tiny mini engagements to carve out a small lead and then just absolutely obliterate you at minute 25.
Exactly, and it's one of those things where it's like, it just continues over the whole game, where he's just always carving out a small lead, and so it just gets bigger and bigger as he continues carving. And, well, as you can see, he's adding in a second Desert Raider now. And there's been quite a few Donzos that have been taken out throughout this game. How many has he lost already? Probably 6 or 7.
Not a single unit lost so far by Lucifron, by the way. If you look at the destroyed value, he's destroyed 400 resources worth of value for absolutely no losses.
There you go. Yeah, so we've got 5. So industry about to come through. Have a look at the resource count. Top right-hand corner. Boom. 1,000 wood, 400 stone immediately into the bank of Lucifron 7. A welcome shipment. He'll be quite thankful from the home city. Tell you what, whenever I say home city, I go back to Age of Empires 3 and just think of like sending myself 2 falconets and just having flashbacks to GUA, the good old days. Right,
yeah, I'm not gonna comment on that.
Relics getting picked up. So we're sitting on what? I think that's 2 relics. Oh no, the first relic has just been picked up for Lucifron. It looks like he's gone for that right-hand side relic. Aggression is starting to come out now for Puppy Paw. So Lucifron's done well to get up to the Castle Age, but whether or not he's able to maintain unscathed throughout this is going to be the question, as Puppy Paw is obviously quite aggressive. A lot of units out here. He's looking to try and control as much as he can. Wants to avoid losing the Dervish.
It must be said, so far we've been talking about these little micro battles that Lucifron was taking, but there is a second side to that, and that is the fact that it's not like he has a huge army. And when you look at Puppy, he doubles down on the feudal aggression. Javelin throwers have a really nice range. They've been harassing the lumberjacks of Lucifron quite a bit. And they've done a decent job trying to contain these dervishes. You're gonna have 2 relics come in for Lucifron, but one of those 2 is actually the one he had next to his base. So the other 3, which are kind of mid-map and one next to the base of Puppy Paw, it's going to be difficult for Lucifron to just take those away. He no longer has the army to really escort these dervishes.
And that's exactly it. This is a huge army in the feudal age for Puppy Paw here. Now the question becomes about transition. Does he look to still double down in this feudal age and add more military units, or does he go for a potential castle age transition himself? His base is looking quite healthy, up to 9 cows. I love the fact that we can see that on the UI, so shout out to Cow for that one. But yeah, 9 cows so far, which is a decent amount. Control still looking really good. Men-at-arm number also starting to build though. Oh, sorry, the Gulam number.
This is the interesting dynamic that you have with the Malians. Donzos and Javelin throwers are not particularly expensive, so you can start sending those out in feudal and be aggressive, and at the same time still build that passive resource income. He is going to have to age eventually, but I think the sweet spot here for Lucifron is trying to strike again just as Puppy is aging. He's still committing a lot of resources to just building up the passive resource income, and oh boy, Lucifron comes away with that relic. I was just talking about the fact that he doesn't have the forces to escort these dervishes, but he certainly managed to sneak one out.
Yes, and you can now start to see Puppy Paw is in hot pursuit along that north edge of the map. He knows that there's something up there. And of course, the wolf now also giving chase, so it becomes a certainty that, hey, there is a relic on the loose out here. A heist has been committed. And now the question is going to be about whether or not Puppy Paw can make Lucifron pay.
As an added side note, Poppy Paw went a lot heavier on the upgrade side of things. He's gotten Lumberjack upgrade, he's gotten Wheelbarrow, he's got some Blacksmith upgrades. These upgrades are just now coming in for Lucifron. So Poppy Paw was certainly going for a more eco-heavy route, and this is a nice little raid here. Lucifron has the Ghulams out there, but it's not like the Ghulams can catch any of these guys. Poppy Paw can just run away.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And he's going to try that now, but we're starting to see a bit more of a combination. Relic also being brought out as well. He's really going to try and throw down right here, right now, forcing those units away. Managed to get through. No issues for the moment, except for the fact those Ghulams are just slowly melting through the Malian army. Lucifron's definitely stabilized. We can say that right now for certain. He is stabilized 100% here. Managed to collect, how many relics is he sitting on? He's sitting on 3 at the moment, with that 4th one still available in the middle of the map.
Yeah, what's worrisome for Lucifron is the food income. He's got 200 per minute, he got pushed away from those berries. And he apparently tried to go into Camel Lancers. With that food income, you cannot really do that. And now Poppy Paw is aging. Grand Flani Corrales coming in, he's got a decent amount of passive food income. And it's not like Lucifron is in that position to punish this age up, which I think is a distinct difference between this game and what we've seen in the previous games.
Yeah, I agree. He's also keeping decent control back here as well, denying away these Dervish. Poppy Paw is from picking up this back relic. He's trying to snipe it away and steal it once again. He's obviously been successful once, so wants to try his luck a second time. Not able to find it. Grand Fulani Corral about 10 seconds out now. Let's check in with the Grand Fulani Corral. I want to see exactly how it's positioned and how many cows we've got around it. So up to 15 cows at the moment. Still got plenty of space there to add in a little bit more. But this is a nice little middle ground. You know, for me, litter, I always find that I have to build the 20 cows before I age up. Like, it's an illegal move to age up before having 20 cows. So I'm just going to commend Poppy Paw here right now on the fact that he is very clearly not autistic by the fact that he hasn't built all of those cows just yet. But I'm sure he'll build them eventually.
He's going to have to build that eventually, that is for sure. But I like that he's aging up much sooner than finishing it. Because, again, eventually Lucifron's going to have that Castle Age army with Castle Age upgrades ready to go. You cannot wait until the last minute to age up and expect to also finish your own upgrades. So, yeah, he's sacrificing a little eco boost here at the beginning, but at the same time, he is going to have those Castle Age techs in. And at the same time, Lucifron is playing a very, very defensive game here. He's walling up, little aggression, very uncharacteristic of him so far.
Yes, yeah, I think walls are the most uncharacteristic Lucifron thing, aren't they? He's typically very, very aggressive, not a whole lot of defense on the side, but we do now see that 4th, and I'm going to call it the final relic picked up for him. This is kind of what we expected, you know, like, I don't think anyone reasonably expects he gets that 5th relic, so this is pretty much the final relic that he'll get. He's up to 1,000 food a minute now, so that's more than enough to be able to support the Camel Lancers that we start to see on the field. Of course, they're going to do incredibly well here against the Sofa. The Sofa is just one of those units that's so frustrating to deal with. It's so powerful. It's got all these upgrades, and we now see, in fact, the imported armor coming through for the Sofa Warriors, but they're just going to be met so well with the Ayyubid Camel Lancer. It's just going to have all the answers to the questions that get thrown out by the Malians.
I think the imported armor upgrade is one of the most powerful buffs to any given unit type in this game. It just makes Sofas a totally different unit from what they are without. And that is really the power spike that you get with the Malians. You have a very powerful food and gold economy, and a super powerful and affordable cavalry unit. Usually that is where the Malian war machine really starts rolling.
Well, it will begin rolling very, very soon, and you're 100% on the money. I mean, when it comes to the power of upgrades, like, the imported armor upgrade is probably one of the best in the game when you think about it. Like, comparably, there's, like, the English have the Men at Arm upgrade, iron cladding or armor cladding. Nowhere near as powerful, even though it's obviously a very similar upgrade, +2 for a key unit. The Sofa, as a knight unit, is just, it gets so much more value from it, and it's so easy to get. It's a cheap upgrade. It's one of the best in the game. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of power that we now start to see that Poppy Paw uses to flex here. He's up to 12 Sofa Warriors now. Meanwhile, 10 Camel Lancers coming out for Lucifron.
This is going to be the problem here for Poppy Paw. in any given game, sofas with that kind of an armor would be awesome. But you're facing Camel Lancers, and Camel Lancers will just absolutely massacre the sofas. However, there is probably an even bigger upgrade coming in here for Puppy Paw, which... we had this conversation about which upgrade gives the biggest buff to a specific unit type. I have to say Poison Arrows is also very much a top-tier upgrade. It's coming in right now for Puppy, and Puppy has been building up a force of 30 archers now. Once you have Poison Arrows on them, the Camel Lancers will really struggle against that, and all Lucifron can do is essentially make his own archers and trade against those archers.
Yeah, we'll see what the play is going to be here for him. He's opting for... a little bit more of a siege-focused army. So we see the two mangonels that are coming out for him now. I'm just looking at the UI. Is it just me, or does the UI not show those mangonels? They are ghost mangonels. Don't worry. They are real, and they can hurt you.
They are certainly real. UI doesn't show them. But now, Puppy Paw knows fully well that they are here, and this is a nice little raid by Puppy. That's the sofas coming in. And no one near the base of Lucifron to help defend. So much idle time is being forced on him.
All right. Well, yes. I mean, it's a classic case of Lucifron not walling enough. You know, we were talking about the fact that he actually walled this game. He left that one opening over towards the east of the base. You can hear the Ayyubid villagers calling out. It's one of the 467 voice lines that they've got, according to Age of Noob. It is a lot of voice lines that they've got, but that's one of the favorites that we hear.
Big push coming in through the middle, though. Puppy Paw is just waiting for his opponent to dive and tries to clean up this army. Remember, he knows that he idled out his opponent's economy quite a bit, but that's where these Manjaniques come into play. They can take out buildings so fast. And Puppy Paw is actually housed. He lost all of the houses to the front, so he cannot really pop out more military units right now. He's got 9 sofas in queue. None of them are able to pop out of the stables.
Yeah, those sofas towards the north, they appear to be running through a whole bunch of villages. I know we've got a fight happening right now, but just keep in mind that there's villages that are, indeed going to be going down today.
He didn't notice.
Yes.
He did not notice.
Well. If he survives this push right now, he wins this game, just based on the fact, okay, he finally gets picked up by Lucifron. It's taken some time. It's forced him off the food. It'll help delay, but now pushing down towards that south side. They've committed 100% here. The poisoned arrows are through. Manjanique's getting off some decent shots, but not really doing a whole lot of damage. Sofa Warriors towards the front. I'm starting to struggle. Where are these Camel Lancers? Well, they've been eaten alive by the archers. All sacred sites now taken for Lucifron, but I don't know how much it's going to really change things here. It all comes down to the front right now as Puppy Paw is up more than 20, almost 20 economic units in this game. Puppy Paw having a thrilling game here on the defense. Beautiful splits on the micro as well, Lidicore. Look at him right now. He's looking like a gymnast.
And it's a cleanup. It's a costly fight for Puppy Paw, but given that he killed 29 villagers in this game, this might just be it. If it wasn't for the raids, this could still be an open game, but with that being done, there's just nowhere for Lucifron to go. His eco is gone, and Puppy Paw is not going down without a fight. He is going to put the first point for himself on the board.
What a great time to do it as well. It's always good to see exciting games like that, especially when it's all on the line. But Puppy Paw bringing it back and leaving the possibility open for a reverse sweep. Let's see how he's able to do it. Military value lead, we can see right there at the end just how much that swing happened. I tell you what, I don't know where it went wrong for Lucifron. Everything looked like it was going fine, and then all of a sudden, it wasn't.
It's always tricky to match up against that composition of the Malians. That mid-Castle Age is probably the best timing for Malians. Sofas with imported armor, archers with poison arrows, a strong economy. That is literally the best time for the Malians to be in a game. And of course, at the same time, all of this happened while he was a little slow reacting to the villagers being lost. He didn't notice immediately. He was probably focused on the fight itself. Perhaps he didn't get the notification or just overlooked it. Either way, by the time he started pulling away villagers, he already lost like 7 or 8.
Yeah, there was a lot of dead villagers, that is for sure. And like even at this point, he's only killed 10. So despite the fact that he realizes and he sees this, there's still so many villagers that are going down throughout this fight. You can see on the minimap, I think they're hitting a gold vein now. And that Vil count just continues to fall. And I think it's the combination of both. Like, you can probably lose this fight here and still say, all right, we can try and stay in this game. But when you lose this fight and you lose half your economy, yeah, there's only 2 letters that need to be typed.
L, O, and
Beautiful
L,
little
or what?
G and its cousin G. They work well together. All right, well, we've got game number 4 coming up, Lidicor. They've left the last map to be King of the Hill. We're going to Front Range, and we've got 2 fun civilizations. 2 civilizations I love a lot. Macedonians, of course, and the Japanese.
Boy, boy, boy. First new DLC civilization that we're seeing today here, apparently. And as a side note, it looks like Lucifer really wants to bring out the Golden Horde. He's tried that on Dry Arabia. It got taken away. And now he's trying that on Front Range as well. Or perhaps it's just a bait. You never know that. But he's been trying to get Golden Horde on for quite a while. Makes a lot of sense, because if you think about it, I don't really see Golden Horde being an amazing option for King of the Hill.
I like the idea that it's just bait. And you just... You know, imagine if you left one of the best civs open for your opponent, say as an example, the Golden Horde, and they just kept trying to pick it, and you just kept banning it, and then it guarantees that they only get the 1 civ, but then it probably works against you because they'd catch on to it. Anyway, we got a fun matchup. Japanese, the Macedonians. I think we may potentially see some Dark Age stuff here. I've been playing a little bit of ladder recently, Lidicor, and one of the things I noticed about the Japanese is just how annoying they can be in the Dark Age. They can be frustrating. They've got some strong units in the Dark Age, so we'll keep an eye out for that. How do you think it's going to go down?
Well, I don't think your Silver League experience is relevant for pro games, but sure. I'm just
actually,
kidding.
It's Gold League, just so you know. It's gold.
Oh, that's higher than I ever got.
I'm just kidding. Oh, gosh.
Anyway.
All right, well... Yes, we'll see whether or not it matches up. We could potentially see some Silver League Samurai Rushes today. We'll keep an eye out for them.
One thing that's going to be very fun on Front Range is line of sight. You have a lot of the outposts that you can capture for line of sight, and it's always an interesting dynamic when you have the ability to see half of the map. It just makes it so much more difficult to get those raids going. And it will certainly make it much more difficult to have an instance of what we've seen in the previous game, where Poppy just comes in with a bunch of cav, and then, boom, there goes 20 villagers.
Yeah. It's one of those things. There's always the potential. I mean, I'm thinking about the Macedonians right now, and they've obviously gone from like this S-tier civilization that was just absolutely amazing, and they've fallen off the wagon quite a bit. I think they're still quite potent, and we can see that they were banned out here today. They do obviously finally make it through, but it's towards the tail end. So the power level's just really not the same that it was. Are we going to see a potential Radari mass, perhaps? Is it just going to be early Varangian guards, potentially? We've got 18 seconds to go. Lidicor, which way is it going down? Pick one. I'll give you $10 to put on it.
I'm gonna go broke by the end of the day, Aussie. I would love to see even for the Macedonians, mostly because it's the new kid on the block, or the new civ on the block. But let's see what happens. Well, Bobby Paul needs a win here to stay alive with the Japanese. Let's see how this game transpires on Front Range as we head into game number 4.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 4. 2 incredibly strong players looking to vie it out on Front Range. Spawning in the south of the map in the color red, playing as the Japanese. It's Puppy Paw.
And on the other side of the map, we have Lucifron playing as the yellow Macedonians. A lot of civilizations, Aussie, in this series that are frequently banned, but they were left open. This includes Macedonians, but also the Malians from the previous game, Ottomans from the game before. So these players certainly feel like their preferred civilizations, or the preferred civilizations for their opponents, are slightly different from what you commonly see in most matchups.
Yeah, which I think is something that you'd expect, right? Like, for me, when I think of Lucifron, I think of the French. And, yeah, obviously, so you're going to see players banning out the French a lot more against Lucifron than you would somebody who... Like, I guess Louis MT is probably someone who I wouldn't think about as playing the French as much. But, yes, we do see that. And have a look at this. Very, very cheeky by Puppy Paw early on, forcing away that 1 of 3 deer outside the wall, making sure it stays outside the wall, and just leaving it on the ground outside the wall. Says, if you want to gather it, it's fine. You're going to have to either A, delete this wall, or B, build another mill out here, or C, have a long walk as you gather up this venison.
I would be so mad if that happened to me. I would be like,
Yeah.
you cannot do this to me. I'm just trying to play a video game, and you literally make my villagers walk 7 seconds around those walls just to pick up the food.
If this was ranked, 100%, that's it. You're just resigning at that point. Because it's just one of those things where it's like, I shouldn't have let that happen. And I don't know why I did, but it's happened now, and now I've got no other option. I've just got to go next. Speaking of going next, Kura Storehouse coming down for Puppy Paw as he goes to the next stage shortly.
I love the Kura Storehouse as a landmark.
Yeah.
Koka Township has its uses, especially on hybrid maps for the Shinobi, but the Kura Storehouse is a sneaky good landmark. It gives you passive wood income at the beginning, but more importantly, it eases that burden of the farm transition. It is immensely valuable when you get a bunch of farms for free, so you do not have to sharp transition from your food income from deer or berries to farms very, very quickly. You have a much smoother transition, and I think that's so much valuable, or there's so much value in that.
I agree. I absolutely love it for that reason. The fact that it smooths that transition, it guarantees that you're going to have farms in the event that you run out of food, in the event that you get raided, in the event that you get pushed back away from those food sources that you're on, you've got that fallback, and it's a guarantee. It's always there. It's not like the English farms where they're cheaper, so they're a bit easier to make. There is no barrier to entry on these farms. They're always there for you, and that's one of the things I love about them. It's a safety net. But it's not the only good landmark, that is for sure. We've got the Imperial Hippodrome, another good landmark that is coming up now for Lucifron 7. Both players looking to age up around the same time, a little bit after that 4-minute mark. It'll be happening. Tawara coming through for Puppy Paw early on in this game. And we'll check in with Lucifron as he now begins to put down the war camp.
Hippodrome, kind of expected over here. Obviously, you're going to get your freebie cavalry over here. And I think this is a good time to mention, especially for those people that might have been away from the game for some time. When it comes to the Macedonians versus the Byzantines, even though both of those landmarks are the Hippodrome, they actually feature a different set of benefits, which is a brand new addition, actually, with this DLC. Beforehand, the same landmark always did the same thing for a given civilization and its variant, but that's no longer the case with the Macedonians and the Byzantines.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of variance here for them, but we do now start to see progress happening here as the first of the horsemen are now out for Lucifron. This is an early horseman, 4 minutes and 40. It's going to make its way down towards the south side of the map. Let's talk a little bit about this map. Front range. What's the main goal when it comes to this map, Political?
To win. No, it's I think one of the key things.
I guess that's a decent goal.
Well, that's the #1 goal above all. But one thing to keep in mind is that you have a lot of gold on the northern side of the map, and you have all the outposts that you can capture for vision. Now, some of those gold deposits are smaller than usual. They're only 1,600 gold each. But still, when you look at your starting base, you have very, very little gold to work with. So you're going to have to progressively expand to the north and secure those gold deposits. If you cannot do that, it's going to be very difficult to play a long game on this map.
One of the things to remember about smaller gold deposits versus larger ones is that there becomes a lot less incentive to put down things like keeps on them. Often we'll see players on Dry Arabia, when it gets to the mid-game, they'll put a keep down on the large gold vein, and that keeps it safe. Whereas on a map like this, where you've got these smaller deposits, it makes a lot less sense. And that's a really important thing considering how defensive this map, or at least the north side of this map, is. These large walls in here prevent it. But speaking of walls, we've now got ourselves a little bit of action towards this east corner of the map as the Umabena tries to make its way through. Horsemen on the south side are going to be doing the same thing, one hitting the gold villages, the other hitting the berry gathering villages.
Super aggro game in here. The previous one was a very slow start. This one is going to be a super intense one. Uma Bannerman, obviously, a knight-style unit with deflective armor. Really good power at the beginning of Feudal Age, just for harassment purposes. And of course, on the other side, you're going to slowly get that special horseman for the Macedonians, for Lucifron. That's going to help quite a bit when it comes to harassing the enemy eco. So far, Puppy is going very aggressive, though. 4 horsemen out on the field already.
Yeah, we're seeing quite a few units out for our Japanese players. So not playing that standard Castle Age style that we typically see out of the Japanese. Though I'm sure that we will be making a pit stop to the Castle Age. Probably won't be so much of a pit stop. Probably be more of a destination, really. But meanwhile, over for Lucifron, almost losing this scout. Definitely losing this scout now. Puppy Paw able to take it out.
It's important that Lucifron has the special scout as well, because without that, he would very much be blind and not have an insight into what's actually going on the map. And losing your scout so early in the game is a huge hindrance. You're going to have no idea if your opponent is making a tech switch or if your opponent is aging up. So having that extra scout is actually a benefit here. He could actually afford to lose the old one.
Indeed. Now a little bit of deflection coming in once again. A single arrow popping that deflective armor. And for the moment, Puppy Paw just backing on out. Starting to add in some Yumi archers now. He's got one on the field, a second one getting added in as well. So it looks like we might just be opening up with a 1-1-1, a classic 1-1-1. One barracks, one stable, one archery range. You know who that reminds me of, Liticor, don't you?
I do. Although I feel like at this point, this is a build that everybody's going to be kind of open to. A lot of techs coming in here, by the way, from both players. If you take a look, both Blacksmith and Eco upgrades, they're certainly investing a lot into their technological development. It's not just a full-on unit spam and aggression.
Yes, yeah, it's good to see that we've got that little bit of variance coming through here. More upgrades on the way as well for Lucifron. Take a look at this. We've got the first of the Cav armor upgrades, which is kind of stock standard that you get. We've now got the increased melee infantry armor, which is going to be coming through now. The buttered chainmail. Is there potential for us to see early Varangian Guards? Probably not. I mean, ever since they got nerfed, I don't think I've seen a single Macedonian game with an early Varangian Guard. But who knows? Maybe we see it mixed up a little bit today for Lucifron.
It could be an interesting choice because you're up against mostly Yumi, and those Yumi archers have not been buffed by an archer bannerman. So they're very, very weak at the beginning of the game. Even the early Varangians could do quite well against them. I just feel like right now the game is leaning more towards a faster tempo where cavalry is a benefit, and I just feel like Varangians are a big investment at this point of the game. Side note here, before we advance, is that Puppy has captured the tower to the north of Lucifron's base, so he does have insight on whether Lucifron is trying to swing north. Look at the vision difference between these two. Lucifron actually has a very, very small amount of vision.
It's interesting how neither player has explored that north to west corner at all. So it is a dead man's zone all the way up on that top side. But now Horsemen moving around this gold vein. There's not much left on it. You can tell just by how decrepit it's looking. The early Varangian Guards did indeed arrive. A couple of them out. Just the two. Definitely enough to be annoying, all those Yumi archers, but once again the Horseman looking to make a connection. And Puppy Paw behind this, he's going to be going Castle Age. 700 gold in the bank.
This could be an interesting timing because Lucifron is not in a position to really punish this. He's all the way back inside his base, and we just discussed he's got limited vision, so I wonder if he's going to sense that Puppy is aging. Puppy could easily get away with this.
Yeah, it can be very hard when you don't have the actual scout. I mean, normally there's two things that you'd be doing. Number one would be aging up, or number two would be massing units. I guess technically you could also do something like build town centers, but it's not as popular as it once used to be. Hopefully we see a TC buff coming through soon. But Floating Gate is going to be dropped down here for Puppy Paw. 55 seconds, and he'll be into the Castle Age. He'll be looking to undoubtedly pick up some mounted samurai.
He really needs to get away with that bannerman, but that's going to be difficult. A lot of these cavalry are low HP, and a bannerman is probably going to fall. Indeed, it does. Nice little snipe, and I think the fact that Puppy is not trying to fight any of this gives an impression to Lucifron that his opponent is aging, because now he's moving out. There could be some villagers on the periphery that could be targeted, but in general, and that's where that Kura storehouse comes into play, most of the food villagers on those farms will be relatively safe for the time being.
Yeah, you're exactly on the money. Lucifron definitely suspects something is up. You know, the fact that Puppy Paw is just refusing to engage on any level whatsoever, that there's no army, there's no real vision out here. So how does Lucifron look to react? Because obviously that age up's come through now. That's public knowledge. So Lucifron, what choice does he make? Does he look to put on some pressure? Or does he look to retreat? And it looks like it may potentially be a retreat. He's going to go castle himself, by the looks of it. No units
he's going to cost a lot, but he's also going to double down on the aggression because he's got the cavalry. Nice little trap. Has to delete the forge to save the villagers. Still, one of them falls. And it's going to be a push by Lucifron. I think he realized that Puppy doesn't have a huge army. Most of the army from Puppy is actually just archers. All the cavalry is gone, and the mounted samurai have yet to arrive.
They will be out very, very soon, though. Those Yoroshiros undoubtedly inside some stables now, and he is cooking out. He is shitting out a metric ton of mounted samurais. There's going to be many of them, I suspect. We've also got veterancy coming through for the Yumi archers as well. So keep a keen eye on those. Golden Horn Tower now going to be thrown down for Lucifron.
I gotta say, a metric ton of mounted samurai is not a lot, Ozzy. You know that, right?
It's like 4, but
yeah, that's not a lot.
We could use the metric shit ton, which is like that's definitely quite a bit more. Horses are heavy, I guess, is probably the best way to say it. That's a great point.
So is the armor.
Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, together with the armor, how much would the armor weigh on a horse? Like, especially in the castle age, you'd be looking at like 50, 60 kilos.
Yeah, I want to say.
And with the guy on top as well.
I want to say,
maybe
like, the whole unit probably is like 300 kilos.
Yeah, I reckon 2 to 3. Jeez, okay. We're going to need more than a metric ton of mounted samurai. We're going to order the metric shit ton.
Golden Horde Tower is up, though, and it's going to provide a nice low cover here for all these villagers. This is a huge spot here for Lucifron. He needs those berries. That's his only food source right now.
All right, well, slowly diving underneath. The mounted samurai deflecting for the moment. More of them en route as well. He's up to 6 mounted samurai, so indeed more than a ton. Now sacred sites slowly being taken as well by Puppy Paw. He's yet to pick up any relics on this map, but look at the Yumi archers coming through, able to dust off all of these cavalry. Well, one of them. Second one, very, very close to death as well.
The Yorishiros are now coming into play, though, for Puppy Paw, and that is part of the reason why he can be a little bit more aggressive taking fights right now. Mounted Samurai are now coming in, although he's housed once again. The DC was idle for a moment, and okay, now he's fine housing-wise. Still, right now, Lucifron is on the defensive side of things, and I think, again, I just want to go back to the Kura storehouse for a moment. Lucifron is going to have to make a hard farm transition very soon. That's not the case for Puppy. Look at how sustainable Puppy's eco is right now.
Yeah, the other consideration to remember as well, and this is something that people often forget with the Kura storehouse, is because you've got those farms earlier, and you can throw a villager on them earlier. That means that villager is gathering food, but it's not draining your food, which means that your existing food sources can stay around for even longer, which, once again, makes that transition across to farms. Oh, sorry for bumping the microphone right there, but it makes that transition of farms so much easier. And it just guarantees that safer style of play. We now start to see walls coming up along that north side. So definitely thinking about expansion, aware of it. Quite a few on the mounted samurai number as well, up to double digits now.
There is a pack of deer for both players all the way to the north by the mountains. And the fact that Puppy is walling off that side will mean that he's going to have safe access not only to the gold, but also to the deer. Now, compare that to the position that Lucifron is in. He just decapped the tower that Puppy Paw had next to his base. So Puppy Paw, to this point, knew that Lucifron never moved out of that position. Now that he lost the tower, he's going to know that Lucifron aims to move out to the gold and also potentially to the deer. Although those walls are a lot more conservative and a lot more defensive.
Yeah, they are. Military numbers going to continue building here. How are we doing on upgrades? Let's double check and see. We've got Cav Attack 2 coming through for Lucifron, as we've got a whole bunch of upgrades that are now being flashed up on the screen. Nothing unique unlocked for our Japanese just yet, but Mounted Samurai now going to start breaking through this wall, not going to be allowing it to come up. The villager forced away from the front lines for the moment. Of course, he does have that watchtower, plenty of vision throughout all of this, and a little bit of a weird spot right here. I never know how it's going to go. Normally the guy with the range units is the guy who's going to do well in a situation like that, so People making the right call and backing on out of there.
He's trying to do some additional damage here, bringing in some Onamusha to pick off some villagers, but do keep in mind those mounted samurai are super tanky. So far, Puppy Paw was a little bit more conservative, but that's mostly because he just wants the map control. He's going for the sacred site in the middle. Surprisingly, he still has not picked up a single relic.
Yeah, that is quite surprising, isn't it? We see both of them sitting with one in the bank. He's also got the second one back at home. At the moment, there's that third relic up towards the north side that is just sitting uncontested for the moment. Just remains sitting in the middle. You would naturally think Puppy Paw is going to take it just because of the way that the map control currently exists, but you can never count out Lucifron. 17 minutes into the game, though. The army's starting to look pretty decent for him. He's got a nice composition that's come through. Plenty of Radari. Plenty of archers in here as well. Composition's looking quite nice. When it comes to his upgrades as well, he's had to fork out a little bit more for them. Obviously, Macedonians did get quite a few nerfs in the most recent patch. So one of the key nerfs in that patch was the fact that the upgrades cost slightly more the earlier upgrades.
Villagers. Okay, nice little reaction there. Puppy Paw is in an interesting position here. He's kind of caught in between the mountains. Little flexibility to kind of sneak away. But he's got those walls close by, so he could always just run back through those, assuming he built a gate, which I hope he did.
I'm sure he has.
He has,
Yes.
okay. I've seen cases where that's not the situation, and that gets very ugly very often.
Especially when you issue a command to go to the other side of the wall and they have to run the long way, and you're wondering why they're routing in that direction.
Skirmishes on both sides. Both sides losing a couple of villagers here. 5 villagers killed on the food here for Puppy. Retaliation on the other side by the Yumi on the gold.
Yeah, plenty of villagers going down already. 6 and 7, respectively, armor, or rather, armies on different sides of the map. A whole bunch of mounted samurai down here to the south, though.
That's a lot of mounted samurai. They come from 2 sides, 24 of them with deflective armor, and Lucifron's army is fairly slow, except for the cavalry component. If Puppy decides to fight this and it turns ugly, Lucifron can only salvage a portion of his army here, but looks like Puppy does not want to fight this. He's waiting for the Yumi to come in from the north. They're just now moving in.
Yeah, you can feel like all of these moving parts are slowly coming together. The army's reuniting. Puppy Paw's got a huge army here. 27 mounted samurai. That's more than a metric ton of samurai, that is for sure. It is quite a lot. Now, Radari
That's
as well.
a truckload for all our American friends.
Yes, yes. Three truckloads. It's quite a bit. Oh my god, I'm sitting here in this game and a daddy long-legged spider has just dropped itself right in front of me. There you go, buddy. You go over there.
Classic Australian experience.
Yeah, my son would be very happy. He loves spiders at the moment. But have a look at the amount of units that we've got in here. Plenty of mounted samurai on this front line. Not much to really deal with them other than the crossbowmen on the back here. Now, mounted samurai going to fall back away from the front. Radari numbers looking still a little bit decent, but it's those crossbow that I'm keeping an eye out on, Lidakor.
And they are carrying right now. The Yumi are slowly focusing them down, but this is a kind of fight that you don't want to take if you're Puppy Paw. Your valuable units, the real backbone of your army, gets sniped out. Whereas, sure enough, you counter the crossbows with your Yumi, but the crossbows are not the main story here for Lucifron. Ends up being kind of an equal-ish trade here, but you get the sense that Lucifron is happy with that fight.
Yeah, I get the feeling it was definitely an equalish trade. It feels that way right now, but which way does the tempo go from here? Who's got the advantage when it comes to economy? Puppy Paw's up by about 7 villages, which is quite a bit. And this is largely because of the Yorishiro inside the town center. One of the things that is quite powerful when you think about the way that that works. It reduces the time that it takes to train a villager. So at first, it doesn't really seem like much. But then, after 10 minutes, it starts to really add up. Those slight second advantages that you're getting for each villager begin to compound on each other. And so now you've got a villager lead that's quite substantial.
You know what else adds up, Ozzy? Food access. If you take a look at Puppy, he is on the hunt, he's on the berries, whereas Lucifron is starting to run out of food. He actually moved out to the boar, potentially to the south. But those villagers are very much exposed. And I don't think he still has any farms to work with. So that's going to be a consideration. And with that tower still being controlled by Poppypaw, he knows fully well that Lucifron just walled off the north side of the map.
Yes. Well, it was revealed he does indeed have quite a few farms. And both players actually making quite a bit. You know, that's one thing that we don't have on the UI is a farm counter. Cal, I'm going to put it out there right now.
There we go.
Okay, there we go.
14 farms from Lucifron,
all right,
though.
all right. Yeah, he's got quite a bit compared to the 20 of his opponent. Cal, I'm just going to say, well done. Well done. I see you know your jiu-jitsu. Wonderful. Oh. All right, well, sprinkled in placement coming through for Puppypaw, looking to add in an extra little layer of defense. More upgrades on the way for Lucifron. So he's looking to pick up his 3rd cavalry armor upgrade here. And he's sitting quite low on the silver, which is good to see, because often you'll see players with a big stack of silver sitting in there, not really spending it. He's definitely effectively spending his silver.
This second layer of walls comes in very handy for Lucifron to avoid the disaster that he had in the previous game.
Yes.
Villagers will be pulled away, but you get the feeling that Puppypaw's eco is totally untouched and unharassed. That's not the case for Lucifron. Now he's down 13 eco. Plus 2 relics.
Yes. It's quite a bit that he's down now, all of a sudden. But meanwhile, towards his top side, it looks like Radari should be able to clean up the Mounted Samurai. Puppypaw not really paying attention as he's just kind of losing all of these units. Definitely a bit of a mistake, I'd say, from Puppypaw.
At the same time, he kills a few villagers down south, though, so he might still be okay. But indeed, all the cavalry being lost to the north. It feels like he's just trying to confine Lucifron within his own base.
Yeah.
Because right now, Puppypaw is sitting on 2,100 food per minute as compared to 800 on the other side. He's in a very, very comfy spot. And I think we're getting to the stage where Puppypaw might be happy just taking even trades and saying, listen, this is going to be a war of attrition and I'm going to win that.
And that's exactly it. I mean, there's so many things that are going for the Japanese economy at this stage of the game. The Yorishiro and the TC, that farm transition that's just so slow and eased into definitely makes a big assistance as well. But now we can see the numbers looking a little bit better here for Puppypaw outside the front of the Macedonian base. Archers together with the Mounted Samurai. Some Onimusha on the back line. Plenty of farms safely underneath the town center. His economy is completely transitioned. How is he sitting at 2.4k food a minute? That is ridiculous. I guess he's gotten on the deers recently, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's still on the deers, he's still on berries, so that's going to fall off eventually, but right now it's giving him a massive and much-needed boost. He's got a 40 population advantage. Village numbers also looking much, much better for him. This is a fight that Lucifron is taking, though. I don't know if it's a good fight, but it might be enough to hold off Puppypaw for a minute.
Yeah, it's looking like he's doing a little bit better. The Radari number is actually quite healthy here for him. He's up to 18 Radari, so definitely doing a bit of work here. It looks troublesome now all of a sudden for Puppypaw. The fact that he's overextended, he's pushed underneath the Macedonian base, and now he's being repelled. The Radari once again demonstrating, hey, you know, there's a reason why this unit was nerfed in the most recent patch. It is powerful.
Puppypaw wasn't focusing down a lot of the units, so if you look at all these Radari, part of the reason why Lucifron still has so many is because many of them are low HP, but none of them were actually killed.
Now underneath
this could be dangerous for Lucy, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of Springolds that are firing down upon you right now. This is this could be an overextension, especially the fact that you mentioned all of these cav. A lot of them have got very low health on them, so they could easily get sniped out. It looks like a scary army until you turn the health bars on.
And there's a second down center here for Puppypaw. That's a critical piece of information for Lucy. That's part of the reason why Puppy is up by 25 or at this point 28 eco.
Yeah, it's a big difference and a key component here. So do we potentially see Lucifron look to match that? Maybe go all in? I don't think he could really go all in from this position, especially when you look at the army that's here right now. The fact that you've spotted that second TC, it doesn't feel good knowing that that second TC is on the board, but he's going to continue making more Radari. We see 2 more in queue. He's going to try and put the pressure on here. Onimusha should be able to deflect it, and indeed are able to, as all of these health pools are basically sitting at less than 10%, unfortunately.
It's interesting how heavy Puppypaw is going into archers still, especially when you consider that there wasn't a Yumi Bannerman that was called down. So those Yumi archers were very, very underwhelming against all these Radari. Obviously, they were meant to counter crossbows, but there's just nothing else besides Radari in Lucifron's army right now.
That's all you need. That's all you need. Just a few Radari. And, well, it'll do the rest for you. They do have that ability to throw axes, as we now see them snipe out one of those Onimusha that move through the forests. Yeah, he's probably going to need to add something else. And we now... Okay, we see a whole bunch of archers in queue, which definitely makes sense in this situation. A little bit of a snipe down towards the south, stopping that sacred site from being stolen. Meanwhile, the fight resumes in the north. Mounted Samurai, Radari, fighting off, looking to control more territory towards that top side. There's plenty of gold up there. And
there's still a relic up there. No one really wants that at this point.
The forbidden relic. Let's take a look at the perspective of these players. Do they know about this relic? Yeah, neither of the players have actually scouted that one out. So there you go. I guess that's part of the reason why. And yes, the sacred site as well remains a mystery to them all, together with this gold vein. There's a whole bunch that they are yet to discover.
Full wall is now coming down here for Lucifron, and if you are Puppy Paw, you probably want the same thing, because we're getting to that late stage of the game where it becomes more and more important to be able to just raid the opponent's eco. So many times the late Imperial, post-Imperial games end up in a situation where whoever hits the enemy's eco is just going to win the game. And that's why walls become so much more important once you get closer to Imperial and once you go into post-Imp.
Yeah, it's a really important thing to solidify that front line. Puppy Paw yet to really do that on his side, though. He's obviously walled quite a bit towards the north, but the front gate, is still well and truly open. So perhaps something he needs to reconsider, especially considering how many Radari are out on this field.
Puppy's got a lot of gold in the bank, but he doesn't have the food to age up, and I think he's also being very cautious about it. Do keep in mind, Lucifron is up 2-1 here. This is match point for Lucy. And we've seen instances in the past, in this series, where Puppy aged up and then Lucifron punished it with a time push. And Onimusha aren't particularly good at when it comes to standing and fighting. So you gotta be very cautious with this age up if you're Puppy, but I think now he's going to commit to it.
Alright. Onimusha together with the Mounted Samurai on that top side. Got a lot of range. Spot. Yeah, they're also on top of that hill as well. There's the Castle of the Crow now being put down. It's going up towards that north side on top of the sacred site. Keep in mind, he's already got control of the first one. That's going to be the second one. That's 50 villagers that are building that.
That's such a dicey spot.
Yeah.
First off, if you lose this, it's game over. But this is a smart move by Puppy. He saw Lucifron diving his main base, so frankly, that was actually the safest spot to throw it down to. And also, 56 villagers will finish it so quick. Now the Castle of the Crow is up. Lucifron might try to force a fight before the upgrades come in. Let's see. Indeed, he is looking to dive. Puppy needs to stall until the upgrades come in.
It's going to be super hard, though, especially if he's using the buildings that have got Yoroshiros inside them to get these upgrades. But it doesn't look like he is. They'd be in if they were. They are very quick to come through otherwise. But yes, looking for elite Mounted Samurai as well as the elite Yumi archers coming through now, as well as the Odachi upgrade.
And this is a...
No, go for it.
He has the relic. That's probably just a distraction at that point, or perhaps to slow down this chase. This is a bad spot for Lucifron. He's completely trapped in here. Even if he kind of tries to break through these walls, the Onimusha will pick off some units from across the walls. And now there is a chase coming his way. This is really his only escape path, and he needs to get out of here really fast.
Meanwhile, up towards this north side, plenty of units now routing onto this wall. Wants to give it a little bit more freedom to access in through here. Keep in mind the Castle of the Crow is up here, so he needs to be cautious about going too deep, but elite upgrades have arrived on the Mounted Samurai. Not the most efficient place to fight, we'll say that right now. Villagers potentially sniped out. He's got a decent advantage. Not a lot of units. I feel like there's a potential Macedonian sandwich on the cards here, Litter.
And there's going to be a lot of meat in that sandwich because the horses and all these troopers are just falling so quick. There's nowhere to go here for Lucy. He cannot go north because of the castle. He cannot go south because of this army. And this is a full age differential here. And Lucy is just going to throw in the towel. We have a series on our hands. Poppy is not done fighting.
That is impressive from the Canadian to pull that one back once again. Now we've got ourselves a 2-2 situation, and it all comes down to a best of one. You know, when he's sitting in that position, when he's 0-2 in this series, his heart must be in his hands. He must be feeling terrible. Well, now all of a sudden, he's kept his mental about him, and he's managed to make it through to the other side. Will he be able to do a reverse sweep? Well, we'll have to wait until the next game to find out.
It would be such a heartbreak for Lucifron if this ended up being a reverse sweep. This was a Lucifron show in the first 2 games, but I feel like Poppy Paul has managed to kind of adapt to Lucifron's style a little. What's interesting about this is that Game 2 was on Hill and Dale, which is technically a slower-paced map, so it's certainly a place where Poppy Paw could have tried to just stall this thing out and play a slower game that did not come together. But at the end of the day, now he's got 2 points on the board, and King of the Hill is always kind of a wild card when it comes to games, indeed. As we have King of the Hill coming up, no civilizations have been chosen just yet. King of the Hill, very much a wild card, and it's kind of a unique map in many ways. It could easily go either way, and, you know, an hour ago, we wouldn't have said that Poppy Paw has a legitimate chance of playing the finals.
Yeah, it's a lot has changed in these last 2 games, that is for sure. And to think that it all comes down to King of the Hill is kind of crazy. We see a lot of games on this map that just... they don't feel right, they don't look right, but they end up... oh gosh, look at the civilizations. I'm so excited. I'm super excited. We got ourselves a French v China matchup, an old school OG matchup coming up on King of the Hill. Oh, Lidicor. This is going to be great.
I have so many thoughts about the French pick here that you cannot even imagine.
Is he going to be fast Imperial? Is that what we're potentially saying? Because it could be.
I want to go see the rest of the draft to explain my point. So we're just going to have to wait a minute for that. But 3rd time, by the way, that Lucifron picks Golden Horde. The last 3 games, every single time, he threw out Golden Horde as one of the 2 picks. You said it could be a bait, and I don't disagree with that. But it's kind of funny how every single time he throws out Golden Horde, Poppy Paw just said, nope, you're not playing that.
And interestingly, Poppy Paw won every single game that Lucifron tried to pick Golden Horde. Is it a sign of things to come in game number 5? It could be. All right, well, it was a good game number 4. We got to see a lot of fights, a lot of cavalry in that last game. But yeah, as you can see from the drafts there, I mean, what options did Poppy Paw have on this final map? Byzantines? Not really. Mongols. I mean, we've seen Mongols work on this map before. There was a period, there was a time where Mongols was the only thing you'd pick on this map.
And French. So let's talk about this in terms of the drafting. The way this draft works is that the bans that you have are exclusive hidden parallel bans, which means that you don't ban a civilization for the entire series. You only ban it for your opponent. But every single civilization pick itself is global. Which means that what ended up happening is Poppy Paw bans French from Lucifron, and that bars Lucifron from ever picking French. At the same time, because Lucifron didn't ban French from Poppy, Poppy had the option to pick French. So the only player in this series after the bans who could have ended up with French was Poppy. And it's always interesting to look at whether the ban was a storyline of, hey, I don't want you to play that civ, or it was a storyline of, I want that civ and I want to make sure that you don't have the chance to pick it. So in this context, it's interesting to look at the fact that Poppy has the French, because it was a very deliberate effort from him to make sure that Lucifron never has French.
Yeah, I can see that 100%. Yeah, it's wonderful looking at the drafts and the way that it works, and the fact that we've gotten to this point. I mean, we've got 4 minutes until the game begins, so we've got quite a bit that we can talk about here. Where does that Barbican go down? Actually, Barbican, I mean, on a map like this, there's probably an argument that you could drop the Barbican down earlier, but it's probably just going to affect your economy too much to go for the Barbican earlier. So we probably see the Imperial Academy in the base, standard opening. Maybe the Barbican gets dropped down a little bit later on. But yeah, I guess one thing that I'm keeping in the back of my head is the fact that we could potentially see fast Imperials from both sides here. Both have got viable defensive Imperial Age landmarks here, and it really all just comes down to the Sacred Site on this map. There's no other way that it can really be played, right? Like, I don't think we've seen landmark snipes on this map. I don't think we really see players. I mean, you can obviously play it other ways as well, like play it in focused on the Feudal Age, but I think the main focus is pretty much just going to be on that Sacred Site.
It's gonna be. That is the storyline of King of the Hill. You have a single Sacred Site. If you control that, you can start a timer. And so many times we've seen a single player just playing super defensive, having the Sacred Site, and then forcing the other player's hand. That has been the storyline of King of the Hill for so long. And when it comes to that, Chinese have really good static defenses and a very good ability to defend a specific position.
Yeah.
And in that context, if Lucifron gets the upper hand in securing the middle, it's going to be difficult to the French to kind of break that stranglehold.
Yes, very much so. I think it will definitely come down to it, to who's going to be able to control and secure that. By this... Oh, apparently the timer was incorrect. We're just diving straight into the game. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 5 of these semi-finals. The winner of this game, this best of one, I guess technically, will go through to potentially fight for their life to go to Red Bull, which would be nice. It would be a good thing. Anyway, let's get into it. We've got 2 of the world's best players doing a little bit of long-distance mining here. Ladies and gentlemen, in the west of the map, in the color red, playing as the French, it's Puppy Paw.
And on the east side of the map, we have Lucifron playing as the Chinese in yellow. He started 2-0, but since then, it has been a Puppy Paw show 2 games in a row. And it would be such a storyline for Puppy if he could reverse sweep this series and go into the grand finals with a massive comeback.
Yeah, this is going to be an impressive one if he can pull it back, but it's up against the Chinese, a civilization that's very close to my heart. I'm going to be paying very keen attention to seeing what Lucifron is up to in this game. It looks like it's going to be a standard opening here today. I'm curious whether or not we'll see professional scouts. I suspect we probably will. Professional scouts and the Chinese go very well together. Now, on the side of Puppy Paw, there's obviously a couple of advantages that he's got. He's not going to be looking to utilize cheaper professional scouts today as an option as the French get, because he's already out on the deer. Alright, we check back in on that west side. You can see he's got quite a few villagers already out here. This is going to get scouted out. Don't know exactly what just happened with that villager. That villager was maybe going for a bit of a snipe on one of those deers, but age up now coming through. Imperial Academy, as we suspected. There was a part of me that was thinking maybe we could have a Barbican political in the middle of the map, just a single villager moving out to build the Barbican. We've seen that before, but it's been a long time since we've seen that.
I just feel like you don't do that in game number 5. If anything collapses there, you could literally lose the game.
Yes.
You could literally be looking at a setup where your opponent just went for a Rax and a Spearman just to specifically deny that play. And then if your Feudal Age up gets denied, it's just all over. So I just feel like it's a risk that you do not need to take in this position.
Have a look how early this age up is, by the way. That's a 3-minute 15 age up with 5 vills on the Imperial Academy for Lucifron. So he was really rushing this landmark up. Imperial official in queue immediately. This has been the standard now for the Chinese for a long time, almost probably even more than a year. And this was all changed by, I think, Wham was the one that really started doing this, where the Chinese don't go for an Imperial official out of the gates as the Chinese anymore, and instead they wait for their Imperial Academy. So it means that you're going to be hurting yourself a little bit in the short term, but in the long run you have an extra villager.
It's always nice to get that early eco buff. I think it's often overlooked how much value you have in getting a slight boost to your early economy. It adds up over time, and I think that has been the storyline of this game over the years. Back when this game released, it was all over in Feudal Age aggression. Every single game was a Longbow, Spearman Rush, or a Knight Rush, and you just tried to finish your opponent off in early Feudal. And then as players got better in defending, players started realizing that it's very difficult to dive an enemy base and do a lot of eco damage, and these slightly more defensive approaches started prevailing. So that is really where you start looking at these early game eco boosts, partly because the players are so good at defending now that if you do not do it, you're just going to fall behind compared to your opponent.
Yes, yeah, that's exactly it. Yes, players have gotten very good over time, but upgrades now starting to come through. Wheelbarrow together with specialized pick now coming through for Puppy Paw on the French. Meanwhile, for Lucifron, he's starting to stack up that gold and that wood, so we'll see professional scouts coming in shortly. The Horseman is out, and he will be looking to put on pressure. Meanwhile, 2 Knights in queue for Puppy Paw, so both players looking to get out and early with their cavalry. All coming up as well for Puppy Paw to the north of the existing villages. Horseman's going to make it a long way away around, but will eventually make it towards that spot. Horseman and Knight doing a little bit of the 2 cars going past each other. Different directions. Professional scouts about to come through here. Decent timing for him as well. 5 minutes 45. Not a bad time at all for professional scouts. And Iraq's getting thrown up as well. Meanwhile, Villager going to get taken out potentially, Lidical. Goes down. Meanwhile,
This is a tricky spot, or tricky map, I should say, for using Knights, because you have so much of a limited area to move in. But if you can find 1 or 2 villagers, it's a huge, huge benefit. And same applies on the other side, of course, for Lucifron and his horsemen. This is a game that can easily snowball out of control, so early advantages like a villager kill or 2 can really add up quickly. Speaking of which, nice little save there by Lucifron.
Yeah, utilizing that wonderfully positioned village just to the south side of the town center, or just to the east of the town center. Able to garrison in there. Guarantees that he keeps that villager alive. Survival techniques now going to be coming through as well for Lucifron, so he's really looking to try and focus that economy as much as he can. Going to be transitioning to a castle age, I suspect, off the back of this. He's going to be looking to pick up a lot of food here. Scouts continue hunting for those deer carcasses, now making their way towards the top side, but there are knights here. Naturally, they will do their best to stop that from happening. 2 knights.
Game has certainly slowed down here, and I think that's where you look at the eco upgrade differential. You already have Wheelbarrow plus the mining upgrade for Puppy Paw now coming in with the food upgrade as well. On the other side, you just have the Imperial officers, and that's it.
Yes, yeah, that's the key here. Yeah, there is survival techniques that has come through as well, which I don't think is, yeah, it's not reflected on the UI, or at least not currently. I'm sure Cal's got a button to press and he'll show us survival techniques, though.
He's got a button for everything, I feel.
Except for survival techniques, apparently. Archery range also coming up now for Puppy Paw. So there was a part of me that was thinking, okay, is he just going to try and stick it out on Knights? We have seen many a player do that, but it's not going to be the case here. No Knight-only games today. Instead, going to be switching into some archers. We saw Imperial Examinations come up for a split second there for Lucifron. This is something that we do typically see. The Chinese playing one base, but playing very economically focused. A lot of Imperial officials, a lot of big upgrades. Now starting to come through.
Yeah, he has yet to go up to Song Dynasty, by the way, so that's going to be a consideration to look at. And right now it's exclusively Spearmen. On the other side, it's exclusively Knights. But these Spearmen will not be able to do any eco damage, so really it's a matter of how much damage can Puppy Paw cause, because right now Lucifron will not have the chance to retaliate.
Yeah, interestingly, he's moving north with these spears. He's wanting to secure the deer towards the north, but this does leave him vulnerable in the south side, and we do see a couple of units sneaking in over towards his stone, and now making their way over towards that wood line. Might potentially pick up a villager kill. Indeed gets one, and second one not going to be happening today. So all these villagers safely garrisoned, but Spear's making good connections up towards that top side.
And this is a good piece of information here for Puppy. He intercepts these scouts as they are ferrying in deer carcasses, knows that his opponent is on pro scouts now. Another villager does not fall, but the knight and the scout does. And Puppy Paw does not have a backup scout, so now his vision is going to be incredibly limited.
He did manage to pick up 2 Vil kills, which is decent, but you definitely would have hoped for a little bit more. Meanwhile, towards the south, we've got a wall that's coming up. The scout stands on the segment that needed to be built, starts torching the gate, and it all goes downhill from here. He's kept this one open.
When it's all said and done, despite the fact that Puppy has 10 knights against just 4 horsemen, it's 2 villagers killed on each side, so it has been a really good last few minutes for Lucifron in terms of negating damage and just being able to retaliate a little for all these raids.
Now, Puppy Paw over on that west side. Keep in mind, Lucifron's thinking about castling here. Puppy Paw, he's got a couple of options open to him. Does he look to try and double down in Feudal Age? Could be a potential option for him, but I would suspect he's probably just going to try and follow Lucifron up.
This is a tricky choice here for Puppy. He's got a lot of knights and archers. He's nowhere near being able to age up, so he's going to be delayed quite a bit. At the same time, I don't know if you can dive this. Spearman Horseman tends to have the ability to beat Knight and Archer. Although that's quite a lot of Knights that we're looking at, and some of them are damaged. Not a lot of them, but still. So it's a tricky spot for Puppy. I don't know if he has the ability to just totally demolish his opponent as he's aging up. And if that's not the case, this could be catastrophic. If you dive and lose this army and you're nowhere close to Castle Age, that's almost game.
Yeah, I don't think you can do it. It's always harder against the Chinese as well because that town center is putting out a lot more damage against these knights. But we do have a little bit of a pick-off coming through. It's just going to be a scout that goes down, so nothing too bad at this stage. Imperial official coming out to donate itself as well, as they love to do. But yeah, age up should be through in the next 10 to 20 seconds though. Spears down towards the south, a lot of them preventing this attack from coming through. Meanwhile, towards that northern side, outposts solidifying this position, guaranteeing those villagers stay alive a little bit longer. And you can see, I don't think there's any way you're doing any damage here as the age up comes through. It's a late age up as well, 11:30, but I guess he's made a lot of units though.
Puppy never pulled the archers, so it was very clear that he wasn't going to dive. But importantly, he saw the gold miners and the double towers and the gold. That tells him everything he needs to know. He knows that his opponent is aging, even though he did not have a scout with those knights. Like, his vision is so limited. He certainly did not see the landmark being built, but he knows the age up is coming. He's starting to pile up food and gold, but he's still so far away from clicking up, and this is the power spike that Lucifer might have been waiting for.
Yeah, this is where it gets very scary. So you can see he's got veterancy coming through for his spearmen, and this is being supervised out by those Imperial officials, which means it's going to be in about 3 seconds that upgrade will be coming through, which is just incredible. But now, pushing forward, the archers together with the knights. A little bit of annoying horseman shenanigans down here, but nothing too crazy. Big attack on those berries, though, Lidicor.
And this is a huge one right here. A few more villagers die. That is something that Popipo has been doing really well. He's been splitting up the knights. He's not looking for direct fights. He's looking for raids. And it's not just the villager kills. It's also the idle time that's forced on them. Though at the same time, the horsemen do clean up a lot of the archers. That's actually a beautiful cleanup by Lucifron. And it's only 6 versus 4 in terms of the villager kills down south at the berries. Lucifron was able to pick off a villager or two, and now he's got his lancers coming in. Again, I feel like we're repeating the same thing. Some eco damage by Puppy Paw, but it's not anywhere near catastrophic.
Yes, it's not yet catastrophic, but the way that he's going is looking a bit scary. And the thing is, the spears are just sort of chasing around the knights, and as long as the knights are picking up kills at the very least, then there is damage being done. But you can see the spears are just having a field day here when it comes to chasing.
Poppy is just trying to confine Lucifron into his base because he's trying to age up and he wants a keep. Notice how Puppy Paw is already on stone. It might just be tower and defensive emplacements initially, but I have a feeling that he wants to rush Castle Age and then try to get a keep up in the middle. Nice little interception of the scouts.
Yeah, he's tried to pick off every single one. Not able to find the last one, unfortunately, but fortunately, he does manage to stay alive with all of those knights. Do need to be cautious about the spears there. Very, very quick to annihilate anything riding a horse. Or a camel.
Lucifron's food bank is looking very, very sad right now. And that's just hindering him so much in terms of expanding his knight count. He's still only on 3 lancers as compared to 17 on the other side. And now you're going to have the guild hall come in for Puppy Paw. And that's one of the advantages that you get as the French. You get to build up your knight numbers as you're in Feudal Age. So when you arrive to Castle, you just upgrade them and you have a huge force. Whereas Lucifron needs to build it up from scratch after reaching Castle Age.
Yeah, very, very true. Interestingly, we do see farm transitions also coming through. Puppy Paw putting down 4 farms at the 14-minute mark, which is very early to be putting down farms. Normally, you'd get away with seeing them around the 17-minute mark. So there's really not much food on the map that is left for him to contest. There's a couple boars. That's about it. Otherwise, it's all farms, baby.
Vassalage is in. And Luciferon doesn't have the chance to punish this, especially because the walls are up on both flanks. So really the only way that he can go into his opponent's base is through the middle.
Spearman looking good here. Managing to make a couple connections. That's 6 eco kills for both players now. Keep in mind, despite the Chinese having access to Song Dynasty, they haven't utilized it just yet. The Barbican's still yet to be dropped here for Luciferon. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw does have faster training villages as the French. That's continuing to add up through this game. But now, in the middle of the map, a couple knights will get cleaned up as the Lancer number is starting to look very healthy as well for Luciferon. Where does Puppy Paw go from here? I suspect he could look to move into some Arbalatria, potentially.
Very possibly. This is the first keep that he's dropping. I think he wanted it into the middle, but then realized that he no longer has the window to drop it. So for now, it's going to be just a very, very defensive building to prevent any retaliation. But I'm sure he's going to get enough stone for a second, and he's going to look and try and get one in the middle. In the meantime, Luciferon is finally walling up. Luciferon needs to secure more food, though. The difference in food income is just absolutely staggering right now.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I think he's just moved a whole bunch of villagers out here over onto the berries, though, so this is going to pump it up pretty quickly. Nice wall here as well, guaranteeing these knights aren't really able to do much damage, and Puppy Paw could potentially be in a bad spot right now. He's trying to wiggle his way out. Spear's going to be able to chase, and now makes his way over towards that west wall. Curious decision by Luciferon with the Lancers. No, not curious at all. They've found a spot up towards the north. 5 villagers sit here, almost guaranteed to be killed. Meanwhile, those spears just holding back the knights for now.
Ooh, oh, that's nasty. That is just so nasty.
Archer's finally arriving. Now the knights can think about maybe actually committing to that fight. He took out a lot of knights right there. That was very painful.
The Spearman stagger just absolutely mauled Puppy Paw in there, and you could see that Puppy Paw was trying to pull away these units from the tower, and the tower kind of spoiled the whole thing because it started shooting. So the knights realized that there's a tower here, and all of a sudden you're looking at 11 kills on the villagers from Luciferon. Only 6 for Puppy Paw. Villager count neck and neck right now, and Luciferon gets to have that boar for himself as well.
A lot of food to be able to access. He's going to be able to take it out with his army as well, so guarantees that those lower health villagers do stay alive, and we do see a switch now into archery ranges, so could be Arbalatria that are on the field, and indeed 3 in the queue. But have a look here, second TC for Puppy Paw. This is actually really smart by Puppy Paw. The way the game is currently going, it doesn't feel like Luciferon is going to be pushing for a victory anytime soon. It definitely feels it's going to be a bit more methodical, this type of game, the way that he's walling up, slowly creeping forward. So by going for this second TC, it's guaranteeing that in the next 5 minutes there won't be much of a dent, but in the next 10 minutes you're really going to start feeling it.
This is an interesting spot because you get the feeling that Puppy is going to concede the middle. He is playing a very eco-focused game. Guildhall,
correct.
Second TC, but he's got a defensive cost at the front of his base, so he knows fully well that he can do this because he's got a very, very well-defended base, and it looks like Luciferon is not thinking about diving just yet.
Yes. Yeah, this is looking... I mean, let's see exactly how it plays out. That's a lot of Lancers. I'm a little bit scared by that Lancer number. Arbalatria underneath the keep. Should try and keep it safe. It's a dangerous dive for him to do that. He's going to throw all of the units inside the keep. They're going to assist. There's plenty here in the way of defense. And indeed, Luciferon falls back away from this. Second TC, I think it remains undiscovered at this stage of the game. So, from the perspective of Luciferon, I think he's got a numbers advantage. He just doesn't know exactly why that is just yet.
Yeah, I think so. This is a big thing. He has no idea about the second TC, and he's losing a lot of these Lancers. He's trying to secure the middle area, so I think he's just trying to get some cushion here with this army, but the losses are not necessarily sustainable when you consider that Puppy is on 2 TCs. He does have the Sacred Site, though, so the countdown begins. We have 10 minutes. At the same time, Poppy is slowed down by the fact that first he's housed once again. But more importantly, he had to transition into farms, and that's a big thing here. That's going to slow him down quite a bit.
You know, with God Vision, it makes it very easy, because we know what the right call is in this situation. But I'm curious exactly how Lucifron looks to play from here. I think the best thing he could do is look for a Barbican in the middle, maybe get a Springald placement on it, and then just go straight up Imp. But, I mean, that's because we've got God Vision, and we know what the right play would be, or what a cool-looking play might be. I tell you what, this might look a little bit scary here, Lidicor. Oh, he's going to go for a defensive, preemptive Wololo. He says, go on, I dare. Oh! Jeez Louise.
Look at the quick walls, though, and this is a beautiful trap. Poppy tried to make something happen just to create a distraction from his eco build-up, and Lucy is punishing this so much. If all these knights go down, that's catastrophic for Poppy.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go down. I don't think there's any way out of here. You can see just how well Lucifron is controlling this. What a quick wall.
That is unreal. Oh, he looked away for a second, but again, Lucifron is just such a good micro player. There's no way out of here. That's beautiful by Lucifron. Painful for Poppy. He's down to just one knight.
Yeah, but the Sacred Site was neutralized, which is great. Like, in this situation, that is all he really needs to do. Neutralize the Sacred Site and then just play defensive. The last thing you want to do here is just commit to a fight. So, you know, stay underneath your keep massing up, and that's essentially it. And just wait for that second TC to pay off. Because, remember, you've got that French bonus that's also kicking as well. Lucifron still yet to go into Song Dynasty, still sitting in Tang Dynasty here. So that economic difference is really going to start building up here.
And yeah, as Scow is pointing out to us right now, Poppy's Guildhall is on food, and if you take a look at his gold bank, he's hoarding a lot of gold. He's actually waiting for the food to be sufficient to just pull it out and go into Imperial immediately. Right now, like, he's looking for Imperial, and that's very, very clear, and he's going to leverage the Guildhall for that. And as an added point, do not forget, Poppy built up a farming eco. That's not the case for Lucifron. At some point, if this game goes long, Lucifron's gonna have to transition to farms, although, oh boy. I don't know what these guys were doing out here, but there goes some of that villager lead.
There it goes, yeah. You're not wrong with regard to the food for Imperial Age. We know it's going to be the Red Palace. The question about, for me at least, is where? Where is that Red Palace going to go? And is it going to be on the Sacred Site? Because if it's not, I mean, is it even a Red Palace if it's not on the Sacred Site?
It would be beautiful for him to have it on the Sacred Site. I just don't think he has the window to drop it there.
I don't like
He lost all the knights.
Lidicor.
He lost the army that could secure that position, unless he's going very heavy
start
artillery
taking
and
risks,
archers.
Lidicor. You got to start taking risks. You got to drop it down when the enemy's army is in your face.
Maybe you're right. It would be a risky call, though, let's just say that. But yeah, just to your point about decapping the Sacred Site, that's very valuable for Poppy Paw here. Gaining 2 or 3 extra minutes for this kind of build is just so useful.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what it really comes down to. I remember playing a lot of Delhi on the ladder, and it was all just about, you know, if you were able to hold that Sacred Site and not let it be decapped, it was such a big difference. But now we see walls getting deleted, villages out a little bit far. This could be incredibly bad right here for Puppy Paw as Lucifron makes a connection with all of these villages. He's so far away from his keep. Lidicor, this is terrible.
There goes the entire villager lead he had, and this might just be the complete collapse of this build. If you lose 20 villagers like this, you're just not going to have the eco advantage that you've been kind of thinking about for the last like 10-15 minutes. Now, there is another side of the coin here. He can pull the food now and he would be close to Imperial, and Lucifron lost a lot of troops. If you want to drop the Red Palace, now is the time to do that.
He doesn't have any gold though. Where is he gathering his gold? Because if we look...
I think he ran out.
Yeah, if we look at his base right now, I don't see any gold. I remember a game, oh gosh, it was a long time ago. I think it was a game Demu played. And he just ran into this same issue, that there's no gold on the low ground that was easily accessible for him, and he just had to resign. And, you know, now that we look at it, there's really not many spots that he can gather gold from. He's sitting at 150, that's it.
If he had the gold right now, you would see the keep coming up in the middle already. And I feel like this is a missed window, because now, at least he's going to decap it, but this is exactly the time that you would want to drop that building at. A couple of villagers even came up to the middle here. I almost wonder if he's going to start towering and just starting to take the gold.
Yeah, it could be an option for him. He's moving down towards the south. Maybe that's where he's thinking about it, but yeah, quite a few
I think the villagers
archers
were just
arbitraries.
misclicked.
Yes, they've started retreating. Yeah, Puppy Paw, unfortunately, he's lost a lot of villagers in recent time, but there he goes now, looking to try and solidify this position of the south with a couple of outposts. Oh, poor guy. I tell you what, after that big raid, Lucifron's going to be feeling really good about himself. There's a lot of villagers that died.
If it wasn't for that raid, Lucifron's position would be bad.
Yep.
The only saving grace really for Puppy is that he killed a lot of enemy troops while that raid was going on. But just notice where Lucifron is dropping his towers. He's trying to physically block a red palace from being built. And it's not just any tower. They're going to be fortified. They will have spring old emplacements. It's going to be so difficult for Puppy Paw to drop a red palace here.
Yeah, another thing to note is that that decap wasn't successful in the sacred site. So he was trying to decap it with the archers, with the arbitria. He put the shield down on the arbitria and said, I'm sticking to my guns right here. I'm sticking to my shield. And, yeah, he still walked away from it. So there's the red palace. It is going to come down. Bit of a weird spot, but it's not that weird. It's a great defensive point that he'll be able to push off here and be able to challenge the sacred site with. It'll be very hard to attack into that spot. But we can see it's going to be difficult for him to get this up as well. Horseman number looking healthy. Crossbow together with the archers on the backside, trying to eat through it. And the numbers looking decent here for Puppy Paw on the defense. Only 14 villagers on the Red Palace Liverpool, so not coming out super fast. But the numbers still looking pretty good for Puppy Paw, despite losing all those villagers.
This is looking really good for Puppy Paw, actually. A couple of villagers got killed on the front line as well here for Lucy. But what's big here is that now you can get bombards and quickly take out these towers. And I think a big piece missing here for Lucifron is the knowledge about the second PC. He might suspect there is something, but he never saw it with his own eyes. So in his world, he might be surprised how many villagers he killed and how powerful Puppy still is. He switches the guild hall to gold as well. If you take out these towers and rush the stone, it doesn't matter.
Wow. Jeez Louise, Puppy Paw reverse sweeping, 3-2ing Lucifron 7 in an incredible game with... I can't believe what we just witnessed. That was just something special, wasn't it? That was... Wow. There were so many units that... Well, so many villages that were taken out, and I think you're hitting the nail on the head. Lucifron 7 must have been thinking to himself, how the hell has he still got so much? I took out all those villages. There shouldn't be this many units. And yet, here we are with just hordes of them.
Wow. This is very difficult to just digest what we've seen here. It was a Lucifron show for the first two games, and then Puppy, off the back of the Malians, that's how it all started. Remember that Malian game where his base was being pushed, but while that was happening, he managed to just kill 20 villagers because Lucifron did not notice them being killed at the time. That was his first win. And since then, he had just a second layer to him. And he reverse sweeps this whole series. What a day for Puppy Paw. I'm going to have to check real quick because, indeed, Puppy Paw has not made it into the finals of the qualifiers since week 1. He actually made it there by beating Anaton 3-0 and then lost to Marine Lord 4-0. But since then, he did not make it to the finals. He actually lost in the semifinals against Anaton on week 2. In week 3, Puppy Paw lost to Myriad 3-0. So, big chance here for Puppy Paw. He is looking to secure one of those spots in London and join his brother because Wham has already qualified.
Indeed, yes. It's it all comes down to this, doesn't it? So Puppy Paw going through to the next stage. Of course, going to sit and wait in the finals to see who he will be up against. We've got the interview now with Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw, can you hear me? Hello, Puppy Paw.
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Hey, Puppy Paw, how you doing? Congratulations. You must be feeling incredible after that victory right there, mate. How does it feel, especially considering the fact it was a reverse sweep?
Yeah, I do feel incredible. I don't get too excited often, but that was an exciting moment for me.
Yeah, that was really... I mean, the first couple of games looked incredibly tough for you. How were you feeling in that moment when you're 2 down, you're looking at the rest of the scoreboard, you're thinking, oh gosh, this is not going to be pretty. I got to win every single game here to do this. What's going through your head there?
I mean, you just gotta take it one game at a time. I felt like the civs I had left were decent enough. Like, I felt comfortable on them as well. So I thought if I just, focused up, I think I can do it. So, yeah.
I want to take you back to that last game that you played, the second TC that was put down. We continued to remark about how that right there was like the key ingredient in all of it. How were you feeling when you got that decap, that first decap through on the sacred site? Was it a bit of a relief for you?
So, yeah, I mean, the decap came around the time where I lost all my knights. So a bit of a mixed emotions there, because I did decap the site, which I felt like was really good for me, because I wasn't really sure how Zika was at that point, because he was completely walled off. I didn't really have much vision. But I knew if I decap at that point in the time, I still have so much time. I have guild hall, I have lots of villagers, I have lots of farms. Like, I think even with losing all those knights, I thought I was in a winnable position, yeah.
Yeah, one of the key components is that I guess cavalry's been a powerhouse throughout this event, and obviously things are shifting at the moment, but it was great to see the big ball of infantry that you had at the end there, just how strong it was. Moving forward into the next game, obviously that's going to be it. You're hoping to obviously join your brother over in London. How are you feeling? How are you preparing moving into the finals?
I don't know. I think I have to stick to what I know, how to play. Some of these matchups, some of these drafts, I think not that I messed up. Like, in the first game, I didn't mess up too much. In the second game, that was definitely a poor decision on my drafting part, so I need to avoid that for sure. But I just got to play like I do in practice, yeah. I don't know.
All right, well, best of luck moving forward into the finals. It's obviously going to be a bit of a long day for you, so good luck with it all. And look, we might be speaking to you again a little bit later today, so we'll wait and see how it goes. But good luck with it.
Yeah, hopefully. See ya.
Wonderful. Wonderful, thank you. All right, well, we'll see you guys shortly. We're going to head off to a break, and we'll be back with our second set for the day, so stay tuned for that. But thank you once again, Puppy Paw, for joining us. Congratulations, and we'll see you soon, my friend. Also, we'll see you guys soon. ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We've got set number 2 coming up now. It's about to begin in 1 minute. Lidicore, we got 2 of the biggest names in Age of Empires 4 facing off. The Beast from the East and Anatan.
Boy, Anatan came so close to qualifying so many times. We had 4 rounds of qualifiers for 4 players. He was in the finals twice. He lost to Vortex on week 2. Excuse me, that is week 3. And then he lost to Wham in week 2. So he's been there twice, but he never managed to get his spot. At the same time, Beastie is still looking to get a spot in Red Bull. Only one of these 2 players will make it to London, or perhaps none, because of course they would still need to get through Puppy Paw. But we're going to open things up on Dry Arabia, and it looks like Beastie is going to go back to one of his favorite civilizations, the one that we all know that he loves. He's going to have the Malians facing off against Anatan's Delhi.
Can we get some Ilalu in the chat, please, ladies and gentlemen? Gosh, what a matchup we have got for you today. The very first one of our semi-finals. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to, well, I'm a little bit confused here. My UI is looking a little bit old school. Don't worry, I'm sure it'll get fixed up shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1. We are on Dry Arabia here, and this is the semi-finals of the Road to Red Bull Wololo Londinium. Londinium? I hope I'm pronouncing
Londinium.
Londinium. I'm thinking like condominium. London. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. A pleasure to have your company. Let's get to it because, well, we're gonna have a lot of action today. Spawning in the south of the map in the color red, playing as the Delhi Sultanate, representing Volta Esports. It's Anatan.
And on the other side, still looking for a spot for Red Bull Wololo, it is Beastie. And we just talked about that very briefly in the pregame. He does have Malians, and we all know he loves Malians. On top of that, Malians have one of the biggest win rates in the entire tournament. So, interesting to see that Anatan allowed Malians to go through. We're going to have to look at the draft once we are done with this game to see what happened there.
Do you know why he allowed them? Because he knew this gold spawn would happen. Have a look at this gold spawn. What is this?
Yikes.
Can we talk about how Beastie and Anatan's gold has just decided to spawn in the middle of the map, both of them? This is, jeez, it's a scary gold spawn. We'll say that right now.
Yeah, it's not good for either of these players. At least Anatan has one kind of southwest-ish from his TC that is somewhat manageable, especially if he was off the left side. But in general, these are all very exposed gold spots for both of these players.
Yeah, I can actually hear Beastie through my headset. I can hear the all the way into Australia. I can hear his molding right now. But look, I'm sure. I mean, does this change the way that he has to play because of this kind of spawn? Do you think is there going to be more units out sooner because of the fact that he's got a gold at the front and it's like it's in no man's land at the front? I mean, that's something that we could potentially see.
I think, I don't know if it's the timing of it, more so the fact that he's going to have to protect 2 pit mines and both of those are being exposed. If one of those gold mines were at the back, then he would just have a safe pit mine and one that he kind of has to fight to defend. But it's kind of an unlucky spot with the spawns, especially because the 2 gold mines are kind of separated by that forest in the middle. So anytime he needs to defend one, if he needs to swing to the other, he needs to go all the way around, and that could be kind of cumbersome.
It's not going to be fun. It's not going to be fun. Good luck to him, though. It's game 1. It's never fun to start off like this either, but look, we'll see how he goes. Meanwhile, Anatan towards the south. Dome of the Faith coming up for him. I mean, no real surprises here. Both of these landmarks are, 95+% picked for both of these civilizations at this point, so you kind of know what you're getting here. So... Anyway, wheelbarrow almost finished here for Anatan. Throwing a couple more upgrades in the queue. And I think realistically, like, we can expect cavalry out from him quite early. He'll look to get aggressive, look to try and pick up the sacred sites. Good sacred site spawns as well, I would say right now for Anatan. These are really good sacred site spawns, but at the same time, these are very good for Beastie. So if we think about sacred sites, when we want to control them, if we're playing a cavalry-focused civilization, we want the sacred sites to be further away because our units are faster, so they can bridge that gap more effectively. Whereas if we're playing infantry civilizations or a composition, we want those sacred sites to be closer together because our infantry is slower. And in this situation, I think you'd probably say that these sacred sites are quite close together for this map.
They certainly are, and that kind of helps with infantry-based compositions. But in general, when it comes to the composition of the Delhi against the Malians, I just feel like it's not something that matches up well against Danso Javelin. And I think that's going to be the big question of this game. What can Anatan do military-wise that's actually capable of beating the Malians? Beastie is coming up with an early stable here, so we could be seeing warrior scouts. But more importantly, again, it's not just the army composition, it's also the fact that Malians need, or Delhi need some time to get their techs in. So it's actually very convenient for Beastie that the Delhi aggression is on the slower side of things, and for the time being, he's going to be more than safe at home.
Well, have a look at this. We've got an interesting opening coming out from Anatan, opening with a Rax, which is not something that you typically see from the Delhi Sultanate. I mean, it's occasional, but it's normally the stable that you often get. But indeed, you are correct. It looks like we've got those warrior scouts that are out. Sofa Warrior also coming out for Beastie. Not something that we very often see in the feudal age as the first port of call for the Malians, but nonetheless, he'll be committing, and we now start to see that Spearman has been spotted out. All right, well, now we've got the first of the Spearmen making its way. He goes straight for the pit mine. Couple more Spearmen coming up the rear, so Beastie going to have to throw down that archery range sooner rather than later. He was trying to do a little bit of a wall there. Did you see what was that all about, Litter?
Good question. Ooh, nice little stagger with the Spearman, and that Sofa is beaten up badly. Beastie does not have a range, I think. And this is where it gets a little dicey. Now, again, he's actually dropping that wall. I'm not sure what
he's trying to drop the gold vein.
Oh, that's a wall by Anatan.
The gold mine. Yeah. So there's a gold mine that is inevitably going to go there, and by him putting that down, that says now you've got to burn this down before you can gather gold. So it's delaying the age up, which is buying Anatan time now. On the flip side, because it means that his age up should be like he should hit castle age before Beastie now. You would assume.
It's such a little investment for Anatan, and it takes 2 seconds to do it with the Spearman. But it's so annoying for Beastie to deal with. I mean, for now, he's just going to slowly torch this, but these kinds of little disruptions, especially ones that come at a very little cost, these are the margins that you're looking at when you look at a pro game, and Beastie is sneaking out his villagers to the north to get his third gold mine. That's the furthest away. That's technically gold mine number 3 that spawns with your base, but gold mine number 2 is just so exposed. And there's so much harassment potential that Beastie just skips that altogether for the time being.
And isn't Anatan just being so annoying right now with everything that he's doing? He walled up the second pit mine, potentially, and now makes his way to the north, spots this one out. And I want to compliment him on the fact that he opened up with the racks here, and he's still going into Spearman at this stage, because even if Beastie was to get archers out and try and repel these spears, they're still going to be useful moving into Castle Age. So it's great to have them out, but the fact that he's able to be so aggressive with them as well and really force a response from Beastie is what I think is going very well for him here.
Yeah, that has been the style that Anatan has been playing with for so long. He's certainly been a Lord of Chaos. Very, very disruptive. Just cheeky little harassment that all adds up after a few minutes.
Yeah. Beastie now with 6 cows produced, so he's definitely moving along with that economy. Of course, now Sacred Site's going to start getting picked up. We do see the Sofa Warriors did try and pick off a couple of these scholars. Not able to find a connection just yet. It's looping back around over on that South Sacred Site. We'll check in with that one as they're both going in at the same time. Forced off the North Sacred Site here, and now back down to that Middle Sacred Site. Let's have a look and see. Oh, they want it so bad, but the Spears are doing a wonderful job of baiting them in. Oh, it's close, Litter. Sacred Site 1 is
Couple of walls
capped.
would help a lot here for Anatan. If he was in 1 or 2 of these Sacred Sites, it's going to be so difficult for Beastie to decap, and again, you're just mostly using Spearmen here.
He's got a great composition that's really coming forward now. This is really interesting, the fact that we're seeing this many units out from him this early. We're also getting quite a few cows out as well, but Professional Scouts has arrived for Anatan, so he's going to look to secure his deer. And, I mean, at the moment, Sacred Sites, the fact that you've got 2 is great. You're capping a 3rd, which is going to become your 2nd because you're losing the 1st one. So far things are going well for Anatan, but it feels like Beastie's got the upper hand at the moment.
Beastie has an unusual sofa count for a normal Malian game.
Yeah.
Sofas are almost exclusively a Castle Age unit in traditional Malian games because they're expensive. You only get imported armor in Castle Age, and oftentimes players just like completely skip them in Feudal. It's quite unusual that you see them here, especially considering that they're facing Ghazi Raiders, so there is bonus damage on these cavalry units against Beastie's sofas.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And on top of that, your enemy also opened up with spears, and that normally they're opening up with archers, but yeah, you can see right now Ghazi's going to get a really good surround here on Beastie's units. He's lost all the Sofa warriors, as you mentioned, but he's been able to snipe out all of the spears. So Beastie's got a decent amount of archers that are sitting back home, and he's building up those spearmen again, or rather those Sofa again. I guess the saving grace here is that he's also scaling his economy. But by the same time, I can't help but feel like he's on a bit of a timer, Lidakor. And that timer being the Delhi Sultanate and the fact that they get to Castle Age sooner. They're going to be looking for that death push. He's already got 2 Sacred Sites. He's just won a big fight, which means he's probably going to cap that 3rd one. Castle Age is going to be 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes around the corner. Then that big death push is going to come. How does Beastie look to play against this?
This is a very, very tricky spot for Beastie, because he's doing a good job harassing the Sacred Sites, but he lost a huge army, and he hasn't gotten that real Malian powerhouse eco yet. Reaction on the slower side of things here, but he pulls away all the villagers. I think a key consideration is that Anatan, even if he gets the Castle Age, it will take a few moments for him to get his techs. He does have 10 scholars, though, with 4 more incoming, so really, he could get a reasonably quick Castle Age spike here. And he now has 3 Sacred Sites that Beastie is going to struggle contesting. Beastie only has 10 archers. Not much to deal with those Ghazi Raiders, really.
I think Beastie's just got to hope that he is going to be able to sustain through this Delhi Sultanate attack that is imminently going to be happening in the next 4 to 5 minutes, and that the cows are going to see him through to the other side. That's pretty much it, because this Malian economy is absolutely crazy, but there's a couple realities that we've got to familiarize ourselves with. Number 1, we're not getting back those Sacred Sites anytime soon, so we're going to have to think about challenging them. Number 2, relics, as villagers now going down in the backside of the base of Beasties. Hasn't lost one yet. Oh, keeps them all alive, Litter.
Really, really nicely done so far, and that's a key thing here. He cannot afford to take eco damage. There is already a 3 Sacred Site differential. When Anatan hits Castle Age, he's going to send out a gazillion of these scholars to immediately pick up all the relics. So Beastie needs to make sure he has map presence of some kind. He cannot afford to be distracted at home by all these raids. He's going to have to start denying those relics very, very quickly, because all that passive resource income in such an early state of the game adds up very quickly.
Yeah, and that's exactly it, right? Like, reality number 1 is we're not getting Sacred Sites anytime soon. Number 2 is those relics are all going to be vanishing off the map in about 26 seconds as soon as that House of Learning is completed. And then number 3 is this imminent attack that is going to be happening afterwards. I mean, there's obviously a couple different ways that you can play the Delhi Sultanate, but the main way is generally make units win game. Beastie's Malians still building up on those numbers. He's up to 19 cows now. You know, I remarked earlier about the Malians and the fact that we hadn't built all of our cows before aging up. Well, fortunately, it looks like Beastie is operating on an artistic level here today, and we'll be going to 20 cows before dropping down the big cow landmark. Relics now picked up. How many has he got in the hand? He's got 2 at the moment in the hand. Still another one down towards the south. Actually, I take it back. There's 3 that are now picked up. And obviously the safe one towards the south is still there. Unlikely that he manages to steal away this top one. But it could potentially be 5 that he looks to get.
3 Sacred Sites, 3 more relics coming in. And look at how quickly the techs come in as well. That's what you get when you have 15 scholars working on this. Beastie is just going to click the Castle Age. He is up to 20 cattles. So he did unlock all the passive resource income from the Malians. It's a good spot for a Grand Fulani Corral, of course. What's worrisome for him is that by the time he gets up to Castle Age, he's going to be facing an opponent that has most Castle Age technologies. And Anatan also has a very powerful passive resource income. So not much of an eco difference, but Anatan will have the tech advantage.
Yeah. Not to mention the army advantage. At the moment, Anatan sitting about 2x what Beastie has got. This is it all. I mean, it all goes back to those early stages and not having the Donzos because you've got the Sofa instead. And the Sofa are great, but when there's that many spears, it makes it difficult. But now underneath the town center, he's going to try for a little timing challenge here. Sofa should be able to defend in the pockets. Archer's doing a wonderful job of just kicking it back, but there's a lot of Ghazi Raiders in here, Litter.
Yeah, that's a lot. And Anatan is looking to just dive before Beastie can age up. Nice little timing over here. Might actually get a couple of villagers killed as well. Beastie does get Castle Age, but a few villagers fall. 6, now 7 villagers killed. That is a lot of damage done on Beastie's base. Obviously, passive resource income is still a thing, but you just cannot play a game with 25 villagers, and that's the direction that Beastie's heading towards.
Yeah, there are so many units in his base right now. 56 units on the board for Anatan. And he is just crushing everything here. And that is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Beastie going down at the 15-minute mark on the Malians. Anatan picking up the victory in Game 1. A tough spot there for Beastie. I mean, it all just, to me, it goes back to that very beginning. The fact we've got the forward gold vein. It's not pretty. And then, obviously, Anatan realizes that. He sees it. He capitalizes on it with the barracks. It was a tough spot for him, but well played to Anatan, recognizing all those things, and it was a one-sided fight. I mean, if we take a look at that military value lead, Litakor, it's one way from the very beginning.
It feels like it. We have to say, this map was not very generous to Beastie. I think a lot of things went lucky for Anatan. I don't want to take credit away from him because he really played this to perfection with all the harassment on the gold mines, the little cheeky walls, the way that he managed to maintain control over the sacred sites. But sacred sites being close to one another was certainly something that helped him. And then the gold mines being exposed was probably a contributing factor as well. But nevertheless, Anatan played a near-perfect game with the Delhi. Controlled the sacred sites, had a nice timing on Castle Age. And maybe this cleanup that we're seeing right now, this engagement where Beastie went a lot of sofas and this whole army gets cleaned up, this was probably the momentum swing.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and I want to say that I think the Sofa Warrior is a great unit. I think it excels in Castle Age. It's okay in Feudal, but when you make a unit, it means that you're not making another unit that you could have been making. And in this situation, there was a very clear need for something to deal with these Ghazi Raiders. There were so many of them. They were so quick, easily able to deal with all of the archers. And it just meant as soon as the Sofa were dead, there was nothing to stop them from mauling the archers. And it was just very much a rolling ball downhill. Big cleanup in the base here. Once again, we get to see. Yeah, it was unfortunate timing and just, yeah, I guess that's the, we talked about all of the cows being built as well before the age up that came through. Maybe there's a world where you could have gotten away with, say, 12 cows, 13 cows or something like that and gotten the age up through and maybe lived. But even then, I mean, it felt like it was just a numbers game and the numbers weren't in his favor.
Let's look at the draft, though, Drongo, because that's not something that we had time to take a look at beforehand. Ottomans and Sengoku Daimyo were the first 2 bans for each player, and then off went the Chinese. So a lot of the traditionally banned civilizations actually did get through, including the Macedonians. We're not going to see that for game number 2, though. Frisian Marshes is what we have coming up. And it's going to be a Zushi versus HRE matchup, HRE being the very last pick, or... is that the very last pick? It might not be from Beastie. I don't know the order of those picks. It might be Jeanne d'Arc that was the very last. Yeah, okay. Production confirmed. Jeanne d'Arc and Mongols came later. Nevertheless, it's a fairly late pick in the draft for Beastie having HRE.
Yeah, by the same token, Juicy came pretty late for Anatan as well. So, yeah, looking to put their later civilizations out early on. But obviously, Frisian Marshes, a little bit more food on a map like this. So curious to see exactly how they're going to be playing it out. We take a look at their last encounters. You can see that all time, head-to-head in tournaments, Beastie is ahead by an absolute mile. Not to mention the fact in their previous counters, I mean, it's a 2-1 in favor of Beastie. But Anatan did get that 3-0 back at the EGC Masters.
11-3, I think, is somewhat misleading, though, because it kind of ignores the fact that Beastie has been a dominant player for multiple years, whereas Anatan certainly had this breakthrough like a year and a half or so ago. Beforehand, he was certainly a tier below the elite players.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of these losses come from that period where there was certainly a skill gap. Ever since Anatan closed that distance, it's a much, much more cutthroat setup. So I feel like 11-3 does not necessarily do Anatan, or let's say present-day Anatan, it doesn't do enough justice to him.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Yeah, you're 100% on the money that Anatan has definitely started to break through in recent times. He is, I mean, he's as you mentioned, he's always been a very good player, but it's only recently that he's gone and kicked it into 6th gear. So, yes, I don't think it necessarily does him justice, but he's obviously doing quite well. He's made it through to quite a few of the semifinals and finals here for this event as well. So, will today be his day? So far, it looks good for him, but we'll see exactly how it plays out. With regard to this matchup, though, I mean, Holy Roman Empire, they've got access to the early men-at-arms. Whether or not we see it here today will be another question. Keep in mind that Juicy Legacy doesn't have access to the Archer. They do have access to the Jukunu, though. And I think technically if you make enough Jukunu, you can pretty much just kill anything. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Could be an option for Anatan here.
I'm curious about the HRE on Frisian Marshes, though. It feels like it's a very old style pick. It used to be the meta, but that was well before we had all the new civs come into the game. And we talked about this in the previous series. Even just the addition of a single new civilization can shake up the meta on some of these maps. So I feel like Beastie has a very powerful civilization for Frisian Marshes. It's a very old school pick. Zushi is certainly a less commonly used civilization on this map, though, at least historically.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how it stacks up as well. Especially considering from the first time that we saw Frisian Marshes played, it was very pond-centric. Both players taking a lot of ponds, looking to try and just get out a couple fishing boats on each of them. So whether or not we see that today, neither of these civilizations... I mean, arguably Holy Roman Empire is a pretty good water civ, quote-unquote, but that's because of how good the Archon is when you chuck it on a wood line. I don't think wood lines are really going to be that relevant here in this game, but we'll see exactly how it goes. We've got 20 seconds before it starts. Lidakor, which way is it going to go? Give it to me straight.
I'm leaning more towards Zushi, mostly because I feel like that's something that we see a lot less commonly as we head into game number 2 here. I just get the feeling that, well, HRE is a very old-school civilization for this map, and it used to be really good. I don't know if it can really adapt to the new style gameplay that has, you know, gotten into the competitive scene in the last, like, year and a half or two. I'm curious how this is gonna go, but let's head into game number 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Frisian Marshes, as we've got two of the best players in the world facing off in this semi-final game. The winner of this will go through to face another player in the finals, and the winner of that set will go through to London. Spawning on the east side of the map in the color yellow, playing as the Holy Roman Empire, it's Beastie.
And on the other side, with Jushi's legacy, comes in Anatan with the color red. Again, I'm curious how Zushi is going to be played on this map. It's not traditionally a civilization that you see frequently on this map, but that's partly because Zushi was a very dominant pick on hybrid maps. So for any tournament that featured hybrid maps, there was a high probability of Zushi either being banned or just being used on different maps. So I don't know if it's necessarily a Zushi being bad on this map, or simply that it was used on different maps back in the past. I'm curious how this is going to go for Anatan.
Yeah, especially considering the fact that we do still have Holy Island in the map pool as another potential option for our civilization or for our maps. So we'll keep an eye on it. But let's check in over on the side of Beastie and see how he's doing. So obviously, he's starting off with a early dock. You see 2 fishing boats out here, the single villager. And that's one of the key differences between these two, because when we take a look at Anatand has not opened in that way. Which makes sense, because he's got the Imperial Official, and the Imperial Official means that normally you want to try and focus on one specific thing, and he's going to focus on that one thing. It's going to be a barracks. He's opening up with aggression once again. This is a double barracks opening we're seeing out from him from both the last game and this game. He's definitely got a type, doesn't he, Litter?
Certainly does. There's going to be a Rax as well from Beastie. Double Dark Age Rax over here right at the beginning. And in that case, HR is an interesting choice because you have this Prelate buffing you.
Exactly.
Dark Age Rax are always very expensive because your economy is very, very weak. So when you have a huge eco boost from the Prelate, it helps you a lot more when it comes to dealing with these early Spearman aggression. And so far, Beastie is going to lean on that Prelate to facilitate the Spearman production. Anatand is going super aggressive all the way up to 5 spears.
Yeah, that's another thing to keep in mind, is that we've got the Imperial Official, which means these spears are coming out a lot faster as well. So not only are we going for Spearman raw with no fishing boats or dock thrown down, but we're also just supervising them out so they're extra quick. And we can see now Beastie having to retreat the fishing boats back. He's trying to get value out of them. And as long as the spears are focusing down the fishing boats, they're not focusing down the dock. But I feel like almost certainly this barracks is going to be successful here, and they will be able to deny the dock.
Yeah, this is a huge commitment here from Anatand, so he must deny this dock. I think Beastie is going to have the benefit of being closer to this dock than Anatand is. So even though Anatand has 6 spearmen against Beastie's 4, it's a little easier for Beastie to reinforce. In fact, if you take a look, this is just 4v4, something that Beastie can and probably should fight. 2 more spearmen now coming in for Anatand. For the time being, Beastie is holding the dock.
Yes, interesting. Beastie also went for the double racks as well in the Dark Age, which is kind of crazy. I don't think... when was the last time you saw a double Dark Age racks? That is an impressive amount of barracks. Let's just put it that way. Meditation Garden's coming up, and the age up is through. How is this age up still coming in at this time as well? This is a 4 minutes 40 age up, by the way, after opening with a racks. Like, isn't that just incredible?
You do have an IO buffing you, so that's something to keep in mind, but Beastie is going to trade off here. Beastie is nowhere close to Feudal Age, by the way, but he does have the benefit of having the extra fishing boat, so it made sense for him to commit very heavily into the racks to make sure that this dock stays up. But at the same time, if Archer's coming from Anatand, Beastie has no response to that. Luckily for him, for the time being, it's just Palace Guards.
Hardened upgrade. Now, oh, is that a Palace Guard coming out? That's a Palace Guard coming out. Has the Hardened upgrade come through for these spears? I would suspect it. It has, yeah, okay, wonderful. It's through. So a little bit more damage, a little bit more health on these units. And Beastie's going to have a tough time defending here, as you mentioned. Now with the Palace Guards coming out, it makes it even more awkward fighting into this. So you've been able to hold for this long, but... oh, gosh. All right. We're seeing it. We're seeing it all unfold here, aren't we?
That is an interesting build, to say the least. Double racks, Minework Palace. Makes me feel like we could see Men-at-Arms here as well. And if Beastie gets up to Feudal Age, he's going to be in a decent spot. Needs to repair this dock. Anatand is just trying to make sure that the flames stay up. And the dock goes down, and this is a huge win right now for Anatand. Beastie's fishing boats will remain idle.
Yeah, Beastie now losing out those 3 fishing boats. They're stuck in the pond. He's going to be able to buy a little bit of time here, but the spear number, it looks good for Beastie, but keep in mind these are Dark Age spears, and there's also Palace Guards in the mix now. 2 Palace Guards out for Anatand. And, yeah, it's just a constant struggle, but he's getting some good trades. At least, you know, the fishing boats might not be gathering, but they are, at the very least, taking a couple torches for the team before they disappear to the bottom of the pond. Beastie now reaching Feudal Age. Hardened upgrade coming through straight away. Keep in mind he's got the mine work, so he doesn't have to drop down that blacksmith. It's already, quote-unquote, dropped down. And the upgrades are cheaper. They come through faster. And he gets a couple of uniques as well. He's going to throw down a dock in here. He says, we're gonna try it again. We're going to go for it one more time. Let's see if we can make it work. Meanwhile, dock's coming up for Anatand. Double dock behind the scenes.
he needs those docks because, remember, he committed a lot of resources into this aggression. If he wants to sustain that, he needs to get some extra eco going as well. But so far, this is going well. Palace Guard might chase down the villager. The Beastie is able to get away. And indeed, men-at-arms are coming. Something that's going to be difficult to afford if Beastie doesn't get back on that pond quickly.
My question is, okay, how does Anatan deal with men-at-arms from the Holy Roman Empire if they get to critical mass? Because these are faster than the average bear. They are Holy Roman Empire men-at-arms. So he's going to have all the upgrades. So, like, Jukunu is going to be very difficult to justify. Especially if like, you're thinking, okay, I'll go 30 Jukunu and try and deal with these men-at-arms. They'll just start mixing in horsemen. And now you've got trouble in paradise. So we do start to see Jukunu coming out onto the field here for Anatan. But it's just one of those things where it's like, it could just be a matchup differential that makes it very hard. More docks now coming up. Or Beastie in the south of the map. It's going to be his second dock. There's still units hovering around. They're going to look for a pick-off. See what they find. It's just the scout having a look, having a scout. Seeing what he can find. Meanwhile, let's check in with the mine work. I don't think we've got any of the unique upgrades that have come through just yet. There we go. We've got Bloomery that's coming through right now. So, no all pikes. Despite the fact that we've got a lot of spearmen out, but... yeah, Bloomery is probably going to make a pretty big difference here. Alright, so moving forward, what do you think the best way to deal with these men-at-arms is going to be for Anatan?
This is tricky. I think Mass Jugenu could work as long as you have a space to fall back to. But I feel like that's probably your best course of action, trying to stall them out. He's actually reinforcing towers as well, so... perhaps a combination of static defenses and Jugenu could slow them down, but as you said, it really comes down to whether you have that critical mass. And if Beast is mixing in horsemen like he's doing right now, that could make things a lot uglier.
Yeah, it makes it very difficult with the Jukunu, because you want to try and focus down the men-at-arms. Ideally, you want to be able to one-shot them, worst case scenario, two-shot them. And then if you've got horsemen that are attacking you, it's just a constant stream that you're going to have to deal with, but... let's take a look over on the west side of the map. Well, we do have some units beginning to clash in the center here, but the number of docks that's going up for both players, it looks like they're on 3 ponds at the moment for each of them. +1 attack not yet through for Anatan, so I don't think we've got that blacksmith down. But Beastie picking up +1 range defense, which is very important in this matchup. Need to get that range defense ASAP. As soon as you see Jukunus on the field, they become a threat, so having that extra defense can really make a difference. All pikes upgrade also going to be coming through for Beastie. So looking to upgrade those spears a little bit further. Keep in mind they are faster. Got the extra armor. So he's going to be having a very good feudal age here. Looking to try and get one back. He's already down 1-0 in this series. Needs to make sure he does his best to stay in contention. Keeps that mental health healthy. It can be so hard in situations like this. You know, in the last set that we watched, was a bit of a tough one for both players, I think, and Beastie wants to avoid too much of that happening here, but now it comes that the Jukunu mass finally looking to make a connection.
Beastie needs to fight soon because Anatan wants to go up to Castle Age. And when that happens, Beastie is going to be in a very bad spot. The moment 5 crossbows arrive, his army becomes immensely obsolete. And it's actually a benefit for Anatan that Beast is kind of focused on these docks right now. Anything that's happening away from Anatan's base, I think, is a win for him.
I agree. Yeah, I think that's exactly what you want from Anatan, is you just want space, you just want time. And the moment, like, as soon as you're up to castle, you're fine, because you chuck 2 supervisors on 2 archery ranges, and you've got a whole bunch of crossbows. And that's it, it's all over. But we do now start to see the Montlu Academy is coming up here for Anatan. I'm not going to call it the Mount Lu Academy. I refuse to accept that that's its name. The Montlu Academy. So we'll be looking to play this one without going into the Shaolin Monastery. At least early. We might see it later. Probably not, though.
And so far, it doesn't seem like Beastie is either aware of this happening or willing to dive the enemy base. He is doing some damage by destroying the docks and the fishing boats. But again, the concern for him is that the moment crossbows come out, his army becomes obsolete. So he is going to have to pull back very, very quickly and try to get a hit, get up to Castle Age himself. Even if he does that, though, what is he going to do against crossbows?
Well, I'm just thinking, just as soon as you said that, I thought, okay, well, hold on. Technically, Anatan doesn't even need to go into crossbows. He can still play Jukunu from here. And that's because Jukunu, with veterancy, go from 5 damage up to 6 damage, and now with +2, go from 6 damage up to 7 damage. And that means that they're fighting up against 4 armored units. They're doing 3 damage a pop, which means they're all doing 9 damage each. It is a disgusting amount of damage to be out on the field this early, and the only way you can deal with it as Beastie is by going up to castle yourself and getting +2 armor upgrades. You need it. You absolutely need it. You can't fight without them.
And he is going to go up like that. Bad position, though, in terms of the food income, because he just now has to start adding farms, and obviously he's desperate for food right now. He's got a very food-heavy composition, and he wants to go up to Castle Age. Luckily for Beastie, Anatan held back his forces for some time, and he's just now moving towards his base. And yeah, Anatan is taking a somewhat cautious approach here when it comes to moving out of his base. That's something that's buying Beastie a lot of time right now.
Yes. We can see that indeed he has started to add crossbows, so 2 crossbows in now for Anatan, as well as some lancers. And Burgrave in queue for Beastie. Really interesting decision. Both players avoiding religious landmarks today. Despite both of them having opportunities to go for it. Like, the Shaolin Monastery definitely could have cleaned up all the relics, but we do start to see those extra upgrades coming through for Zushi now. So I think that was the supervision bonus that just got researched. Where basically your Imperial official supervises at a much faster rate than what it previously did. Now Beastie pushing forward with the Burgrave. This could be what he needs in this situation to be able to stay alive in this spot. Burgrave's now complete.
The amount of crossbows Anatan has is disturbingly low. And as you said, it's still feudal age units he's fighting, but that's not going to remain like that for very long. And against Castle Age men-at-arms, specifically 16 of them, I'm not sure if I just like Jugenu, especially when they're caught so deep in the enemy base.
All those villagers going to be on the run for a bit right now. The upgrades come through, so he's taken a little bit less damage here. Still needs time for that +2. The men-at-arms are going to be what does it for him. Distinct lack of horsemen on this front. There's 3 horsemen out at the moment, but nowhere to be seen. Still doing 2 damage a pop here. Once that armor upgrade comes through, it's going to be much easier to sustain through this, though.
He's going for maces, which is an interesting choice. It's kind of something that helps against heavy units, but it's not like heavy units are the problem. It's the Jugenu. Still, though, he's slowly cleaning these up, and do keep in mind that Anatan doesn't really have a second line behind this. This is kind of his standing army. He can't really afford to have this get cleaned up here.
Yeah, and this shouldn't be a problem to clean up either. That's the other thing to note, is these Jukunu are going to have a lot of trouble dealing damage to these units. But now, we see more and more cleanups happening towards the south side as the horsemen are able to finalize the death of the dock. Start to see lancers joining the field here for Beastie.
The game is getting very chaotic. Yellow and red dots all across the map. Harassment on all fronts. Somehow a single spearman is across the map for Beastie, torching down fishing boats. Ecos are neck and neck, but Beastie was pushed away from gold, and this is a big thing that we haven't yet had the chance to talk about. He was pushed away from gold by those crossbows, or Jugenu, I should say. And that's part of the reason why some of the upgrades are still not coming in, and part of the reason why he isn't able to mass-produce the Lancers that he wants.
And Intent now has a good mix, though, of crossbows together with Jukunu. So I think he's played it quite well in his opening, in the fact that he was just able to go straight into the +2 upgrade, straight into the veterancy for the Jukunu. But now he's transitioning into a more crossbow-focused army. So definitely making the aggression looking good for him. Still got plenty of docks out here as well. Tried for a sneaky dock onto the other side. Unsuccessful. Now we also have the Barding coming through for the Knights. So a little bit of extra armor right here that's going to be granted. +2 melee, +2 ranged armor. This is a common theme that we see, and the power of this is incredible. Like, we see a very similar upgrade on the Sofa Warriors with the imported armor. It makes a big dent in the enemy. That is for sure.
It's a very cheap upgrade as well. It's a 75, 175 upgrade, which is essentially pennies for a huge power spike on your knights. Now, we still have most of the relics out on the map. Beastie actually has one garrisoned already, and he picked up a second one. So, despite the fact that he's the one pinned inside his base, he did a good job collecting relics, and he's actually depositing them in the docks.
Yeah, what a great use of docks as well, because often we don't really think of them like that. Like, the only time you're normally sticking a relic in a dock is if you're fighting on water. But the fact that he puts two and two together out here, just great presence of mind that he's able to do that. But Prelate, unfortunately, running a little bit too close to these Zhukunu. Still manages to keep it alive, though. I feel like he was a much higher focused target. I guess Anatan wasn't paying attention.
I just love this single rogue Prelate who's doing all the work collecting the relics and then stashing them inside the docks.
Yeah, he's doing quite a bit of work here. He's already got two. He's about to pick up that third relic as well. How are we doing down towards this eastern corner? Because I think for Beastie, he's got another potential option for himself in this game, and that's Imperial Age. Now, he's not going to go for it until he has won a fight, and he thinks, okay, all right, we're in a good spot here. He's not just going to do it raw. So we'll see how he manages to put it together, but the infantry number coming out from Anatan is quite large at the moment. A lot of Zhukunu, a lot of crossbows, a lot of spears.
It's huge. And the problem for Beastie is that he's got basically one type of a unit in his army. Heavily armored infantry / cavalry. So everything that he has, the crossbows will make mincemeat out of them. And Anatan does have 17 spearmen as well, so he can actually shield his army from cavalry flanks whatsoever. I just feel like the composition for Beastie here is not great, as long as Anatan can keep kiting. And that's why it's so valuable that Anatan is the aggressor, and he can just dive. When the Men-at-Arms come in, he's going to slowly pull back and pick them apart one by one.
Yeah, I think at this stage, Beastie needs to probably move into something siege-oriented. So, potentially... Oh, nice emergency repairs coming through. Potentially some mangonels could be what he needs in a situation like this, but he's going to return the favor on the other side of the map. All of the knights going very deep into the wood line, a little bit too deep. Men-at-Arms now pushing forward on the front. Lancers not
the crossbows?
Really present. Yeah, there's
these are mostly
towards the
Chugenu.
back.
Where are the crossbows?
Yeah, he's just getting completely rinsed. There's a couple crossbows in there. I can see about 3 or 4 of them, though it is hard to see with the Zhukunu, telling the difference between them. Yeah, there you go. Oh, never mind. They're all crossbows.
It's allegedly 18 crossbows. It did not feel like that.
Yeah, Beastie did a decent job in holding, but it definitely feels like Anatan... I mean, he's going to have trouble getting under this emplacement. That's the difficult part. Vill's going to get mowed down. Beastie not paying attention. There we go. Finally does the math. A lot of eco damage done by both players this game. Have a look at these numbers. 21 and 14.
The problem is, like, destroyed value is kind of neck and neck right now, but that's not because of what happened in the last few minutes. And again, Beastie's army right now is just heavily armored units against crossbows. And Anatan really has a good position on the map, by the way. He has some static defenses mid-map. He has the boar as well, which is a really nice source of extra food. Look at that, 2 fortified towers. He's just going to fight off the knight. Now, for Beastie, it's huge that he's able to get these raids in consistently. He's been a menace when it comes to harassment.
Yeah, it's been very frustrating to deal with for Anatan. There's been constant units streaming back and forth. But it looks like he's starting to solidify on the front. We can see a whole stream of units coming out now. Not really much to contest. I think there's a single group of units about to be intercepted in the middle of the map here. A whole bunch of horsemen. 2 horsemen and a knight. So Anatan able to do that, but I mean, so far in this game, definitely feels like it's Anatan's game to lose. Spring emplacement denied in this position, a little bit too far away. No emergency repairs going to be coming through to save this outpost, unfortunately. Horseman and Lancer. Lancer's going to go straight for the Imperial official. Keep in mind, he's got the upgrade, so he can have up to 6 Imperial officials out. Down to 4 at the moment. I think some good value.
A lot of eco damage done by Beastie once again. That's exactly what he needs, and now he's making a pivot into Horseman. Anatan still has 19 spearmen. I just feel like Beastie's army is certainly not going to be able to fight Anatan, But if he can just make this game chaotic by raiding, that could make things ugly for Anathan, although one has to wonder if Anathan is now thinking about Imperial. Because he doesn't need to be afraid of a direct fight that just smashes his army.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, with the way that the armies are at the moment, I don't think Beastie can really push towards Anatan, and he probably knows that. But, I mean, what's he going to get if he goes Imperial Age? There's nothing that really, you know... If I'm Holy Roman Empire, I'm thinking, oh my god, Swabia. And if I'm Zushi Legacy, like, the main reason I'm going Imp is for upgrades, which is not normally a good reason to rush Imp. But we'll see how he plays it out. Adding a couple more units to queue at the moment, but... Yeah, I think the biggest issue right now, the elephant in the room for me, is how does Beastie deal with this composition? This is a really strong composition, so difficult to deal with this crossbow spear. How does he look to play around it? Because at the moment, the men-at-arms, the horsemen, are just going to get eaten alive.
Yeah, so far he's doing a good job just harassing Anathan and forcing Anathan to chase him. If you're Anathan, you should seriously consider dropping some walls, even if it's not full walls. I just feel like Anathan is wasting a lot of time here trying to chase down these little raids. And it's because Beastie is doing a really good job just like dictating the tempo with these little skirmishes and constantly pushing the eco of Anathan.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's delaying the inevitable, or at least what feels like the inevitable. Siege Workshop coming out in the front, supervised as well. Some Springlords now coming out for Anatan. How many Springlords have we got? We've got 3 Springlords and a Trebuchet out at the moment. So this is looking more and more likely that Anatan's army composition is just going to reign supreme here. Sacred Victory also geared up. More and more it feels like the deck of cards is stacked in favor of Anatan. Beastie trying to hold on with what little he's got inside the base. Still attempting raids outside of it. Emergency repairs now going to come through. We'll buy him a little bit of time. Springlord emplacements are defending. He's got the triple that are through here. Trebuchet still firing off. Big army back here, though.
The Springlord edition is so good for Anathan here. He's fighting against a cluster of infantry. Literally what Beastie can do to fight is his charge head-on, and the Springlords will do so much to deal with that in combination with the crossbows. And now Anathan is forcing the issue. He's got both sacred sites, although Beastie is decapping one of them. I think if you're Anathan, you wall these up and indeed just try to force Beastie out of his base.
Yeah, very cheeky there by Beastie as well, getting that. Jiangnan Tower going to go down, so looking to transition from that Tang Dynasty into the Song Dynasty here. So Anatan with quite a few resources in the bank at the moment. Could also look to add in that TC after the Song Dynasty comes through. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Would also be interrupted here as, look at this, a whole bunch of units making a connection. This is pretty big here for Beastie. Exactly what he needs at the situation like this, denying this landmark.
And Beastie keeps doing this over and over again. Every time the raid hits, he charges in immediately. He's trying to use that raid as a distraction, and it's working. It's working because some units were pulled away, and Anathan wasn't able to fully focus his micro. He finally gets the surround he wanted.
Well done to Beastie. Finally managing to get that opportunity. Springlords are still doing a wonderful job of just working that damage through, but you can see the numbers looking really good for that beast from the east as he positions himself perfectly to make the counterattack. And boy, oh boy, did that just work supremely. I can't believe that. We are witnessing that right there. That single moment is a transition, a change in the way that this game is perceived, at least by me. It's looking a lot better now all of a sudden for Beastie.
I think Anathan also misjudged what Beastie was doing. I think he expected Beastie to transition into Horsemen to counter the crossbows. I don't think he expected Beastie to just go fully into Men-at-Arms and Knights, because why would you do that against crossbows? So if you look at Anathan's army, he went very heavily into the Spearmen, which were utterly useless against all these Men-at-Arms.
I'm in awe. I'm thinking, how did that happen? Where did it come from? And he's got tough units. Is the Holy Roman Empire, but still, that was just an impressive performance right there. Yeah, that was lovely. Well done, well played. And I mean, it just goes back to those earlier statements you were making about the walls. Because you've got to remember, right, like, at the end of the day, I can chase down every raid with my units, and I can catch every raid with my units. But every time I do that, it's a tax on my APM. And in the event something happens when I'm using that APM, that tax has finally got its dividends paid. And that's exactly what we saw here. Beastie has been taxing the APM of Anatan slowly over the course of this game. And another attack came through because walls weren't there to help taxing or deal with the taxing of that APM, and then finally he struck on the front and just hit perfectly.
And now a snowball starts to roll. Because behind all of this, Anatan was leveraging that map control to get all the food. The hunt that we are seeing right here, all the fish from the ponds. There's not one farm inside Anatan's base right now. Beastie has 41 farmers. As I'm saying that, a couple of farms were dropped by Anatan, but really nowhere near the amount that Beastie has. Beastie has a sustainable long-term economy, and Anatan is caught in that farm transition at the absolute worst moment.
Yeah, it's not looking pretty right now for Anatan. It was crazy how that swung. Now all of the units are on the side of the map of Anatan. You know, it's been so favored for him all this game. And now all of a sudden, Shu is on the other foot. Beastie looking very good here. There's a keep out that will help protect Anatan for a little bit, but he's losing quite a bit back here.
65 villagers only for Anatan. Population is collapsing real fast, and again, it's just a massive snowball that's rolling down hills at this point. And I think now is a good time for Beastie to potentially consider going heavier into knights or perhaps horsemen. He's still facing spearmen, but now he's got the initiative and he has the ability to start really dictating the tempo and forcing these engagements. If he can take out like 10-15 more villagers, it's going to be incredibly difficult for Anatan to come back.
Yeah, I mean, already in this game it feels difficult for Anatan to come back. He'll need a good fight. It goes in his favor. We can see the beginnings of some walls that are coming up, and Beastie with an aggressive keep in the middle of the map here. See how he looks to play it out. No, I was going to say no lunch connector just yet, but there's one on the field with 3 more in the queue, so Beastie definitely getting the right idea. Whenever I think of stealth forests, I think of lunch connect, because they just love to, well, they love to hide and then reveal themselves. Typically without telling you.
One day, we're going to make Aussie take some German lessons here on stream, I feel.
Oh, come off it. I think Lunchknechte is perfect pronunciation of the Lunchknechte. Das ist mein Lunchknecht.
Oh well, these villagers, they're not going to live to hear Aussie pronounce Landsknecht appropriately. They're all gonna be butchered here, and now it's looking really, really ugly for Anatan. I don't know if there's anywhere to go for him here.
And indeed, that is gonna be it. He taps out, realizing that this was the end of the line, and Beastie somehow, someway manages to find his way back into this game and into this series, not allowing it to be a 2-0 in a best of 5. I tell you what, it could be hard coming back from a 2-0 in a best of 5. I'm not going to say it's impossible. We may have seen it already once today. But well played going to Beastie, taking the victory here.
It's a big one for Beastie, because there were moments where it looked real shaky.
Oh,
it felt like the composition wasn't there. And for example, this specific fight we're seeing right now, this was a massacre. This is exactly what Anatan needed to do. Full crossbow, just absolutely picking apart all these men-at-arms and knights, and the trade was just terrible for Beastie. But again, we talked about this. Beastie was able to kind of create a massive distraction with the consistent raids, also hit the eco of Anatan so it doesn't snowball out of control. And I think, again, Anatan went very, very heavy into the spearmen in the second half of Castle Age, and there was really nothing that the spearmen could do against those men-at-arms. If you take a look at this fight right here, look at the proportions. 34 spearmen, 31 crossbows. And this is before the actual big decisive fight.
Yeah. Yeah, this was a massive army, and it looks incredibly scary from this position. You look at this and you think, how could Beastie even think about contesting this? It's not possible, it's not viable. But it's not until he's able to get the army out of position, until he's able to get the attention away of both the caster, the observer, and the players, that he's able to take advantage. And it's right now that it's happening, where Beastie is just looking to try and catch everyone out of position, and that's exactly what happens. Look how far forward he is here. There's nowhere near the 70 units that you would expect to see in this army, and they just get all cleaned up by themselves. He gets the springalds, he gets the crossbows, and now everything else gets routed towards this spot, but yeah, Beastie's just been taxing that APM all game.
At the beginning of the fight, you had 26 crossbows and 34 spearmen. Most of the spearmen weren't even here, but it wouldn't have mattered anyways, because it was just men-at-arms, pure men-at-arms. And the other thing is the game of inches that we're talking about. That little distraction meant that Anatund reacted a little later. He already was surrounded by men-at-arms at that time, and he also wasn't able to pull back to those defensive towers as much as he would have wanted to. Yeah. Sometimes the game comes down to little moments like this one bad fight and it could be all over. But of course, we're still very far from finishing this series. We're very far from this being all over. We have Bodland coming up here, and it's going to be the Byzantines for Anatund facing off against the Mongols from Beastie.
Yeah, so we're feeling very at home with the Mongols. Of course, he's a lover of the Mongols. So, yes, getting to see it out on Bald Land. Love to see that map. Yeah, so Byzantines versus Mongols. Definitely going to be quite fun. At this point in the series, though, it's 1-1. So I think everyone sort of equalized. You know, the first game, I'm sure Beastie would have had difficulty sort of maintaining mental strength throughout that Malian experience, especially with that forward gold vein. Gosh. And then in this game, it's most recently happened. It felt like it was happening again with the Zushi and just how many spears they had out there. He managed to keep his composure. So now heading into game 3, no excuses. I'm sure he's feeling very good mentally and at hand. He'll be feeling, you know, a little bit tough done after that last game. But I'm confident that, you know, on the Byzantines, he'll be putting his best foot forward today. We've got 10 seconds to go, Lidicor. Which way is it going to go?
You keep putting me out there for this. I like the Byzantines a lot, and I'll just leave it at that.
All right, he's picked the Byzantines. He's mortgaged his house and put every single dollar on the Byzantines. Will Lidicor make millions today, or will he be going home poor? Let's find out. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 3. This is Borderlands. And today, we've got two of the world's best players facing off in the semi-finals. The road to Red Bull Wololo. London... I was going to say Londinium. It rings perfect. Rings perfectly. Londinium? Londinium? Excuse me. In the east of the map, in the color yellow, playing as the Mongols, it's Beastie. And in the west of the map, in the color red, playing as the Byzantines, not playing as purple, which is disappointing, but we'll allow it today. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Anatund. All right. Today, we are playing on the map Boldland. And that means that there's not really much going on this map. There's not a whole lot in the front, not a whole lot in the back. We've got a lot of players, though, that is for sure. Today, our matchup, Mongols v Byzantines, some OG civilizations. Well, Mongols is an OG civilization. Byzantines, they've been around for so long that they're basically an OG civilization at this point. So which way is it going to go down? Do we potentially see some trade today? Probably not. Mongols trade, obviously one of the best trading civs. However, these trade posts aren't the best, but we do have an early Rax opening up for Beastie here. So we'll ride on board with him. Let's see whether or not we can jump on board with his line of sight, get a bit of an idea on whether or not he's got some targets for that early outpost. I suspect he's probably going to be looking at the front of the enemy base. Probably going to be looking at that gold vein and thinking, that looks like a juicy target. That looks exactly like I need to target it. The only trouble is that by targeting that gold vein on the front, there's still a gold vein at the back. So even if you were to put an outpost down there, it's really not much that you're going to be able to get from it, because you've still got this backup gold that's over here. It's always very convenient when you throw an outpost down on a gold vein and there just happens to be a gold vein next to it. I still remember one ranked game I played. The reason I remember it is because as humans, we remember things that are traumatic. And this, for me, was a traumatic experience. I had 3 gold veins, and they were all right next to each other. And he put a single outpost in between all of them and denied me from all of them. I still remember it.
That feels like a traumatic experience, but Imperial Hippodrome coming in here for Anatund. So no binary on the Byzantine side of things. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it feels It's disappointing. I'm a big fan of the Grand Winery, but look, if we have to make cavalry, we have to make cavalry. It's that kind of economy where everyone, well, I shouldn't say economy, it's that kind of meta where everybody's just making cav. And look, it seems to work. 4 legs is more than 2. Spears now towards the south side. No outpost being put down just yet, though I suspect that there might be one towards the north that's getting put down between 2 berries. Which I guess against the Byzantines is a very good idea. But yeah, constant harassment coming in so far. Alright, spears at the moment. He's up to 5 spearmen here. Ayyubid will be coming through shortly. Almost certainly not going to be anything to do with trade. But a man can hope. A man can pray.
You just love traders, let's admit that.
I really do. I really do. They're such an exciting unit. And the thing that I love about the trader is that it promotes aggression, right? Like, if you see the trader, you have to stop the trade. But it is just going to be the deer stones. Boring old deer stones. It's all right. We'll forgive them. They want to win.
I think what matters a lot here for Beastie is, besides the fact that, again, little poking and prodding, especially at the berries, is a good value at the beginning for Beastie, is the fact that he's up against a Hippodrome. So whatever comes out of this Hippodrome is not going to be able to instantly deal with the Spearmen, which indeed forces Anatan to invest into a range immediately.
Yeah, good point. All right, well, Ayyubid's coming through. Anatan with a horseman in queue. An outpost above his base. Villager, 100% finalizing that outpost. So it means that we're going to have difficulty securing up those berries. Now, there's plenty of berries on this map, so it's not like he doesn't have other places he can go, but these are very convenient. There's two of them, 2 patches right next to each other, and this outpost stops both of them. So he will need to find aggression. Meanwhile, we've got mercenaries that have been committed to. Ayyubid about to come through for Beastie as well, about 20 seconds away at the moment. The deer stones, that extra little bit of movement speed's always welcome. Khan back here, slowly dealing with the scout until the horseman arrives, that is. Horseman says, no, we're attacking this Uvu today. The Uvu will go down, my friends. Where are those spearmen, Lidical? We had 5 spearmen, but I think they're just happily tucked away inside an outpost somewhere.
Presumably they are, or they are still around somewhere, running around harassing people.
Wouldn't be surprised. Those spearmen were annoying. We do have a stable that's coming down, being moved forward towards this Uvu. Good luck to it. I mean, whenever I see a stable like this, it just... Yeah, I suspected the same thing was going to happen here. You know, it's going to be a classic case of not being able to drop it down because your enemy is being a bit rude to you. He's going to try.
That is extremely annoying. It feels like a thin margin, but do keep in mind, every, let's say, 20 or so seconds that you're delayed, you're essentially losing the production of a unit.
Exactly. It's frustrating both ways, because if you want to just not put it on the Uvu, it's like, okay, now I can't double train. And if you do want to put it on the Uvu, it's like, well, every second that I'm here, I'm losing my units. So, yes, it hurts both ways. We now start to see Anatan branching out. Longbows coming through. No real surprise here. Lamentinai also hitting the field. So, opening up with some decent composition. And that's part of the reason why the Byzantines are strong in the early stages of the game, because they naturally move into this composition. I don't think we see anything other than longbows out of the Byzantines and their mercenaries. Lamentinai just feel naturally amazing. And then the horsemen from the Imperial Hippodrome just tie it all together perfectly.
Yeah, I think one of the tricks here, when you look at this kind of old school build from the Biz, by the way, this Limitani plus longbows, is that longbows come in batches of 5 from the Merc house, so you get occasional power spikes, but because the influx of units is not at a consistent rate, there are windows where you just feel very, very weak because you simply do not have enough archers on the field.
And then there are also windows where you feel very strong, and this is one of those windows. Like, as you can see, Beastie is trying his best to keep it together. But it is not together. It is falling apart. It is barely being held together at the seams at this stage. As Anatan forces him back away from that Uvu as the Uvu goes down. And he buys himself some space. He buys himself some time. He could even potentially look to clear up that outpost at the back of his base, but I'll be honest, I don't even think he knows about that outpost yet. The outpost is, it's a bit of an investment, really. It's a bit of a hope that one day it activates.
It's one of those things that it could be totally useless, and your opponent could just torch it down when it becomes relevant. Or it could be one of those things that just happens to be at the right place at the right time, just when your opponent is doing something critical and they quickly need to transition food as they are microing their army. Boom, there's a tower, and then you're just standing there like, oh shoot, I need to deal with this. So it could be one of those distractions that we've seen in the previous game that can easily snowball out of control.
I'm curious to see if those spears are still in there. I don't think they would be. Like, 5 spears just sitting in an outpost for a long time. It's a big... Oh my god, they're still in there. It's such a big investment. I was going to say, because, like, there's 2 ways that it goes. If the spearmen are inside, it goes a very hard way. If the spearmen aren't inside, then this outpost is easily dealt with. So, the fact that they're still in there... I mean, Beastie's playing the long game with this outpost. I will say that right now. He is very much waiting that outpost out. Keshik's now moving towards the front, trying to cause a bit of idle time here. Keep in mind, we've got the gold mine towards the back. I think it's only a 1600. I have to double check that, though. Now Horseman moving around the north. It's been rebuilt once again. Got a blacksmith coming up as well from Beastie. It feels very discombobulated, this game, though, from Beastie, and the way the defense has been put together. And Atan still sitting on the 5 longbows for the moment. We haven't seen those numbers climb in recent times.
Yeah, I don't think he's been making more mercs.
I think you may be right there. Yeah, he's only sitting on 156 olive oil at the moment. So
he is getting some olive groves going, by the way.
Wow, look at that, huh? It's pretty early to see that many olive groves. But definitely,
it very much is when you consider all the berries that are still surrounding his base, but it's a good long-term investment. We've actually seen that in the previous game. A slow and consistent transition to farms is much, much better than having to just abruptly go there, and this is what we've been waiting for. And that's where the spearmen are hiding, by the way, in the tower. Does Anatan expect the spearman to pop out? He does, but he does lose a horseman in exchange.
No one expects the spearman to pop out, but yeah, you can see this is a Mongol tower, so it's going to go down pretty quickly, and then immediately after we see all of the spears going down. But I think the question I want to ask is, while this outpost doesn't appear to have done much, how much damage has it actually done?
Because it did a lot, because Beastie's pulling the deer stones across the map. This was, again, just a diversion.
Exactly.
You pull the whole army to the left, and that's what Beastie's been waiting for to try and aggress the front of your base.
But not only that, but don't get me wrong, I like olive groves, and I like them early, but the fact that we've got them here right now, I can't help but feel is a symptom of the fact, or, yeah, a symptom of the fact that we had an outpost in the back line. Deer stones? Are you okay,
must have been
brother?
a misclick.
I don't know. It could be the classic deer... No, I don't think it was. He's on a bit of a ride today. Look at how deep he is going here. I feel like I'm
As an
watching
added side note, the deer stones are soaking up some of the tower damage, by the way.
Yeah.
So unless Anatan retargets the tower to the enemy units, the deer stones will soak up some of that damage. It's actually a very nice way to decrease the damage that your troops take.
There we go with the deer stones now activating, and we can see plenty of extra movement speed coming through. He's going to commit to the fight as the Mongol Khan throws off the attack speed arrow, but the numbers are looking really good here for Anatan. The Keshik's going to fall back away from this position. Lamet 9 numbers still looking healthy, and unfortunately the archers go down. I can't help but feel like that was just a little bit too late on the deer stones. I don't know if it would have made much of a difference, but the deer stones... they activated right as the horsemen were like sitting on top of them, and yeah, it never feels good.
This is bad for Beastie though. His reinforcements are getting intercepted, and that's what Anatan's been looking for. He only has 4 horsemen, but those 4 horsemen are catching the archers. Beastie in the meantime is looking for villagers to pick off, though Beastie doesn't have many spearmen out there, so these horsemen are having a field day.
Yeah, Anatan definitely feeling good about the prospect, especially after that last fight. At least you're going to head back to the drawing board for the moment. It's up to 3 pastures, economically. 43 vils compared to the 42 of Anatan. So pretty much even Stevens at this stage. Deerstone's going to have to fall back.
It's a really good wolf by Anatan down south. Beastie has been looking to create these diversions and distractions with the raids. Those walls going up down south will make it much more difficult.
Yeah, it's been a theme throughout this series that Beastie's just been constantly on the attack. You know, it's funny, Beastie's style has definitely changed a lot in recent times. It was the good old days of Beastie just sitting and building up until he could get a big massive siege. That Beastie is long gone. Now it's just constant aggression, constant threats that are coming through from raiding attacks and raiding parties. Units towards the front. Beastie continued to putting on the pressure right here. A lot of Keshiks in this mix here as they heal up, attacking the outpost. Longbow numbers not the healthiest. He's sitting at 9 longbows at the moment compared to the 16 archers. He's doing a wonderful job of just teeing off on those Lametni. Up to 21 Lametni, though. You're not going to get through that easily. That is a huge amount.
Yeah, but that's really the only unit that Anatan has, absent of a few longbows, so it's a very one-dimensional army. It's gonna be good to hold off Beastie for the time being, though, which makes me wonder if Anatan is thinking about Castle Age. He does have resources being piled up, and I think Beastie's also thinking about Castle now.
I think so too. Yeah, I think he's probably going to be doing it. We can see he's thrown a couple more units in queue. He's gone 14 Keshiks. He's gone up for another 2. Wants to avoid losing these Deerstones at the front. But more reinforcements on the way out. The Horsemen going to get spotted as well. Beastie once again looking to put pressure on this gold vein. Excuse me, it's gold vein. There's still that gold vein in the back of the base. But I think he's actually on the... Yeah, he's got quite a few vils over there. So yeah, you're not wrong about wanting to go Castle Age, that's for sure. With that many vils on gold, you're thinking about Imperial. That is so many vils on gold. Continues to patrol around the front of the base. The numbers looking good. We can hear a bit of an attack siren. Vils are going to get pulled to deal with these horsemen. That's one horseman down. Second one almost certainly going to go down as well. Beastie secures Sanctity over on that east side of the map. And now Lametni trying their best to skewer any potential horses that they can. Keshik number still looking decent. But I tell you what, he's struggling against the Lametni. They are just so damn tanky. There's so damn many of them.
Yeah, the Limitani being able to absorb so much more arrow fire is coming in clutch here. If this was ordinary spearmen, this would be slightly more beneficial for Beastie. Yeah. With the Limitani, you can just hold off the Keshik so well. Keshik do heal themselves, so Beastie was able to keep them in the middle of that fight for a little longer, but so far, he wasn't able to break this static defense of just Limitani and longbows. And now Anatan is going up to Castle Age. Also give credit to this tower up front. This is actually helping a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the Limitani, excuse me, that's how I pronounce them. Yeah, they played very well in that situation, the way that Anatan was controlling them. We've got the age up now coming through for Anatan, though. So he'll be looking to pick up some key upgrades here. We take a look and see what he's got on the way. Veterancy for the Limitani. As well as a tower upgrade at the moment. Horsemen trying to escape the Keshiks, able to do so successfully. Veterancy also coming through for our contractors, our mercenaries, and the Kurultai getting thrown down for Beastie.
The timing of that age up could be dangerous for Beastie, because Anatan now has the Castle Age upgrade, so he can start moving out. Luckily for Beastie, Anatan is still kind of mid-map. He's not ready to pounce on this immediately. And look at this. This is where the walls will come in handy. Beastie can, of course, swing around, but at least Anatan is going to notice. Beastie knows what he has to do. He needs to just raid and distract once again, and distract he does. Look at all these villagers being idled out.
Oh, this is not good. This is not good at all. If Anatan doesn't finish this game right here, right now, Akratoi Defenses does come through, gives a little bit of armor. Beastie kind of sticking it out. 9 vills go down in total. And that army continues to move forward. The H-up comes through for Beast. Obviously going to provide quite a bit on the offensive bonus. Veterancy coming through. Keshiks and Archers. Beastie doesn't get the 100% kill shot in just yet. There was only 9 vills that went down. The Akratoid defenses did quite a bit in the way of preserving the life of Anatan.
He also hopped in and out of the DC to kind of swing the villagers from the north to the south, so the villagers could get away from all these Keshik. But this is not a fight you want to take if you're Beastie. Yeah, he runs into the Limitani, and those are Castle Age units. Beastie is just now getting the upgrades. He does have the upgrades, though, and he's got archers, 21 of them against 21 longbows. And the archers move a lot faster than longbows do, so Anatan needs to be extra careful not to get caught in the middle of the map with this army.
The trouble is these longbows, and these longbows haven't died. Like, he hasn't been able to catch the longbows. We haven't been able to kill them completely, and they're starting to build up now. And it's starting to stack, right? Like, you get a little bit of longbows, it's okay, but once you start getting a lot of them, you start getting in trouble. Alright, Keshik's going to get cleaned up here in the center. A little bit of a wiggle before that Keshik goes down. Beastie now with 2 landmarks that he wants to be bringing out here. Deer stones, a Kurultai.
This one is barely making it home.
Yeah, he's limping all the way home in his vehicle.
Anatan is getting cataphracts going, though. And that has been a missing ingredient from Anatan in this game so far. He hasn't been raiding Beastie. If he gets a couple of cataphracts, considering that Beastie does not have any chance to war with the Mongols, he could easily pick up a lot of villager kills. Right off the get-go, the wood line to the north feels like an exceptional target.
Alright, well, the push is coming to shove here as Anatan looks to move into the base of Beastie. The Kurultai together with the Deer Stones are here providing multiple buffs. And speaking of buffs, we get attack speed buffs coming through from the Khan. Beastie trying his best to hold the defense here. +2 ranged attack is through. He's going to continue kiting away from these cataphracts as they heal up. Plenty of health pools that they've got already. Now the longbows potentially going to get focused down by the archers. If Beastie can take out these longbows, definitely be in a much better spot. Longbows are notorious for how difficult they are to deal with, but the cataphracts continue assaulting this base of ranged units, and Beastie's struggling to meet the task at hand, Littlecorp.
Beastie has nothing that deals with the cataphracts. It was just 3 or 4 cataphracts, and they soaked up all the arrow fire. And while all of that was happening, at least a dozen villagers got caught in the crossfire. Beastie's down by so many villagers. Half of his eco is idle. The archers are getting cleaned up, and really, no armor-piercing power for Beastie to deal with the cataphracts. Cataphracts just carrying this fight and carrying Anatan to match point.
Yeah, that was an impressive fight right there from Anatan at the end. And I can't help but feel like it was just the fact that those longbows never really got impacted. There was just a constant presence of longbows out on the field, and I think that hurt in the end a lot for Beastie. All right, yeah. Well, a 2-1 advantage now in favor of Anatan as we move through to match point. The 4th map. It is going to be front range. We've already got our civilizations. We will finally see Golden Horde today. I know some people were definitely looking forward to it. So we will get to see some Golden Horde and some French in the next game.
Ooh. So Golden Horde Japanese for front range were the 2 picks, and then Ayyubid French for Anatan. I'm curious how French match up against the Golden Horde here, though. Because you get the feeling that a lot of the things that the French do, the Golden Horde does as well. In terms of early heavy cavalry, and in terms of trying to play a very tempo-heavy and raid-focused game.
Yeah, they will match similar in styles. So we'll see exactly how Beastie looks to leverage the Golden Horde. But yeah, I mean, that game was a tough game, wasn't it? Like when I go back and I look at these fights right here and I see all the Lamentai and just how many of them there are, there's no getting through that. You're not getting through. Like you can't beat the Lamentai. Your Keshiks are useless for all intents and purposes. They're so difficult to deal with, those Lamentai. But now, in this big fight here as well, we once again saw just the power of those longbows on the back line. You can see them just picking off the villagers one by one as they came forward. Beastie losing quite a bit in that fight when it came to the economy. To double digits there. And then those cataphracts, of course, just soaking up the damage. Have a look at that. Just non-stop.
Yeah, I just feel like when you look at this matchup, a lot comes down to Anatend having been able to negate the raids that really ruined his previous game. In this series, if you take a look at how this game how the series transpired, really the best moments for Beastie came when he was able to use those raids as a distraction. And Anatend did a really good job negating that in this game. There was really not much of a raid going on from Beastie's side because of the walls, because of the way that the Limitani were used. And without those raids, I just felt like Anatend was in a better position and slowly ground Beastie down, especially with that timing push.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll see how it goes in the next game. So it's going to be front range that they're on, saving Holy Island till last. Some pretty good civilizations still potentially up for that match. But for the moment, we'll focus on the one at hand, the French, the Golden Horde on front range. How do you feel about this? I mean, I don't want to ask you too much about the matchups because there's a good chance that when it comes to this level, the only people who really understand it are maybe the top 10 or the top 20 players that are going to really have that sort of intricate understanding. But coming into this, is there anything that you're keen to see with regard to the Golden Horde? One of the newer civilizations?
Anything, really. We had, if you look back at the previous series, we had Golden Horde pick 3 times, but all 3 games, it was sniped away. I just want to see the Golden Horde being played, honestly, and this is going to be a really good game of like old versus new. French, of course, being one of the 8 civilizations that the game was released with, and then Golden Horde, one of the new kids on the block. I don't know. I'm just excited about Golden Horde in general.
They're a fun civilization. They've been nerfed and recently, which was definitely needed. So yeah, they've got a lot of fun abilities. They remind me a lot of the Russians from Age of Empires 3. They've got that batch training that's quite powerful. So yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on it. So 40 seconds to go. All right, we're on front range again, which was a map that we saw a little bit earlier in the day. A lot of gold up towards that north side of the map. Main focus is going to be towards the south side of the map, at least initially. And then obviously it evolves as the game gets longer. Going into this though, who do you favor? Has Zenatan got the upper hand? Is he going to go for the kill shot right here?
He could. I think if the game is quick, I favor Anatend in this. He has been very aggressive in this entire series, and early games seem to have tended towards him every single time. If the game goes long, Beastie could easily have a shot, though. Let's head into game number 4 here. It is match point for Anatend. He's 1 game away from making the finals for the final qualifying day. He already lost twice in the finals of the qualifying days, by the way, Ozzy. He's looking to get that final ticket to London, though.
Yeah, it all comes down to this. There's no more tickets to give out. This is the final one, and of course, in the event that he goes through here, he'll be going through to the finals where he'll have to play 1 more player, and then he will be in London. But let's worry about that a little bit later, because our main focus here early on, as we've seen a bit of a clash of scouts as the Boars battle begins. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 4. We are on front range. This is the best of 5. It's incredibly important. Beastie wins this game. If he doesn't, then it's all over Red Rover. Beastie spawns in on the north side of the map in the color yellow, and he plays as the Golden Horde today, the Mongol variant.
And down south, we do have Anatend playing as the French. Super old school civilization, really, but one that always was at the top of its class. And I think that's a very funny thing to look at, Ozzy. Ever since French were released, every single tournament we had, there was always at least a couple of players who trusted French in the most important games they played.
It's old faithful, isn't it? The French, a civilization that you can always rely on, a civilization that you always know how it's going to go down. They're always going to go school the cavalry. They're always going to make 1 or 2 knights. They're always going to try and make 1,000,000 knights. It's normally how it goes. So, yes, very much old faithful. But look, today perhaps we see something different. Probably not, though. It's going to be the typical standard stuff, I suspect. Anyway, our eyes will be on Beastie because not only is he down in this series, currently 2-1 in favor of Anatan, but he's playing one of the new civilizations. Well, I say new civilizations. I don't know if you can really call them new. I guess technically they are new, so you can call them new. He's playing as the Golden Horde, a civilization that was banned how many times, or not banned, but sniped out how many times today? 3 already, I think? So basically someone picked it to play it 3 times, and the other person said, no, you can't play it 3 times. It's important to note that every single time in that series that a person wanted to play Golden Horde and they were prevented from playing Golden Horde, they lost that game. So now the Beastie has picked the Golden Horde. Do we potentially see a Golden Horde victory? Just saying. I'm not one for superstitions, but does seem a little bit stitious at the very least. Not quite superstitious, though.
There's a little detail here that we haven't touched on, Ozzy, and that's the fact that Anatan is on this boar here. Obviously, French do get the discount on their mills, so it's not a big investment to drop one right here. It's a very nice early eco boost against a player that's not aggressing him.
Yeah. It's a good point. Having access to the boar early on like this can be a big difference. And it's quite a close boar spawn for him. I mean, if we were to compare that to the spawn that Beastie's got with his, Beastie's feels like it's in the middle of the map. And once again, we've got like this spawn here with Anatan, and his boar looks very good. Though I will also say that he's probably just baited the boar over.
Yeah, he probably baited the boar from the middle. That's probably what happened.
Yeah, that's quite a common thing that you'll do. So you bring it a little bit closer. So you know what? It's fine.
I think Beastie could probably lure that boar close to the berries-ish.
Exactly.
So.
Get the 2-for-1 on the Gur. Definitely a solid deal. But speaking of Gur, we do have a barracks coming up. The Khan and Torgoods. 14 seconds to go on the age up. So looking to reduce the cost of the Khan and the Torgoods. Get them out a little bit more affordably. Meanwhile for Anatan, 2 knights in queue for him. No indication of anything else that's really going on at this stage for him. What his plans are. Not gathering any stones, so not going to be seeing any second TCs. Long gone are the days of the meta being 1 knight into 2 TCs, or 2 knights into 2 TCs. It's all about that single TC.
It must be said, and in that context, this is important. When you look at the French, obviously you build your landmarks like usual, but with the Golden Horde, you kind of have this Abbasid-esque mechanic where you just have a single research building for the age up. So once the Golden Tent is done, you don't have to commit villager time for that age up. Obviously, the trade-off is that you cannot accelerate your age up, so that's going to become a factor once we start going towards Castle Age.
That's exactly it. Yes, but nice little dance happening right now. Anatan going to be picking up a villager kill. We can see that he's working, at least Beastie working on that garrison building right there, but not able to find it just yet. Still quite early on in this game. Once again, the knight on the defense against the Khan here. Khan and Torgoods will be looking out for them. Beastie with 2 spears. Third one in the queue now. Would look to potentially add in some more cavalry. We'll have to wait and see exactly how he looks to play it out, though.
He's trying to bait that knight into his spearman, but Anatan is paying attention. Also, looking to try and just body block that Uwu from coming up. Spearman plus the Torgood should be able to push this away.
Alright, the Batu Khan now, together with his spearman, ready to take the next fight. We'll check in with Anatan, though, because he's added in a second stable. So not going for an archery range. Interesting decision here, especially against someone that you know is making spears. So this is always a little bit scary. We now see some Torgoods in queue for Beastie. So looking to start getting a bit of a mix going. The spears together with the Torgoods.
Yeah, I wonder if Anatan does not anticipate Beastie to make more spears. It might be that there's a couple of spears and we're done with that, and we're just going to be playing cavalry meta with Torgoods and the Khan. And in that case, just going full knights would make a lot of sense. But if he doesn't quickly realize that Beastie's still making knights, he could be in a very, very deep trouble.
Yeah, you're not wrong at all. It could be a little bit tough, but he's gone for a nice little pick-off here. He's got a number advantage. Looks like the knight will stay alive for the moment. Both of the spears going to go down, though.
That's a beautiful fight for Anatan. if he gets away with all his troops, well, he lost the scout, that's going to hurt because he's not going to have any vision, but he gets away with the knights, and that's exactly what you want to do. Chip away at the enemy and keep your knights alive. I love how he jumped to spearmen, because the common math, I guess, is that if you have the same amount of knights as spearmen, then you can probably win this fight. He had like 4 knights against 2 spearmen, easy pick off, and then just get away. That's exactly what he did.
Yeah. And you got to remember those 2 spears are incredibly important because they form part of that military. Those important spearmen that are going to be dealing with the knights in the first place. So essentially, if you can do that a couple more times, then you get so far ahead with your knights compared to the spears that it actually gets to the point where you can just take on all of the spears because you've already picked off enough of the remnants of the army that now you can actually just take on the army directly. So something that you always need to be aware of whenever you're playing spears against knights is that knight factor. But we do now start to see archers coming out. Enatand building the first of the archery ranges today, and archers are going to be in queue. Quite a few knights out on the field as well, so he's looking to definitely maintain that aggression as walls now begin coming up for our Golden Horde player. One of the key distinctions between this civilization and its base civ, the Mongols, is that it can create walls, or at least can create palisade walls.
And that's a big thing. It's one of the biggest weaknesses of the Mongols when you look at their overall civ features. Not having walls in a competitive setting, especially in games that go very late, is a huge hindrance.
Now we've got ourselves quite a bit of a tussle beginning to happen. The boar, let's keep an eye on Betty and see whether or not she gets any kills today. You can look at the knights and the spears. I'll keep focused on the boar. All right, no kills. Not yet. Don't worry. She's still hunting, though. Still hunting. You're going to go down here. Beautiful spot as well on the berries and the boar together. A lot of food compacted here. So Beastie really wants to try and control this area. Very important not to lose it. Enatand going to be maintaining decent army presence, though. Also looking to pick up some key upgrades here.
And this is an interesting use.
Building up that army.
I think it's a great use of what the Golden Horde can give you. You wall off the flanks, make sure that the knights won't come into your base. And then, at the same time, you're going to use the fortified outposts just to kind of creep forward and slowly converge on your enemy. If it wasn't for the walls, Enatand would just bypass all of these static defenses and just hit the eco. But with the walls up, really the only thing that he can do is kind of go in the direction of that fortified outpost.
And it makes it a lot harder because that's typically where the army is going to be sitting as well. So, yeah, it's definitely a bit of a tough spot. And this, on a map like this, it makes so much sense as well because you've got these narrow passages towards the north. If you can control them with a couple of walls, it just makes life so much easier. So, keep an eye out on how Beastie looks to play this. As he begins moving across the map, he's scouting out all these units. They don't have a scout with them, so they're not going to be able to spot. And that's going to be one knight that goes down. Despite the fact the heals were coming through. So, Beastie feeling good in this 4th game in the series. That is for sure. He's looking good so far. But it's still early on, and it's still anybody's game.
Very much so, but do keep in mind, Enatand is on match point, so Beastie cannot afford a slip up here, and that's difficult to accomplish against the French. All it takes is one little mistake, the knights get into your eco, and it's all over. So, for Beastie, I would not be shocked if he started walling the remainder of his base, because he has 0 margin of error in this game.
I was going to say, it's very fortunate that Beastie's got a civilization that's got the primary counter to knights, which are walls. So, yes, very, very fortunate. But a little bit of a raid breaking through towards that north side at the moment. Still being chased down, so they'll be fine. Just a couple of horsemen slowly dishing out that damage, but the knight's gone far away enough now that you don't have to worry about him. Surely not. He won't be back. Yeah, immediately we see as soon as the attacks stop, Enatand turns around. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Enatand's got a lot of upgrades, by the way. That's a clear advantage compared to Beastie right now. Basically, all the eco upgrades are in. Beastie does not have much in terms of upgrades, nor blacksmith, or neither blacksmith nor eco.
Yeah, that's a pretty big component. Obviously, the French get cheaper upgrades, so it makes it more attractive to get them. But definitely puts him at a decent spot here in this game. Beastie running into some wolves. Still no additional walls being thrown down just yet. The numbers continue to climb. Neither player looking for castle age at this stage. Just going to continue adding in more military here. Another knight coming out for Anatand. Some more tour goods. Another set of tour goods coming out for Beastie. And the build-up continues. Beastie happy. He's got access to this boar. Not for long, though, as Anatan moves to deny it. Fair bit of cavalry in here and a lot of spears. They've got their key upgrades. Their +1 ranged armor. But nice little raid behind the scenes. Not able to find anything. Obviously, there's knights here to help defend Littlecore, but doesn't really get much done.
Now, Beastie is super heavy on the spearmen, and he's got nothing against archers right now, except for that static tower. But this is concerning for him, because Anatan doubled down on archers very, very quickly. So right now, he has the ability to easily smash Beastie's army. He's not going to dive under that tower, though. I think that's the only saving grace here for Beastie.
Yeah, it's definitely holding back the most of it. Anatan now adding in spears as well. And have a look at these cute little walls that we've got coming up for Anatan, just to keep his villagers safe. Along the edge of the...
He needs
What do
that.
you even call that? The cliff. Yeah.
I mean, we've looked at the previous games. Anytime you give Beastie the freedom to harass your economy, he's going to take it and he's going to run with it.
Speaking of running, and speaking of harassing, and speaking of Beastie and killing enemy economies, it's time. The horsemen make their way down towards the south. He's attracting attention down here as well. 2 horsemen down towards all of these villages. There's a couple low-health villages in here. In fact, the one, they've just done a little bit of a drive-by. They've just made sure, hey, just checking in on you guys, seeing how you're doing. He's gone straight down to the deer hunt. I see, I see. He's trying to work out what his play was.
Now, Beastie is building an insane army of spearmen, which initially you might look at this and say, okay, the archers will deal with that, but 9 out of 10 times, horseman spearman beats knight and archer. And when you have Torgut support, it's even more one-sided in a way. And I think the other problem that Anatan is going to face is these constant raids, especially because he did not finish the walls on the gold miners. Hopefully he's going to notice that, because there is no gate on these walls. There's nowhere to run for the vills.
He's going to try to get through it. Still got the edge post. It's now been completed. But Muskovi Yasak now coming through for Beastie. He's sieging through the wall. Oh no, he's so... Oh lord. Oh lord, he's coming. Beastie now arriving to take out the villagers. Still only one taken out so far. Have we got textiles through? How are these villagers so tanky? Refusing to die. Yeah, the textiles have come through. Okay. Makes a lot more sense. You know, when these villagers are wearing their fabric, it's definitely a bit harder to cut through their...
It's a huge value for Anatan. After that push, only losing 3 villagers is... It's a dream scenario, really. I would have expected all of those villagers to fall, especially because they were trying to hide in the stealth forest, but Beastie had a scout with this force, so he saw those villagers fleeing even through the stealth forest.
Yeah, it was quite strong, but now we see more and more units routing towards the middle. The Torgut's going to have to fall back. There's way too many knights here to deal with this. Spear number continues to build for Anatan. Anatan, 7 villagers on gold. I think he's only just recently transitioned them out, so he's probably going to be looking at castling here as well. Beastie, of course, another 30 seconds away from his castle age. Quite a bit of resources in the bank as well. So we'll keep an eye out on what his plan is with all of those resources.
Yeah, Anatan has had enough of all these raids. He's now just dropping walls across the map. Very aggressive walls all the way to the north. And he does not have a lot of vision in that area. All of those towers are controlled by Beastie right now. But if these walls go up, his position is going to become much, much better. He does need to age, though, because Beastie is already up. And Beastie also has a huge resource bank, so he's not just aging naked. He's going to be able to double down on upgrades and units very quickly.
All right, well, age up is through. Unit upgrades have been clicked. Veterancy for the spears, veterancy for the... I'm assuming that is for the... Excuse me. +2 ranged armor coming through. Sorry, there we go. Veterancy for the horseman, thank you. I was just having a brain fart. That was it. But now Anatan 100% committing to this fight right here, right now. Plenty of units in the middle. The knights make their way to the top. Manage to find a screen of horsemen as the spears try and get a connection. Batu Khan firing off the arrow to assist. Horsemen chasing down some of these archers. Archer number still healthy, sitting at 20 archers, enough to one-shot out the spears. Now the upgrades are almost through Lidakor. Only a couple more seconds. So Anatan's done a very good job of just picking the fight, staying in the fight long enough without overcommitting, without making sure that he is fighting an enemy that's got upgrades. So now he's going to be able to click up, and then we'll hopefully be able to find his own upgrades.
Royal Institute coming in here, he's going to double down on the Knights, and I like that choice here because Beastie's army is non-existent. Look at that army. It's some Karash, which don't show up on the UI. He's got some heavy cav, but most of that is just spearmen. 25 villagers, by the way, on the Royal Institute. He's rushing that up real quick. If Beastie wants to fight, now is the time to do so. He's got the Castle Age upgrade, something that he did not have in the previous engagement. And now, Veterancy is coming in for the Knights. You're also going to be looking for Royal Bloodlines, but that is an upgrade that takes an awful lot of time on the Royal Institute. So Beastie still has about a minute and a half until that comes in. If not more, because Anatan cannot even afford that upgrade.
Yeah, normally it's the first one that you'd click just because it takes the longest, 90 seconds. But he's not going to have time today if he really wants to. And it looks like Anatan was thinking about getting a keep online. That idea is going to have to be shelved as well, as we've really got a lot of units now coming out for Beastie. All of these ones with veteran upgrades. Villagers now going to get pulled into the fight. This is definitely a last chance moment. He realizes if he loses this fight right here, he loses this game. So the villagers have got to come to the front, but it's looking like the numbers are a little bit more in favor of Anatan as the Knights slowly start working up this line. Villager kills. I mean, I don't think he got any during that fight, so overall, I'd say it was a good fight for Anatan here.
I love the villager pool. In that situation, you're not going to be working with your villagers. You either run or you fight. And here's the thing. Beastie's army was almost exclusively spearmen, absent of a couple of heavy cav, which mostly fell before the villagers engaged. And by pulling the villagers, especially ones with textiles, you soaked up a lot of the spearman damage output that were meant to be directed on your knights. He was able to preserve so many more knights simply because the villagers took some of that damage. And now, we're looking at 21 Royal Knights with Veterancy and Royal Bloodlines on the way.
The Royal Bloodlines is where things get very scary, because we have got a whole bunch of extra health on all of these units. So you're effectively taking 21 knights, and then you're turning them into, 26, 27 knights. At least the health pools of 26. It just makes them a lot more tanky. And you've got to remember that if a knight doesn't die when it should have previously died, it's now still doing damage, which means you're increasing the damage of your army as well. It's just an incredible upgrade. Super duper powerful. I don't know how it's balanced, but it is.
And look at the ranges here. These could easily go down, and that's going to hinder Beastie's production. He's trying to pivot into crossbows, but the crossbows are actually spawning in the middle of the battlefield. It also takes a long time to build back this army, do keep in mind. You're double training the units, but you're also waiting a lot more.
Slowly sieging down each building and adding more units as he does it. Meanwhile, obviously, as you mentioned, Beastie losing units that are spawning in the middle of the map. So where does Beastie go from here? I mean, if we look at the army amount here, it is a huge difference between these two. 7,000 versus 4,000. Massive.
This is match point for Anatan. Beastie needs one of those Beastie magic moments if he wants to have a shot at Red Bull Wololo in London. This is the final ticket on the line to London. And Beastie is down 2-1 with knights inside his base.
He's got a lift right now. Let's see if he's going to be able to do it as the horsemen make their way from the north down the hill. Manage to connect with a lot of these archers. Now, all of these knights have got that extra health pool that's coming in.
They should not fight this. What does it work out
to be an extra 80 health? But yeah, there's a lot of spears in here. He's got 17 spears. He's going to fall back for the moment. Beastie handed a lifeline. Told, hey, you can live a little bit longer. We'll allow it. Very efficient gathering of villagers right there.
Yeah, Anatund should not have fought that fight in the first place. I think he was trying to finish off the game. He smelled that there is blood in the water, but then he realized he's running into way too many spears. He managed to preserve most of the knights, but he needs to wait until they're healed back up. They're actually very, very low HP. And that's a huge lifeline for Beastie. That's exactly what he needed. Just a few minutes of breathing room. He's walling off the north as well. It's an angle from which knights already hit his gold miners. These are exactly the windows that Beastie needs to stabilize and start turning this game around. Anathan still has the upper hand, I believe. But the fact that he needs to wait for these knights to heal back up is giving a lifeline to Beastie.
Alright, well, let's see what he's able to find here. As he works down these knights, there's a couple of them streaming through on that north side. Now more continue to rally through. Yes, another one as well. And your villagers aren't going to be able to fight against this guy. They can fight against a horseman. You can repel that, but you can't repel a knight. It is just... Oh, no, it's not pretty. Couple of gold veins here. He's got quadruple gold vein on this screen right now, so it's very important to control this area. Meanwhile, army towards the town center. Is he going to commit? There's a lot of archers looking to back up these knights. Enough to be able to one-shot those spears. He's going to try in this fight. Beastie very cautious about engaging. Wants to fight, but doesn't want to go too far away. Now the knights all moving forward. This could be it right here, right now. Crossbows squeezing in underneath the town center, trying to find a way in. Badu Khan going to be defending as well. The archers teeing down on all of those spears, and the knight number looks incredibly powerful. I think this might be it, Lidakor. I think this could be Anatan's game. Beastie trying to find a way back in. Challenging more reinforcements as the horsemen come down the field. Slowly, the villager number is falling. Beastie losing more and more vills on our screen right now, and this is it. As the crossbows, or at least the last stranglehold of them, slowly get cut down by the knights. Beastie's run ends. And with that, the chances of London go to 0. Congratulations to Anatan. He'll be going through to the finals for this series, for this event. He'll be looking to potentially make his way to London. It's going to be a hard battle, a long road ahead of him, though.
Outstanding performance by Anatand. We have to say that he has really played well in this series. There were a lot of very clean games, and really, it was only Frisian Marshes where he had some shaky moments, and that's the game that he lost. But everywhere else, he felt like he was playing his best game, and there were so many moments where just the little details that he did, the little raids, they all added up. This one as well, finishing off the series 3-1, and he gets into the Decider series to fight for that final ticket for London. But that's... I mean, there is a disclaimer to be set here. We had 4 weekends to qualify, this one included. In the previous 3, Anatan was in the finals twice. He never won. So he's trying to break this curse in the upcoming series, looking to secure the final ticket to London after having failed to do so in the previous, or 2 out of the previous 3 rounds.
That's a really good point, and it's something that we're going to be asking him about in the interview, because, I mean, I've got some questions for the man. We'll say that right now. It's going to be a tough little road ahead of him. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, I think he may be here right now. Anatan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you well, my friend. Hello.
Wonderful. How you doing, Anatan?
I'm a bit tired, but I will get a little break and we'll try to fight one more battle, right?
One more battle to go. Congratulations on the last battle. It's obviously a hard-fought battle. And you went up against a strong competitor, Beastie. How were you feeling going into that set? Were you confident that you were going to be able to deal with the Beast?
To be honest, before first map, I didn't like my map, but when I got Daily Mali, I feel like my draft so much better after that. So I was pretty confident. I choked a bit at Frisian, I think I was winning, but yeah, I was still confident, right? I was unsure about Holy Island, right? Unsure what he will pick at Holy, but I Actually, I lost French Golden Horde matchup to Beastie in practice like 3 times in a row, I think, as French. But yeah, in official game I won.
What do you think was different today? Because you mentioned that you lost that 3 times in practice. So what went different today for you?
Usually I'm trying to be like super greedy, right? Like maybe earlier Castle Age, maybe like Guild Hall, but now I just, okay, I need to kill him, or then it will be really hard for me, right? Because it's Golden Horde.
All right. So I want to talk to you about, obviously, what's coming up. You are potentially going to be going to London, which is incredibly exciting. You've got one more opponent to get through, Puppy Paw. He's a tough cookie to crack. You've been in this spot before. How are you feeling moving into this final set today?
Yeah, I mean, I get used to losing in finals, so if I will lose one more time, I will not cry. So, like, whatever. I'll play my best. If I lose, I lose. If I win, I win, you know? I believe in karma. Like, if I lose, maybe it's better. Maybe, like, my plan will crash out, right? We'll see how it goes. Yeah.
That's a great way to think. Yeah, that's a really good way to think, yeah. All right, well, look, I'm going to let you go and prepare. Thank you for the quick chat, and who knows, we may potentially talk to you again this evening a little bit later. So once again, congratulations. Get yourself a little bit of something to eat, have some rest, and we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thank you, my friend. See you.
All right, thank you, and attend. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will be going into a short little break now. Thank you very much for staying with us, and then we'll be heading into the finals for this qualifier. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The grand final is upon us. Is it the grand final, Lidical, or is that what we call it? Or do we call it just the final?
Yeah, well, kind of the grand final of the qualifier event in a way, but it is the spot where you can get the final ticket to London, that is for sure.
Indeed. Indeed it is. All right, well, we got two big players, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, we have got our final set consisting of number 1, Puppy Paw, and number 2, Anatand. These two guys, I mean, we know Anatand has been here many times before. He was talking about it in his the interview that we were doing just beforehand, Lidicor, and he was talking about the fact that, you know, he's kind of used to this spot. He's used to being here. He's used to losing in the final. So, look, hopefully he keeps it together. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be good. We got a lot of good maps in here. Which maps are we looking out for today? Hill and Dale, another good one. Got King of the Hill. We haven't seen Kawasan tonight, so we will potentially see Kawasan tonight. But we do have players drafting at the moment, Litter. Our first civilization bands have come through. Ooh, Sengoku Daimyo making it through the first phase for Puppy Paw. Oh.
Yeah, that actually means... So the third ban you have comes after the first pick of the opponent. If Anatan does not pick Sengoku Daimyo here, he's not going to be able to pick it potentially anywhere else because the next ban could very well be the Daimyo itself.
But he goes with the French first instead.
Interesting.
Very interesting. I think players... There's nothing wrong with picking Old Faithful, is there? You know, just it feels good. All right,
I think it sends a message in a way that your number 1 pick is French. And again, do keep in mind, that first pick is immensely valuable because that comes before the third ban. So you have a much more restricted set of options for your second pick than you have for your first pick. And in that sense, I think it sends a very strong message that French was the first overall pick here.
Yeah, I agree. All right, well, despite that, we do see Sengoku Daimyo banned out eventually, very late in the draft. Both players opting for the same bans, though. We both see Sengoku Daimyo, Malians, and Ottomans, just in slightly different orders. And then for civilization picks, we've got the Delhi Sultanate and the Tughlaq dynasty being picked up by Puppy Paw. It's just changed the saturation on one of those flags. Got
you know what I
Byzantines
would
and
love
Chinese.
to see?
What would you like
You
to see?
could use the Abbasid flag and change the saturation on it for a variant civilization.
You'd still just get the Abbasid. Just be exactly the same. Alright, well, we've also got... So on the side of Anatan, we've got the Rus, the French, two big Cav civilizations, the Ayyubids, Macedonians, the Golden Horde, and the Zushi legacy again. Alright, so far, I'm liking Puppy Paw's draft. You know, Japanese, Chinese, both make me very excited. Got Mongols as well coming in for Puppy Paw. Especially for these maps as well. Not a whole lot of water on these maps, which is definitely something I'm thankful for.
Puppy Paw is going for the full Asia build, by the way. Japanese, the Delhi and its variant civilization, Mongols, Chinese, Byzantines kind of an outlier, and Jushi's unfortunately gone. Sengoku Daimyo not going to be available. Still, big Asia build out there for Puppy.
He'll just run out of them. He just ran out of the Asian civs, though. Can't pick any more. And now we get all of them coming through. KT, Knights Templar. Imagine if we saw Knights Templar. I don't think we will, but imagine if we did. We've got Jeanne d'Arc, Holy Roman Empire coming in for Anatand. And that is a civilization that Puppy Paw has picked. You may just think that we've removed the question mark. It is the Abbasid. And then finishing up with the English. What do we see on the side of Anatand?
Well, whatever is left at this point.
He gets House of Lancaster, and that's it. Well, there you go. There you go. You can have House of Lancaster. We'll let you. All right, there we go. Our civilization drafts are complete.
So, here's the thing. You have 7 maps, which means each player will use up to 7 civilizations, but you do have 9 picks. So, in general, you're going to have 2 of those civilizations go unused, even if we go all the way.
Indeed. So you're picking civilizations that you know you're not going to use. You're like, no one's using. I'm not making longbows here. It's funny that both English and House of Lancaster would like, they were the fat kid that got picked last on the team. Nobody wanted to be friends with the English today. Parallels to real life, to be honest. Sorry to all the English people out there watching. It's all right. We don't mind.
You hear an Australian speaking.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to determine. I think the maps overall are quite neutral. You know, the fact that we've only got one water map in here, Kawasan. I mean, technically, Frisia Marshes, kind of. Be careful about jokes, guys. You're right, Sermon. We do have to be careful about jokes. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Anyway, Frisian Marshes, not really a water map. Barely even a hybrid map. Kawasan, obviously, quite a hybrid map. Do see quite a bit of water there. So probably saving something for like Juicy Legacy for there. Maybe Holy Roman Empire. Rus could be decent. But yeah, I guess with so many maps, there's so many variants, isn't there? So many variables that you need to consider. You need to factor in.
Yeah, and I think that's always one of the things I like to talk about in the context of a longer series, such as Best of Sevens. Essentially, budgeting your civilizations becomes a factor. You might want to save some of your best. Same goes for maps, by the way. It's more like map-civ combinations. You want to save some of your best maybe to the last sets in case you go down to 7 games and you need a Hail Mary.
Yeah.
At the same time, you don't want to fall behind 3-0, 2-0. So you want to kind of distribute your civilizations in different ways depending on your approach to your opponent and to the specific set. It's always interesting to see how the players distribute both their map picks and their civ picks across the series.
Yeah, it's definitely a strategy, isn't it? Well, like there's a key component, and undoubtedly at this point, both players are planning out exactly what their next steps are from here. Okay, all right, King of the Hill, we'll do Rus on that map. Okay, what are we going to do on Frisian Marshes? We'll do Juicy Legacy. What are we doing on Dry Arabia? French. But then it's like, well, I want to save French for Hillendale. So, okay, we'll put French on Dry Arabia if Dry Arabia is like relatively early and I'm down. So there's very much like, you know, and then it becomes difficult because you're going to predict the civilization that your enemy is going to pick on what map as well. So now you have to also think about, okay, what are they going to play? What matchup am I going to have on that map? Like, that was the picking phase. Now there's a planning phase as well that we don't get to see. But I'd love to be able to talk to them about that planning phase just because, well, obviously it's pretty important. It changes everything.
We don't have the civilization picks for game number 1 just yet, but yeah, as you said, a lot of interesting combinations here, and as the dominoes start falling, it's going to get even more exciting. So, for the time being, let's take a look at the head-to-head, the historical head-to-head between these two. Obviously, well, you see the last encounters over here. I think this one is missing the most recent, probably the most important matchup that they had in the context of these qualifiers. Because if I'm not mistaken, Anatan did play Puppy Paw beforehand. Indeed, they did. This was week 2 of Road to Wololo. In the semifinals, Anatan beat Puppy Paw 3-2. He advanced into the finals and then lost to Wham. So, one thing to keep in mind, their most recent matchup went Anatan's way, but it was a close one. And it was an important one for Anatan, even though he did not manage to secure his ticket to London in that round.
They both would have lost to Wham anyway in the end, but we can see all of it comes down to the first map. Dry Arabia is the first map that we've got today, and the civilizations that were picked were Chinese and the Byzantines on the side of Puppy Paw, and the Ayyubids and French on the side of Anatan. So Chinese being sniped out as well as the French being sniped out. So it's an Ayyubids v Byzantines matchup that we get today. Expect longbows. Expect more longbows. Expect longbows. There will be longbows.
Yeah, before we get into game number 1, though, I think it needs to be highlighted how close this series is between these two players. 11-8 historically, 39-30. Every single time these two play, they have a tough and close matchup. It's going to be interesting to see whether this goes all the way to 7 games. Because one thing is sure, none of these players will give up easily. This is the final chance to go to London. You're going to fight tooth and nail because if you lose, that's all about it for you. No more chances to qualify.
Yeah, this is very key right now. There is no more chances after this. This is it. This is everything. So they're going to be putting their best foot forward, that is for sure. They'll be fighting to the death. Often in tournaments, that's one of the key things that we see. Players really making sure that they only resign after they know for sure that it's done.
And I think this is a good time to get back to the conversation that we had about Puppy Paw. He is coming off of an incredible reverse sweep against Lucifron. It looked like it was all done for him, and then next thing you know, Puppy Paw comes in 3 in a row, turns the series around, and now he's here in the finals. So I think both of these players are coming into this series with high spirits. Obviously, for Anatant, he took down Beastie. And then on the other side, Puppy Paw, he was able to turn a lost series around. That was a very, very one-sided series in the first 2 games. And then after that, Puppy Paw was able to rally himself and just turn things around. So he's coming into the grand finals with a considerable boost of morale from that comeback.
Yeah, he's going to be feeling very good about that. I think as well, I mean, for Anatan, he's obviously beaten the Titan, right? Beastie. I think most people would have expected Beastie to... I shouldn't say most people, but I think coming into that matchup, I think most people would have expected Beastie to come out on top. So the fact that Anatan's been able to do it definitely means that he's going to be feeling a fair bit of momentum there. But as you mentioned, with Puppy Paw, the fact that he got the reverse sweep in, he'll be feeling very good about himself. And I guess the reality is we're just going to be taking it one game at a time here, aren't we? That's the only way you can do it.
And it's an interesting dynamic to see how on Dry Arabia, Anatan wanted to open French or Ayyubids, and French were just sniped away from him. And that just kind of goes back to that conversation we had about the French being the first overall pick. You have a high preference from Anatan to secure that civilization for himself. He did that, and Puppy Paw just said, I don't want you to play that. So we're going to see Ayyubids versus Byzantines. It's not a super common matchup, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those ones... Yeah, I can't remember the last time I've seen it. Normally, when you think of Byzantines, you think of berries. I guess you do the same thing when you think of Ayyubids as well, but Ayyubids is definitely a bit more open maps. Dry Arabia, makes sense. Not a whole lot of berries on this map, though. I guess that's the other thing to consider. But, yeah. And no Chinese. It's okay, we'll see them soon, I'm sure. Where else do we potentially see the Chinese? I mean, the Chinese are flexible. They can literally go on any of these maps and feel good. So... I'll be keen for that. I'll be excited. Looking forward to the Chinese games. I'm excited about the new DLC, Littlecore. How much do you know about the new DLC? Can you reveal to us anything? Any secrets?
Is there a new DLC aside from the one that actually came out before?
There's a DLC that's coming out that is a Chinese exclusive. So
really?
Basically, it's going to be released in Chinese language.
No, you're baiting me. There's no way.
You can only access it from mainland China, and sorry, no, okay. Apparently, they're doing a whole.
You had me for a second because, funnily enough, AoE 2 had a DLC which featured just Chinese factions, in there.
Exact same thing. So basically, they copied and pasted it over. We got the same thing.
No, I'm just being baited here, but I'm not going to let myself be baited. I'm still excited about the most recent DLC, I should say, and, you know, it's a little sad that we don't get to see a better representation of the Sengoku Daimyo in here. We haven't seen the Tughluq Dynasty today, but Sengoku Daimyo in general is just, you know, it's something that gets banned so frequently. We've seen a decent amount of Macedonian Dynasty, though, which is always a nice thing to have.
If you want to see Sengoku Daimyo, go on the ladder right now. I was playing ladder the other day, and every game was Sengoku Daimyo. So yes, it is crazy out there right now on the ranked ladder. But yeah, I mean, it's disappointing in here not to be able to see it, but at the same time, I think both players obviously respect it enough. Though, curiously, Anatan left it off the table until the second round, so who knows? But yes.
I'm still interested about the Chinese pick here for Dry Arabia, because that's not something that I would have, like, oh yeah, this is the civ you go for this map.
Exactly.
And it's also interesting because Anatan decided to snipe it, so maybe both of these players share a specific vision of Chinese for Dry Arabia. I don't really have a good grasp of what that vision could be, but it seems very interesting that not only was Chinese picked, it was also the snipe on the other side.
Yeah, it's a civilization at the moment that is very powerful just because of how good their professional scouts play is. So you've got a lot of flexibility in Feudal Age with unit composition, about how long you spend there, about landmarks that you make, whether or not you go Song Dynasty. There's just so many options available to you. But we'll talk less about them and more about the Byzantines who have been picked today. Ladies and gentlemen, let us get into it. I'm going to turn off my lights, Lidicor, and I'm going to get myself comfy. Are you ready? Are you ready, Lidicor? Let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1 of the Grand Finals. This is it. It all comes down to this right here, right now. 2 players with 1 ticket left to go to London. Well, not really London. To Londinium. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is game number 1. It's a best of 7 tonight. We got a lot of games ahead of you. These 2 players are in tippity-top form. They've been through an absolute slog to get here. As we saw the economy count flashed up on the screen. Thank you very much, Cal. Very important. Anyway, let's get to it. Ladies and gentlemen, spawning in the west side of the map in the color red, playing as the Byzantines today. Hailing from Canada, it's Puppy Paw.
And on the other side, we have, with the color yellow, Anatan playing as the Ayyubids. Ozzy, it's a big one for both of these players. It's the final ticket available. And just to reiterate, in the 4 qualifying weeks, including this one, Anatan made it into the finals 3 times. But he wasn't able to win those finals at any given time so far, so he is still missing out on that ticket. He is probably the player that was always the closest to securing a ticket, but have not been able to so far.
You know, Lidicor, we got this saying in English, 3 times a charm. Anatan's English is not his native language, so that doesn't apply to him. But what they have in Anatan's native language is 4 times a charm. And today, obviously, being the 4th time, means that it's going to be a charm for him. So good luck to him. Will he finally make it through today, or will Puppy Paw pip him at the post? We'll have to wait and see. Let's get to it, because we've got age ups ready on the way. Master Smiths is coming through. Now, for those unfamiliar with Master Smiths, let's take a look and see exactly what it provides, because there's a lot of different age ups available to the Ayyubids. They all happen at different times, which means you get different bonuses depending on what you're doing. So if we can click on the House of Wisdom, we'll take a look at the Master Smiths and everything it gives to you, because it gives a whole bunch of upgrades to your blacksmith. So as you can see, Military Academy and the blacksmith's damage and armor technologies become free and complete automatically when entering an age. So basically it just means that you're starting off with the French bonus, but it's for everything, and it's from the get-go. It's a pretty nice little boost that you get straight away.
It's a power spike style boost, if you think about it, because it's one of those things that you get when you age up, as you said. It's a huge spike and then nothing for a while. Obviously, that spike is worth thousands of resources, but nevertheless, the benefits that you get from this come in huge batches. In late Feudal Age, this bonus is much less relevant than it is in early Feudal Age, for instance.
Exactly. All right, well, we've got another landmark coming through. It's the Grand Winery for the Byzantines today, which is not something that I expected to see. We're seeing Grand Winery here, not going to be Hippodrome today. How do you feel about the Grand Winery, Lidicor? You excited to see it?
I love it. I think the sustainability element of the Grand Winery and just the long-term eco boost it gives you is immensely valuable under all conditions, really. I feel like it's just a very versatile and useful landmark. And no matter what map you're playing, no matter what civ you're up against, I think it just gives you a very nice and good general boost.
Agreed. Yeah, I like it a lot. A lot of flexibility. Flexibility in Feudal Age, if you want to go Professional Scouts, you can. Castle Age, when it gets to that religious time of the day, there is a lot of bonuses that it allows you to grab. So, yeah, it feels good to have. But we do have our age ups coming through. Master Smiths arriving for Anotand. Puppy Paw Grand Winery, not too long to go. We'll check and see in the bases whether or not we're going to be picking up any early military buildings. Some eco upgrades already coming through for Anotand, so really looking to just try and maximize his bonuses. I note that on the UI at the moment, on the right-hand side, it doesn't indicate that he has got any of his upgrades. But we'll keep an eye out on that. Oh, okay. I've just been advised by Cal, who is our production manager, that you don't get the upgrades until the blacksmith is complete. There you go. Goes to show how much I've played Ayyubid Master Smiths. That's why I expressed so heavily that we have a look and see what it does, because I wanted to be sure. Okay. All right. So we've got ourselves the first of the camels beginning to make its way out across the map, looking to inflict doom, pain upon its enemy. It's not in a desert, but we'll allow it. Horseman now coming out as well for Puppy Paw. So despite not opening up with the Hippodrome, we do see cavalry out of the Byzantines early on here. Now, meanwhile, back over towards that east side, the stable is coming up for Anotand, so probably going to be looking to play into a typical combo that we see. Though we do see an archer in queue for him, which is interesting, to say the least. An archer coming out on the defense. Harassment over towards the gold vein.
So I'm just looking back at the previous series that we've seen, because Anotand is very familiar with the components, I guess, of this matchup. In the previous series, Anotand did have a game with Byzantines. He was up against the Mongols, and then he also played against the Ayyubids. Did he? Or am I confusing? No, that's Lucifron that played Ayyubids against Puppy Paw. Okay, I have it now together. So, both of these players have faced these specific civilizations. And one of the things that we've seen in the Anotand set is that Limitani were just so difficult to break. We don't have any of those from Puppy Paw just yet, but he's already walling off the flanks. So, if he continues that level of walling, he should be able to... Ooh, that's a nice villager pick out there, but the camel is trapped. He cannot run away. Villagers are body blocking. That's an expensive loss for a villager.
It is, but I still think you'd take it every single day of the week.
Probably.
Yeah. All right, well, yes, the key difference for the Byzantines is always, it feels like the longbows. Whether or not you can stop the longbows, and if you can, then normally you'll be okay. And if you can't, then normally it's GG. So we'll be keeping an eye out on exactly how Puppy Paw looks to play this, whether or not he goes into longbows or whether he goes into something a little bit different, though I suspect I know which way it's going to go. Horseman numbers looking strong for both players here, and indeed it is going to be longbows for Puppy Paw today. He does want to win. Plenty of eco upgrades as well for both players. Have a look at this. Wheelbarrow on both sides, horticulture coming in on both sides, and double broadaxe for Anotand. So really trying to drive the economy home in this game.
Yeah, it's a very tech-heavy game for him, which I understand when you consider that longbows take quite some time to arrive. They get trained in batches. They are also fairly slow, so it takes some time to walk across the map. It actually gives a lot of time here for Anotand to just do whatever he wants economically. And at the same time, remember, he's got all the blacksmith upgrades. So these fights are actually very good for him. A second villager pick comes in, make it 3. Such a good start for our yellow player.
Yeah, Anotand having a very nice start here, taking away those 3 vills. Of course, there are mitigating factors, like Puppy Paw's got the cisterns that are going to provide a nice coverage to those villagers, but at the same time, it still hurts a lot, and you don't want to be losing units. We now start to see, in the middle of the map, Puppy Paw defending against these horsemen, but there's quite a few of them that are starting to come out now. The longbow's going to start running. Not something that you normally like to do with longbows. Run them, lose them. They're quite slow, these units, so you do have to be cautious about fighting with them. Now, another horseman raid towards the south. Look at these two. These guys are just going at it today, Lidicore.
That's a very nice retaliation out there by Puppy, and much needed. He was down 3 villagers. Obviously, Cisterns help a lot, but do keep in mind, eco upgrades came in sooner for Anathan as well. And these walls will help so much here for Puppy Paw to just contain this move. Anathan was looking to swing around, but he cannot get past those walls. Gets spotted immediately. Does kill a horseman, though, and in terms of destroyed value, you get the sense that Anathan has been kind of leading in this game. I feel like it's 700 against 600, but it felt like it is a lot more beneficial for Anathan so far.
Yeah, it definitely does feel that way. You can see, still behind the base, Puppy Paw is here, but do note, Anatan is continuing to siege down that wall back towards the base of Puppy Paw, so he'll be through soon, and there are definitely some villagers in awkward spots that can be challenged here, that is for sure, but he's not going to go through. Idle time again on the berry bushes, as we've got horsemen chasing horsemen. Big migration of villagers as well. I don't think that got spotted out by Puppy Paw. Longbow number is building. He's sitting at 9 longbows at the moment. Another set of longbows in queue as well. The number starting to build here for Anatan. He's got 12 archers out on the field now with 3 more in queue. So really looking to try and tie it all together. A very aware, hyper aware of the fact that the longbow mass needs to be threatened. So he's got dual threat against that longbow mass as well. Horsemen, obviously one way. The second way going to be those archers. Archers are a pretty effective counter against longbows as long as you've got a number advantage. And he's got both a number advantage on the horseman and the archer front. So he's ticking 2 boxes there.
He also has the blacksmith upgrade advantage. And that's a big difference maker. Having that extra melee attack is immensely helpful in the horseman v horseman fights. And it looks like Anathan is thinking about aging up the Castle Age here. Once again swings in, and that's so many of the red horsemen going down. Look at that. It's like 4 dead bodies against just 1.
Yeah, but there's a nice little find back here. Archers getting caught out of position. A lot of horsemen doing work. But you're not wrong. Those upgrades definitely feel very, very good so far for Anatan in this game. Anatan now.
Advancement on the way.
Mm-hmm. Looking for that quick age up. So not only is it faster, but it's cheaper. Because it's cheaper, it is also technically faster because you've got the resources sooner. So it just works on 2 different levels.
And do keep in mind, again, he's going to leverage those free blacksmith upgrades here. So the moment he gets up to Castle Age, he's going to get an immediate boost to this army, which makes it much, much more difficult for Puppy to just commit to a dive. He's going to face an army that is instantly stronger than his, even before the veterancy upgrades come in.
Wait, does Master Smiths also include, like, subsequent age techs as well? I didn't realize that it did. I thought it was only the age that you aged up in.
It doesn't? Okay, then it's better.
Right.
I stand corrected. Okay. It's not something that you see every day, to be honest.
I think you see it quite a bit in recent meta, Liticor, but it's been years since we've casted together, so it's forgivable that we may not have intimate familiarity with these mechanics. We'll do our best to try and catch up, though, so apologies. Golden Horden Tower now coming up as well for Puppy Paw. So both players looking to age up. Going in the back of the base. Sitting on a decent number of longbows, 14, but still obviously nothing too crazy just yet. Horseman chased away. Advantage still sitting with Anatan. So, I mean, 13 minutes have gone by so far, Liticor. Who's got the advantage here?
I like Anatan's position a lot more. At the end of the day, even without the free blacksmith upgrades as we've discussed, he actually had a huge resource bank when he reached Castle Age. He had over 1,000 gold, so he has the upgrades already coming in. Puppy Paw is going to arrive to Castle Age with a much smaller resource bank.
Yeah, we get veterancy and +2 range timer coming through right now for Anatan. Age up about to arrive for Puppy. He's got enough in the bank for 1 upgrade, so probably looking for mercenary contracts is probably going to be it. Let's have a look and see which way he goes. Yeah, so he's picked up the additional veterancy contract right there for the contract units. All right. Horsemen everywhere right now. We got raids on both sides happening. Villagers just tanking it up. I love the fact that they're just standing there and just taking it. Just like a man in the boxing ring. Just punching and just taking all the punches.
Yeah, it's at the end of the day, it's 5 villager kills for Anatan, just 1 on the other side. So there is a slight villager lead for Anatan. Of course, that does not take into account the level 5 cistern that we have for Puppy Paw. Still, archers are now moving in, and the longbows are generally slower than these archers, so it's going to be difficult to pull these all back. Plus, a couple of camel lancers come in, and that is where it gets ugly for Puppy Paw. Camel lancers are just impossible to counter with either horsemen or longbows.
Yeah, that was the big thing I saw as soon as we had this big fight starting to come, was those camel lancers. How do you deal with these camel lancers in this situation? The timing here from Anatan is absolutely immaculate. He's been able to leverage that extra blacksmith upgrade early on to guarantee he's got a small advantage when it comes to the military numbers, and now he's overwhelming the army of Puppy Paw completely. Underneath the town center, the longbow is able to repel the cav for the moment, but have a look at the damage that's being done. 14, 15, 16 villager kills already this game. The economy count is starting to fall.
It is a disaster here for Puppy Paw. Good dive by Anatan. The camel lancers chased away the army. The archers just teed off on the villagers. A lot of idle time, but more importantly, 15 villagers killed at the end of that engagement. And that is exactly what Anatan needed. Now he's got a very convenient eco lead. And you just see why camel lancers are so dangerous. They move quickly. They are a good all-purpose unit. They're armored, so they will deal with the archers. They counter cavalry. So it's a high-mobility, tanky unit that can do a lot of damage against most other units. It's just so difficult to counter without spearmen.
Yeah, and that's the key, right? There's a distinct lack of Lament and Knight. They're now starting to come out for Puppy Paw, but it feels like maybe he could have stayed a little bit longer in Feudal Age and just got a couple of them out. But we'll never know exactly how it goes down. Longbow's now starting to become the target of this cavalry, and I feel like once the longbow mass gets thinned, it's going to be very difficult for Puppy Paw to pull this one back, especially considering that villager count. More than 20 villagers the difference between these two players now. Puppy Paw going to do everything he can to try and keep it together.
Anatan is now just pedal to the metal. He was essentially sending in camels one by one. He's just spamming these in and trying to cause even more eco-disruption, and he's doing just that. Look at all the villagers falling here. 23 eco kills as compared to just 1 on the other side.
Yeah, that's a massive difference. And, you know, at this level, you got to keep in mind, these players are good, but the difference between them is not enough to overcome 23 eco difference. Is massive. Well, I mean, at the moment it's 21, because yeah, we've got idle time and all that kind of stuff, but it is a massive difference. All right, single camel makes its way to the corner, just doing a little bit of a run around for the moment. Anatan, though, where does he go from here? I would suspect you probably just look to double down and mass up military. You've impacted the enemy so much.
Ooh. This is exactly what Puppy Paw needs if he wants to come back into this game. He needs to cut into that eco lead that Anatan has. It's just going to be so difficult because the camel lancers can chase you down and they counter your cataphracts.
Yeah, it makes it very difficult to want to make cataphracts here. He's got 1 out, 1 remaining, but there's no more in queue. And I suspect it's probably going to be that way for this game. It can be difficult to justify. Okay, we've got veterancy coming through on the Lament and I. So he's recognized, hey, Lament and I, we kind of need it in this situation. Definitely a smart move for him to do.
I wonder how much of this, from Puppy Paw, the fact that he's staying in this game, how much of that is the fact that this is a final decider, and as we discussed, final ticket to London, you're really not going to go down unless it's truly over? And how much of that is actually thinking that this game can still be turned around at an eco deficit of 20.
He might not realize the eco deficit is that bad. And I think that's one of the hard things about when you're playing is like, you know, you'll know, okay, I sent roughly 15 vills over there and now there's only 3, but you don't know how many vills you lost. You just know it feels bad. And whereas like we can see the numbers and we're like, no, it's more than feels bad. Like you're missing a leg, sir. You're going to need to get yourself checked after this one. Like that, it feels really bad. Yeah, it's, I'm curious as well what the mindset is. Does he think that there's a chance that he can get back into it? I mean, he is playing the Byzantines. There's a chance. All right, relics stolen away. He's got one in the hand, one in the bank. 3 still on the field at the moment. One of which is quite safe. The other 2 still somewhat contested. Cataphract up towards the north. Poor slow unit. Just going to get chased down by everything else. It'll get chased down by trebuchets, that poor thing.
Now, it must be said, Puppy is up to 25 Limitani. And these guys absorb a lot of arrow fire. And Anatan is very heavily leaning towards Camel Lancers and Archers. So, with proper micro, Anatan should be able to hold this, but he really cannot just charge in with all of his forces and expect to retain most of those Camel Lancers. He does have a quicker army, though, so he's definitely giving a chase here.
Let's see how it turns out for him. Lamet going to turn around, seeing if they can pincer. They get 1 in the pincer, and what is that micro that's going on right there? He's really just forcing them in. He reckons he's got the number advantage, and he's just going to go for it 100% down the middle. Camel Lancers fighting up against the Lenschneck and the Lametanai, working hand-to-hand together, but there's a lot of archers here, and they're easily able to clear it out. All that's left, all that remain are those longbow in the backline, and now finally the Camel Lancers look to close the distance, close the gap, not able to find the connection, fall back away from it, but the advantage definitely feels like it's not really in favor of either player. I mean, obviously we know Anatan's got that 20 villager advantage, and that's going to naturally eke itself out over time, but didn't look convincing this most recent fight, Litter.
This is a fight that you wouldn't have taken if you didn't have a 20 villager lead. The Camel Lancers stood way too long into the Spearmen, and there were quite a few casualties out there. In fact, if you look at the destroyed value, Puppy Paw is very much in the lead in that regard. But obviously, when you factor in the fact that you're up 20 villagers, you're up 3 relics plus 1, a sacred site coming in as well, you can be a little bit more aggressive with these fights and just say, listen, I have an easier time replenishing my losses than you do.
Yeah, really good point. And it means that the next fight's probably going to be quite a bit harder for Puppy Paw, but we'll see how he does it. At the moment, with regard to the resource count, Puppy Paw is still quite a bit behind Anatan with the numbers, though interestingly, Anatan is just gathering up a whole bunch of wood. 1.3k wood per minute, so I'll be looking at doing a farm transition. It's about that time when it starts all happening, so expect to see that. Chasing down the Cataphract here as well. At least trying. 2 Cataphracts going down.
I'll make it 3. And that's the problem with the Cataphract in this situation. The Camel Lancers will absolutely slaughter them. And Anatan's cost efficiency with these mini skirmishes have really been good so far.
Alright, well it's going to be all 5 relics going over to Anatan today. We haven't really been too focused on it, and I guess that's primarily because, well, there hasn't really been much of a discussion. Even though Puppy Paw goes in for the Grand Winery, he starts off with a religious potential focus, doesn't eventuate, doesn't manage to find any relics this game.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, to be honest. His map control is very, very limited, and I think right now he's just hoping for survival. Now, a margin of 20 villagers in early Castle Age is much smaller than a margin of 20 villagers in late Castle Age. So, as the game goes on, this gap is actually going to become smaller and smaller, relatively speaking. And I think that's what Puppy Paw is hoping for. That we reach a point where you can essentially catch up in terms of villagers. Until then, it's going to be a miserable game, but that's the hope right now for Puppy Paw.
The other thing to note, though, is that every minute that goes on, you're 20 villagers behind your opponent, right? Like, it's not like that's going away. Like, I definitely agree that, yes, the gap is getting smaller, but the gap is still staying the same, if that makes sense. Like, as a percentage, the gap is getting smaller, but it's still... You're still 20 vils behind. It's still hurting. Like, could you imagine where he would be right now if he hadn't lost 20 vils? It would be all over Red Rover right now. To think that he's doing this well down 20 vils? That's kind of wild. It's kind of crazy. Alright, we got farm transition slowly coming in towards the front of the base. Longbows looking to tee off on some crossbows and the archers, finding some decent connections. And now picking off the Camel Lancers as well. I love the fact that he didn't even Didn't even flinch in the face of danger like that. Just stood the line and said, no, we're just gunning. We're going straight for it.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't think you have anything to be afraid of if you're Puppy Paw here. This is a game that's going really bad in terms of the eco count. It's almost like you're throwing a Hail Mary and hope that something sticks. And maybe it does. With the shield wall of the Limitani, you can actually absorb a lot of arrow fire here. Okay-ish trade, but do keep in mind he's kind of mid-map, and once the Limitani are gone, the Camel Lancers will jump this. So Anatan is playing a patient game here, picking off the Spearman, and he's going to soon jump this with the Cavalry.
Yeah, you can see him now working it down slowly. Limitani still here. He's got plenty of them remaining as well, still sitting at 15. But yeah, the real issue is those longbow numbers. The longbow mass maintains. It's at 28. If the longbows are alive, well, so is it victory. More units chasing away the Camel Lancers here as they to try and penetrate through the base. It's obviously a lot of layers to get through.
I think Puppy wants a second PC, just looking at his wood and stone count. And that would be a great way to come back economically. He would still need to create some kind of a diversion like this, though. Hasn't dropped the PC yet. A lot of the Camel Lancers are low HP, though, and that has to be said. A lot of these guys are falling for the Spearmen. A lot of them took damage, and as their longbows are retreating, they're getting cleaned up. So these are some costly engagements for Anatan as well. And it's not like he's got a huge food bank. In fact, his food income is actually smaller than that of Puppy Paw.
Yeah, that's a good point to make. The fact that despite Puppy Paw being down 25 vills, he's losing more vills, by the way. Don't look, because he's not. But despite that fact, he's still up on the food count. But you now start to see more and more Camel Lancers arriving to the front, just giving him a little smack, saying, "Get on out of here! Get on out of here!" 25 longbows at the moment for Puppy Paw. It feels like Anatan's starting to look a little bit stronger, though. At least a little bit. He's positioning a little bit stronger.
He should be. He's sitting on 5 relics and a 30 villager elite, so that is the expected outcome. I love how he's just walling off the whole map and saying, listen, I'm not going to give a chance for Puppy Paw to just hit my economy when I'm not looking and offset that ego differential.
I was kind of wondering what those walls were all about. Just straight through the middle of the map. I'm like, what is going on here? But I guess that makes a little bit more sense now that we see it. Alright, army for Puppy Paw crosses the middle of the map line that has been designated by Anatan. Says, this is my side. You shan't come across that line. He's not listening.
With these walls going up, Puppy Paw is playing a more and more dangerous game because he's genuinely in the danger of getting trapped eventually. If he crosses those walls and there is only a narrow escape path, he could easily get surrounded. For now, there is still a nice opening to the south, but that might not remain like that for long.
Yes, yeah, that's a really good point. He's going to look to commit to it right here, right now. Varangian Guard moving up. Looking to try and tank up a bit more damage. There's 10 crossbows out at the moment. Not a huge amount, but enough. Together with the Camel Lancers. Longbow's going to continue kiting. He's at 28 longbows on the count. Getting picked off by the archers. Good control coming out from Anatan. Just focusing down with his own archers on the enemy longbows. Just making sure they go down one by one. Exactly how they should.
Not a lot of armor-piercing power here for Anatan, though. He only has 6 Camel Lancers. He's got 14 crossbows, but this army does not have very many of them. And the Varangians and the Cataphracts are actually pushing this back nicely. Anatan was a little late starting to add armor-piercing units.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where all of a sudden Puppy Paw is looking even stronger here. Where is the armor-piercing coming out from Anatan? He's got 18 crossbows out now, so that's a decent number. As long as they're all here and as long as they combine, he'll be okay. But the further he dives away from the longbows, the harder it gets. Longbows continue moving up. You can see the beautiful control coming out from Anatan, just constantly kiting, always moving away. Farms on the front line here. Awkwardly positioned. And now Puppy Paw's overextended. 29 minutes into this first game, and Puppy Paw goes, you know, I have lost 30 vills this game. God, it's crazy to think that he's lost 30 villagers this game, but it's still just, It doesn't look like it, does it?
Well, it kind of does when you look at the overall population. I feel like he was looking for a Hail Mary here, hoping that he gets the villagers in the crossfire. Now, this one is a good one. The villagers are running the wrong way. But it's mostly just spearmen, so how many villagers can you actually kill? That's the question. Either way, he was giving a chase to that army, hoping he catches a couple of villagers in the crossfire, hoping to pick up some of the crossbows, but it did not come together. Anathan now has enough crossbows to stall this army.
Yeah, it's a lot of crossbows that are out here. He's got that perfect combination, the archers, the crossbows, and just something, a little something to help keep them alive on the front line. Some camel riders. Now able to pick them off. We start to hear sacred sites being capped up as well. And a 10 with a hell of an economy right now.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Poppy tried to just push the eco here, but he did not expect the crossbows to be nearby. Loses another couple of cataphracts. Anywhere you look, it's Anathan winning these small skirmishes now.
Yeah, I was going to say the exact same thing. It just feels like he's everywhere on this map right now. All of the different spots that Puppy Paw is trying to push and prod, Anathan is just meeting him. Alright, back towards the Byzantine base. We check in with Puppy Paw. Farm transition is looking good. He's got a lot of food per minute that's coming through. I mean, economy is still not that bad, honestly. Even though he's down 30 vills, it still looks like it's manageable. Like it's...
You've got a point. When you look at the resource income per minute, it's not like your opponent has a 50% advantage compared to yours. And I think a lot of that comes down to the olive oil passive generation, which is obviously a big thing. And the cisterns as well. And olive oil is part of the reason why he's able to feed longbows into these fights. Oh, but these are things that Puppy Paw cannot afford to let happen. He's already down too much. He literally needs to play a mistake-free game at this point to have any chance of coming back.
Yes, very much. It's very troublesome, though, when these archers keep sneaking into your damn bloody base. Now we check in. You can see Puppy Paw finally, after losing 33 vills, he's like, do you think it's time that we got textiles? Should we increase the health of our villagers, or is 50 enough?
What for at this point? You've lost way too many anyways.
That's a great point, Lidicor. Well, what more could there be to lose?
Well, both of them are trying to go Imperial. Obviously, Anathan, with the stronger economy, he is going to be the one picking up first, but Puppy Paw is thinking about the same thing, and really with 60 villagers, imping while also taking a lot of fights, that's not easy.
Alright, well, he's going for it, and opting for growth. I don't know exactly what happened there, but his age up just boosted a huge amount. But yeah, he'd be looking to pick up some villagers, an extra little bit of gather rate, and have a look at this. Puppy Paw just matching it. As I said, I don't know how he's doing it. I don't know where he's pulling these numbers from, but I'm not going to question him. 65 villagers against 99. 13 vills on the age up for the Palatine School. Checking back in on the south
This is a very interesting choice, by the way, landmark-wise. So many games have instead featured the Foreign Engineering Company. But instead, we're seeing a Palatine School. And what's interesting about it is that the buff that you get from this building is that anytime you make a unit, you have a 30% chance of also spawning a unit. Well, it only applies to Limitani, Varangians, and Cataphracts, but still. For a player that's behind economically, that is a huge boost. The 1 in 3 chance of doubling down on a unit for free is impressive.
Are there any units in this situation that you want to make, though, that you can get that bonus from? Realistically?
He's been making Limitani. He's been making Cataphracts. And it's free anyways, so I guess the answer is yes.
Yeah, but you got to kind of buy the rolls, though, right? Like, it's free, but you've also got to pay for a Cataphract or 3 Cataphracts every time to get one for free. Yeah, so...
He's going heavy on the Limitani, though.
Yeah, I think it can just make sense to just spam them out as much as you can and just hope you get good rolls. Age up about to come through here for Anatant. Both players now in Imperial Age, 34 minutes into this game. Got ourselves a marathon of a first game, making it all the way, all the distance. Elite upgrades now starting to come through for these players. Elite crossbowmen. Elite contracts on the way. And of course, infantry support. You can't forget that one.
This is a big power spike for Anathan, by the way. He still has a much better economy. And because of that, he's able to squeeze in a lot of upgrades early on. Puppy Paw needs to kind of delay a lot of the upgrades because he simply cannot afford all of them.
Yeah, we can see him with only one upgrade in at the moment. How's he doing with regard to gold? You know, normally in games like this, the hardest part is going to be gold control. And he's still got the single gold vein up towards the north, so this is something to be aware of.
Well, that's
only 800 gold left on it. Yes. Sorry about that one, guys. I have cursed him. There's also this gold vein towards the south.
I think the bigger problem is that there's a sacred site countdown going on. So not only does he have to find a way to, you know, stabilize, he also needs to try and break out of his base and decap one of those sacred sites, assuming that Anathan even gives a chance for him to do that, because right now Anathan is pushing his base with a full Imperial army.
Yeah, it's a big army. It's fully upgraded. He's got biology coming through at the moment, but even then, I don't think he really needs it. His numbers are looking so damn good, so damn convincing. Whole bunch of longbows up towards this top side. Nothing to protect them, nothing to defend them. Lament Knight out of position, trying to cover, trying to screen, but horsemen from the north managed to come through and distract each of the camel riders. +3 range attack coming through as well for Anatan. As a first game in this series, this is looking very good for Anatan. He's just been performing very well. Now these longbows going to be the victim in this game. Horsemen do make the connection. The kiting continues. Constantly pulling away. More camels riding in towards that north side. Force back the horsemen. Now Puppy Paw starting to struggle with regard to numbers.
Yeah, off the back of this, he lost another dozen villagers with a couple of camel lancers swinging south. This wasn't the full army of Anathan. He sent a couple down south where the gold miners were. It's 54 eco kills against 7. I don't think this eco differential is something that Puppy can really come back from.
I don't know, Litter. I'll be real with you, man. I think he could lose another 40 villagers and he'd still somehow be able to keep up, and we'd be wondering where is he getting all these units from? He's got no economy. It's all right. Doesn't matter. He somehow is just spawning them in out of thin air. But now it's starting to look pretty final. Yes, it's starting to look pretty final at this point. Anyway, there it is. Game number 1 going over to Anatan on the Ayyubids. It was an absolute marathon event. The Puppy Paw finally tapping out after, well, there was quite a bit of villager losses in that game, weren't there? Look at that economy count. Look how sad that is. Look how long he held on for, Lidicor.
Yeah,
that one
I don't know
attack.
I don't know whether he misjudged the deficit that he was in, or perhaps he believed in the strength of the Byzantines, or perhaps he was just playing for attrition. Either way, when it's all said and done, obviously the key moment in this game was that 15-16 minute window where all of a sudden a dozen villagers went down from Puppy Paw, and anything that came after was just a consequence of that. The fact that Anathan had a stronger force going into Castle, the fact that he was able to leverage 5 relics off the back of that, it just felt like a snowball started rolling at minute 15 and it never stopped.
Yeah, I feel exactly what you're feeling. That one key fight where a lot of the villagers all went down, I mean, it was just so hard to come back after that. Once those villagers have gone, then it's just, yeah, just makes it very, very difficult. But we see a nice little surround there, an early highlight where he traded out the villager. Just constant pressure from Anatan, incredibly well played in this game.
Well. We have a matchup on our hands, Ozzy. We go to a traditional competitive map, Kawasan. And we are going to have the Lancaster versus the Knights Templar. That is not a matchup I expected to see today.
Wow. These civilizations were the last pick, basically the last picked. I mean, English was the last picked on the side of Puppy Paw, but I think prior to that, it was literally the second last pick, the Knights Templar for Puppy. So, very, very interesting to see. Kawasan, our first water map for the game, or for the day, rather. First real one.
Yep, fair enough, although Kawasan is always a tricky one in that regard. You look at Kawasan as it's a water hybrid map, but it's fundamentally different from most others. There is much, much more emphasis on early dock denial and harassment than in the case of, let's say, Holy Island.
Right, yeah. That's exactly it. We've seen some games on Kawasan go for 8-9 minutes in Feudal Age. Oh, sorry, in Dark Age, rather. So there is the potential that we could just see a really nice, long Dark Age. I'm kind of hopeful for it. But, yeah, we'll see how it goes. Obviously, the two sniped-out civilizations. We have the Zushi Legacy on the side of Anatan, and we have the Tulklag Dynasty on the side of Puppypaw getting sniped out there. So those civilizations going to come back eventually today, perhaps. But so far, I mean, that was a tough game from Anatan right there. He was relentless with the way that he played. But by the same token, it felt like the economy for Puppypaw was just monstrous. Kind of glad Puppypaw didn't win that game. Because if he did, it just wouldn't have felt fair.
All right, we got 50 seconds left to go here. And, you know, we talked about this, Ozzy. The dominoes are starting to fall. Interesting to see. I'm so curious about the whole Lancaster and Knights Templar pick here. Both of them were very late picks. In fact, Anaton's very last pick was the House of Lancaster. So I wonder how much of this is I like this civilization for this map, or it's I just want to get this out of the way type of a situation. Because
it very much could be that case where it's just like, you know what? I don't even want to play this map, or I don't even want to. It's just, yeah.
You don't have
my
to
House
play
of
every
Lancaster.
civilization that you picked, but still, I just feel like if Lancaster was sniped away from him, he says, "Oh, Jushi is a great civilization for this map." If Jushi gets sniped, which is the obvious choice, he's just going to get one of his less preferred civilizations out of the way, I guess. But here we go. We're heading into game number 2. Once again, it is the decider for the final qualifiers for Red Bull Wololo, Londinium, Puppypaw. With the color red to the north, and down south, we have Anatan playing as the House of Lancaster in yellow. Now, what we have here in front of us is one of the most traditional competitive maps of modern age vampires. Kawasan originally came from AoE 2, in fact. Was one of the early new-gen maps that made its way into the Red Bull pool quite early. And it's one of those maps that really gets carried over to AoE 4 as well. It's one of those maps where the dynamics of the map and the way it plays out is actually very similar between the two games. And guess what? Kawasan provides exciting games on both AoE 2 and AoE 4, and that's part of the reason why it's a frequent visitor to Red Bull map pools. Of course, early game, it's going to be a race for the sheep. I don't know if we can show you the amount of sheep that we have for Puppy and Anatan. Puppy currently on 9. Anatan having a slightly better haul, but there is still way more to go. Nice little tucked away gold mine at the backside for both of these players, by the way. Both players spawning with a very well defensible base. Easy to wall, forests on the front, and the gold mine tucked away at the back. Very, very nicely defendable for both of these players. Easy walls, as our observers are pointing out to us. It's going to be an Abbey of Kings opening here for Anatan, though. No Dark Age dock for him. And it's going to be a Knights Hospitaller pick for Puppypaw. No docks in Dark Age either for him. And I'm apparently being told by production, I did not know this, it is Kawasan with 1S in AoE 2 and Kawasan with 2S in the middle for AoE 4. So it's a little fun fact, I guess, about the map. But it's a nice Hospitaller opening here for Puppypaw. Here comes the first villager, and he's going to go for the further away dock. So one of the key decision points when you play Kawasan is which pawn do you dock? There is, first off, the map can spawn in two ways. You either have a pawn close to you and one that's further away, or you spawn equidistant to the two pawns. In the spawn that we have right now, where you have a closer and a further pawn, there's a big decision point of which of the pawns you will dock. Anatan goes for his own pawn, whereas Papipo is willing to contest his opponent's pawn over here, moving up with this villager. Age-up's complete. Still a couple of sheep to be collected by either of these players, as we have the king on the way from the abbey. What is a key question is whether that dock from Papipo gets scouted, and with the scout coming its way, indeed, Anatan was expecting a potential aggressor on this pawn. He's going to know that the dock is coming his way, so he should start considering some combat ships, although it must be said, no one actually has a fishing boat on these docks, so it's not like you're going to lose your fishing eco if your opponent just pops out a galley.
But we do see another dock coming up in the north litter core. That means that there could be the potential for a little bit of uncontested fishing, which is the best kind of fishing that there is. Alright, well, how are we doing on action so far? Interestingly, no 10-minute Dark Age, at least not yet. And I assume with both players aged up, that's probably not going to be the case here today. We do see, at the very least, just a single galley out on the water for the moment. Anatan just being chilling, just minding his own business, not really doing anything here. I mean, he's got the second pond that he can play with, so does he really even need to contest this pond? We'll have to wait and see exactly what the play is going to be. Plenty of sheep at the moment as well, as we've got the Lord now beginning to move up towards the north. Fishing boat is out. Check in with the south side. And once again, that galley just sitting uncontested. So I think very much it could be a classic case of just sitting there, just waiting, forcing to see any enemy troops coming out. But at the moment, it doesn't seem the case. It's just going to be a slow and steady push. Fire ship also going to be coming out, or demo ship rather, going to be coming out here for Papipo and just sitting here on standby. So already when we think about the amount of resources that Papipo's had to put into this pond, sure, he's secured it and he knows he's secured it, but it's come at a cost. Whereas Anatan has just been rather uncontested in that north pond, at least for the moment. We could potentially see something else coming out. And I'm kind of thankful that he's done this because I don't know, but one of the things I often find with water maps especially is that players, I shouldn't say players, but it can be a little bit, it can get a little bit boring when players are fighting on the water and they're only really fighting on the water. But a map like this is a very nice combination, but take a look at what we've got here. We've got the Lord in the north doing his best to try and prevent the pilgrims from pilgriming, from committing pilgrimage. Let's just call it, let's just say it that way. He's going to give up on the chase, though. Maybe he'll make the next one, next connection. Have to wait. I'll have to take a look. Archery range coming up as well. And we can see, indeed, there's a galley that has come out for Anatan on this north side. So, interestingly, Anatan taking that north pond. We've got Papipo taking the south pond. Both ponds are a little bit further away than what they're not, it's not the close ponds that both of them are taking. Barracks interestingly cancelled, but then resumed. Now, for the age up, it looks like we've got the Templar Knights that have come through. The Knights Templar. Sorry, Knights Hospitaller is the correct way to pronounce that. There we go. So we'll be keeping an eye out and see whether or not we get any of those down. Back towards that top side. Finally, it looks like some hobblers coming out to help assist in the execution of these pilgrims. Definitely the way to do it. What do you reckon, Liticor? How many more pilgrims will we see go down this game? Will they make it to their final pilgrimage destination?
It's going to be a challenge, that is for sure. Anatan has shown a very good map presence across the board. That has been a theme ever since we've started watching his games today. Both in the Beastie series and this one. He's always been very good when it comes to map control and harassment.
Yeah, he has been an absolute standout in that regard. But now we start to see those Hospitaller Knights rising to the occasion. Up to 2 now. They've got an archer in the back to give them a little bit of assistance, but so far, so good. Hobbler's not really going to be able to do much, but the Lords will definitely do quite a bit more. Is he? He's just going after the archers with the Hobblers. Definitely the right call there. So, uncontested on the water, on the south, and on the north. Both players just allowing each other free reign of their respective waters, and just committing all resources to land, which is the way I like to see it, Liticor. You know, I was mentioning that just earlier, the fact that I much prefer it when players don't fight on the water. They just give each other a pond each and call it a day, and then they go fight on the land with all the extra food.
Yeah, that's oftentimes how Kawasan ends up playing out. The amount of fish you have on that pond actually does not justify an insane amount of combat for the water. There is a point where, as the aggressor, you actually spend more resources on contesting the pond than you're actually denying with it. So, yes, in many ways, at the end of the day, oftentimes players just settle for their own respective ponds. Though, as the game goes on, sometimes you see that change and players are like, oh, maybe now my opponent won't be watching and I can do some eco damage.
Have a look at these walls that are coming up inside the base of Puppy Paw. He's got a beautiful ring of walls around the east side of his base. Big opening towards the south and the west. Pilgrim once again going to get caught out. You know, we're calling out. Even the Wolf is getting on the action. Get him! The Wolf is really going for that Pilgrim as well. Wasn't much damage, but it's... Yeah, look at him go. He got a couple of yanks on that right there. That must have been at least 9 damage that we saw. I think either way it was probably going to go down without the Wolf's assistance, but it was good that the Wolf was getting on board. Wolf is just here dishing out damage constantly. Look at this little guy. Another Wolf. Another day. Don't worry. In the next patch, I've heard rumors that they're just going to remove Wolves completely. I'm looking forward to it. But both players now with walls coming up. Interesting walls as well. White Tower going to be going down for Anatan. Puppypaw's still quite a bit of a way before he's aging up. Yeah, have a look at these walls. See how they're all walled towards the back of the base? Just keeps the front open. Don't know how I feel about it.
It's an awkward wall. It's a very conservative, so it was probably just built based on the fact that he did not want to risk any villagers out there, but he could have walled more so from the forest all the way to the, I guess, southwest to secure that little corner, but I'm sure that's going to change eventually.
Bro, get him. Get him.
No. You cannot lose a villager to a wolf in a pro tournament.
You can. Absolutely. This wolf is this wolf, he's been taking names all game, and he's going to continue. You watch and see. He's sitting on... He's got more kills collectively than Puppy Paw does this game. That wolf.
I don't think that's a nice thing to say.
Sorry. I don't make the facts up. Facts what do they say? What do they say about feelings and facts? Something? I can't remember. Facts don't care about your feelings, Liticor. That's the one. I mean, I'm starting to build up, though, for Puppy Paw. It's going to go with the Kingdom of Castile.
It's only 40 seconds for him to age up, so it's not going to take very, very long. And one thing we have to talk about, Ozzy, is the manor count for Anatan. We don't really see much of that, and that's, I think, one of the key elements of this game. There is really just one manor for him to play with.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, he's got a very centralized economy. So, you know, the way that this provides that buff is just going to be assisting those nearby villages. But, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see him add in a couple more as he begins to explore out or begin to venture out. All right, we'll check in on the side of Puppy Paw now. The age of about to come through, so Kingdom of Castile is the way that he's gone. Now looking to pick up that next set of migrants, sorry, pilgrims coming through. I can't believe I just called them migrants, sorry. I meant pilgrims. Gosh. Plenty of units out here. Have a look at the size of this. The amount of fishing boats that we've got out here. This is ridiculous. 21 fishing boats now for Puppy Paw compared to the 12 of his opponent.
And that's a nice little eco boost. You talked about this. Oftentimes the players just settle for their own pawns, but how heavy you go on your pond is a different story, and he's been fishing like crazy. Do keep in mind, though, this is a double-edged sword. Even though Extended Lines is missing, which is probably a big loss, I guess. I think the key thing to point out is, if Anathan ever contests his pond, as good as these fishing boats look right now, you could lose your entire food eco in 2 minutes.
Yeah. Yes, that is definitely a bit of an issue with the fishing boats, especially if you don't... what's the word? You don't taper them off. Like, you have to make sure that they don't all fall off at once, because if they do, you'll be in for a brutal shock. But we now start to see the Pilgrims taking quite a bit of damage here. That's the first one down. Second one going to be going down as well. The Wolf still in action. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Anatan putting a myth, a legend to rest, to bed, finally. Poor Wolf. That Wolf had done some work this game. You know, there was the first interaction it had, taking out the Pilgrim. Wall along down here towards the middle. Not going to find it. Not with that many ranged units around Litter.
It's interesting to see how heavy Puppy Paw is going into the Genitors, though. I mean, I guess he is facing some archers over here, but he's got 10 Genitors out already, and this seems to be his composition. Mounted Javelineers sniping out the archers from afar, and they do have a huge range on them. Combine that with good mobility, and they're actually sniping out the archers very quickly.
Yeah, they're doing a pretty good job against the Yeomen. Obviously, they're doing that in point-blank range to the Knights, and yeah, they're going down slowly. But yeah, so far, pressure looks pretty decent here from Puppy Paw. He's up a good amount of units compared to his opponent. A lot of that is Spearmen. Something that we don't really see out just yet, or at least on the screen just yet.
And those Spearmen have been notably missing. They've been being built up all the way home. And indeed, here they come, and boy, oh boy, their sticks look very pointy.
Yes, they've got some of the pointiest sticks. They don't necessarily point in one direction. There's a whole bunch of different ones. Just like, there's another civil... I think it's the Rus. The Rus have got these really weird spears that I struggle to call spears, but they are technically spears, so we have to, legally, we have to call them spears. But, yes. German number still quite low here at the moment. Still only single digits, but he's working on it. Economically, both players at 69 villages. I'd say nice, but the new meme is now the 6-7 one. Oh, dude. You know what's crazy is I've got a 3-year-old and a 2-year-old, and they both do the same meme. They learnt it at school. Oh, my gosh. Children. 6-7. 6-7. Sorry. All right, let's continue. Oh, gosh. The mass is building. Up to 10 crossbows now for Puppy Paw. So he's definitely looking a little bit scary, I will say. I like this composition that he's got. Like the Genitor together with the crossbow Spearman. Like, this is a super cool combination when you think about it. Like, what is this really weak to other than Mangonels? Which everything is weak to.
It's a weird spin-off of the Malian Donzo Javelin build that we so frequently see, if you think about it.
Yeah.
And that is the same idea. Spearmen obliterate cavalry. They have a huge damage buff, but they're vulnerable to archers. So if you have a long-ranged anti-archer unit on your backline, you can just use the combination of those two as a very cost-efficient and very spammable composition. Now, the Genitors are slightly more expensive, and also it must be said, it's a little bit more difficult to mass-produce them than Javelin throwers for the Malians, but it kind of recreates that principle. And I think part of the reason why the Malians are so strong is because that composition is fairly challenging to deal with.
Yeah, it's a super cool combo. And I think historically we haven't seen a whole lot of it because Castile wasn't considered the strongest of age-ups, but obviously the times have changed, and now the Knight numbers, or rather the Hobbler numbers, looking pretty decent here for Anatan. Got plenty of cavalry out on the front line, but of course the Spearmen going to do incredibly well against this. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, we see the Genitors just constantly teeing off on all of those Yeomen. There's so many Genitors out as well. They are cleaning up right now. That is definitely an intentional pun. Lords go down. The Knight number still looking pretty strong here for Anatan today. He's still got 3 Knights out, but now the Spears are all making the connection, and all of a sudden Puppy Paw thinks he might be in a good spot here. What do you reckon, Litter? I think he might be too.
I'm surprised Anatan took that fight. it could be one of those things where you look at the janitors and you're like, okay, what do I do exactly with this? How many times have we seen this in a competitive tournament? We talked about this. Knights Templar are not the most frequent visitor to competitive events anyways, and Castille was non-existent for a long time in the competitive meta. So I almost wonder if this was kind of a story where you said, oh shoot, how do I even deal with this?
Yeah, it's well, as I said, I'm kind of curious exactly how you would, other than mangonels. I think mangonels are going to be the key component of it. They're always a little bit far away, mangonels, because even after you've got one out, it's like, yeah, I've only got one. I kind of need at least two. But then once you get to two, you're like, well, ideally I'd want three. And then once you start getting to three mangonels, that's when you start getting to a really good amount of damage.
I think heavy infantry could be the sweet spot, because if you have the heavy infantry, they will tank up a lot of the javelin fire out there, and that's part of the reason why crossbows are being mixed in by Puppy Paw. I could see this heavy infantry oh, hello there, Mr. Demo. Wrong way. He could have gotten a very juicy one.
He's trying to find something. He can't find any connections, and he just whiffs in the end. He's like, yeah.
That looks like my internet provider. That's the kind of connection I have.
Poor guy. Poor guy. Demo ships now coming out onto the pond. It's time for a demo party. It's like an S-Club party, but there's just not as many women. Speed number continues to build. 23. 22 crossbows out, so he's maintaining this composition. 11 janitors. Now he's looking to contest this pond from the top side. Puppy Paw slowly taking control back across this map.
Yeah, this is where the fight heats up for the pawns. It happens so frequently when one player feels like they're falling behind and they just have to cut into the enemy's eco somehow. They are going to hit the pawns. And now you see it on both sides. This is where you just obliterate your opponent's food eco in 2 minutes. Now, critically, it seems like Puppy Paw is gaining the upper hand in that regard. He still has his own fishing pawn, and on the other side, he's taking out everything that Anatant has.
Yeah, there's not much left over here, is there? It's just... It's all pretty much gone at this stage. So, I'm curious to see, how's Anatan's transition to farms going back in the base? I saw a couple of farms down there, but I'd love to get a bit of an update on exactly what that number sits at. I'm seeing 6, 7, 8... 6, 7, 6, 7... Far out, man. Those kids are so annoying. They've got no idea what it means. And quite honestly, I don't know what it means either. It's just so annoying. You can't... in my house, you're not even allowed to say numbers. You say numbers, and it's just going to result in your kids spamming that. Come on, chat. Let me see it. Let me see the memes.
This is getting nasty for Anatant here. His eco got cleaned up on the pond, so all of a sudden you're looking at a 20 eco deficit. He could easily compensate for that just by hitting this pond, and Puppy Paw actually depleted all the fish in this pond. At least shore fish, mostly gone. Deep fish, he doesn't have the ability to stack all of these units in there, and Anatant is trying to partially deny that pond with that Berkshire Palace that's going up. Great timing here by Puppy Paw, though, to push this.
Yeah, whether or not the Berkshire gets up in time, Morville's going to get pulled. He's got 27, 31 that are working on it with a whole bunch more. Almost certainly it gets up. And with that, Anatant buys himself a lifeline in this game. But the question is, how much of a difference is it actually going to make?
Well, he's got a full age advantage, and you see the Berkshire has an insane range. And this is the difference between this game and the previous one. In the previous one, 20 eco difference is huge because you don't have the opportunity to hit the opponent's eco. Here, you can take out those fishing boats fairly quickly. Now, the challenge is that Anatant doesn't have a strong standing army that can just deal with this aggression inside his base. And Puppy Paw knows that he just needs to go and destroy as much as he can right now.
Alright, well, the numbers continue to build here for Puppy Paw. How does he deal with the Berkshire? Well, there's a couple ways that you can do it. Normally, it's going to be trebuchets that you need to deal with it. It's a bit of an awkwardly placed one as well, on the side of, or for Puppy Paw, just because when you're attacking into it, you're probably going to have to do it next to the pond. Makes the most sense.
I have the feeling that you just bypass it. What Puppy Paw is doing right now is exactly what he has to. just take out the production buildings and really hinder your opponent in not just making units, but also getting upgrades. When production buildings go down this fast, it's actually very difficult to get upgrades in because they just take too much time to get in. You would have to start at the ones at the back, but I don't think you even have any of those elite upgrades in for Anathan, but I might be wrong. Yeah, Veterancy, Earl's Guard, there's no elite upgrades just yet. The elite Earl's Guard is just now coming in.
Yes, it's taking some time, but it's arrived now. Still a pretty big advantage when it comes to military size here for Puppy Paw. So as long as he doesn't go under that bark shield, he'll be okay.
He's gonna go Imperial. So that's the starting point. I love that he walled off all the flanks. He's actually walling off both flanks with the understanding that he can quickly capture the sacred sites and force his opponent's hand.
Yeah, well, speaking of sacred sites, we do start to see the monks moving across the map. Single relic here to potentially pick up. And all those Earl's Guards throwing off their daggers. Crossbows returning their fire. More and more crossbows joining in. It's got a really good size army now. 33 crossbows out here. A lot of this just full infantry. Just only a handful of Janitors now. Doesn't really need them at this stage. Towards the base, though, we see Stable going to be going up. So, yeah, obviously thinking about Imperial Age, isn't he?
I love the Kingdom of Poland. I think, honestly, I'm actually very sad that the Kingdom of Poland is not a standalone faction in this game, but kind of like a spin-off of the Knights Templar. But boy, oh boy, Slachta Cavalry is one of my favorite units out there. In general, I think Polish, the whole Polish line has a really good vibe to it.
Yeah, it's disappointing that they're not a full civilization yet, but yeah, it's one of the best cavalry units in the game by far. I think we can all agree with that. It is
It's a freaking tank, Ozzy.
Yes. Well, it's got so much going for it. That's the problem. Like, it's got really high base armor. It's got good movement speed. It's got the charge. It reduces damage of opponents that it attacks. It's got a health pool the size of the moon. It's incredible. It's just got so many good things. Fortress now going up in the center. Synchronized shot finally being researched here for Anatan. Now he's up to 18 yeomen, so this will give him a little bit more flexibility in these fights about how exactly he wants to play, whether or not he wants to skirmish or whether or not he wants to commit all in. Crossbows shutting down on that southern edge. Meanwhile, towards the north, it looks like the sacred site will be picked up here. 4 relics in favor of Anatan, 1 in favor for Puppy Paw.
I was just gonna say that. Anatan, he has a smaller army right now. The villager counts are neck and neck, or worker counts, I should say. But he does have the manners, and he does have 4 relics, and really the relic count is what could make a major difference here. Because aside from that, the economies are fairly comparable, but you still have a fairly fragile army for Anatan. I think that's his concern. He's going to have to deal with the Slachta Cavalry coming in. Plus, a bunch of men-at-arms apparently as well from Puppy Paw. Puppy is going for a very, very premium and expensive army.
Yes, it's very much that way, isn't it? All of the excuse me. All of the yeomen that are in here. But now we've got ourselves quite a few walls beginning to come up, players working together to create as many hate symbols as they possibly can. Fortunately, they're going to be burning them all down before they even get built, which is a great thing to see. Plenty of spears over on this west side. Yeomen here to match. Looks like we've got even more raiding units up towards that top side. Gen 2 is now firing off.
Anatan really wants to prevent these walls from going up. He's actually setting down some counter walls to physically block the walls, because he knows fully well that the moment these walls are up, Puppy Paw is going to have both sacred sites and a timer will start.
Yeah, and that's something that you really need to do your best to prevent from happening, because have a look at this army, just how big it is. Gosh, why does this army feel and look so big? Now, interestingly, on the side of Anatan, we do actually have a Carrick that is in queue. 2 Carricks that are in queue. So he's thinking this could potentially be one of the ways that we could stay in this game.
He does have the Berkshire as well, and this might not be a good fight here for Poppy Paw. Took a lot of damage from the initial volleys of the Yeoman. Berkshire Palace firing away as well. This looks like a bloody battle no matter which direction it goes.
Yeah, but the Polish cavalry is here. It's on the front. There's the Carrick finally arriving on that top side, here to provide the cover, the support that everybody needs. Well, I tell you what, they're probably going to need a little bit more than support from a Carrick as the demo ships do make a connection. Schlatter is going to back out of here. It says, we're not interested at the moment, but we'll be back here shortly. Don't worry. Don't worry. We'll be back soon.
A big battle here. I'm surprised that Puppy Paw disengaged. I thought he was going to swing south and just go away from the water, try to hit the eco, but looks like he thought about that twice. Second TC is up for him now, so he's going to try to pull away economically. How many farms do we have, though? I think that's a good question here. For a long time, Puppy was on berries. Now he's on hunt. Obviously, fish is gone. I think we're getting to the stage where players still have to make a farm transition, at least to some extent.
Yeah, we start to see quite a few of them coming up now. And we've got 18 versus 10, so not really big farm numbers just quite yet.
10 farms at minute 30 is really low. It's very, very low. And that's going to slow down the game quite a bit, because the players just have to kind of set up for this. Carrick's shooting cannonballs into the enemy just reminds me of AoE 3, just to, you know, throw in an AoE 3 reference like you did before.
It does. It reminds me of that as well. Yes, it definitely takes me back. It's, I have a lot of good memories from Age of Empires 3 in the water. I don't know, I always felt the water in Age of Empires 3 was a bit more rock, paper, scissors than what AoE 4 is. Though AoE 4 is literally rock, paper, scissors. Yeoman firing off towards the back line. Front line now looking to defend. The Billman holding for this stage. Obviously, the Schlatter Cavalry are a very fearsome unit. We'll go with fearsome. And yet still, he's able to just hold for the moment. Sacred Site timer is ticking, though. Keep that in mind, Litter. You mentioned it earlier. A lot of these games, in fact, both of these games so far going all the way to Imperial Age.
I am worried about Anatan's ability to stop this Slakta Cav. It's 20 Cav now. He only has light units in here, and it's not an awful lot of Spearmen, especially when you consider all the healing power that Puppy Paw has as well.
Yeah, he's lost a couple of those Lords, and now he's on the run, and this is where it starts to get really hard, those Schlatter Cavalry. They're expensive, but incredibly efficient units when it comes to their population cost.
They are so badly hurt, though. Every single one of them is barely clinging onto life. And the Yeomen are trying to snipe them down. You can actually see Anatan pursuing and just trying to snipe out the weak ones, try to prevent that heal. That's exactly what he does, and this battle could swing very, very quickly once the cavalry is gone.
Yeah, Yeoman number's still looking pretty decent here. He's sitting at 24 at the moment, hanging off towards the pack. Incendiary Arrows is through. And now that Carrick continuing to support on the shoreline. The double Carrick team working down all those troops, and a distinct lack of cavalry all of a sudden.
And it's huge for Anatan. He needs to decap this Sacred Site. The timer was down to 7:30, and his opponent was getting ready to fortify this position. Now the Sacred Site is going to get decapped right here. Buys a lot of time for Anatan. I wonder if Anatan is going to creep up with more static defenses to kind of just secure that Sacred Site for himself.
Yeah, it could definitely be the case. I mean, yeah, so far he's going to be able to neutralize it here. I think it definitely makes the most sense. I'm impressed with the position from Anatan. Honestly, it looked like at a couple of points in this game, he was really going to go down. Like the fight that happened right as the Berkshire was coming up, it looked almost certain that he was going to go down, but he managed to keep it together. Now he's fighting up against Schlatter Cavalry.
That's a huge force, and that's a danger for Anatan. His far right is wide open. So if Puppy Paw just says, hey, I'm not fighting your slow-moving composition right here, I'll just swing my cavalry to the right, he could easily wipe Anatan's eco in 2 seconds.
All right, well, speaking of wiping things in 2 seconds. The Yeomen on the back line wipe out the majority of those crossbows, excuse me. Carrick still looking for some Springwoods. Not able to make the connection, though. Oh,
Carracks are actually really good in anti-siege.
Yeah, very, very good.
And that's a huge contribution here. Obviously, it helps when you can shoot cannons at the cavalry, but it's not like the DPS is insane, especially for a single volley. But being able to just quickly snipe out siege weapons is huge over here. Kinda creates this position where the Springwoods cannot really push up. And I really think that Copypaw needs to leverage the mobility of the cavalry a little bit more and just try to hit the right flank.
All right, well, the mass continues to build. 91 military units at the moment compared to 50 of his opponent. But keep in mind, the cavalry is quite expensive. It's not. It's very, very pop efficient. So, you know, this 29 cavalry is equivalent to probably the same amount of resources as what, like 100 spears somewhere in that region. Probably about that. Maybe 90 spears somewhere in that region. The fortress going to be going up over on the east side.
Just look at the military swings, by the way. This has been one of the most back-and-forth games of the day. This is a dangerous move here for Anathan, though. He's not going to have the support of the ships, and he's got a slow-moving army that might struggle to retreat.
Yeah, but he's got a lot of yeomen. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. He'll snipe them out. 68 spearmen at the moment, though. That's quite a bit to deal with. All right, we'll check in up on that north side. Spearmen once again going to be chasing away villagers. The fortress defending for the moment. Bill's not jumping inside. Just instead, just going to allow themselves to be hammered, stabbed. All that good stuff. Look at the number of units.
Is that good, though?
Probably not.
I don't think I would enjoy that.
Depends. Depends which way you float. All right, another fortress going to be going up a little bit further down over towards that south side, but all the Schlatter from behind. You can see how important it is to maintain this high number of spears. 60 spearmen at the moment.
Ooh, the volley is beautiful.
Very nicely done. Mangonels now rolling as well for Puppy Paw. He's up to 4 Mangonels. Got to be cautious about moving too close to those Carracks. They're very keen on actually making some connections, and indeed they finally do. Mangonels also pushing towards those Carracks. They want some love.
We're getting to the stage where resource control becomes more and more important, and speaking of which, there is a fortress attempted down south here. I think it's gonna go up just by a thin margin. Puppypaw trying to confine his opponent into that corner. At the same time, Anathan really needed the far left flank just so that he gets that large gold vein. That's why he was fighting so aggressively towards that side. That's his only source of gold right now. Except for the relics, of course, but it's a nice little boost, but it's not going to sustain you in itself.
Yes, exactly. All right, well, how does Anatan go about finishing this game? He's got the first of the Culverin out, which is definitely the right call. Puppypaw still outnumbered, but the Schlatter are here.
Yikes.
They're hitting the gold, the one place is actually getting gold back. This is a big problem.
And that's huge. Do keep in mind, Anathan is on 1 TC, Puppypaw was on 2, so losing 30 villagers here, 20 or so, means that now he's quite a bit behind compared to his opponent, and this is exactly what you want to do with the Slakta Cav. It is high mobility that your opponent cannot match. 70 spearmen are just running around like headless chicken and really struggling to catch up to the cavalry.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And one of the things that's always so difficult to deal with cavalry is the fact that you've always got to be chasing them. They've got that faster movement, that higher movement speed. So it just means that things are not going to be pretty. But now the Billmen managed to get some decent connections down here. Skewer a couple, but only 2 go down. Did manage to find a couple more. Culverin also going to be going down here. Big shots
It's
from
a
the Mango.
very sad Culverin.
Yeah, it's never a fun time when you got that many mangoes focusing you.
Anathan just has to fight this fort here. He's trying to secure any resources for himself. Do keep in mind, he needs wood as well. And there is just so many forests here that he needs to somehow secure. But I don't like that he's fighting against fortresses with light infantry for so long. Nice little fight against the Szlachta Cav, though. Abipo has done a really good job keeping the forts alive. Even the one in the middle, which was on fire, has been repaired and it's back in action.
Yeah, really impressive. All right. We'll check in over towards that top side. We can see raids still ongoing at that top side. Now down towards the south. Plenty of infantry down here. Mango's looking... Oh my god, it's terrible damage right there from the Mangonels. They make a great connection.
He did not have vision across the forest. That was the problem. The forest blocked the line of sight, so by the time he noticed he's facing 7 Mangonels, he was at a point-blank range.
Okay, checking back in over towards this top side. Once again, we've got a couple more units running through the base. Anatan being very, very cheeky here.
I feel like Anatan is now embracing that whole chaos aspect because the game has gotten very disorganized in a way. So now he's just got random spearmen and Urlus guards running around killing villagers. And you know what? They're doing a good job because they're all over the place. It's still going to be so difficult to fight this death ball.
Yeah. It makes it very, very hard. But now the Billman moving past through the middle. Spearmen completely ignoring the villagers for the moment. A lot of siege down here.
The damage is good, though. Like, freebie Mangonels like this is really valuable, and Papipa was at 120 villagers a few moments ago. Now he's down to 100. The question is whether Anatan can actually hold this push inside his base. And he has to do so without losing villagers. Zico is actually fairly feeble now. 73 villagers only. Does have the relics, but he cannot really afford massive villager casualties here.
People has been losing some villagers as well, though. There's only 20 difference between them. And
a lot of
villagers
villagers
to work it down at the moment.
That's a lot of villagers killed, and look at all the farmers idle as well. The economies are slowly collapsing in front of us. Just look at the food income for Puppy. Well, food income still looks promising, but the food bank being empty tells you everything you need to know.
Take a look at the siege that we've got out here. That is just ridiculous how much siege is sitting out there for Puppy Paw. 9 Mangonels with 3 more in queue. 6 Spriggles. This is just ridiculous.
Now here comes the cavalry. That was a quick switch to Anatan, and I almost feel like he literally sent all those spearmen into the enemy base to throw them away and replace them with hobelarms.
Is he thinking about potentially sniping? Surely not.
No, I think it's eco-killing. I think he realized that he cannot really break that stranglehold of fortresses and, in general, fight into the enemy army. So he's doing what you have to do when you play a very long game. Just wipe out the enemy economy, and 9 out of 10 times you're gonna win. And this is like a lot of damage on Puppy Paw. Look at how chaotic his economy is.
So far, the Pilgrims remain alive, at least most of them. There's 1 or 2 that managed to get taken out. It's a slow-moving army that we've got here. When you look at Puppy Paw and all this siege that he's got, it's in a really good position. It's very far forward, but it's just not much protecting it, unfortunately. It's very slow. You don't want to have to move it.
Look at the fact that he had to pull back all the Szlachta Cav just to deal with this little raid of hobalars. And we've seen this today. This is exactly how Anatan lost the only game he lost against Beastie. When you feel like you're in a precarious position, you can take away the attention from your base and hit the enemy base. And look at the food income for Puppy Paw now. 700 per minute, maybe 1,000, as compared to 2,300. That is all the result of all these raids. And frankly, Anatan is willing to throw away units as long as they kill villagers and cause chaos. And so far, it's been working.
Okay. Boiling Oil making a decent connection here. Hobblers thinking about going for that final shot on the siege. We'll be able to make that connection. Mangonels not able to dish out any real damage there.
The front line is very weak in front of all these siege weapons. There are no spears. Men-at-arms won't kill the hobalars quickly. The Szlachta Cav are back, but I feel like Anatan is sensing an opportunity to jump the siege with the light cav.
He's going to go for it. That's the first of the landmarks that are down. Even, honestly, at this stage of the game, I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, I don't know which way this is going to go. This could genuinely go either way here.
If this ball of siege weapons gets cleaned up by Anathan, I'm starting to lean towards him, and he's doing a decent job picking up some of them. Swing to the right side, that's not going to do much here, trying to burn it through the walls, but it's all in vain. But just look at how chaotic this game is. And wood is a problem here for Puppy, so replacing the siege weapons will be challenging. He would actually have to buy wood with all the gold he has.
That would be incredibly painful to do, but I guess it kind of makes sense when you consider the fact he's got pilgrims that are empowering him here. But we'll check back in with this army, this absolutely massive army that he's got. 89 military pop, 33 of which is the Schlatter. So I think at the end of the day, if push comes to shove, Puppy Paw probably gets...
He's stealing his stone.
Yes, as is mandatory.
This is the problem for Anathan, frankly. Normally, to stabilize a situation like this, you put a castle in front of your base as a defensive castle. But he doesn't have access to stone, so he could never do that, and now his large stone is being taken away. Most of the mineable gold is starting to run out on the map, by the way, something that we are going to have to keep an eye out on.
Yes, there's not much left. There's a lot of fortresses, though, so that's the good news. Now this push down towards the south side. I mean, it's starting to look a little bit better for Puppy Paw. Anatan is nowhere near breaking through the same way that he's been doing for the last 10-15 minutes. There's still attacks that are happening, these Hoblars. We don't see any walls coming out, really, for Puppy Paw, other than the ones that have been around for a while.
I think it's very important that Puppy Paw rebuild his villager count. He has done a really good job recovering from all those eco raids, and now he's got all his base fortified. The Carracks are doing a decent job in the anti-siege role, however. Many of the Mangonels fell victims to those Carracks, but they're slowly being picked off, and those are very expensive ships for Anatan to lose.
Yes, yeah, there's quite a lot of resources tied up in them. Alright, the Schlatter now over on this east side of the base. Still looking for a way through. A lot of crossbows out. Plenty of spears with the Billman upgrade ready to hit as well. Now teeing off with the big Trebuchet upgrade as well.
Anatan's resource bank is not looking very healthy, but at the same time, he's got 40 crossbows against all those Schlachtercav. With a decent screen in front, I guess. Yeah, 30 spearmen, we can say that. His concern is dealing with the siege weapons. And that gets into a very interesting state at this point, because Abipo is struggling for wood. So if Anatan ever finds an opportunity to take out the Mangonels, it's going to be difficult for him to replenish those.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. I guess he's always got the option to do a little bit of purchasing with this much gold income, so something to always be aware of. But now the Schlatter looking to make the connection. I don't know if that was bait, but I tell you what, it was a pretty decent charge coming out from the cavalry. Plenty of Billmen now inside this tree line, looking to try and defend once again. Crossbow numbers on the back are solid. He's able to get through a fair bit there. Trebuchet continues to fire down the emplacement from the fortress in the north. The Mangonel gets some good shots as well. And finally, we've got a connection of two Titans. They've been slowly inching away at each other's armies throughout this game. It's been 46 minutes, and now we finally have a clash. But once again, they've fallen back, Lidicor. They've said, no, we're not interested. Not at the moment.
Yeah, Puppy didn't like that fight at all, I think. Mangonels did decent damage, of course, but where did that damage land? It was on spearmen. At the same time, the Qualifiers snipe out some of the siege. Spearmen and crossbows started to chip away at the Schlachtercav. You just get the sense that that fight was not going to be sustainable for him, and now the Qualifiers are starting to absolutely just shred that fortress. For a long time, Anatan did not have a response to the Mangonels. Now he does, and it is in Puppy Paw's hands to make something happen about that.
Number looking very solid here. Working down these fortresses. He's taken out one so far in this game. That's going to be the second one that is now going down. Anatan clearing the map. Looking to take out Just a couple more. Just a few more. He's only got another 8 to go. Now the Schlatter number looking very solid. Sitting on 53 Schlatter, and it's a ticking time bomb, these cavalry units.
Absolutely. Like 57 Schlachter is no joke. And honestly, if you're Puppy Paw, you seriously consider at some point just saying, okay, I'm gonna run past you and hit the eco. You run in with those cavalry, you wipe out everything that Anatan has, and after that, you will just slowly chip away at that army until it's gone. I think that's the biggest danger for Anatan. He's got a very slow-moving army. If he ever gets caught out of position, or if he's just ever unprepared for a cavalry push inside his base, that could easily be his downfall.
Yes, very much. All right. Well, the numbers continue to climb up to 60 Schlatter. A whole bunch of mangoes as well, and nothing else going on.
I don't like that the spears got detached and they're on the far right. This is what I'm talking about. Like 40 Schlachter cavalry, you really need your spearmen to be ready.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Yes, the spears have to be here. They can't allow them to get too far away. Gosh, that's so much cavalry, isn't it? Look at that.
And that's not even everything.
Amount of mangonels.
Puppy is pushing the cost on the left side. That's the only gold source that Anatan has right now. But this keep in the middle is now being sieged down. This keep has been so important for so long for Puppy. Anatan finally gets to take it out with the Qualifier.
It's been a long mission here. He is slowly pushing forward. I still feel like I don't know which way this could go. Honestly, it could just be... It could just be one fight where the Schlatter just completely overwhelm, or it could just be somehow that the Schlatter don't overwhelm. But look at the mangonel numbers. Mangonel numbers looking there. Oh my god!
You don't fight this if you're Anatan.
Oh, you can't. You gotta try and skirmish and kite your way out. Billman now moving forward.
Anatan took a big beating to his eco. He lost the gold miners to the cavalry to the north. So his eco is very weak now, but he's got a huge resource bank. At the same time, Puppy Paw burned through all the gold he had in bank. At some point, he's got 4,000. He's got 22 more Schlachter Cav in a queue, plus a gazillion mangonels on the field. It's now just Cav plus mangonels. I don't know where this is going, Ozzy. I feel like this could literally be a game where a single misclick loses you the battle and loses you the game.
Yeah, I really wouldn't be surprised. It very much feels like it could go that way. The balance is definitely there. And what's interesting is Anatan is down to 57 vils. Like, normally at this stage of the game, 50 minutes in, there's no question players are above 100 vils.
I mean, if those Schlachter Cav go into his base, he's going to be down to 10 vils.
Yeah, but the way that it's going on the front with this push, and it's looking more and more like Puppy Paw is having quite a bit of trouble here.
Spearmen are melting away, though. And once that screen is gone, the Schlachter Cav will take decent fights against the crossbows. Crossbows do have bonus damage, but crossbows cannot stand and fight like that, and this is exactly what Puppy was waiting for, the jump. And it looks like he's going to have enough to clean this up.
After 51 minutes, he finally makes the connection. He's lost 5 cavalry units in this fight. Maybe 6 now, I think it is. The numbers are still looking very good. He's got more than 50, half a century on the board still, and he just continues to clean up now. That single Berkshire, those couple of carracks, they really helped delay this game as much as they could, but in the end, Anatan's economy has just been hurt a little bit too much. Schlatter number still scarily high, 42 for the moment. Mango's coming in as well. He's got 11 mangoes on the field here.
Anatan's got no population, though. And now that the Schlachter Cav are in the eco, look at how painful it is to clean these guys up. Anatan still has a decent resource bank, but I really wonder if he can rally from here. He's down to 48 villagers, and we're reaching the point where the mangonels will just take out that one carrack. He's been a hero, but he's gonna be gone.
Yeah, the carrack has done a wonderful job this game, but I suspect it's not going to be long. Now moving over towards the east, wants to avoid getting too close underneath that Berkshire, but it's going to be unavoidable here.
You know what's funny? We always talk about the fact that we see everything. Do you think that Puppy Paw knows that he's up against 50 villagers? if he did, I think he would be a lot more aggressive at this point.
Yeah, I think so as well. All right, he's going to focus down the Berkshire. It's a decent start. Schlatter on standby, ready to protect. Patrolling across the front. He's got 34 of them at the moment. Couple Knights on the backside as well. He's fallen back away from it. A little bit fearful about committing 100% here, but you should realize with the numbers that things are going absolutely fine.
Now, you were saying that, but a few minutes ago we had 60 Schlachtercav, and you don't see a huge influx of new units. Anathan is on his last legs. He used up his last reserves in terms of resources, but he's fighting under a very powerful defensive landmark, going in to snipe the Mangonels. It would still be an insane comeback if Anathan managed to get anything out of this game, but he's going to try to at least stall this game out for a moment.
He's doing a wonderful job with it. A whole bunch of spears moving into that meat grinder. Just going down. Fortunately, the Schlatter Cavalry are doing a wonderful job of screening, but the Knights do make a connection on the top side. And all of a sudden, things are starting to look a little bit better for Anatan. Vilcount has obviously been struggling throughout this game, but the fact that the military are decent, not bad. But unfortunately, 26 Schlatter is a little bit too many. A lot of Mangonels here as well. Still got 7 of them out. But the Berkshire stands tall, stands strong.
Yeah, now you have a new way of Schlachter, though, and that's gotta be it. Like, People slowed down so much here because he's literally running out of resources. He's switching into horsemen, he's switching into men-at-arms. But he's pulling back. It's actually insane that Anatan is holding this. We have to say this out loud, Ozzy. I think the difference between the two players is that Papipo, after all the eco damage that was done to him, he was able to rebuild the eco. That is not the case for Anatan. This has just been a constant downward spiral in terms of economy for Anatan.
Yeah, definitely has. Gosh, this has been a mammoth game. And you know what's the crazy part? This is only game 2 between these two guys. These guys are absolutely going toe-to-toe. And they are
I need to read my
demonstrating
contract about the overtime benefits at this point.
Yeah, I think you're definitely going to have to do that. We're going to have to contact Twitch chat, let them know. Hey, boys, we're going to need you guys to shout a little bit harder for these guys. They're putting in their everything right now.
If Anatan wants to have anything in this game, he needs to find a way to beef up that eco. Like, he needs a second TC or something. It's actually going to be tricky because he's actually low on resources that he can even gather. But do keep in mind, he's got 4 relics still, plus a couple of manors. If he can stabilize the economy... Well, I mean, I guess I should say he needs to stabilize the economy if he wants to do anything with this game. At least he's facing way less Schlachtercav than he used to, but over time, Puppy is going to be able to rebuild that.
Yeah. Over time, he will slowly rebuild it. He's maxed out on population, sitting at 200 at the moment. Throwing down more farms as well, but we see more raids coming in towards that top side.
You know what's crazy?
Mangonel. What?
Poppypaw could have just gone to the far left and captured that sacred site. There is no Berkshire nearby, and just start the timer. I just realized that I think he totally forgot about that, and at this point he's just going for the kill.
I think you might be right. Yeah, I mean, all it would really need over there... I mean, how do you even play that? You put, like, a stone wall down or something like that? That's probably the best way to... Excuse me, the best way to do it. Probably you want to stone wall your existing sacred site, and then just move your army over onto the new one.
Presumably. Or you could just drop another fortress or something. I would love to see him do something about it, because Anatan is actually getting away, not just with the fact that Puppy doesn't have that on the countdown. Anatan does have a passive gold trickle from that sacred site. Plus this little gold mine as well, where all the villagers will die, resetting Anatan to the mid-50s in terms of villager count.
We've been here before. We've seen this one before. Alright, big army. Coming out for Anatan. A whole bunch of spears. 67 spears. That's a lot. By the same token, that's a lot of Mangonels. If he wants to turn around and fight right now, he absolutely can. He's got a wall ready to dive over onto the other side of. He needs to be cautious not to get too stuck in there right now. But it does look like he's going to try and get through. He squeezes in and he doesn't want any of it. A lot of horsemen coming out to assist. Mango's get some good shots over the walls. Gonna be nice and safe back here. More stone walls coming forward. Puppy Paw having trouble finishing off this game. Anatan just constantly finding routes to reinforce. Obviously,
it's crazy.
The House of Lancaster. Just have
And
that
do
ability,
keep in
don't
mind, previously you had less spearmen on Anatan's side and more Schlachtercav. So at this base, you gotta be careful if you're Puppy Paw not to just start having all your cavalry be massacred. It's a very nice choke point. I'm not sure why Anatan is fighting this. This might be an overzealous fight, but maybe he thinks he has to make something happen, but nothing is gonna happen out of this.
I just knows that he can't win, and it's only a matter of time, and indeed, that is going to be the case. Game number 2, going over to Puppy Paw after an absolutely marathon 58 minutes and 30 seconds. Lidicor, what an absolute epic game we have just witnessed. I don't even know where to begin.
Looking at the economy count of Anatan, that's not just a couple of steps. That's a literal staircase that you see out there. Up and down and up and down, and that's it. That has been the pattern, I think, that we were looking at, and probably the difference maker between the two players. At like minute 40, the villager counts were even. That was the window where Anatan spammed a lot of his units, both Hobalars and Spearmen, into the enemy base, killed a lot of villagers, caused a lot of chaos, but I think the difference was that Puppy was able to progressively recover from that eco damage, whereas Anatan was kind of perpetually stuck in that position of having to rebuild his economy, and he never really was able to.
Yeah, I think exactly it. Second TC from Anatan maybe could have changed things, but you know, it's easy to say after 58 minutes that, hey, a second TC might have been a good idea, but anyway, we leave it there and move forward onto game number 3. Gosh, I tell you what, I mean, it just goes to show the power of the late game House of Lancaster and the fact that they've just got those absolutely lovely spearmen. I mean, those spearmen are just a whole nother level of power, aren't they? But yes, we can see this beautiful wolf early on, dishing out a whole bunch of damage. Exactly the way... Wait, what? Why are these highlights anything other than that wolf? That wolf was amazing.
Well, you know, Ozzy, the wolf died at like minute 15, and this was a 50-minute long game.
True. Something I hadn't considered, but yeah. Yeah, I think this right here was the pivotal moment. If this Berkshire doesn't get up, game is over at this point, obviously. But the fact that it does get up just changes everything, and it allows Anatan so much space to be able to just sit here and stay and guarantee that he's going to be safe.
I think this is the window that we're looking at. 90 eco versus 87. This is probably the last time that Anatan had an acceptable economical position, I would say. The compositions, you could debate which one is better, which one is worse. But over time, I think the real problem was that you cannot sustain 30-40 villager deficit for 30 minutes. Even if you have 4 relics plus the passive resource income. And really, this was the beginning of the end in a way. Huge raid on the left side, all the villagers gone. And there's going to be a second installment of this when there's a fight in the middle and the flank comes around.
Yeah, that was just... I don't even really know where to go with regard to assessing this game. It was just a constant battle for position. And both players were so equally matched. It felt like Puppy Paw was ahead for the last 45 minutes of the game, but he just didn't feel confident in ending the game. And it's hard to feel confident when you've got a Berkshire shooting at your units.
And I think it speaks for Anatan's ability to control units and take fights. It's not just that he didn't feel comfortable trying to finish that. He didn't want to throw away a game. Do keep in mind, in a position where you perceive that you're leading, the worst thing that you can do is say, okay, I finished the game now. Something goes terribly wrong, you overcommit, you fight under a Berkshire Palace or something, and the game slips out of your hands. That would just be catastrophic in a decider series, especially when your opponent is up 1-0. So you could certainly feel like Puppy Paw was very, very patient here, just making sure that if he indeed has the advantage, he does not let it slip out of his hands.
Yeah, I think you might be right in that regard. It was a very safe play from him, so well played. But we do now have our next map coming up, and a surprising civilization that we are seeing one of those lucky last picks again coming out here. It's going to be the English up against the Macedonians of Anatan.
Two of the new civilizations coming in here for Anatan, and just before we get into that next game, it must be said, before Puppy Paw, only Corvinus and Anatan won a game with the Knights Templar in this tournament, so not a lot of people that played games with Knights Templar, not a lot of wins in general. But indeed, English-Japanese was the pick here, and on the other side, Golden Horde plus Macedonians. I like the Golden Horde idea. We've seen that in the Beastie series against Anatan. It was Beastie who played Golden Horde against Anatan on front range. But that was taken away. You kind of have the feeling that Anatan just said, listen, I'm going to bring in one of the two new civilizations. And when it comes to these new civilizations, you always have this case where there's a higher chance that you have a sneaky build that no one has ever seen before than you have with English or French, something that has been figured out long, long ago.
All right, well, let's see whether or not we'll see anything sneaky today. Of course, we still get a new civilization, the Macedonians, always a fun civilization to watch. Civilization that's struggled a little bit recently just with the changes, of course. I do frequently mention whenever there's any patches that happen and the changes that are occurring in there, because that obviously changes the way that players perceive things as well as the way that they play. So they did get quite a few nerfs across the board in the most recent patch, so we'll keep an eye out for that. But yeah, interesting decision to once again look to try and play with the, well, not once again, but look to try and play with the English. It gets sniped out, so we're not going to be able to see the Japanese today. Instead, it's going to be the English. So yeah, I'm kind of excited to see it. I mean, we just got to see House of Lancaster, so now it's the English turn, Lytical.
Well. It's crazy that this is only game number 3 coming up, and this is where you have to start talking about fatigue. These guys have been playing for a long time, especially Puppy. He had a long series that went all the way to 5 games, and he just had to go through 2 very, very long games. Not just the Kawasamba one, but even Dry Arabia went into the mid-30 minutes, I think.
Yeah, they were all pretty long games. There was a couple, I think there was 1 or 2 short ones in there, but yeah, they were all quite long games. So yes, they're definitely reaching the end of their tether when it comes to exhaustion. So it's going to be settling in soon. These are the situations where people like Marine Lord really excel because they've been doing it for so long. So this is just, it's Tuesday for them. But for other people, for us mortals, it's not quite the case. But yeah, I mean, heading into this game number 3, this is going to be a key game here as we've got, once again, players moving out for a boar. Very early boar. Both players racing towards this position. And both players managing to connect with the boar. However, one of them, more importantly, oh my gosh, 1 hit on that scout.
That was crazy.
Scout.
I love Anatan's idea here. I think he expected this boar pull. And so what you want to do with your scout, if you pull the boar, is tank some of the damage with your scout instead of your villagers. At the same time, the opponent's scout does bonus damage against yours. So Anatan's idea was, oh, you're trying to tank the damage from the boar? I'm just going to try to beat up your scout with my own. And if he manages to get that kill, which is unlikely but not impossible, if he manages to get that kill, that totally nukes the Dark Age of Puppy Paw. If that scout dies, there is no sheep influx, no nothing. That would be a catastrophic loss for Puppy.
Yeah, what do you even do after that? I guess you've got to train a scout and just go back to the good old days. Remember the good old days of making 2 scouts in the opening? People just did that. That was perfectly normal and fine, encouraged and respected. Strange times. Anyway.
Yeah, honestly, I forgot about those builds. The OG 2 scout builds, or 3 scouts sometimes. There were some cases where we've seen 3 scouts in Dark Age.
Yeah, Prairie in particular. I remember that. That was strange, wasn't it? But anyway, it is what it is. We don't do that around here anymore. Instead, we go professional scouts. Well, at least we do sometimes. And that's another thing to note. Like, there was a time and a place where every civilization would go professional scouts. I remember seeing an English player make do professional scouts, and it's like, you've got so many bonuses to not do it, and yet you're still doing it. It's like, it must be really good. Whereas now it's just like, okay, we see it sometimes. Some civilizations do it sometimes, and that's the way it should be. But age ups are starting to come through. Oh yeah? What's funny?
In the early alphas of the game, Pro Scouts was actually a Dark Age deck.
It's expensive. Would it be worth
I don't know how the pricing was, but in that version of the game, every single game was a Dark Age Carcass Fairy.
Yeah, I can see that being pretty good.
And speaking of killing scouts, I'm just sorry to say this, but Papipo indeed did lose his scout in the end.
Oh, did he really? I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, you know what? He's got nothing on the military board, so yes, that definitely makes sense. So, opting for the Abbey of Kings here today. So, going to see something, I guess, I was going to say a little bit different, but I guess it's, to be honest, kind of standard. Council Hall's been something that's been at a distance for a while now, so we'll see the Abbey of Kings, but yeah, the lack of scout is definitely going to hurt, so maybe, I mean, we surely wouldn't see him go into a stable, but we'll keep an eye out for it. Hippodrome coming down for Anatan, so in the event he loses his scout, he's going to have the ability to rebuild it without too much hassle.
Yeah, it's still annoying, and those are the things that you do not need when you're fighting for a position for London, when you've been playing for who knows how many hours, and perhaps they are a sign of fatigue, because it's certainly a big loss at the end of the day, and those kinds of things generally start happening when fatigue starts creeping in.
Indeed. Age up now, coming through here for Anatan. We'll ride on board with him. Take a look and see where he's going. Looks like it's going to be just your standard horseman opening for us here. Nothing too out of the ordinary, nothing too crazy, but the Abbey of Kings is coming up as well for Puppy Paw, so expect to be seeing that knight, or rather that king coming out shortly. Check in with Anatan, because he's got Wheelbarrow coming through. Could be the prospect of more eco upgrades. Double Broad Axe now arriving as well for Puppy Paw, so both players investing, I'm not going to say heavily in their economies, but they're investing in it, slightly. Okay, horsemen on the front, forcing back the villagers. Nothing they can really do for the moment other than just fire at this scout that will inevitably leave before its health pool drops to 0. Frustrating. A frustrating event. Stable now going to be coming up for Puppy Paw. Okay, so he does move into the stable here. So this will mean he'll be able to train the scout without having to use the town center, which is essentially +1 Vil. So that's a really good start. He's also moving into Horseman. Now, keep in mind, Anatan's already in Horseman, and he's got quite a bit out already. On top of that, he also gets things like the Horseman Champion, which is going to buff him up even further.
Yeah, it's tricky because you have to wait a little until that happens. But once you have your 3 champions from the Hippodrome, you actually have a very nice combo to buff your nearby units. And the Scout is also valuable because it's going to give you that extra line of sight, which is immensely valuable when it comes to acquiring targets for the cavalry.
Yes, yeah, very much. It can be... You don't realize how important it is until you go in without it, and then you're like, oh my god, I don't know where to go, I don't know what to do, I don't know what to attack. But not going to be the case here today. Puppy Paw now also switching in with a Rax. So going to be looking to add in a couple of spears early on here as the English. And on that east side continues to add in cavalry. Also looking to pick up the cavalry armor. First tier of upgrades is coming through now. Alright, check in and see how Puppy Paw is doing. Adding in more units towards that front. The first of the spears is able to finally join here. See the Varangians now dropping down. Some military infrastructure here. Spearman's been picked off. Numbers still looking pretty healthy. Anatan. To 5 horsemen. Keep in mind he's got those champions as well that are going to be in play. Always nice to have an extra little body there to help you out. Farm's now getting thrown down for Puppy Paw. Gosh, it's early to be putting farms down, I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, especially when you consider that on the other side of the map, someone is on board, has the berries secured as well. It's a nice defensive position here for Anathand. Papipo is trying to be like a lot more aggressive than he did in the first 2 games, I feel like. This is probably the most aggressive that we've seen Papipo be in Feudal Age.
Yes, yeah, he's definitely putting the pedal to the metal right here. It's good to see, though, on the English. It's a civilization that can definitely get away with it, especially with the king coming out. Now we can see he's able to force his opponent off the ball. Nice early win here by Papipo. With that, they're going to have to cancel, or at least delay completing their building on the front here. And now onto the wood line. What have we got back here? It looks like we've got just some villagers. I thought I might have seen an early Varangian guard.
It was only villagers, and 3 of them fell.
Yeah, there's another one that's just come out. I'm like, it looks like he's holding a shield, but I think he's holding a bit of lumber. And it's like, sir, that lumber does not give you the armor required to take this battle.
It's probably one of those things where grouping might have been challenging, or just like selecting units might have been challenging in that fight.
Oh, yeah.
But Anathand is down to 0 army, except for a single special horseman. On the other side, horseman spearman out here. This is really good for Papipo. He can press this position, and that's it.
Wow, that was a quick one.
As the previous game was, this one is a sub 10 minute one, and Papipo, the same way that we've seen him against Lucifron, he just gets that second wind ability and starts dominating games. Previous one, it was a long slugfest, but this one was just all Papipo.
And I think that's one of the other things to remember is, like, the longer a game goes, the less information you have about the state of that game. At the very beginning of the game, you know exactly how many villages the enemy is on. Every time you kill a villager, you know exactly how many villas that they're sitting on. And yet, in that last game, I don't think he realized how much he was ahead. And that wasn't just because of the fact that, you know, it was difficult to keep counters, because it was a longer game. Whereas here, as a shorter game, he knows, hey, I'm super far ahead. I can push the button right here. That's exactly what he did. And it worked out marvelously for him.
And with that, you know, as hard-fought as game number 2 was, this game just ended in a near instant. And it didn't start well for Papipo. He actually lost his scout out there, but after that, it was as simple as just going horseman and spearman and constantly forcing the engagement and outproducing his opponent.
Yeah, it's a simple strategy, but it paid off in the end. I think also the fact that we'd seen the boar taken in the middle meant that this fight right here, right now, was absolutely monstrous. And it meant that in the event it was lost and Papipo was able to win that fight right there, that's game. And indeed, it was game. But take a look at this. We've already got game number 4 on the way for us. About 2 minutes to go until it begins. We've had the Abbasids and the Japanese picked for Papipo. We've had the Golden Horde and the Holy Roman Empire picked for Anathand. Abbasids sniped out by Anathand, leaving the Japanese for Papipo. And the Holy Roman Empire sniped out, leaving the Golden Horde for Anathand.
Here's the thing. I feel like it's a complete reset in a sense. Because as long as the second game was, this was just a punch in the gut for Anathand. And now you feel like he needs to rebound out of this one. Went Golden Horde and HRE. This time around, HRE was taken away from him. Golden Horde on Hill and Dale is such an awkward combination, though. I just feel like it's not a civilization I would associate very frequently with Hill and Dale. But that kind of goes for Japanese as well. It's very funny that we are missing out on the absolutely super old school Abbasid versus HRE matchup on this map, which was probably 97% of the games back in the days on Hill and Dale. A matchup that we do not commonly see in general, and a matchup that we certainly do not see on a map like Hill and Dale.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I would have loved to have seen the Abbasid versus Holy Roman Empire, but we can settle for the Japanese. We can settle. I mean, Japanese are a civilization that are just flexible, right? Like, you can play them on any map. I feel like you could get away with a Japanese Umabenaman opening into a fast castle with mounted samurai on literally any map. Water map, land map. It could be a map with only water, and that strategy would still work.
Very fair,
Alright.
but on the other side, Thorgood and the Khan, let's see what they can make happen here in game number 4. We head into Hill and Dale for game number 4.
We're already in here, and have a look at that. We've got an early barracks. Puppy Paw, I tell you what, Puppy Paw, after that 58-minute game, he said, yeah, we're not messing around anymore, lads. We've got an appointment to get to at 3 o'clock, and we've got to make sure that we make it. And he's putting the foot down. The barracks out so early for him as the Japanese. So we're going to see him move into Spearman. But look at the positioning on this. I mean, you've got the gold vein that he can hit. You've got the stone with the Uvu that he can hit. There's a lot of good stuff here. Okay. So I think the question is, which way does he go? What angle does he look to target here? Does he go north side of the base? Does he go south? And does that tree line connect with the ridge line? That is going to be a big question for me, because if he can get around that southern tree line inside the base of Anatan, that could open up a whole can of worms for him. So we'll have a look and see whether that tree line in Anatan's base, just to the south there, I want to have a look and see whether or not that actually connects all the way to the ridge. Oh, I think it does. Oh, so it's going to protect a lot for Anatan here. That is, he's going to be relieved when he sees that, inevitably. Okay, Spear moving around the top side of the base. Couple villages on the Gur. 2 on gold. 1 on food. They're going to be chased away here. I think he's got enough gold. Yes, he's got enough gold to age up, so he'll be fine. But still frustrating to deal with this. Annoying to have to deal with units this early. You know, everybody's got a plan until they get rushed with a spear. I think that's how the saying goes. There used to be this saying that I remember people used to say that. And it's very true. In your head, you've got this plan. You know the matchup. You understand it. You think, okay, he's playing Japanese. He's going to be looking for an 8-minute castle. We're going to hit him with early aggression in the feudal age. And you've got this all mapped out in your head. And then all of a sudden, a spearman shows up on your gold vein. Now, you're not collecting gold, so you can't build the unit that you wanted to, and it all just unpacks from there, Litter.
I have a feeling that Puppy Paw just does not want to play long games now. Which is funny because he's not the one in the time zone where it's getting very late. But I guess it's getting close to dinner time, and he's just like, dude, I'm hungry. We're not going to do the same thing that we've done on Kawasan.
Yeah, I said the same thing. I'm like, he played a 58-minute game, and now he's just like, nah, fuck it, dude. Like, we have to go. I got an appointment at 3 o'clock. I need to make it. We're doing rushes all day now. Oh, gosh. Poor Puppy Paw. That's all right. But to be honest, he's doing the right thing. I mean, I have played the Golden Horde, and this is a civilization that just feels so annoyed whenever somebody attacks them. Oh, a little bit of a mistake right here coming out from Puppy Paw, losing a spearman. Very uncharacteristic.
It's going to be a Kura storehouse. We praise this landmark a lot here, Ozzy. But there's a fundamental difference between the positioning of this Kura storehouse and many of the other ones we see in games. Normally, what you see players do is that they place this landmark close to a wood line so that some of the farm spots are blocked out, and as a consequence, you get a wood trickle. By dropping the Kura storehouse all the way to the back, you're not going to get the wood trickle, but you get all the farms very, very soon. So it's a full farm-focused and kind of a building right now that simply disregards the potential option of getting a wood trickle.
Yeah, it's a little bit more long-term, I think you're considering when you're doing something like this, but I guess the other thing to consider is that you're not putting this on your wood line, and the wood line's towards the front. So it'd be quite dangerous if you were going to do that, just because there's always the risk that it could get targeted out by an enemy player. But age up now coming through Anatan, aging up at 4 minutes 43. Not a bad little timing there. Kura Storehouse, we can see it's got 2 villages on it. It's going to be another 80 seconds before it's completed, so he's added in a 3rd villager now with that age up coming through. Spearman able to chase away the existing spearman in the base. So maybe changing his plan a little bit here. Switching up from the 1 vill to the 2 vills to now the 3 vills. Have a look at the amount of vills that we've got on stone. This is typically going to be for the upgrade allowing you to get Beneman. Pronounce that correctly. So we'll expect to see that coming through shortly. He's got 4 vills there. It could also be the prospect of a second TC, but I feel like that's a 0.3% chance.
I don't know if I've seen Japanese 2 TC builds essentially ever, so it would certainly be an interesting one. Having said that, never say never. We've seen some crazy things today, Aussie, including a sub 10-minute game just moments ago. But for now, it's just standard TC upgrade, and this is a huge one. Staggering the Khan, getting a decent amount of damage done. Wasn't able to get the kill, though.
Yeah, that Badu Khan has got quite a bit of health on it, so understandable that even 4 spears are unable to take it out, even when they get the pincer, or the strike move. But, yes. Oh, guess what? It's gotten to that time of the morning, 9 o'clock. My boys are awake. They're trying to get in here right now. My wife is holding them back. I can hear her fighting.
It's so funny. It was still in the middle of the night when we started, and now it's in the morning for you. And, well, it's getting in the middle of the night for me.
Yes, we can thank these two for that one. Though, to be fair, I mean, we've had really good sets so far today. I mean, if you're only tuning into these grand finals, you got to go back, you got to watch these first 2 sets. They were absolutely crazy. I mean, obviously, you'd know who wins, but, like, we had some incredible games. I think, like, all of the games were, like, at least 20, 25 minutes. It was just, you know, there was none of that typical Lucifron stuff that you see where it's, like, a 14-minute game into a 13-minute game. It was just good games.
Apipa is hoarding a lot of food, which makes me wonder if he wants to castle up behind this. It's obviously a dangerous thing to do because your gold mine is going to be exposed. He only has 2 villagers on gold, which is not a lot for castling, though, so he's certainly not heavy committed to that just yet.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. He's... I noticed this when he was putting the extra vills on the age up. It was like, okay, there was 2 vills on that age up, and now he's added a 3rd and a 4th, and it's like, okay, he's definitely flexing away from this idea of castle.
Yeah, I wonder if he's not putting villagers on the gold because he's uncommitted, or it's because he's nervous about a potential push. Because he's certainly hoarding food for Castle Age, and he's got 0 military production. He just now queued 1 more spearman. The other alternative is that he's just going to drop a bunch of towers out there. He has all the villagers on wood, double drop the tower, and then send 15 villagers to get the gold you need.
I wish I could respond to you, Lidicor, but unfortunately I've got somebody telling me about a spider in the hallway. Did you want to tell everybody? What did you want to say?
There's a spider in the hallway.
There you go. That is the news from my house. All right, you go with mummy, boys. Hey, you guys, have a good day. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Bye, mate. All right, we're back. We're back without a spider.
Yeah, I'm glad you left the spider out. I would be scared if it was with us in here.
All right. Well, the push is coming to shove here. I mean, Puppy Paw obviously was aggressive early on. We saw him do that, and the reaction has happened now from Anatan, where he said, okay, you want to be aggressive? We can match that. And match that he has indeed done. A couple of Karash now coming out. Archers as well, just to tie everything together.
Yeah, the Karash is a big boost here because in these early engagements, little margins like an extra armor is a huge difference maker. So having the Karash out there to buff the Spearman is huge. And Puppy Paw lost the house, so now he's housed. That actually means that he isn't able to pop out the next villager. And indeed, now he wants to go to castle. He's rushing up 1 tower. Sent all his villagers on that side. I think Anatan can easily sniff out what's going on, though. He needs to know that something is behind this.
Yeah, and I don't think we'll necessarily see him go for the kill shot, but he will look to be as annoying as he possibly can. Archery range going to come in underneath the TC here. I think the question for me is, where do we see the first of the Yoroshiros go? And the age up inevitably comes through. Villager number 1 goes down. That's the first one for today. And now the Spearman just getting baited out a little bit. Plenty of damage coming out from that TC. Anatan, behind the scenes, still adding in more units. It's a Spearman together with 2 archers on the way in.
Yeah, he's going to see the villagers now. In fact, I think Anatan knows what's up because he sees the berries, no one home. He sees only a few lumberjacks, so where else could the villagers be? They must be on the gold. And if they're on the gold, Puppy Paw is thinking about Castle Age. It's gonna be a tricky one though, Ozzy, because it's one thing that you age up, but if you don't have consistent gold income in Castle, you will not be able to mass produce the Mounted Samurai.
Very true. And, look, this is a hard situation. He cancelled the archery range, built a stable on the other side of the TC instead, and then built his age up where that first archery range was. The only trouble is right now, if Anatan dives this, there's no way Puppy Paw is aging up in time. It is not happening. He would have to commit everything to get this age up in right now, and even then, you'd be very brave to do that. So I hope we see textiles come in very quickly for Puppy Paw, because he's going to be itching to keep these villagers safe. So hopefully we see that come through as a potential upgrade for him. You can see him just making sure he keeps everything alive.
The landmark is stalled. And this is buying precious, precious seconds for Anatan. He's thinking about Castle Age as well, and the landmark is not being built. He's actually decided to dive. Remember, he's got a lot of heavy cavalry that can soak up a lot of arrow fire.
Yeah, that is a really good point, and you can see just how much trouble Puppy Paw is having here. He's got a lot of villagers inside the TC. No battering rams here, no need, because we've just got a single town center, which is going to be able to put out a lot of damage, at least for the moment. But, I mean, he's struggling to keep everything together. Spear's now going to hop out the other side. He manages to keep them alive, but even if you make it to castle from this point, like, what is there that you can actually do?
I mean,
you get mounted samurai
I think it tells you the story, Ozzy, that he's got 35 villagers alive. 34 of them are idle. He had not a single villager working. He just cannot leave the safety of his buildings, and that's it.
That's a really good point, and it's difficult to deal with, but he's going to try for the age up now. He's done well. Honestly, he's done well to only lose 5 villagers, considering the circumstances. It was a big army that dived his base. More than 20 units were taken out there. Anatan now going to try again. It's a little bit further along this time. Not able to find it, though. You know, the sooner he's up to the castle age, the better it is for everybody. Because it means that Anatan can just go back to doing his thing, and Puppy Paw is going to survive. He's going to live a little bit longer.
Yeah, Anatan is just trying to stall this because he wants to go to Castle Age himself. But it's a tricky spot because he lost a lot of the spearmen. Beforehand, I would have said, okay, 1 or 2 mounted samurais pop out. You have 15 feudal age spearmen. That should be enough. But that's no longer the case. 3 or 4 mounted samurai should be able to deal with this. The tricky spot for Poppy is that his eco was idle for so long, so it's not like he can just spam these units out right now. And more importantly, Anatan is aging as well.
Yeah, Anatan 90 seconds away from the Muscovia sack, which will be giving him that extra little bit of armor, all that extra wood per minute, which will be coming in. A really nice age up for the Golden Horn. See more upgrades coming through as well for Puppy Paw on the Japanese. The second wheelbarrow upgrade, as well as a specialized pick now. So a bit of an economic focus. Obviously losing those villagers means it needs to compensate elsewhere. That place is going to be in upgrades instead. More units now beginning to make their way back towards the base. The mounted samurai are out. He's got 3 out at the moment. Another one in queue. First of the Yoroshiros into the stable. Second one probably going to be going into the TC. Definitely seems to be the popular choice. But despite these mounted samurai being out on the field, I don't know how much work they're going to be able to get done here. Just mainly because these walls have now come up for Anatan of the Golden Horde. And, well, they've almost come up. They're about to complete here. Bit of a struggle, but in the end he gets it.
Yeah, I think the whole idea of the Mounted Samurai build is that it's a very timing-based approach. It's a fast castle that allows you to quickly pop out very strong knights, and then use that to leverage map control. Well, you can kind of just consider this a not-so-fast castle because of all the delays. And because of all the idle time on the eco, it also took some time to build up the Mounted Samurai numbers. So I get the feeling that the biggest power spike you normally get from this Mounted Samurai build, it's kind of missing from this game for Puppy Paw.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I still think that there's quite a nice little timing that you're able to find in the next, say, 2 to 3 minutes. But he's very much delayed from that. Normally, you would have a lot more units at this stage of the game, which means that timing's going to be quite a bit stronger, which I guess is sort of what you were saying here, that it's been denied. Alright,
And the real question is what Anatand is going to do. No relics have been collected yet, so it's not like he missed out on any of the early Castle Age action in any way.
Indeed. Yes, there's still quite a few relics out there right now. I'm not good at counting, but I don't see any missing at this moment. 1, 2, 3, 4... Wait, hold on a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4? Oh, there's the 5th one. 5th one's just come back. Okay. Alright, so Puppy Paw's basically secured one of them. I don't know whether that's the contested one. No, that's the safe one, I think. Yeah, that's the safe one, because it was in the back left corner. Mounted Samurai now. Towards the front gate. Looking to pick off any potential reinforcements. That's a lot of units right there. I don't know if you'd want to really fight against that, though. Crossbow's also starting to come out, so people are going to be spotting this out, seeing the composition that his enemy's going for, getting an idea of exactly what units he's going to need to counter. The wolf is back. The wolf is back. It was the Wolf of Wall Street in the last game. This is the Wolf of the Dale.
What's kind of crazy about it is that the wolf actually took away the deflective armor of the samurai.
How do you think the armor deflects the wolf? Like, what do you think is happening there?
I don't know, just like wolf bounces off. The spearmen certainly do not bounce off, though. First mounted samurai falls. Nice little chase here by Anatand.
Only bouncing right there was the horse as it bounced, as it hit the ground after the spears had finished bouncing it. Look at the wolf, still in here. Can we just remove these guys from the game? They're so strong and overpowered. Still
you haven't
just
seen
chasing
AoE
its
1
target.
wolves.
Oh, I don't want to. I don't want to. Oh, Winston, I saw him in chat a little bit earlier. What have you done with these wolves, Winston? What have you done? Okay, numbers continue to rise here. Up to 10 crossbows now for Anatand. Mounted Samurai continue chasing away the cavalry. Decent number he's up to, 13 Mounted Samurai. But the trouble is that there's no real entrance into the base. It's going to be hard to actually break it. Not to mention the fact that all of the entrances are relatively close together, so even if you do get through, we're just going to wall up and move our army in there, and if you break through another, we'll be easily able to cover. It's just, yeah, it's such a great map for defending. It's a really good map for spear crossbow, I think. Ooh. That's something that you don't see every day. A second TC before 36 minutes.
Interesting. I mean, Puppy Paw did take a bit of an eco beating, and I get the feeling that he wants to approach this game the same way that he did with the Kawasan game. The trenches were dug, he cannot break into the enemy base, so now he's going to try to just outmuscle his opponent. But it's going to be difficult because Mounted Samurai do not really do well when it comes to standing and fighting. He might just try to create a distraction by trying to burn through the walls. But I think Anatand should consider diving here. He could do an awful lot of damage. And oh boy, that's such a good find by Anatand.
Out towards the berries. You can see just the idle samurai for the moment, the Mounted Samurai. Extra cautious, but I think you might be right. If he just dives here, this could be very difficult to deal with, especially considering the Mounted Samurai are on the other side of the map right now. So they can try and do a little bit of a base race, but I'll tell you what, I think I'm going to prefer Golden Horde over the Japanese, at least at this stage.
Oh, little pops. But that's just
not gonna happen.
Not gonna make it. Villager kills are just through the roof right now for Anatand. It is 18-0, and it's not a base race right now. Certainly not a race.
Yeah, he's done a lot of work here in this game. Army continues underneath the TC. Keep in mind, there's a second TC in play. Finally breaking through these walls attack on the side of the Golden Horde, but Anatan, yeah, looking very powerful. He's looking to siege down this second TC as well.
The second TC is a lot more fragile than the first one. It actually makes a lot of sense to try and target that down. He also understands that in the long run, the second TC is just going to outmuscle him. Monk coming in with the Relic, no conversion there, and there goes the TC. And with that, probably Puppy Paw's chances of having anything in this game, it just feels like it's all over with the TC going down, the villagers running away. Puppy is hoping to make a miracle happen here with the villager kills, but the villagers will just run outside. It's still 28 villager kills as compared to just 7.
Yeah, that's quite a bit of difference between them, though that number is going up. He's up to 8 now. Still inside the base, so there's always opportunity for it. But have a look at that military count. That's the thing I want to highlight the most. I mean, Puppy Paw has lost a lot when it comes to his military in the last minute or two. And so now you've got 8 military pop against, well, 0. 0 military pop against 60. Puppy Paw tapping out at the 21-minute mark. And Anatan claiming victory. Definitely felt like he was ahead for most of that game, with the exception of maybe the beginning. Obviously a little bit of aggression out there, but in the end, Puppy Paw tapping out.
It is remarkable how both players amped up the pace of the game. I just feel like it's kind of crazy. You would think, oh yeah, there's no way that they are just trying to get through games quickly and, you know, consider the fatigue and whatnot, but it really feels like that. Because now, you just feel like both of these players are much more locked in with the early game aggression, and the previous 2 games were both decided essentially based upon the sub-10-minute fights. For this one specifically, Anatan's ability to delay Puppy's age-up for so long was just such a huge thing to accomplish. And all of that happened in this early stage of the game, like sub-15 minutes or so.
Alright, well, we've got our next civilizations and our next map, Frisian Marshes, and we get to see, finally, the Tuklak Dynasty. It's been a... well, I think it's the first time today we're actually going to be seeing them, Lidicor.
I love my elephants.
Alright. Well, we've also got the Zushi that are going to be coming out as well. So, we'll wait for that game. But in the meantime, we can watch this replay here. And I think, as you mentioned, it really just came down to the control of Anatan and just how well he was doing there. Just did a wonderful job in making sure didn't lose too many villagers and was just able to convert on Puppy Paw's side. I think the highlight for me was that push underneath the town center. The fact that he was able to pause and hold for so much longer underneath that TC, delaying that age up from coming through.
The last time these two have matched up against each other was an earlier round of Road to Wololo, and that one was won by Anatan 3-2. So it went down to the final game. This is a best of 7, so still a long way to go potentially, but right now we're tied at 2. And when we look at the upcoming game, it is going to be Frisian Marshes. No Tuklak Dynasty, though. It's something that was opted for Kavasan and taken away, and opted for Frisian Marshes as well, also taken away. And on the other side, no Zushi. So an old school-ish matchup. Jeanne d'Arc versus the Mongols. Mongols in particular being a very interesting pick for a map that sometimes goes very late, and if it does, it's something that will require walls. I have a feeling, though, Ozzy, that we're going to see faster and faster games, though, as we move on.
I think so, too. I'm just disappointed we don't get to see the Tuklak Dynasty. I was so confident we were going to see them.
Well, we still could. That's the only remaining one of the new civilizations that have not been played today, but was picked for Sengoku Daimyo. It's not going to happen, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depends on who you ask. The remaining maps would be King of the Hill and a Bold Land. And I truly wonder whether King of the Hill would be left last, and we would just have a showdown similar to what we had in one of the earlier best of 5s, a King of the Hill finale.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like King of the Hill can really be a difficult game. I think King of the Hill is such an unforgiving map, right? Like, often in these games, even if there's a big mistake that's made, it still feels like there's an ability to come back. But on King of the Hill, if you make a big mistake and your enemy secures the middle, Nah, not happening. Not happening. Very hard to come back from. So we'll see exactly how that one plays out a little bit later. But I mean, when it comes to these two civilizations, we've got the Mongols and OG versus the Jeanne d'Arc. Jeanne d'Arc. How do you feel? Which one do you favor? Lideker, I'm putting you on the spot. Who's going to win?
The fact that Anatan went French for his first pick, which I know is probably for King of the Hill, but nonetheless, the fact that he prioritized French makes me think that Jeanne d'Arc is also a civilization that he would be very happy to play with. I am leaning towards saying that Jeanne d'Arc is something that struggles against Mongols, though. So I just feel like based on compositions, early, mid-game should be more Mongol-sided. Late game, when you don't have any walls, I like Jeanne d'Arc a lot more. Yeah, I got to agree with you. Yeah, it's the longer it goes, the better it gets, I think. Especially with Jeanne d'Arc and the way that she levels up, it can be really potent, especially when you hit those early spikes. So we'll keep an eye out on whether or not that happens. I guess the other thing to note is that on maps like this, where there's typically early docks that get put down, the Mongols are probably in a bit of a better spot just because of their extra wood that they get on the start with their uvu, their barracks. They can put out a lot of work. So we'll keep an eye out for that and see whether or not he actually moves into a dock himself, Puppy Paw, or whether he looks to go into a more aggressive route. But that's something that I'll be keeping a keen eye out for. Well, we still have a minute and a half left to go, so I think this is a good time to discuss what we could still see for the remainder of the series. Bodland and King of the Hill remaining. We still have Zushi, French, Rus, and HRE. Now, I presume that Anatan wants to play French on King of the Hill. But I don't think he's going to be given a choice to do that, so is he going to bring French and Rus and just say one of those two should work? On the other side, there is Delhi and the Tughlaq dynasty. So if you feel like both of those are civilizations you prefer, you can certainly guarantee one of those two to be available for one of those games.
This is a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. The way I'm thinking about it is very much, you know, you could, as you mentioned, you can play Rus, you could play Zushi on King of the Hill. No matter which civ you take there, you're going to be happy with it. By the same token, with Puppy Paw, I mean, what are you looking for if you're playing King of the Hill? You're looking for probably Chinese. I mean, Chinese can be played on literally any map, but probably Chinese. Like, you don't want to be playing either of the Delhis for King of the Hill because there's no sacred sites. I mean, there's the one sacred site, but you're not capturing the sacred site to win with the sacred site. You're capturing it for the gold. But anyway, let's get to it. I digress. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 5 of the grand finals of the Road to Red Bull Wololo, Road to Londinium? Londinium, I think we got it right that time. We've got some decent players today. You may be familiar with them. We'll introduce them for you now. Spawning in the west corner of the map, in the color yellow, playing as Jeanne d'Arc. It's Anatan.
And spawning in on the other side of the map with the color red, it's Puppy Paw playing as the Mongols. And a distinct difference in the scouting patterns here, Aussie. Puppy looking to move across the map and steal some sheep from his opponent here. And that's a huge thing when you face Jeanne d'Arc. Jeanne is a very food-heavy faction with all the night production that you need. Obviously, you will still have the dogs, you will still have some sheep and some deer. But taking away some of the sheep just makes it much, much more difficult to sustain all the night production in the long run.
Alright, well, we already see some walls coming up here for Anatan, just knowing exactly what Puppy Paw is up to, what his tricks are, what his Mongol strategy is today. So, whether or not he's able to make the connection, we'll have to wait and see. But so far in, feels like it's probably going to be some aggression that we see out of Puppy Paw. Check in and see. He's got a lot of villagers on wood here. 7 villagers. So quite a bit. TC sitting next to the berries and the wood line. Dock has come out as well for Puppy Paw. So not going to be an early Rax, or at least not yet. Single scout for both players. Uvu is up as well. It's interesting seeing all of the dynamic thought process here between it. I was expecting very much to see early aggression coming out, but Anatan's changed his mind. Doesn't think you'll see it. Joan of Arc built those walls. I don't know whether she paid for them, whether it was Mexico, but it was in vain in the end. Anyway, age up coming through. School of Cavalry now in game number 5 here for Anatan.
I just want to touch on the walls, though. Because that's a good point that you brought up. So there were some initial palisades by Anatan on the gold mine, which was just to essentially have some kind of a defense against early aggression in case the Mongol player does that. But the walls weren't fully completed, so once Anatan was aware of the fact that there is no aggression, he just cancelled those. And you see now his gold mine is nice and clean.
Yes, it is nice and clean until the Mongols come and ruin his day. Now, there are a couple of spears out already. This is a naturally exciting counter to the School of Cavalry, having these early spears out. So, not only do we have the Uvu and the barracks in the Dark Age, we also have the fishing boats in the Dark Age with the dock in the Dark Age. So there's quite a bit that's going on here. A lot of military units, a lot of economic units, not a whole lot of tech, or at least not quite yet. But now, outpost going to be going up, and this is a good spot to throw an outpost down on the double gold. This is like, if this gets up, this is a game-winning outpost right here.
And what's cool about this outpost placement is that there are some maps where gold mine spawns or resource spawns in general are unpredictable and random. That is not the case on Frisian Marshes. Frisian Marshes is a predictable map pattern. Your golds always spawn to the front, your woodline always spawns to the back. So if you think, that your goal is going to be to play Gold Denial with a Tower Rush, that is something that you can count on to work regardless of the map generation you get for your specific tournament game.
Alright, well, spears are going to try and work down this mining camp. Khan here as well to provide a little bit of damage. Plenty of spears on the front. 6 spearmen out now for Puppy Paw. Very aggressive early on. Now, there's a couple of ways that you can deal with this. I think the most common way that we see it, at least at the moment, is just a build-up of melee units. Is normally the best way to do it. You can try and ignore it if you want, but ignoring it isn't going to make the problem go away. Double spear coming out. Lidicor, you'll have to excuse me. I'm getting a little bit, what's the word? A little bit fatigued at the moment. It's, what time did I wake up? I think I woke up about 12 a.m. So that's like 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, and it's now almost 10 a.m. in the morning. So I've been going for about 10 hours now, and I haven't had any Red Bull. I'll say that right now. Even though we're casting the road to Red Bull Wololo, I haven't had Red Bull. And
that's a very smooth way to bring in the title sponsor. I'm kidding.
And now into our segue for our sponsor, London. Not really.
Sponsor London.
London. All right.
Well, this push is sponsored by archers, though, and that is, so far, a really nice set of micro here for Anatan. 2 villager kills and a tower denied, and we were looking at Puppy Paw's aggression on that gold mine and saying, this could be big. But so far, it is Anatan who's really able to leverage this small initial force, using the archer version of Jeanne, the knight, and an extra archer to push his opponent away from gold.
Yeah, interesting that he's moved into the archer version of Jeanne as well. Not something that we often see, but still something that gets seen a fair bit. But yeah, now more and more units starting to come out. Interestingly, Anatan opting for the horseman, realizing, well, hold on a minute, it's not like I can make a knight. I don't have any gold to my name, so what do you want? What do you want from me? So it's going to be horsemen instead. Horsemen and archers for the moment. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, it looks like we've got some stables starting to come up here. Is that an archery range? That could be an archery range. Hard to tell. Archery range.
What's frustrating for Puppy Paw here is that as much as the gold denial game is applicable for Jeanne d'Arc, and as much as, the French players don't like losing access to gold, Same goes for the Mongols. The Mongols want to play Keshik in most cases, and not having access to this gold mine, partly because they always spawn to the front, so they're easy to aggress, means that it's very, very difficult right now for you to get Keshik out, if not impossible. And what makes this even worse is that the Ovu is to the front, so any unit that spawns at this barracks right now gets instantly picked off, as we've seen just a moment ago.
It's hard to be playing 8 minutes into a game without gold, but both of these players are doing it right now. Neither of them earning any gold. I mean, you can see Puppy Paw with a little bit there in the bank, but it's all just routine stuff. Nice little snipe coming out from Joan of Arc as well. Extra experience coming in for her.
The Gur just casually passing by saying, okay, I'm done, guys.
Out goes the Gur. Away from the mining camp towards the safety of the town center.
Let me tell you, this game is starting to remind me a lot to the previous one, where, you know, Puppy Paw had that early aggression in the previous game as well with the Spearmen, and it looked decent. But after that, it was Anatund in mid-late feudal, and he was able to delay Puppy Paw so much. I'm starting to feel the same way right now. The Dock is gonna get harassed, Gold Access denied, the Ovu was taken out, and all of a sudden, especially when you consider that Jeanne is midway through level 3, and with Anatund securing a new gold deposit, I feel like Anatund is picking up pace here.
I was going to say the same thing. He's definitely looking a lot healthier now. Keep in mind, he hasn't actually taken any of his own docks. Oh, actually, no, I take it back. I think he's only just started on that dock to the south of his position. But yeah, not a huge amount of docks up just yet. Dow does come out, though. Puppy Paw looking to try and keep it alive a little bit longer than what we expected. 3 fishing boats do pop back out and say thank you for the fish. Another dock now for him. That's going to be the second one.
Yeah, Anatund does not have a good food eco. He's on berries, which is a very bad thing to do as a French player or as a Jeanne d'Arc player at minute 10. But, well, so far that's all that he has. It's actually turning into a very, very messy and chaotic game. Kind of in the likes of, I would say, the third game that we had.
We'll see how it goes down. Joan of Arc going to be focused by the outpost. You can see the horseman moving as well. Definitely Puppy Paw trying to pick off Joan of Arc. She's down to pretty low health right now. Is he going to be able to make the connection? Almost certainly. Indeed, he does. Now she's on cooldown. Oh. Did I lag out right there, Ludicor, or was that us together lagging?
Oh, we're good. We're all good.
Okay.
Very spearman-heavy comp here for Puppy Paw. He does have 14 archers as opposed to Anatund's 8. So army count is now much, much better for Puppy, and that's a misplay by Anatund. I think he did not want to jump out. Lost a villager.
Lost 2. And now archers in the middle. Managing to get some decent damage on the spears. Puppy Paw definitely gaining a little bit of composure here at the 11th minute mark. When it comes to population, he's up by 10 points at this stage. So that's slightly bigger economic advantage and a much bigger military advantage. A lot of archers on the field.
Yeah, Anatund is able to start producing knights again, but he was delayed quite a bit in doing so. And we always talk about this. Knight and archer usually gets beaten by spearman horsemen. Puppy Paw already has some spears and horsemen, whereas Anatund is just now starting to make the knights. I just feel like, now that the pressure is gone from in front of Puppy Paw's base, his position is becoming better and better. In fact, he's piling up food for what could be Castle Age, perhaps.
Yeah, that could definitely be it. He's got 10 vills on gold, so I think you might be right. I mean, why else would you have 10 vills on gold? That's a lot of villages. I mean, he's also got 21 vills on food, though, so, or on wood, rather.
Yeah, but
so maybe
10 villagers on gold, especially when you're not making any Keshik, I think that's a sign that Puppy Paw might be thinking castle.
I think you might be right. Anatan taking a little step back for the moment as well. Khan moving away. continuing the kiting, continuing the fighting. Joan of Arc sitting at about 50 to 60% experience at the moment. Movement speed has been popped. And now the spears together with the horsemen, able to chase away the knights. Big army moving out here. A lot of infantry. Not very mobile, but potent army nonetheless. Now these knights going to get caught. One of them going to get skewered in particular. He's going to go down. Two more to the south of the map, still alive, still able to survive for now. Now Archer v Archer. Puppy Paw with quite a few archers out on the map, 22 at the moment. Able to deflect the majority of this attack, and Joan of Arc's going to get focused down once again. He's so annoying, isn't he? Focusing down that Joan of Arc every single time. You know, last time it was with the outpost, then it was with the horsemen, now it's with the archers. Always looking to try and find that snipe.
Nice little trade here for Puppy Paw. He's focusing on the archers as he should. The knight, I mean, if the archers are not engaging, he can kill the knight, but otherwise he should just be focusing the archers, trading it off. He's not sending the horseman back home to defend, though, and the fact that he's holding this and at the same time harassing the opponent with the horseman just makes you feel like now Puppy Paw is picking up pace. Started to add Kashik as well. He still has 10 villagers on gold, though, which is just kind of awkward when you consider how little of that he's actually spending.
Yeah, where is all that gold going? Because he's got a whole bunch of vills on gold. That should be like, what, 400 gold a minute. And he doesn't have a whole lot of gold in the bank. So, surely he's not much.
Oh, wow.
Okay, that's where the gold's going.
You gotta credit the observers for this. That was perfect timing out there. Demo just sinking all of those horsemen, and that's the kind of momentum swing that you need, honestly, if you're Anatan. All the horsemen from Puppy Paw are gone, and remember, Jeanne is getting close to level 3.
Yeah, that was very, very impactful. Quite literally. Managing to keep that position alive and dishing out that damage as well. I like the fact that we've got the galley over here in this pond, just in case. But Puppy Paw, with the military count, definitely starting to drop down quite a bit. Only the 14 archers out at the moment. But take a look at the macro. 43 vills on food, 11 villagers on gold. This guy wants to age up. Jeez, he can go Imperial with this kind of macro.
On the other side, Anatan was out of food for quite some time. He just sent a bunch of villagers to that deer pack. But for a minute or so, he had basically no food income. So he's certainly struggling to get sufficient food income to mass-produce the knights. And he's certainly nowhere close to Castle Age right now, whereas the Step Redoubt is on the way for Puppy.
Yes, Step Redoubt up in about 35 seconds now. 13 villagers on it, so definitely be getting it up relatively quickly. Checking in with Anatan, though. How's he doing? He's got the scout out at the moment, just looking to try and find any information that he can, but the Keshik's going to end that life quite early on. So Puppy Paw will lead here with the advantage. It's not really like he's got a composition that can necessarily do too much damage at this stage, which I guess makes sense considering he's going Step Redoubt and not going into anything more aggressive like the Kurultai. Age up now through for Puppy Paw. Where does he go from here? What does he look to do? Probably going to be looking for veterancy on archers. Indeed, it's veterancy on archers, veterancy on horsemen, and moving the Step Redoubt just a little bit. Expect to see him move or transition quite a few villagers over onto gold. That's normally what we see players do. Then expect them to build a market and then utilize that gold that they're gathering to purchase a whole bunch of wood, which will allow them to build things like the prayer tent and allow them to get out onto the map and start taking those relics.
Yeah, momentum is starting to swing in the favor of Puppy Paw now, and it doesn't help that Anatan was struggling with food and gold, so he doesn't have a lot of knights to roam around. 6 knights at minute 17 is not something that you're happy about, and it kind of restricts his ability to try and just raid his way back into this game. In this position, ideally, he would just be running around with the knights, killing villagers, but you do not really see that happening.
Yeah, it is very much... It feels like a bit of a closed-off game. I mean, we've only had 3 eco kills from both players so far. But looks like another one about to happen right now. Maybe even a second one as well. Might lose the knight for it if you tried for that last hit. But yes, definitely doing the right thing in backing away from that position. Keshik's now chasing away this knight from the north. Veterancy has arrived. Anatan not even considering going into Castle Age, just maintaining a head course, excuse me, steady course, steady course.
Look at what he did instead, though. In an instant, he's up to 30 knights, and Jeanne d'Arc is very close to level 3. This is not just a, oh, what do I do? Let's stay in feudal decision. This is very much a, this is the timing that I'm looking for. Is now I have all these knights on the field, and I can time a fight such that Jeanne gets level 3 and I can dominate that fight. Remember, French knights, they're feudal age units, but they're certainly better than most feudal age units are.
Yes, absolutely on the money. All right, let's see whether or not he's able to do it. You can see Jeanne's probably got about 2 more kills, and then she'll be leveling up. So, yeah, as you mentioned, what you're doing is looking to start a fight while she's level 2, and then as the kills come, Joan of Arc will hopefully level up, and then you can level her up, and she'll be very comfy in these fights. Okay, nice.
Yeah, I feel like Anatan was just waiting for his opponent to dive. I think he was waiting for this exact moment to jump his opponent where there is no place to retreat. And Jeanne indeed is level 3. Here it comes. And this could be an awesome fight for Anatan. On the other side, there are 10 crossbows, but I don't think all of them are on the field right now. In fact, I don't think this army has more than like 5.
It always seems that way, but crossbows are sneaky. I guess maybe when you're watching the Zushi Legacy or the Chinese, that can be hard to pick out, but yeah, you're not wrong. All right, well, retreat continues. Puppy Paw moving away from that front line. He falls back to a couple of outposts. It's pretty good in place.
Yeah, that's where the crossbows are at. You can see them rallying up north. Now he's got the crossbows to try and hold this. Not a lot of front line in front, though.
Anatan trying to pick off those units towards the back. Still committing 100% to this feudal age play. So not looking to get particularly aggressive with the prospect of like battering rams or anything like that, but just a good old classic unit composition.
What's tricky about this is that now the archers from Puppy Paw will withstand a lot of the arrow fire from Anatan's archers, and Anatan needs those archers to pick off the crossbows. That's the only way it's going to work out. It's 9 crossbows only, though. Some of them were picked off, and 9 crossbows against 22 knights plus Jeanne d'Arc. That does not feel sufficient, and now the villagers do get caught in the crossfire.
Once the villager numbers start to go down, which is exactly what we've seen here, 13 villagers now taken out. Even though we're at 20 minutes, things start to get quite a bit worse. And Anatan now inside the base of Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw struggling to field a real defense here. Begins to make his way towards the woodline. I can't help but feel like it's probably going to be a tap out coming through in the next couple of seconds. How do you deal with all of these knights in the base?
There is no one at home defending for Puppy, and the timing push is working out perfectly. The villagers have nowhere to go. There is no army left there. What a beautiful push here by Anatan. Just a textbook execution of this level 3 Jeanne d'Arc knight timing.
Yeah, it's very powerful, isn't it? But we now start to see even more damage put out. You know, we were talking earlier about how it's hard to determine what the power level, what the power state is during a game, but it feels like one of these games where you probably know what the power state is. This is a tournament game, so you want to make sure that you really are putting your best foot forward.
Puppy actually got a conversion of 1 archer with that Wololo, and that is now 20% of his standing army. I think that tells you everything you need to know about the state of his base. I cannot imagine him doing anything other than typing GG at this point. He's got nowhere to run, nowhere to fall back to. He's got 54 population against 120 villagers just running around like headless chicken, and he's still up against 24 knights.
Yeah, that's the big problem, right? And this has always been the issue with knights and knight superiority is in the event you lose your spears, and your spears are tasked to kill the enemy knights, you're dead. Because the knights will kill the spears, or what's left of them, and then they will just kill everything else, and you're dead. So we're in that exact situation right here as Puppy Paw types in the G's and realizes he's dead. Anatan takes the lead 3-2 in the road to Red Bull Londinium. Londinium.
Here is something to think about for you, Ozzy.
Okay,
the last time these two matched up in one of the earlier rounds of Road to Wololo, it was a best of 5 and Anatan won 3-2. We're sitting at 3-2, but this is a best of 7. And Poppy Paw was down 2-0 against Lucifron earlier today. He managed to come back 3-2. Does Poppy Paw have another comeback in him? He's got no more room for error because it is match point for Anatan. Anatan has been in the finals of the qualifying round twice out of the previous 3 weeks, but he never managed to secure a ticket. Can he finally seal the deal and get his ticket to London?
Let's see whether or not it's going to be happening because, well, it all comes down to this, doesn't it? Match point. We're finally here. It's been a tight run up until this stage, but this could be it. It could all come down to this. He's gotten so close. He's flown so close 3 times, as he mentioned. Could it be a lucky day? Gosh, look at this final fight. Well, not even fight. Look at this final engagement. It's not a fun one, is it? It's not a pretty one. When these knights are in the base and you just know that there's no way, no place that you could even potentially deal with them. Very well controlled coming out from Anatan. And we've got our potential final game coming up. It's going to be on Bald Land. It's going to be the Delhi Sultanate against the Chinese. The Delhi Sultanate against the French. A classic matchup. Oh, don't you love to see it? I love the classic civs, man. I tell you what, it's going to be 2036, and they'll have added 2 new civilizations. We'll have a total of 48 civilizations, and I'll still be talking about how the OG civilizations are the best ones. And oh, Delhi versus English. I remember this matchup back in my day.
Yeah, it's starting to feel like that, you know. And I'm not gonna lie, when this game came out, you had 8 civs, and I was like, a lot of stuff missing from the game in terms of the civilizations. And I did not think that we were gonna be up to however many civilizations we have right now. I don't even know the exact count. We have 22. That's what the production is telling me. For context, that is on the scale of what Age of Empires 2 had back when it was released with its expansion pack in the late 90s. And then it did not have anything added until like the definitive editions whatsoever. So for a long time AoE fan like myself, an AoE 2 fan as well, you know, 20 civs, that feels like it's an awful lot. It gives you a lot of variety. And you also have to factor in the fact that all of these civilizations are distinct in AoE 4. This is not a copy-paste kind of a game. It has a great level of variety, and each of these civilizations being unique just adds so much complexity to the tournaments now.
My main question is, how many voice lines did those AoE 2 civs have? Checkmate, atheists. Anyway, we move on. We move forward.
I don't know. All I know is that I'm still hoping that one day I can be a voice line in AoE 4.
Yeah, I think you could. We can put you in as like an Abbasid villager.
I was thinking about being a boar.
A boar? Okay, I'll be the Abbasid villager. Alright, nobody look. Ah! Nailed it. That's the Abbasid female villager completing House 3 voice line. That's the sound she makes. Go on, check it. It's in there.
Either way. Or you know what else I would love to do? Looks like Drongo is gonna be gone, but you know what else would be fun to do?
This is just the truth. I'm an Abbasid flag now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so the other thing I would love to do is draw a flag for the game. I'm pretty sure I could draw the Abbasid flag from memory.
Yeah, yep, I think you could. I can do it. My memory's terrible, so you absolutely could do it.
How many flags would you draw from memory, though? Because I can also draw the English.
Oh, now it gets hard because I'm like, okay, the Delhi Sultanate, yeah, you can do that. Tughlaq, yep. Holy Roman Empire, yeah. Order of the Dragon.
If you can draw
HRE,
HRE, that would be sick.
How about the Order of the Dragon? What have they got in the middle?
Well, it's a dragon. Either way, we're heading into game number 6 here. Anatan with the match point. It's one game that counts for him. All that matters is this one game, and he can punch his ticket to London as the final participant for Red Bull Wololo Londinium. We head into game number 6.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 6. This game is technically, legally, it is actually a match point game. That means that in the event that the player with 3 points wins, they will go to 4 points, and this best of 7 will be over 4-2. Puppy Paw, of course, being the player with 2 points, doesn't want that to happen. So he's going to do his best to put his best paw forward and make sure that that he wins. That's what he's going to try and do. Anyway, let's get into it. We've got 2 civilizations, 2 players, 2 different colors. Now it's time for you to find out who is who. For our audio-only listeners, spawning in on the east side of the map in the color red, playing as the Delhi Sultanate. We've got Puppy Paw.
And on the other side, it is Anatan with the color yellow, playing as the French, now up 1 game against Puppy Paw. They played a best of 5 in one of the earlier weeks. That one was won by Anatan 3-2. But this time around, he needs to win 4 games to advance to the London main event. This is his final challenge, and for Puppy Paw, he needs to channel whatever he had in him when he made a reverse sweep happen against Luciphone earlier today. He needs 2 in a row to finish this series, turn things around, and get himself a ticket to join his brother in London, because Wham is already qualified. I'm sure Puppy Paw would love to be there with him.
Yes, it would suck a lot if your brother went and you didn't. That would suck quite a bit. So I'm sure Puppy Paw is going to be doing his best. Now, you guys will note that the UI is missing at the moment. Do not fret. We will fix that UI up very, very soon. I can already hear our production behind the scenes saying, What? The UI? Oh, no, the UI. Don't worry. They're fixing it up right now. We got the age ups on the way. Dome of the Faith for the Delhi Sultanate. School of Cavalry for the French. And no real surprises here at all, Littlecore. This is par for the course. Standard as what you'd expect when it comes to this matchup. In fact, not just this matchup. Any game where you saw the French, you'd be very surprised if they didn't go the School of Cavalry. The same with the Dome of the Faith. And honestly, that's one of the things that I'd like to see different about in Age of Empires 4. I mean, the devs change landmarks all the time, right? Like, hear me out. They change landmarks all the time, give them a little bit of balance, but every time you do that, even just like a small little bit, it just goes in the other way. Like, completely. Like, when was the last time you saw the Ark Chapel built? Exactly. Because mine work is so far in favor. But anyway, who knows? Maybe we'll see some redesigns for some of these landmarks soon.
Now, I think there's an interesting point to be talked about here, Ozzy, and that's the fact that Anatan is playing French. This was his first overall civilization pick. And because Sengoku Daimyo wasn't taken away from him, he opted to pick this civ over Sengoku Daimyo before the subsequent ban happened. He prioritized French above all civilizations, and we were theory crafting about the possibility of French potentially being a pick for King of the Hill should this game go into game number 7. But it looks like he's just gonna be playing French over here. I wonder what the mindset was. Perhaps, and this is an interesting thing to think about, you pick 2 civilizations, one of them gets sniped away. Maybe he had a civ that he just loved for Baldland, and he just had French that he loved in general. That was his first overall pick. So whatever gets banned, he's gonna be able to take the other. And I think the last civilization that Anatan still has is the Tughlaq dynasty, so should this game go into, or should this set go into game number 7, that could also be a candidate to be played.
Indeed, it could. Yes, I do like the fact that this is the very first civ he picked, so you would naturally assume that that's... Look, it's not always going to be the best civ, because you don't always pick your best civ whenever you've got first pick. Like, you might pick a civ that your opponent's very good at, or you might pick a civilization that's very flexible with the maps that you've got. But you would expect that this is civilization he is going to feel so damn good about playing right now. The fact that he can get hit a match point and have kept this in the back pocket so that he could just pull it out right now. Yeah, it's good. Okay, well, at this stage, we've got a whole bunch of upgrades on the way through for Puppy Paw. It doesn't look like he's forgotten a single one. You see Sanctity, as well as all 3 eco upgrades now on the way. No professional scouts just yet. Meanwhile, Textiles coming through for Anatan. Interesting decision for this early Textiles as he picks up 1 early villager kill. We see that body laying there on the ground. A sad state of affairs for that villager's family.
Speaking of which, there is retaliation coming towards the deer pack, and we've seen this multiple times today. Players moving out to that mid-map deer pack or board, depending on what's available, to get that early eco boost in Dark Age. And it looks like for now, Puppy is just going to play standard Spearman. Eventually, he's going to start mixing in Ghazi Raiders, though. And when that happens, that composition is just so much better than Knight and Archer. Do keep in mind, Ghazi Raiders get a bonus against Knights, so it's even better than just standard Horseman Archer.
Indeed, yes, it is. It's particularly strong. So, something to be watching out for, something to be aware of. But now, underneath the town centre, the villagers managed to retreat. No damage taken at the moment. Stable now going to be thrown down here by Puppy Paw as he looks to escalate things. The gold, of course, being isolated, but we do have archers on the way for Anatan, so he'll be able to repel this shortly. Spearman number looking very healthy for Puppy Paw.
I feel like we're seeing a repeat of the previous game here. Puppy Paw being able to deny the gold away from the French player. Nice little micro there by Anatan, by the way, pulling away the injured knight. Second one also gets away. So clean so far. And it's all about preserving those knights if you're the French player. You cannot afford to have those stabbed down in early game.
Indeed. It's, yeah. And it's not only just keeping it alive, it's also making sure that you don't lose a lot of health on it. Just, obviously, you can heal them back up, but it takes a long time, and it's much better if you just don't take the hits. Professional Scouts now going to be coming in as well for Puppy Paw. 7 minutes 40 into the game, so a bit of a late Professional Scouts, but it's still going to be welcomed here. And just the 3 scholars for the moment. Now, keep in mind, he does have Sanctity Research, but we don't see any stepping on Sacred Sites just yet. 2 Sacred Sites out in the middle, but yeah, no presence just at this stage.
Yeah, one difference between this game and the previous one is that this time around the gold mines are a lot more split up. So it's not like Anatan is being fully denied away from the gold like in the previous game. He does have that gold mine at the back, and frankly, he's playing French, so it's not like a big thing to move to the other gold mine and drop another drop-off site.
We'll see how he looks to go, and we've got another stable being thrown down here by Anatan. So, looking to double down on the cavalry.
He's playing full knights. Which is funny because Puppy's playing full spearmen. Barely any Ghazi Raiders out there.
But it's one of those things, like, I don't know about you, Liticor, but I've played so many games. I'm thinking about one game I played against Louis MT, where he just made knights only, and he beat me. And that game has haunted me for a long time. And I often think about it, especially when I'm trying to fall asleep at night. And this is one of those cases where I feel like that could be a relevant traumatic experience, because here we've got a player, Anatan, who's just going to be building a whole bunch of knights, maybe a couple archers here or there, and I reckon he'll be easily able to defeat those spearmen, as long as he controls well. Archer tower, excuse me, arrow tower, arrow slit on the tower, able to take out the spear. Knights repelling the Ghazi Raiders. And for the moment, both players just holding on as the first of the Sacred Sites comes through. Now, keep in mind there's only 2 Sacred Sites on this map. No third Sacred Site you typically see on most maps. Some maps obviously only have 1 Sacred Site, King of the Hill. But today, it is a 2's game, which means it's slightly easier for Delhi Sultanate to hold the Sacred Sites, but at the same time, it's slightly worse for them to maintain the Sacred Sites, just primarily because they're getting less gold than what you'd normally see.
And that's a big thing. As you said, you cannot cap, or your cap is not at 3 Sacred Sites, so the maximum amount of gold income you can get from that is lower. But those 2 Sacred Sites are closely packed together, and if you control both, and have a decent mid-map presence with your army, you can start the timer and still get a decent influx of gold.
Okay. Spearmen have moved out together with the scholar. Slowly taking that sacred site. But towards the south, we don't see too much progression. Knights are going to try and bypass this front area. We can see them scooting on through. He's found a couple of spears in here. He's going to go for the charge. We'll be able to clean them up. It's a classic case of if you can take out a spear here, then you won't have to fight against it when it joins the main pack.
Yeah, this is actually a lucky setup for Puppy Paw, because instead of the knights heading towards the berry pack to the right, they went and chased that spearman. If those spearmen weren't there, perhaps the knights would have gone all the way to the east and hit the berry villagers.
You can always extrapolate it, though, and say, well, he's got walls to the south and walls to the north. What's the chances that maybe he got trapped inside behind the walls and lost all of his knights? So perhaps it was a blessing in disguise.
And he sees that mill being out there, so he knows fully well where his opponent is at. But you get the feeling that Anatan is not really trying to engage whatsoever, not even try to raid. He's really just trying to build a death ball of knights, which is fundamentally different from how knights used to be played. Back in the days, it was raid, 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 slowly grind down your opponent. Now, it feels like Anatan is playing in a way that he's just trying to reach that critical mass where he just overwhelms the opponent, regardless of how many spears or how many Ghazi Raiders the opponent has. Plus, of course, he's also waiting for extra archers to come in to snipe the spears with.
Indeed. Yes, the numbers continue building. Have a look, by the way, at the way Puppy Paw is playing this. 31 spears. I love how... What's the opposite of safe? No, well, I guess he's technically playing it very safe, isn't he? By over-making spears. Well, you'd look at that normally and say that's over-making spears, but, I mean, you've got so many knights that are already out here. But speaking of knights, have a look at this wonderful little trade that they've got. Get some decent damage in. Normally for a trade or a fight like that, you'd be happy to take it, but he's going to back out for the moment. Archer numbers are building up as well for him. He's up to 14 archers now.
Yeah, this is a double-edged sword here for Puppy Paw. He's certainly anticipating your opponent to go super heavy on the knights, and I don't know if he's seen the archers before. Has he? Because if he does not expect the archers to be around, this could be a nasty surprise.
Indeed. You can see him looking... There we
Saw
go.
the
So he
range.
does see the range, yeah.
Although that doesn't mean anything necessarily. It could easily be a bait. But yeah, he probably has at least an idea of the fact that some archers are coming.
Indeed. It is a unit that we can build in the Feudal Age, and we are in the Feudal Age, so it's one of those things we do have to be considerate of. But up to 36 spears now. Another beautiful engagement right there from Puppy Paw. Getting some decent damage off on that single knight. Now a little bit of a potential reroute around the back. He spots out some scouts, and now all of a sudden, he thinks he's got him in between a rock and a hard place. There's an awful lot of missing units here, and he commits hard with all of these knights. Now looking to retreat the Ghazi Raiders. He's going to need to run a screen for them, and there we go with the knights looking to screen the Ghazi Raiders. Archer's going to continue teeing off towards each of these individual spears, taking them out one by one. Beautiful focus coming through. He's got 22 archers on the board at the moment and continues to kite away. You can see part of the reason why this combination is so feared amongst top-level players as the French. The archers together with the knights just working so well together, and naturally, Puppy falls back. He says, oh, I don't know about this, but now that gives the chance the knights to begin the charge, working towards the central sacred site. He's not going to follow it up all the way, though, or at least not for the moment. Lidakor, jeez, it's a beautiful textbook case of micro coming out from Anatan, isn't it?
And this could be dangerous for Puppy. He's trying to age up, but you know how it is with Delhi, especially when you only have 6 scholars. It takes a long time to get those upgrades, and you just lost the battle. That was a loss. And Anatan still has 15 knights standing, 22 archers. It seems like the thing that you pointed out, the fact that he's super heavy into spearmen has kind of hit him in the back in a way. I feel like if he had slightly more Ghazi, slightly less spearmen, this could have been a different fight. Especially because the Ghazi Raiders, they do bonus damage against the Knights, so they're not terrible when it comes to fighting them.
Yeah, it's definitely very much the case. We do have that age up that's coming through now as well for Puppy Paw. This could serve as another opportunity, potentially, for Anatan to try and strike, though I will note it appears he is also looking for an age up as well. So Castle Age arrives, House of Learning is completed, and immediately we now see on the other side the landmark thrown down. It's going to be the guild hall that's thrown down for Anatan. So he's just going to fall back, not look to go all in. I think he definitely could have looked to have all in right there. Almost 100%.
I think so too. I was surprised how passive he was after winning that battle. Perhaps he thought there was going to be a second layer behind this. But Puppy Paw was the first to reach Castle Age, and he goes unpunished for it. He tried to go for the relics, but that's not really going to happen. The first scholar gets intercepted. There is one going home from down south. I think that one is going to get picked off by the converging archers too. And Guildhall is up. Veterancy for the Knights coming in, but you're not going to have Royal Bloodlines here. He opted to go with the Eco choice, not the Army choice here. No Royal Institute coming in.
Yeah, interesting decision, especially considering where he was at, because to me it felt like he had a significant army advantage after that one, Anatan did. But continues moving forward now. Upgrades for the Knights now arriving. Veterancy has come through. Lance is joining the field, and he's lost a couple of Knights down to the south here. Two of them do go down, but he's picking up some Ghazi Raiders in the middle, +2 range attack also coming in for him. Meanwhile, Veterancy coming through for Puppy Paw. So looking to pick up some additional key upgrades. He's also obviously picking up heaps of other things like pikes, as well as some additional armor upgrades. Veterancy about to arrive for these archers. That'll give them a nice little boost to their baseline damage, as well as +2, which is on the way, about 30 seconds out for that one. And we've definitely got a push towards the top side. What are these spears doing? You guys are going in the wrong direction, but Puppy Paw reckons it's the right direction. I mean, you know, we've got the squad vision with the core.
Puppy is kind of losing units in small groups, and that's getting concerning. The Ghazi Raiders, they got taken out quickly. Now, this is a nice retaliation here. Anatan is a little slow to react. Boy, he's very slow to react. I don't think he even noticed at this point. Finally pulls away the villagers. But still, nice little swing in from this side. Puppy's just trying to create chaos by being all over the map. I think Anatan can clean these groups up as long as he knows where they are, which I think has been the main limitation so far.
Indeed. Yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle for him, especially now with the Lancers coming out, but Anatan's going to do his best to try and hold. All of his army's been brought back to the main base now. So he's looking to try and solidify. We see elephants now also coming out for Puppy Paw. So he is very much looking to capitalize on this Castle Age presence.
Yeah, Puppy Paw has done a really good job just forcing the issue and forcing Anatan to chase him. I think Anatan would benefit a lot from at least partial walling. Kind of how Puppy Paw did this. Because I think once the walls are up and once Puppy Paw is not dictating the tempo of the game, the French Knights would, at least you would think, reign supreme. But the more I'm looking at this, the more I'm starting to be concerned for Anatan, because really, his knight production is non-existent now. He doesn't have any food because of all the harassment, and I feel like a snowball is starting to roll.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Puppy Paw, it feels like he's slowly wearing him down each little attack that he's doing, and here's another great example of
beautiful.
that, where Lancers are just able to pick up these archers that are just in no man's land, and it's just kind of like, well, why? Like, these archers are important. It's not like we're just throwing away archers because we've hit Castle Age and we don't need them anymore. There's nothing that's going to replace these. We're going to have to make more.
The lack of wars for Anatan is just frustrating in so many ways. He's also forced to make a farm transition, which is suboptimal at this time of the game. Though he does have the guild hall, and that's going to help quite a bit. When you can pull that food out, that can easily swing the game around. For the time being, his knight production kind of stalled out, and if you look at the overall military, Lancer/Knight count is the same, but Puppy Paw still has 30 spearmen to work with as well.
Indeed, yeah. And I think the other thing with the guild hall that's great about it is you can very much play around it and prep for it, and it kind of gives you a free age up in a way, in the sense that as long as you gather up the 1200 gold needed, you can just click a button and then all of a sudden you've got enough to go into Imperial Age. So that can be very nice to help macro with, but for the most part,
This is what Anatan needed. I'm actually surprised he's afraid of just 2 Lancers and an Elephant. But this is what Anathan needs to kind of come back in this game. Needs these raids. And that is where you see all the value for these walls for Puppy. He's nowhere near fully walled, but just by limiting the options on the flanks, he's forcing Anathan to run up the middle. And that's not something that Anathan wants to do. In contrast, Anathan's base is wide open and he's getting punished for it.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a key component of it. That's part of the reasons why it's so important just to wall the flanks. You know, you don't have to wall the middle, but if you wall the flanks, it's just going to limit the amount of places that your enemy can attack. It means it's much easier for you to react, and much harder for them to get in and penetrate through to the base. Now those knights on the north make their way down south. Look at Puppy Paw, just how aggressive he's been throughout this game. Picks off another 2 villages right there and then. Also see the Monk going down, Spears chasing it away. He's taken out a lot of villages this game.
Yeah, it's starting to snowball out of control real bad here for Anathan. His military production is handcuffed by the fact that his eco is constantly forced to run. And to be honest, to some extent that's a self-inflicted wound because, as you said, the fact that we have 0 walls whatsoever just makes it impossible to protect every single one of these resource deposits all the time.
Yeah. It can be very, very difficult, especially considering how mobile this army is from Puppy Paw. He's just on from every angle, so it can be difficult keeping track of them. But now looking to come in from behind, a whole bunch of knights. Not going to be going in, not taking the connection on the charge right there. A lot of Arbitria coming up the rear as well. So he hasn't made a single archer since that one time I quipped him about losing the archers. He's only been making Arbitria. So he said, you know what? We can replace those archers with better units. It's going to be the Arbitria. So let's see how he looks to connect this. That is a lot of villages on stone.
Maybe a little too heavy. That's certainly
that might be every villager that he's got. 44 villagers on that one stone outcropping. Oh my god, is he going to go all in right here? He's just taken out the food as well. Oh, I think he's going all in. He's going to go throw a keep down on the enemy base.
Is he going to do that, though?
I mean, you got that
I don't know if it's going to be a
stone.
keep on the enemy base. I think it might just be a little bit more conservative. If he can stabilize his situation... I think he needs the gold mine. I think that's the jackpot to the north. The gold mines by the market. Because it's one thing that he doesn't have a lot of food. He can still survive on farms, but he's running out of gold, and that's a bigger problem.
Only 0 wood a minute as well, with 106 wood in the bank, by the way. So he's only just been able to afford putting down that mining camp towards that north. Which I think you're correct. He's gone and looked to try and get access to that gold vein.
Now, one thing that needs to be said here is that now that Puppy Paw is running out of resources inside his own base, he also needs to move out. So those walls that were really good on the flanks so far, they'll become a little bit more obsolete. And we are actually having a big move out to the large gold mine down south. Speaking of the move out, though, once again, Puppy Paw swings in with the cavalry, and it's actually remarkable that Anathan only lost 11 villagers in this game. It felt like he was constantly running for his life.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It really did feel like that. And the fact that he's been able to keep it alive for this long, it's been impressive. I mean, Puppy Paw's tried to scrap it away from him. Now, I do also have some key information here from our production that Grubby has just sent through a raid. So, Grubby, I don't know whether or not you're still here, but if you are, mate, thank you very much for the raid. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Been a long time since I've seen Grubby, but I tell you what, he's always going hard, so it's great to see him still active and still kicking.
Ooh. Big batch of berry villagers to the north. That's the lifeline that Anathan needs. He spots the castle. If he can hit those villagers, that could easily be his kind of springboard to come back in this game. He needs to find a way to just get some kind of momentum, I feel, because right now, on an equal footing economically, Puppy Paw is just dominating with the tempo, and Puppy is aging to Imperial here. You gotta find something very soon if you're Anathan.
Yeah, that's exactly it. There's gotta be a way for you to be able to crack this. He's also taken the food out of the guild hall as well, which means that the prospect, the reality of him being able to do anything with that is very, very limited. So for Puppy Paw now, hitting Imperial Age shortly will guarantee that, I mean, this almost feels like, if I had a little percentage meter at the top, I'd be saying Puppy Paw looking to win this game about 75% chance, 80% chance, somewhere in that region.
Yeah, but Anathan is going to age, and I think he wanted to drop a Red Palace on the southern sacred site. He's got some presence up here to try and deny this one. A Red Palace on the other one would have helped a lot, and in fact, that's where the landmark is going up. He's just not using the villagers from the north. He spotted this army to the north as well, so he knows fully well that it's not going to be contested. He is going to be able to squeeze in the Red Palace down south.
Yeah, wow. All right, so Red Palace going down on the south side, basically nullifying any prospect of sacred victory coming through from the Delhi Sultanate to their demise, to their disappointment. Only a handful of villages down here, though. Just the 8 building. Oh, it'll be going up shortly. Probably sitting at about 13 in that region. All the upgrades on the way through. How many scholars are we looking at? We're looking at 23 scholars for Puppy Paw. So that means upgrades are going to come through very quickly in the Imperial Age. And this is actually one of the key things that Delhi have got an advantage with. When you hit Imperial Age, normally you've got a very high scholar count. That means that your upgrades are going to research faster. So while everybody else is going to have to pay up front for those upgrades, you've already paid up front for your scholars, which means you're now going to be picking them up cheaper, well, for free, rather, in this circumstance. That means that you can literally click every single technology and just click, 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 and just grab it and be a happy little camper.
Finally, some walls are coming up down south. They're a little too late, but once they finish, it's going to be a huge one. And I just want to point something out, Ozzy. The Red Palace is going to deny a lot of the wood down south, and there is presence of a keep from Anatend on the northern wood line. This map, once you get to Imperial, is actually a very wood-deprived map. And that is going to be a consideration, especially because Puppy Paw hasn't made a full farm transition yet. He's still out on the hunt, he's still out on the berries, whereas Anathan now has a fully set up food eco, although it's not super powerful, it's only like 700 per minute.
Indeed, yes. But he's slowly getting there, and he's got the guild hall, 1400 food in it, ready to go. So that's definitely going to be a factor as well, but yeah, I mean, at this stage, 83 vils, it's a decent-sized economy that he's got. It's just the fact that he's been on 1 TC for a long part of this game, and now you're going to have to fend off against a person who is putting down multiple keeps. Obviously, village fortresses is in play here as well, which means you've gone from 1 TC to the equivalent of like 3 to 4 TCs in just an overnight moment. So, yeah.
Only 11 knights for Anathan. He is almost exclusively playing Arbaletrie, which is actually a very good general purpose unit here. On the other hand, I feel like we have to say that the military slider is a little inflated by the fact that you've got 27 scholars, which actually count as military. So the actual real military count of Puppy Paw isn't as huge, and most of that is actually spearmen.
But the good news is once you research everything, then that military count all of a sudden actually becomes real. Because now you can pull them out of your madrasa or your mosque and actually use them on the battlefield.
He does have a little swing around here. He's looking for farmers in the corner, but, well, farmers are not in the corner because Anathan never built up that farming eco there.
Alright, so before any more fights break out, I will just say right now, guys, it's been a pleasure to cast today, but unfortunately, I've got a doctor's appointment in 7 minutes, so I've got to go and attend to that. So Cow is going to be stepping in to cast the remainder of this game, this series, and, well, it was lovely to see you all. Thank you for welcoming us back, Lidicor. It was a pleasure to cast with you, and good luck for the rest of these games, however they go. Cow, are you there? Can you hear me, Cow? I can't hear the cow, so I'm just gonna... I'll see you guys later. Goodbye.
All right, into these fights we go here as we have our tech stuff sorting things out. Food eco for Anathan is still looking miserable, and while all of that was unfolding, there was just an absolute slaughter of knights inside the base of Anathan. Spearmen accompanying these lancers just helped clean this up, and it looks like Anathan didn't have the support forces to deal with the spears. All the knights are now gone. Push coming up the middle here by Puppy Paw. Population is just looking so much healthier. Upgrades all fixed in. it really feels like this could go all the way down to 7 games. Arbiletri holding their ground right here, keep still providing that strong point, but you just have that feeling that you had in the Kawasan game. Anatan is holding, but he's not thriving, and slowly Puppy Paw is grinding him down.
Yeah, and hello everyone. Awkward moment to jump in here, but yeah, this fight is going really, really well for Anatan, honestly, being able to clear this up on the front side, but I don't know, I'm kind of scared here.
Well, you're probably scared if you were Anatan. I think if you're Puppy, you are more than delighted because you're just taking this into game number 7 at this pace. A cleanup of the crossbows is just happening as we speak. Ghazi Raider is just making minced meat out of them. And with that, it looks very much like once again these two will take it to a decider game. One game shall decide who is going to London, who is getting the final ticket to Red Bull Wololo Londinium.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's looking really exciting here. At the start of the game, to be honest, like watching it from behind the scenes, of course, before I was actually having to cast, it was kind of like, okay, well, I mean, it's going pretty well for Puppy, right? And it's like, okay, it's going pretty well for Anatan now. And then Drongo is like, oh, okay, I gotta go very shortly. And then suddenly it's, oh, this game is going long.
It's been a long day, and I think both the players are feeling it. I don't know if this game was a unique one in that regard for Anatan, or whether he's truly feeling the fatigue, but you certainly felt like the raids hit very, very hard in this game for him. And it certainly felt like he struggled to contain them a lot more than he did in the previous games, or even the previous series that he played today.
Yeah, I mean, so far, right, I honestly do not know what time we started. If I do some quick maths there, actually, on the games here real quick, I mean, we've had a 40-minute game, an hour-long game, then a 9-minute game. So we've been here for how many hours now? 3.5 something? It's... and you've played a BO5 before this, right? So you're starting to get pretty exhausted. You're trying to play your best as well, and you are playing your best, because these games so far has been absolutely insanity.
It's been a long day for all of them, and it's funny that this series itself is going very long, which obviously is partly because we had a 50-minute game, we had 30-minute games, but we also had some 8-minute games in the middle of this series. And, you know, now that we're looking at it, it's all going to come down to King of the Hill. I think that's so fitting. Whoever is the King of the Hill is going to be the one going to London to be the final participant.
I mean, London is not exactly known for their hills or anything, but still, I mean, it's fitting to a certain extent, of, as you said, and yeah, this... I don't know, I'm nervous, and I'm just casting, and I don't know what to say here, honestly. But yeah, I was talking a little bit behind the scenes, you know, in a private Discord with some other of the players, and it was like, it's kind of rough for Abbasid. Like, we were kind of agreeing like, hey, okay, it's going to be going China Abbasid for Puppy Paw, and then it's going to be Ruse Zushi for Anatan. So yeah, I'm very afraid for Puppy, because Abbasid is something we have seen on King of the Hill, and it hasn't been exactly going the best. If I remember correctly, the last time we saw it was actually Numedan who played it against Beastie, if I remember correctly, and there was some sort of proxy base, and yeah, that was a strange one as well.
Yeah, Abbasid is such an interesting choice here for King of the Hill, and we're talking about a map that has been in the map pool ever since release.
Yeah,
we had it in various tournaments across all the years, and I don't really recall many instances of Abbasids being popular, maybe except for the 2TC meta, where people just walled up and played 2TC regardless of what map you played. But Abbasids just doesn't strike you as your, oh shoot, this is my kind of focus in the middle, mid-game style civilization. Chinese much more so.
Yeah.
But I think, it's just my opinion, but I think when you look at Chinese and Abbasids, these two civilizations are also civilizations that you can play in a very eco-heavy fashion if you want.
Yeah, I think so as well, right? Like, you could potentially have some sort of eco game. Of course, you are not even mentally. You kind of go physically get put on a timer, right? So it could be really scary. You need that 2TC, right? To actually, 2TC, it's a timer. You put yourself on a timer. But now you can actually potentially have one. And Zushi going quick up as well to Castle Age and get that going. It's going to be really, really scary. But let's jump into the final game of this set.
Ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. One ticket remaining to qualify for Red Bull Wololo Londinium. And it comes down to this final game of this best of 7. It is 3 apiece between Anatan and Poppy Paw. Can Anatan break the curse and finally get the ticket after having lost twice before in the final round of the qualifiers? Or can Poppy Paw turn things around here, rally and finish off the first game, or final game I should say? It is Poppy Paw with the Abbasids to the north in red, and down south it is the Chushi's legacy in the hands of Anatan in yellow.
Yeah, I mean, we have one of the things that has happened a couple of times, and it's against Anatan I've played this as well, is actually Anatan has been going for this really cheeky build, where he has been just force dropping off with the sheep builders onto the mill, and that way you kind of get your age up really, really quickly. And you can start doing other things with your build at that point. Against Abbasid, you don't actually need to do this, because Abbasid can't age up any faster than they already are, right? So we can kind of just chill, Anatan, do his build. One of the things that we could potentially see as well here is a pretty juicy meditation garden. A couple of places, specifically on the right side there with the stone and gold. Other than that, though, we don't actually have that many good meditation gardens. Yeah, we're gonna get that 50 gold and 25 stone, maybe a little bit of wood as well.
It's a tricky spot on this map if you think about it, because most of the time you're not going to touch the wood line with all the minerals being on the front and then the wood line being at the edge, but it is what it is. That's all that you can get. On the other side, it's going to be a military wing, so certainly one of the more aggressive Abbasid openings. It's not like you have very many options for early aggression with the Abbasids, but military wing is certainly one of them, and with villagers moving on to stone, could we see a second TC here?
That would be the only logical thought for me, realistically, here, actually, because, well, what else are you going to do with the stone? I don't think you're going to ever do some sort of tower play, maybe get a tower arrow slit or something. That doesn't make any sense, and you're Abbasid after all, right? One of the things that could have been potentially really good as well, I don't think, especially against Zushi, it would have been good, but you could have gone for this early ramp type of play, which we have seen a couple of times as well, but mostly on the ranked ladder, not so much in competitive games.
The stone mine does get spotted over here by Anatan, so he knows fully well that that second DC is coming his way. He's going to see the spearmen, the archers from the military wing as well. So I guess the question is, where does Anatan go from here?
Well, we have a couple of options. We do have the Masugnu just coming in. I mean, you need something to defend the military wing. So going with this Zugnu play, just dealing with the archers and the spears really effectively, just getting that going already, why not, right? We have seen, it was Baltun on Socotra. He actually went for this just mass Zugnu play as China, which, is pretty effective. And it's something, speaking from a team player's perspective, is something we sometimes have a lot of fun with. It's not very serious, but it is a little bit fun, and it's this like 4-5 TC Song Dynasty Zushi, and then you just go 200 population in feudal and just spam Zugnu. Is it viable on King of the Hill? Probably not. But is it fun? Yes. Realistically, though, I do see just a couple of Sugnu. He has stopped making at 4. He's just going to have enough to defend the military wing, and I assume he's just going to go up to castle, but 11 on wood tells me something else.
Yeah, I wonder if he's just going to take an approach and say, okay, I have a freebie to get the middle, I have essentially all the room to expand on the map, maybe try to play semi-aggressive. Because he knows that his opponent is going to play 2 DC, so there is not going to be much army coming out of Puppy Paw anytime soon.
Yeah, this second TC, right, he, as you can tell, like, he originally wanted it out on the second berry. Boost it up, save it up, have the one in the back of his base safe for a later occasion. However, those 4 Shuganu that comes out now is not able to do anything with that. Poppy, however, we didn't really talk about it, he did lose his scout, so he actually doesn't really know what is happening behind this, and now Anatan actually has another scouting queue. Could this be potentially a pivot into the pro scout?
Possibly. That would be a really nice move.
That's a tower rush. Okay.
Wow. Those are the only 2 gold deposits that Puppy Paw has, and this map is notorious for not having a lot of fallback options in terms of gold. It's not like you can just go to the edge of the map, because most of the gold is going to be towards the middle. Really, his only fallback would be the far right corner, but that would just be extremely difficult to protect.
Yeah, and you would kind of be forced out on it, so it would actually be a high-value play here from Anatan. And again, I don't think he has vision of exactly where the second TC has been dropped, so it could have been like, hey, let's move out, let's place a tower here, but then maybe a second thought that maybe the TC went down on the tower and then the tower, or on the gold, sorry, and then the tower would be kind of wasted. However, I would honestly still just go for that tower, because that would be such a high value tower, but then again, these guys are a little bit higher ranked than me.
I feel like what we are seeing is kind of a microcosm of what the game used to look like 2.5, 3 years ago, when every Abbasid player was playing 2 DC, and people were trying to figure out how to deal with that. And I do remember Pro Scouts being one of the potential candidates to beat that. Because if your opponent is not out on the map, just get the map and leverage it as much as you can.
Yeah, and the craziest thing was that was even before the Pro Scouts change, right? Where you still had to manually Pro Scout. And essentially all of the quality of life updates that we kind of got to get to where we are with the current Pro Scouts. Of course, now it has been effectively nerfed to the ground. These deer that is coming back home is going to have significantly less food on them than when they were out on the map, which is a pretty good way to nerf it, I think. But we do see this pretty heavy pivot now from Puppy Paw, immediately scouting that tower, knowing, okay, Anatan is going to go castle, and I need to match him on that.
Yeah, he's going to have a head start going into Castle Age here, and you're right, Castle Age is a big pivot point because that allows you to pick up the relics, and if you have the relics, you can offset a lot of the villager differential. Speaking of which, it's not like there's a huge villager discrepancy between the 2 players just yet.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of just got this slow poke now, and the nice thing as well with this horseman play that Anatan is doing and having this stable already on, the Dali horses, which is, I'm assuming, what he's aiming for by dropping this blacksmith as well. If he actually gets their upgrade, his knights are very, very strong. However, Abbasid being able to respond with a camel does have a certain... I don't really know exactly where we kind of stand on the knight tier list with the camel debuff. But I can't imagine it's a lot better for Abbasid.
Mount Lu Academy complete. As we do have the professional scouts being seen by Puppy Paw. He knows exactly what's going on despite not having a scout. Sees the carcasses being ferried in, he sees the Castle Age as well. The concern is going to be hunting down these monks now, because obviously when you don't have that scout, it's also going to make it much more difficult to spot those monks that are trying to sneak out for the relics.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the downside of going with the Mount Lu Academy, right? Is you don't have these Shaolin monks. Probably wouldn't be doing a whole lot this game, but it's still a little bit funny to go with the bold men, coming from a meme strat here. The downside of Poppypo, however, going with this economic wing in the castle is you do not get the benefit of the economic wing on your TC, so you kind of have to pay full price for the TC. The nice part about it, however, is the fact that you are able to drop these farms pretty cheap in the castle age when you inevitably have to do that transition, because you can't go out on the dare, either because you don't have map control when you have to move out, or because your opponent just has pro-scouted all of them away.
Anathan housed for a bit. That's going to slow his expansion down a little. Now, it seems like he's trickling a lot more troops across the map. Just a bunch of little yellow dots converging on the base of Poppypaw.
Yeah, 30 seconds left for that economic wing. It's a slow build-up, but we're getting there. However, Poppypaw, very nice defense so far. These spears nicely placed out, just the towers as well, able to upgrade them, have a good time, just just chilling. Are trying to deny that pro scout as much as possible. Poppypaw, or Anton, sorry, going a little bit greedy on it as well.
I think it must be said, if you lose out all the deer carcasses on your side of the map, you're gonna have to make an early farm transition, especially given how defensive Poppypaw has been playing. And on a tempo map like this could be a problem. Obviously, we're getting close to that stage where someone, probably Anathan, is going to secure the sacred site in the middle and start the dreaded timer.
But look at this though. I mean, this really shows how scared Poppy is. He's got 2 spring null emplacement immediately when edging up. That's a lot of stone, that's a little bit of gold that's invested immediately onto the edge up, even before Fertile Crescents. He really needs to get those up, because he knows he's going to be under so much pressure with his pro scout. 10 knights already on the field, and he still has to upgrade his spears.
We'll sure rush it up to ranges at the backside. And oh, look at this. Knights are once again coming in, pushing away the villagers from food. Poppy is certainly struggling with the food income here. Basically no food in the bank. 600 food per minute or so, as compared to almost 1,000 from Anathan.
Yeah, and this is the really struggle, right? Anathan knows he has so much control. He knows that Poppy is not going to be able to have the resources nor the map control to even remotely move out to take those relics. So he goes, okay, that's fine. I'm just going to make more monks. I'm going to start the sacred timer first and then go for the relics. Normally you see kind of the other way around. Now...
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, because it certainly felt like Anathan wasn't rushing to get the relics. He was up in Castle Age for a while, still no relics, and the first thing he did was go to the middle and get the sacred site instead of going for the relics.
Yeah, I mean, it's... Again, it's... Abbasid, right, with 2 TC, they're kind of like on a mental timer, I guess you can say. With this 2 TC play, their economy scaling, 44 to 60 villagers now. But having an actual physical timer that will just end the game when it runs out, I think that's much more powerful, even just for the mental. And the nice thing about this Zushi meditation garden as well, right, 25 stone that you can passively get, put a couple of villagers extra on it. And out of nowhere, you suddenly just have all of the upgrades that you need to actually upgrade all of these towers in the middle.
And that's such a nice touch. As you said, passive stone trickle over those minutes. That is exactly what you need to just avoid having to spend villagers on the stone mining part and just fortify all these towers. And obviously, villager count is heavily in the favor of Poppypaw, but just get the feeling that he's kind of handcuffed by the lack of food. Just look at that food income, or, well, I guess the lack thereof.
Yeah, exactly. And we are getting the upgrade from, I do not remember what it's called. And look at this, one dynasty actually coming in from Anathan. No, agriculture, thank you, Vodka. Shaolin Monastery now, so going up into the Yuan dynasty here, so knows that this pagoda play, something that we've seen develop recently a lot on ladder, and I think maybe Demo was one of the first people who were actually doing it on his stream and on ladder. This Yuan dynasty, getting these pagodas, they're so incredibly strong. There's so much value in getting them, and you're not only getting gold, but you're also getting other resources.
Yeah, the passive resource trickle is just so valuable when it comes to offsetting this differential. Now, Anatan needs to make sure he doesn't lose control over that sacred site. Needs to send at least one knight on there to stall this out. Still 8 minutes on the timer, but you would love to avoid losing that countdown. Looks like that's not going to happen, though. In fact, his Lancers will fight into the Spearmen here. The decap does happen, and that is huge for Poppy Paw. Buys himself a lot of time, you feel.
This is very good for Poppy Paw. This is amazing for Poppy Paw, in fact. Being able to stop this timer is incredible for him. Like, this should feel like, hey, I'm in a really good spot now. Anatan is not as happy. He is kind of happy, admittedly, being able to get all of these relics and these pagodas. But I feel like you should have been almost a little bit greedier, even pulled more of your villagers. Felt like maybe his army was out of position.
It's always tricky, though. It's game number 7, you know. You gotta be very careful just going all in on that sacred site. Slow raid coming in on the left side. Quick reactions by Poppy pulls in the villagers. Anatan certainly sees that Poppy's trying to get any kind of food he can still access.
Yeah, and this is really, really bad for Anatan. I mean, these Shuganu, right, they are slow with these crossbows as well. And your knights are running around trying to deal with other things, so you're not able to actually take these kind of in and out fights that you normally want to. And I don't know, I'm very scared for Anatan here. He needs to have a very good fight that's coming out, because now Puppy Paw, how many farms is he on? I can press the button myself. It's 24 farms with agriculture. And he has done this on economy wing as well, so these are cheap farms. So his food eco, it's completely fine now. He's gotten over the worst part.
Yeah, that's a great point that you bring up, because at the same time, Anatan is getting to the stage where the carcasses he ferried in are running out. He still has the middle, but the timer he started, and there's such a big difference between this being 9.5 minutes as opposed to, let's say, 6.5.
Going into Song Dynasty now. Ooh. Okay, I didn't expect that one coming, but I guess it makes sense, right? Theirs now should be running out underneath the mill for Anatan, so you do have to go for the farm transition, and doing it on a granary transition is much, much, much better. So now...
So what's the win condition here for Anatan? He has the middle, but 9 minutes feels like an awful lot. And sustainability, as you mentioned, is kind of on the side of Poppy Paw.
I think the win condition here, honestly, is these Nest of Bees. Nest of Bees, just Sugnu, Lancer, fight up in the middle. One of the issues I do kind of see here, and I don't like it as much, but Anatan is so heavy on gold, and he's not actually mining any stone, and all the stone he's using on these emplacements, it's only passively, right? You have gotten now all of these upgrades, and you are trying to take a fight in the middle now, but I don't know how you're going to be able to take this fight right now. Oh no, then that's the problem.
No support coming in here for Anatan, and a lot of villagers do get caught in the crossfire. First Nest of Bees pops out. Tower's trying to help out as well, and this is a really nice choke point over here for Anatan. Second volley comes in. Lands a decent shot on the crossbows. Poppy is trying to close the distance, trying to take out those Nest of Bees. He himself is going to get taken out. And what's even crazier is that it's not like a lot of villagers died over here. It feels like a cleanup here from Anatan.
Being able to survive with that Nest of Bees is actually insane value. I thought for sure it was going to be dead, running straight into the front of Puppy Paw's master, but being able to pull it back and repair it up at the same time. All of these Springle towers as well doing so much damage, despite Anatan not having any frontline here.
It felt like an awkward engagement. Now, at the end of the day, a couple of villagers did fall over here for Anatan, but the fact that he cleans up this army and the countdown is still going is concerning for Puppy Paw, to say the least.
It's really concerning now. Walls coming up. Cheeky walls from Anatan. Not investing into a keep. I mean, honestly, after this game, I'm kind of interested in knowing how many Springled towers there are on the map, because I swear, I think Puppy Paw has maybe 4, and then Anatan has another 6, maybe. I mean, it's kind of insanity, and again, this siege play is something that you need to do on this map, right? Fighting uphill. While we do not have kind of this hill damage that AoE2 has, we still have vision advantage. You still have the vision of uphill, and now we actually are seeing this keep being dropped here.
And walls too. It's not just that you have the keep up there, it's going to be a full set of walls that you're going to have to break through. And that's kind of difficult to do when you barely have any torch units for Puppy Paw. Most of his army is just crossbows. They will melt under a keep, and they will also struggle to get through those walls. Again, Anatand has been in the finals twice in the previous 3 weeks, but he never managed to get it all done, and he's still waiting for his ticket. Looks like he's getting closer and closer, though. He could get a ticket to London in 7 minutes if things go his way.
Yeah, but Puppy Paw, being the player he is, he knows, he recognizes this. Siege, crossbows, Sugunu. What do? We go straight into Horseman. This could be really scary. If this catches Anatand off guard, and it looks like it's doing that, look at the investment that Anatand is doing right now. He's investing into more siege, not spears, more siege, more walls. If this Horseman mass can be built up to maybe 2025, actually be able to dive onto the backline, kill the nest of bees, just have a good time on the back, even building some mangonels himself. This could be a really good fight for Puppy Paw, even though the previous one felt like it was too early. But look at the stone that is built up in Puppy Paw's bank as well. Looks like he might want to go for a counter keep drop, and it looks so as well.
Yeah, it looks like here it comes. This is a more passive approach. I don't know about that stone mine out there.
That's not a counter keep, I think. That's just a...
It feels like a staging ground keep. I don't think he knows about the keep at the top of the hill just yet. He's going to find out soon enough. Flank comes in. Nest of Bees could unleash on all those villagers. Horsemen were looking to go around it. That's a beautiful volley from the Nest of Bees. Villagers have to flee. There's just no access from all the Gulams on the Nest of Bees. Crossbows making a quick work with them. Next volley, wiping out all the archers. The keep goes up, but the villagers have to flee. Anatand potentially pulling back through the gates here. He needs to be careful not to get cleaned up by the horsemen, though. A lot of casualties on his side, thanks to all those horsemen.
Yeah, but the Mangonel as well in the back, doing a lot of work there for Puppy Paw and Horseman. Again, like, this Horseman mass, he was able to build up to a significant number so that the crossbows of Sugunu, they were not able to handle what was coming. Now 2 forward siege workshops being dropped there, 5 minutes left on the clock. 4 Nest of Bees. He didn't kill any Nest of Bees, I assume, and now 2. Oh my gosh, he's just pumping out siege here.
5 minutes on the timer, fellas. 5 minutes is what Anatand needs to hold to get the final ticket to London. Can he do that or not? That's the big question. That's the question that everybody is looking for an answer to. Slowly sieging down that keep out there. Siege workshops, and in general, Puppy Paw is creeping up towards that hill. I don't know about you, but I get the feeling that he's gonna have one shot at decapping this, and that's it.
I think so too. I mean, he needs to ride this timer really, really close. I mean, he is on 2 TC, so he can take these trades pretty okay, all things considered, but is he able to actually get a little bit of raid out on the eco? I mean, the farm transition here for Anatand is right by this wall.
He needs something, he needs a distraction, try to break through the walls, but he is going to lose that staging ground keep, starts to shell the keep on the top of the hill. This is a nice little breakthrough here. But with 3.5 minutes left to go, you're starting to wonder whether villagers become expandable slow and steady. He's going to send in the cavalry to deal with that.
I mean,
Puppy needs to start converging on that sacred site. 3.5 minutes left to go.
Considering how the army, how Anatand has built up his base, built up the front of the sacred site. Yeah, villagers, food, meh, I don't care. It's siege. It's siege that we need to talk about here.
You get the feeling that he just needs to keep these villagers alive to do anything for like 1 or 2 more minutes, just get the resources. And a final minute is just going to be a chaotic, brutal fight, and wherever it goes, it goes. Keep is slowly being taken out over here. And
look at this as well.
Repair that.
Small detail. Look how much Puppy is actually investing into building these towers. He needs this vision. Without these towers, there is no vision. He's not able to see what's going up. or what is up the hill, and look at this as well. Oh my god, that's 9 SFBs. Fortunately not clockwork SFBs, but still, that's 9 SFBs. Needs to be careful though, not to kill them.
Horseman looking to engage. 2.5 minutes, fellas. 2.5 minutes separates Anatend from a ticket to London. Nest of Bees venturing through the walls though, and there's a lot of horsemen nearby. You gotta be careful not to take a disadvantageous fight here if you're Anatend.
The keep
Falling
does
back behind
go
the walls.
down.
And I think now that we're at 2 minutes, it's almost a now or never for Poppy Paw. Wally on the right side wipes out the whole force. How do you even deal with those Nest of Bees? The keep is gone, but there is still the walls and there is still the Nest of Bees. 2 minutes left to go.
Two mangonels on the way for Poppy Paw. I mean, the front line, the melee units here is really, really strong. Needs to break through that wall to actually be able to gain access to it. The gate has been taken out as well, so it's looking pretty scary. Honestly,
Villagers are being pulled.
Oh,
the villagers are coming in on the right side. Oh! And that's a beautiful volley. All of them getting repelled. And you know what that means when you see the villagers come in. It means that it's Hail Mary time. 1:30 left to go. Poppy Paw, he needs a decap. He needs a miracle. Otherwise, he's gonna be out and he's not going to London.
Oh, no, 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 no,
and
no,
the
no.
right side,
no.
Once again. Villagers trying to break their way through, open up more space, but there is just nowhere to go. 70 seconds left on the timer, and the Nest of Bees are just standing untouched at the top of the hill. Looks like Anatand is going to commit to this one. Little flank coming in from the south, but it just feels too little, too late. The villagers will fall on the right side.
Oh, these villagers even have textiles.
There is just nowhere to go here for Poppy Paw. He's trying to push up the hill, but it is Anatand who is the true king of the hill, and it is Anatand who is going to secure his ticket to London if he can hold for 40 more seconds. Just a narrow choke point to push through.
More kills.
Trebuchet is firing from behind. And the villagers from Anatand repairing the walls on the right side, just trying to make sure that no one gets through. 30 seconds on the clock, and there is still way too many Nest of Bees to deal with. It feels impossible now for Poppy Paw to break this defense. And Anatand, he is seconds away from punching his ticket to London. The villagers will make a run for it, trying to decap the sacred site as a last hurrah. But it's just not gonna happen. That is it. Anatand, after losing 2 of the decider rounds in the previous 3 weeks, he finally breaks the curse and in an absolutely cutthroat and incredible set against Poppy Paw, secures the final spot to London. Cow, what an incredible, incredible series that we've just witnessed.
That was insanity. Oh, it's so fun to watch this map. I do have to say, I do not like the build-up, but the last 2 minutes is the most fun AoE4 that I've ever seen in my life. Every single time you don't think... You're like, oh, we've seen this before. Nah. It's so fun to watch, and with this much on the line as well. Oh my god.
Honestly, like it's funny that you say that, because that's always the feeling I have about King of the Hill. You look at this map and people say, it's kind of cheesy, it's kind of cheeky, but once every 20 games, it gives you an absolutely stunning
one every
game.
20? I'm sorry, I have to correct you on that one. Every other game on this map is just fun. I'm sorry.
Either way,
I'm sorry.
It's the biggest thing on the line, the literal final game that decides everything for these players for Red Bull Wololo Londinium. And it comes down to Anatand holding the hill over here. And with that, he takes out Poppy Paw 4-3. We expected a close series at the beginning, and boy oh boy, did we get just that.
Yeah. And now, if he can get a nod and away from Anatand, I do think he might be ready on the back line here. Actually, no. Never mind. That's a freeze frame. So production secrets being leaked there. That's actually a freeze frame from last time he was here. So I have a awkward staring at me now, but
he probably does need a little break.
Yeah,
let's just say that he's been...
You know, I would be honest, I would be like, after this, I would kind of be going like this, like, just, I don't know. But let's see with Anatand what he thinks himself.
Hello there.
Hello, my beautiful friendly decor. Yeah, I like this version of you less.
yeah. I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out what we're actually looking at over here.
Okay, great.
But okay, there we go. I wasn't sure if I was gonna do that interview, but anyway, here we are. Congratulations, incredible series. What are your immediate thoughts? Final qualifying participant for Red Bull Wololo. How do you feel?
I am now concerned with visa. To be honest, it will be like challenging for me to get visa. It's like 50%. So like, yeah, I still don't have feeling like I'm in London. Yeah, so we'll see. Yeah, I mean, I want to give a credit to Papi. Like he played super well, right? He won English Macedonia so clear, and like I just drafted a bit better. So like my thief for last game was better, right? But he played not worse than me, but sadly, yeah, only one is going.
I wanted to ask you about this because this is something that we had conversations about in the cast. You actually made it into the final round of the qualifiers twice in the previous 3 weeks. But you did not manage to win those series, so here you were. How did you feel going into this best of 7 knowing that you've already gotten so close but didn't manage to qualify?
Yeah, to be honest, it's good experience. Because when I lost first time, I was super mad. When I lost second time, I was pretty sad. And now I come up to final like, okay, like I will lose one more final and like world will not crash, right? But yeah, finally I managed to win at least one of them, right?
Well, you only need one ticket, so indeed, it's a big one. Let's talk about your upcoming opponents, though. We have the 4 players set for London. It's Marine Lord, it's Wham, it's Vortex, and it's you, of course. How do you feel about this lineup? Any surprises for you? How do you feel about the opponents coming up? How far do you think you can go?
I think I'm a bit different from them because they are all like 1.6 meter height and I'm like almost 2 meters. So I think that's my main advantage. Like when we will play at London, I will just like stood up and maybe they will be scared of me. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, that's certainly something that you can do on a LAN, not so much on an online tournament. So maybe we indeed see the full power of Anathand unlocked in London. I think it's getting late for you, so it's probably good if we wrap because I'm sure you want to go to sleep and just like kind of celebrate about this.
Yeah, it's like 3 a.m. for me, but I lived like degenerate for a month to be in shape. So like yeah, I will not sleep this night. That's for sure. I need to Google closest club to me and go to drink some vodka and yeah, I don't know what else.
Well, we have to give you the option to sleep, though, although I understand that you're not going to take that opportunity. I just wanted to ask you, like, as a final closure, of course, what's your message to the fans, the people that supported you, or anyone else that you want to give a shout-out to?
I'm really thankful to my team, World Sports. I'm thankful to my lord. We practiced with him a lot, and biggest thanks to like the person, the one person why I started to play this game is B. Like I was I was a casual player. I was no one, but I just watched his games and it inspired me. Then he coached me, and I'm now top 4 player apparently. So yeah, big thanks to him. Without him, I will not be here, sure.
Well, we shall see how things go for you in London. Good luck for the main event, of course, and congratulations for this huge win in an incredible set. Thank you very much for joining us, and enjoy the celebration of this absolutely amazing victory.
Thank you for casting. I will rewatch it this night, probably, every second. But I will skip games where I lost, right? Not see the chat. So yeah, thank you guys for hosting.
It's always so fun. I mean, it's like, admittedly, I'm a little bit biased. It's like, Anutan gets a little bit of an interview, and I'm like, yes, finally we're gonna get some more memes. But man, 3 a.m. and playing like this, yeah.
I'm too old for that. Although, to be fair, I wouldn't be able to play like this at 6 p.m. either, so I guess there is that.
Oh man, what an amazing tournament this has been so far. It's been so many great games, and wow. Just wow.
I feel like this finale was worthy of the whole event, and of course the big stuff is still upcoming on Red Bull's channel, the main event of course from London, but we had an absolutely incredible 6 weeks here at EGC TV, a lot of incredible sets, and it has been a pleasure once again for EGC TV to host the Road to Wololo series, hopefully not for the last time. And of course, if you're new here, make sure you follow EGC TV on Twitch and YouTube, as well as our socials, because this is where you can find so many of the large AoE 4 tournaments. And of course, we have some stuff being cooked up for you that you shall hear about very, very soon as well. So do stay tuned, because there is more good Age of Empires 4 coming your way. Not just Red Bull Wololo Londinium, but more on EGC TV as well.
Yeah, and as the punching bag of the community, can I confidently say that now? The blame counter now, still not on 4 digits, and I'm really happy. The unfortunate one is, we started this blame counter during Red Bull, so yeah.
We're gonna make it 4 digits, perhaps even 5 digits if things go well this year.
Oh no.
But yeah, I think that
Wait,
this is a
if it goes well, why would the blame counter go up?
Well, it means that we have a lot of events where people can just spam the blame.
That's true.
Either way, I think it's a good time to finish things off, and of course, a big shout out goes to all the team that worked behind the scenes on this. Chum, our longtime admin, our observer Vodka, who's been with us across the event. Of course, our producer Cal, who also stepped in for an absent Drongo towards the end of this series, as well as all the amazing casters that we had across the tournament. And last but not least, of course, the players who delivered absolutely incredible sets, and really, without them, we would not be sitting here right now.
Yeah, for sure. And with that, everyone, I'm going to wish you all a good night, and see you in London.